A robotic hand reached toward a box on a conveyor belt as a voice recalled how Kim's soul was ordered to box, marking the start of brutal training. The man tapped a tablet with a stylus, questioning why he didn't just quit. The man explained he never had the option to refuse, only to pick a slightly better hell. He told how the reason for making him box was not for his sake, but because no one in the junior division was available to practice. He asked a nearby robot if that wasn't ridiculous, but the robot said it couldn't understand and asked for clarification. The robot suddenly detected an unregistered product and warned that it would be collected. A notification told that the product would be collected. The robot silently carried the box away, while the man continued his inspection. The man ordered the robot named Pax to do its job, and the system confirmed transport of the packaging. Drones flew overhead in the logistics center as the man looked up, surrounded by the robotic workers. The robot stood before the man holding the box, ready to carry on with its task. The man sighed deeply and said there was no warmth at all in the place. A voice thanked him quietly. He wondered aloud how there could be so few people working in a large logistics center filled with robots and drones. He muttered he must have come to the wrong place after all. We enter a flashback to 2 months ago when the man was discharged from the military. He smiled up at the sky in his uniform, welcoming the beautiful weather. The man's hand trembled as he held his phone, recalling how his joy soon faded. On the phone, his parents cheerfully told him they were moving to a bigger house, paying 6 months' rent up front, but he questioned why they told him so late. He narrated how his parents moved their main house and left him alone in a studio apartment near school. He recalled how this marked the start of his forced solitary living. Boxes with canned goods towered over him as he reflected on the beginning of his job hunt. He described having some savings and government scholarship support, so there was no rush to find work. But he admitted his problem was false hopes he had about things going well, imagining a romantic job at a cafe part-time. The world, he realized, was much harsher and colder than expected as he tried applying for such jobs. A cafe attendant told him they preferred experienced workers and rejected him immediately. He faced the reality of being cut at the entrance, unable to get even a basic serving job. After a month of job hunting, he began to go crazy from extreme boredom. He murmured in frustration about not being able to find any common serving job and how dry his mouth felt. He showed a phone screen of texts from 2 sisters mocking him as the most useless person, ridiculing his early studio apartment, and telling him to come to their gym. The sisters mocked him further for not finding a part-time job, invited him to work out, and explained that delivery companies used AI to ease work for many around his age. He read their texts skeptically, asking about the delivery company's name and doubting the recommendation. Back in the logistics center, drones whirred overhead as the man sighed about the total lack of warmth around him. He stated he never imagined that his conversation partner would be a robot and admitted he didn't wish things to turn out so easy. He reiterated how he didn't wish things to become this easy. The man quietly said his name, Kim Jeong-gyeom. Another worker, Manager Shin, appeared frustrated, reporting that despite Pax's indications, the warehouse was out of tuna cans. Manager Shin asked Kim Jeong-gyeom to check the warehouse for any missing stock. Kim Jeong-gyeom agreed to handle the other tasks. The man smiled, noting that Pax felt warmer to him than Manager Shin. A close-up showed his feet as he noticed something. Looking up, Kim Jeong-gyeom searched for a tuna can. He suddenly noticed an open door and confidently announced he found it. He climbed a ladder, explaining why he hadn't found the cans. It should have been on the first floor. He spun to look over his shoulder after hearing a sound. He slammed the door loudly, confused and alarmed. He reached for the doorknob quickly. His face twisted in shock as he answered a call, exclaiming in disbelief. His phone screen lit up showing Manager Shin's call, but the connection was unavailable and it switched to voicemail. He muttered how nobody picked up when needed and wondered whether to call emergency services. He mused the cold warehouse wasn't a freezer and that reporting unnecessarily might cause trouble with Manager Shin. He said he would wait to see if the door opened again, and if not, he'd report it. His sisters joked about his being stuck in a warehouse and mocked the idea of working in an escape room instead. A call came through from Sister 2, surprising him. He answered the phone, confused by the unexpected call. His expression turned serious as he heard a message. Suddenly startled, he fell back in shock, asking who would prank call like this. An alarm siren blared loudly, flashing red as he looked around anxiously. The man shouted in shock and fear, wanting to know what was happening. An urgent announcement ordered all employees to evacuate immediately and take shelter. The man looked up in fear and disbelief. He pounded on the door, shouting that people were inside and pleading for help. He cursed in frustration, fearing he would be locked inside. He frantically tried calling emergency services. His phone showed no signal and nearly dead battery. Sweating and panicking, he lamented the sudden war rumors and his bad luck. His face reflected concern and uncertainty as he struggled to figure out what was happening. He slammed the door hard, desperate to be heard. The doorknob shook as he tried to open it, realizing something was wrong and his survival instinct kicking in. A screech echoed ominously as he tried to keep calm. The man screamed in panic as his surroundings seemed more threatening. His shoes hit the floor hurriedly. He relaxed slightly but then was suddenly surrounded by loud noises as he knelt before a locked door, scared and desperate. He examined an open tin can, realizing it was tuna. Sitting on the floor, he nibbled from the can while reflecting on how he had been trapped in the warehouse for 3 days. He thought about how, since no one had looked for him, something big must have happened outside, and how being trapped saved his life. He sighed as he checked his quiet alarm clock, writing a message on his phone explaining he didn't have much battery left. He silently hoped a soldier would come to open the warehouse so everyone could be safe. The man appeared thoughtful but tired, dropping exhausted onto the floor. His message warned of a soldier opening the warehouse, and he prayed for safety. Suddenly, a glowing screen appeared with a message that he had been chosen and should check his awakened ability. He looked up at the holographic display, curiosity sparking in his tired eyes. A notification appeared, displaying the Subspace ability with the level 1 description granting the power to store an object in front of the user. It indicated the ability could be used once. The man with short black hair looked up at the glowing notification, quietly acknowledging the Subspace ability. He murmured that he finally had the skill. He appeared dazed but smiled lightly as he admitted to losing his grip on reality, unable to distinguish fantasy from the real world anymore. Sitting casually, he chuckled and praised himself for lasting 3 days under these conditions. Then he contemplated storing the entire PAX fulfillment center inside his newfound subspace. Another notification flashed, asking if he wanted to store the designated target now. The man stared upward in shock, sweat dotting his brow as a strange symbol hovered over him. His wide eyes reflected confusion and fear as he lay back, overwhelmed. The scene zoomed out to reveal the man sprawled in a vast, devastated landscape surrounded by rubble and barbed wire. He blinked in confusion, sweat dripping down his face as he looked around. He noticed an overturned truck amongst the destruction and muttered in disbelief. Backing away, the man spotted a wounded older man on the ground, bloodied and alarmed. A system message declared that storage had begun. As storage initiated, the man clutched at his mouth, his expression turning panicked and horrified. Tears formed in his wide eyes while he stifled a cry of distress. He collapsed onto the dirt with a thud, blood splattering under his hand. Sweat dripped off his face as he grimaced in pain, complaining about a sudden headache. His hand covered half his face as he struggled under the intense sensation. He suddenly jerked his head, startled by some pressing realization. He lowered himself to one knee, clutching his wounded arm tightly, processing the situation. A close-up of a monstrous figure revealed its sharp, dirt-streaked teeth as it snarled ferociously. The towering orc loomed over the man, its red eyes glowing ominously as it advanced. The man screamed in terror and scrambled to run, desperately shouting for help as the orc advanced. The orc bared its ferocious teeth, roaring ferociously as it lunged forward. The man shrieked out in panic, words trembling as he prayed and questioned the terrifying monster's identity. His foot slammed down hard on the ground, sending a splash of blood flying as he scrambled. Sweat poured down his face as he shouted in fear, panicked that the orc was chasing him so quickly. The man sprinted desperately, crying desperately for help and realizing the orc was closing the distance fast. A system message appeared confirming synchronization completion, giving the man permission to enter the subspace. The orc roared and charged fiercely toward the man, relentless in its pursuit. A notification asked if he wanted to enter the subspace. Without hesitation, the man ran forward, yelling an emphatic yes as he prepared to escape. The orc swung its arm violently, sending a powerful blow towards the fleeing man. The man reacted swiftly, bewildered by the system's message stating the orc couldn't enter his subspace. He braced himself as an intense burst of blue energy erupted before him, his eyes filled with determination. He blinked in confusion and curiosity, unsure about the strange energy surrounding him. The orc tried to enter the subspace but was stopped by the glowing barrier, causing visible shock and confusion. He questioned the barrier's effect, marveling at its ability to block the orc's entry. The system explained that without his permission, no living thing, object, or energy could enter or leave the subspace. The man stared in shock and recognition at the implications of his system's power. The system confirmed he had entered the subspace. Eyes wide with disbelief, the man turned toward the approaching orc. His eyes filled with shock and fear. Inside a bright, expansive space surrounded by towering shelves, the man cautiously walked forward while the energy barrier shimmered behind him. The man whispered in surprise. The man was shown standing outside the employment center, looking uneasy and contemplative. The warehouse shelves were stacked high with boxes and cans. Sweat beaded on the man's face while he whispered to himself, urging calm. He trembled intensely, recalling the roaring sound he heard 3 days ago and questioned whether the beast was a gorilla or a bear. The man watched cautiously as the orc passed by without making a fuss, noting its calm demeanor. A determined man with sharp black hair stared forward, gripping a tough camping hand axe tightly while drones hovered nearby. A white drone buzzed overhead inside a large warehouse. The man looked up, eyes wide with surprise as drones hovered and a glowing barrier formed around the logistics center. From afar, the man questioned if the entire PAX FC was really placed inside the subspace while drones and robots busily moved around the warehouse. A robot carried a large cardboard box amidst a cluster of drones hovering methodically in the warehouse. A close-up of a drone spinning blades as it hovered steadily. A glowing tutorial window announced the man's first entry into the subspace. A notification informed the man that completing the tutorial would reward him with 1 mana stone. The man held a glowing blue mana stone in his hands, his expression a mix of curiosity and wonder. He examined the glowing mana stone closely, whispering the name as he tried to understand its meaning. Suddenly, an orc suddenly lunged at him from behind, but the man remained calm, gripping the mana stone tightly. Fierce and roaring, the orc charged forward with rage burning in glowing red eyes. The man nervously asked whether the barrier really kept the orc out, the sounds of its intimidating growl echoing around them. The man's holographic interface appeared, describing the vast PAX fulfillment center within the subspace. The hologram detailed the PAX fulfillment center as a 5-story complex with a large floor area, housing many essential products. Details about the center's shipping speed, shipment limits, and package size appeared on the holographic display before the man. The man looked over the display closely, absorbing the information about the shipments. The man's eyes widened as a notification appeared showing the time left before facility maintenance and the limited logistics center time. He was told that he could use the mana stone to supply energy and maintain the subspace facility. The drones explained that 1 mana stone could power the entire facility for 24 hours, leaving the man amazed. His attention returned to the orc at the barrier as he grappled with the situation. The man questioned how the robot had gotten smarter while eyeing the battlefield nearby. The drones hummed quietly as they hovered above the warehouse, awaiting commands. The man faced away, contemplative, noting that the power supply to the facility had been cut off. He warned that without power, refrigerated products like Pax Fresh would spoil quickly, his voice filled with urgency. The man reflected on the delivery system, Pax Fresh, that preserved fresh food in frozen and refrigerated conditions inside the subspace. Thoughtful, he noted that the chaotic outside was like a war zone and that food supply was crucial for survival. He realized the growing danger as the power to freezers and refrigerators had been cut off, imperiling all stored food. He carefully instructed the drone to maintain the facility's power using the mana stone. The man questioned what beings of another world were, clearly intrigued by the concept. The man grew thoughtful, processing that mana stones could come from creatures originating beyond this world. The orc growled menacingly, standing threateningly inside the glowing portal, causing a tense silence. The man handed the glowing mana stone to the drone, commanding it to maintain the Pax Fulfillment Center's energy. A nearby drone chirped affirmatively that one mana stone had been successfully used. The man questioned whether he could still search for items like before, receiving confirmation and a prompt to specify what item he needed. At a box filled with various weapons, the man said he might find something useful. He found a camping hand axe and a folding steel knife among other items lying neatly in the box. He noticed a kitchen knife alongside the other weapons. The robot explained the man's difficulty wielding the items close and suggested throwing them, but warned limited stock was a concern. The man worried whether the axes could penetrate the orc's powerful muscles. He assumed the orc would remain trapped unless seriously wounded and intended to try causing damage over time. He resolved to focus on weakening the orc gradually instead of trying to finish it immediately. He decided to wound and wear down the orc, preparing for the fight ahead. The man gripped the camping hand axe and shouted his name defiantly as he prepared to fight. The orc howled in fury and charged toward the barrier once again. The man watched the orc's bulky muscles intently, frustrated by their sheer size and strength. He chastised himself, wondering how to deal with the nearly impervious muscles since his daggers barely scratched it. He considered whether a heavy axe was required to inflict real damage. He asked the robot how many camping hand axes were left in stock. He explained his plan to check the remaining axes and wondered if a heavy object like a bowling ball would work better. He repeated the decision to check axe quantity, still lost in thought over his combat options. The man's determined eyes narrowed as he analyzed his limited options. The robot told him there were 15 camping hand axes remaining in stock, which surprised the man. The man repeated the number out loud in disbelief, feeling the need to conserve the axes. He looked up in confusion, searching for an explanation. His expression challenged the odd situation he faced, uncertain what to make of the duplicating axes. He asked where the additional axes were located. Empty warehouse shelves held faint sunlight, emphasizing the growing tension. The man continued to examine the camping hand axe closely. He questioned why the axes seemed to duplicate themselves, eyes scanning the warehouse. The robot explained that items were created by converting real objects into information, allowing duplication. He was cautioned that although items could be duplicated, they could be damaged or modified but never depleted. The man absorbed this critical information before forming a plan. Finding the ability to duplicate weapons surprising, he processed the meaning of an infinite stock logistics center. The drone confirmed the explanation and the man contemplated his next move. He broke his focus, prompting a moment of realization. He gripped the axe tightly, relieved that he could throw the weapons freely without concern for serious wounds. The man worried that his shoulder might fail before he defeated the orc. The drone reassured him that throwing was automated, eliminating the need to manually throw each weapon. The man asked how to use the automation ability. The drone instructed him to think of the product and say ship to automatically send it flying. The man uttered the command and watched as a sharp axe sped toward the orc. The orc was violently struck, being thrown backward from the powerful blow. The drone exhaled calmly, absorbing the battle's energy while the man watched the effect of his attack. The drone flew upward, releasing the empty controller back to the man. The man realized the default shipping speed was 60 kilometers per hour. The man confirmed the meaning of shipping speed with a mix of surprise and understanding. The drone explained he could adjust the shipping speed up to 75 kilometers per hour before enhancing the skill would be necessary. The man asked how to raise the skill level. The drone responded that mana stones could be used to enhance the shipping skill. The orc roared furiously as the man prepared his next move. The orc lay motionless on the ground as the man contemplated his next step silently. He called the drone's name softly, drawing its attention. He declared the need to search for more items, preparing for the coming battle. The man picked up several weapons from a crate while pondering their usefulness. He kicked his heavy combat boots firmly as he prepared for travel. He thought aloud about the limitations of the large warehouse, comparing his bike to supercars. He examined a detailed map of Seoul, circling key districts to plan his route. He marked the Gangnam district next on the map. He circled the Yeong district, noting the route he would take. He circled the Dabong district last on the map with a marker. He circled the Gunpo district quietly as the drones hummed softly. He considered starting from Gunpo and hoped everyone would stay safe. He decided on an order of travel beginning with districts closest to each other. He resolved to leave quickly if he wanted to reach the designated points in time. He accepted that walking was long but that his current transportation was decent and reliable. The man regarded his electric bicycle, admiring its sleek, sporty design. The drone confirmed he could increase the shipping speed from 60 to 75 kilometers per hour with skill improvement. The man urged everyone to hang on a little longer, trusting his preparations. He kicked off, setting the bicycle in motion as wheels spun eagerly. He pedaled into the fiery sunset, the cityscape burning around him as he moved forward. Text warned that the youngest was coming soon in a world devastated by chaos. The man rode with determination toward the distant battle zone. A fierce warning from the Thunder team flashed, reminding readers to support official releases. A bicycle tire rolled across the cracked, desolate ground. 30 minutes after emerging from the subspace, a man pushed his bike cautiously through the rubble-strewn streets. As he moved forward, he counted 12 orcs he had killed within the half hour. He thought about the two conclusions he had reached. Suddenly a huge orc charged toward him with a furious roar, its teeth bared. The man swiftly caught the orc's attack with one arm as he braced himself. First, he reflected on his ability as he pedaled. He used his power to create a portal to block an orc's attack, then launched himself toward another enemy on the street, skillfully dodging and countering. He deflected a charging orc strike as he maneuvered through the ruins. Despite the danger, the orc screamed out breathlessly, pushing forward relentlessly. An orc's face was illuminated as it opened its mouth wide in anger, baring sharp fangs. He swung his bike's blade with deadly force, striking the orc before it could attack further. Orc blood splattered as the attack landed, but the creature continued its assault. The orc growled fiercely, its glowing eyes fixed on the man as it staggered. Another orc charged wildly, its massive arms smashing toward him inside the shimmering portal. He sighed in frustration as he missed with the weapon, the axe flying past the target. Knowing the cooldown and range limits, he reviewed the challenges his ability presented. The blade sliced through the air as he attacked the enemy further, holding the axe ready to fight. The man tossed the axe with expert precision, shattering a wyvern with the blow while riding his bike. He explained his ability's second facet to his companions, showing how dispatched items are automatically retrieved. A recovered axe sparkled midair, headed back toward the man. He noted that ordinary weapons didn't require retrieval, only special ones like mana stones. Nevertheless, no one knew exactly how this ability functioned. A glowing mana stone floated into the portal surrounded by the man, dripping with red fluid. He mused that product retrieval brought back dispatched items without his manual control, and he acquired mana stones from any defeated enemy. He watched the small drone carrying a mana stone, pondering how the mana stones seemed to be automatically summoned without prior dispatch. The man urged to put his companion packs into the subspace, knowing it was safe inside. As he stepped forward, a terrifying screech filled the air, alerting him. He revealed he was not a soldier despite wearing the uniform, touching the chest emblem. A dragon-like creature circled overhead beneath a full moon. He acknowledged that the bizarre creatures were more than orcs. A winged dragon screamed through the night sky. He realized he had caught a deer-like wyvern with wings and a larger build, anticipating the difficulty ahead. He wondered if the creature's focus on a smaller man meant he was considered an easier target, while the wyvern ignored him. Someone nearby cried out for help, their voice sharp and urgent. The man turned quickly at the sound, eyes wide with alarm. A panicked survivor staggered, raising his arms defensively as a monstrous wyvern advanced. The man called out to Mr. Choi, who looked frightened and panicked. Mr. Choi's face showed terror as he realized a deadly threat loomed. A wyvern lunged suddenly, its jaws wide, but a sword blade dealt a heavy blow. Mr. Choi fell to the ground, clutching his side where the blade struck. The monster charged at Mr. Choi again, the man forcing himself up despite the pain. The wounded Mr. Choi staggered as the wyvern's claws drew closer. Another runner called out urgently, rushing toward Mr. Choi. The man shouted for Mr. Choi to get up quickly, fear in his voice. The wounded man winced as he struggled to stand, eyes wide with shock. Mr. Choi braced against the slash from the wyvern's claws. The creature's snarling face filled the frame, eyeing the helpless man with menace. The injured man grimaced, muscles tense as he eyed the creature. A cold sweat rolled down the man's face as fear tightened its grip. He wondered if the smaller Mr. Choi had been the target from the start. He thought the orc might have thought Mr. Choi was easier prey than himself. The man gripped a gleaming blade, considering the danger. Mr. Choi's confusion deepened as he glanced at the approaching wyvern. He quickly shifted to prepare for the enemy's advance. His knife clattered to the ground as he prepared to defend himself. The man's gaze locked with the wyvern's gleaming yellow eyes as it flexed its jagged claws. He hesitated, trembling in the shadow of the monstrous creature. He stared in shock while the wyvern readied its next attack. Blood sprayed as he scrambled to avoid the injury. His expression betrayed panic as he suffered a blow. The wyvern smashed its tail to the ground, dust and debris flying. The man quickly stepped back as the beast made a fierce howl. The wyvern's tail cut through the air, a bright sword blade embedded in its flesh dripping blood. The man gazed wide-eyed at the strange fallen axe, wondering if it had just killed the wyvern. He exhaled in relief after the intense battle. The man turned toward a distant scream, eyes sharp and alert. He asked if everyone was okay, standing ready with his bicycle. Everyone looked relieved as one expressed thanks for saving their lives. The group quietly gazed over the quiet battlefield, catching their breath. Two survivors gawked at how the man killed a wyvern while riding a bicycle and throwing an axe. One called the man a soldier in surprise. The man explained he wasn't a soldier but wore the PAX FC uniform. He pointed to the emblem, explaining the circumstances and his humble new ability as a driver. The man smiled and acknowledged the unexpected help, even if he wasn't a soldier. He talked about his initial awakening and lack of opportunity to really use the ability. His companions laughed while he admitted envy for their awakened powers. The man asked if anyone was nearby in the desolate area. A somber survivor confirmed the area was Block C, a logistics center often crowded with people and monsters. He warned that the gathering of people was now mixed with monsters, many of which were killed or eaten alive. The survivor further explained the dangers inside Block C because of the mix of humans and monsters. The survivor estimated about 10 to 15 monsters remained after the carnage. The survivor noted that the remaining humans were isolated underground, their arrival matching the companions' origin. The man stood in the ruins and considered the sudden appearance of the building, pondering the logistics of an escape. He asked if there was a place to stay and was invited to join a safe haven. The man learned the shelter was on the 4th basement floor, free from monster attacks and comfortable for rest. He wondered if there was a functioning vehicle for escape, as the previous conversation included mention of vehicles. The man said he didn't need food or rest but wanted information. He realized the importance of acquiring information about functioning vehicles. He nodded reluctantly, understanding he must accept help despite distrust. He expressed gratitude toward the people risking their safety alongside him. An offer was made to lead the way, and he welcomed it. As they moved forward, a mana stone shimmered above the broken bodies of fallen orcs. Shadows covered the group as they cautiously advanced through the destroyed city. He trusted only cautiously but acknowledged he couldn't refuse help. He concluded that if things worsened, he could retreat to the subspace. His eyes narrowed in determination as a chill brush of breath met his face. The area remained strewn with bodies, a man dragging a massive orc corpse behind him. He saw a new face among the survivors, confused but alert to danger. The man's eyes widened in shock and dread. A warning from the Thunder team flashed across the page. A fiery figure in a white hood issued a warning about declining official site visits due to piracy. Under the dark sky, a group gathered around a massive orc lying in a pool of blood. A man stood calmly beside the fallen creature as the others watched, their silhouettes cast long and trembling shadows on the ground. A man in the group rushed forward with urgency, asking if everyone was all right after the battle. One man explained that an orc had accidentally wandered into their area. The man with scars on his face stated that the orc did not see them, so they took it out easily. The man's voice softened as he added that although no one was injured, they could no longer claim the place was safe. The group fell silent, staring intently at the scene on the ground. One person urged the main character with dark hair not to lie about the safety of the place. They asked who the dark-haired man was. Another confirmed he was the one who had saved them from the wyvern earlier. It was revealed he used to work for PAX FC and was incredibly strong. They discussed the battle with the wyvern, noting how the man's axe shattered along with the creature's head. A worn boot stepped down on the ground, making a sharp sound in the tense air. The dark-haired man looked up, sweat sliding down his face as something unseen rustled near him. Surrounded by grateful people, the woman thanked the man profusely, expressing how she couldn't repay him enough. The dark-haired man hesitated, insisting he was only doing what was necessary. Someone asked if he had a girlfriend, teasingly calling him an auntie's favorite. The man laughed darkly, recalling how everyone had been together for over 10 years. He said Yongsoo and Byeonkyol were like family, loyal and close to those around them. He smiled warmly and introduced himself as Lee Jin-mak, the center manager of Daehyun Express Terminal. The man thanked the dark-haired man for saving Yongsoo and Byeonkyol, who then introduced himself as Kim Jeong-gyeom. The center manager welcomed Kim Jeong-gyeom warmly. The man with scars explained that while the place wasn't fully safe, it was more comfortable than outside, with food and water from the logistics center and shifts to stand guard. He added that people should feel free to eat without embarrassment, as supplies were plentiful and could be replenished from the logistics center as needed. The scarred man looked uneasy and said there was something he needed to tell everyone. He revealed that the logistics center had disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked shocked and confused by the news. The scarred man emphasized that the center was literally gone, which explained why they had been chased by a wyvern. Someone questioned how such a large building could just vanish. The man acknowledged the impossibility but said it was a reality with monsters wandering in the world now. He reassured the group, urging them to dig through the tunnel as staying would only worsen their situation. The man's voice grew firm as he told the group not to be discouraged, that their time had come earlier than expected, and they must dig the tunnel quickly. An older woman shouted, urging to force their way through, and the others shouted their agreement. Kim Jeong-gyeom watched curiously as one man prepared a bicycle. The scarred man acknowledged the plan with a simple nodding. The scarred man explained that vehicles were essential since many had homes elsewhere. Kim Jeong-gyeom asked if they had any functioning vehicles. The scarred man detailed that roads were blocked or destroyed, except for a tunnel to the west, which wyverns had taken over. He continued, explaining how they had been surviving on supplies from the logistics center but now had to force their way through. A voice inside Kim Jeong-gyeom's mind questioned how to proceed, acknowledging having vehicles but the need to dig through the tunnel. The center manager explained the blocked roads were for vehicles, but people could escape on foot or a bicycle. Kim Jeong-gyeom said he needed a vehicle as well and planned to go through the tunnel. He thought to himself that if only wyverns blocked the tunnel, it was manageable. He believed he could catch the wyverns with his ability despite it taking some time. He studied the openable items menu with a look of surprise, realizing the strength and cost of some abilities. He was relieved to have saved his magic stones without upgrading them yet and planned to enhance his abilities after scouting the wyverns. He smirked confidently, planning to secretly clear the path ahead by enhancing himself. In his mind, he remembered how the people he was protecting had struggled to survive while he was trapped. He knew the truth about the logistics center's stockpiled supplies but also their unwillingness to disclose the exact amount. He understood how crucial food and water were to survival now. He announced his plan to scout the tunnel and the wyverns alone to clear their path using his ability. The man examined new item descriptions floating in front of him, puzzled and impressed by their power and cost. He was glad to have conserved his magic stones and focused on strengthening the needed skills for fighting wyverns. The man nodded confidently, now prepared to embark on scouting with enhanced abilities. A man warned him not to go alone, declaring it dangerous. Kim Jeong-gyeom shook his head, explaining he didn't know his way in the tunnel and needed guidance. The man was about to respond. He said he believed Kim Jeong-gyeom would save them again, like before. Kim Jeong-gyeom looked thoughtful but resolved to help however he could. One man asked if the ability Kim Jeong-gyeom used was really his first time, curious about the message window and effects. Kim Jeong-gyeom explained that he had never seen the message window since awakening his powers. He expressed worry, doubting his driving ability though feeling a strange intuition about it. Another man advised him to try driving and walk if it didn't work. The moon shone bright over the ruined cityscape, casting an eerie glow on broken buildings. A bike's wheel spun rapidly once, drawing the attention of Kim Jeong-gyeom. Kim Jeong-gyeom looked startled, sweat dripping, as the bicycle rolled before him with wind whistling past. The man on the bike leaped off swiftly, surprising everyone with his sudden movement. A man with dark hair looked ahead with urgency, his mouth open as he shouted that he was driving dangerously because of the heavy traffic, making it hard to see. The man on the bicycle looked up with wide eyes, confused and shocked by the sudden intense situation, watching the other man shout that there was danger ahead. The young man with black hair screamed, wanting to stop and hold back because he couldn't see properly. From behind, the man on the bicycle glanced anxiously toward the cars jammed on the road and admitted he couldn't see anything ahead. Suddenly, a monstrous wyvern with glowing red eyes appeared right in front of the cars and the two men, illuminated by a sinister red glow. The man who had been driving yelled urgently to keep looking ahead and keep driving. His eyes were tense as a wyvern lunged toward them with its mouth wide open in a terrifying snarl. The man on the bike hastily pedaled forward, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws of the wyvern. The man riding the bike turned back briefly and firmly told the man behind him not to look back at all. The young man on foot pointed ahead, announcing he could finally see a tunnel not far away, surprising the other man who didn't realize they had come so far. The spinning wheel of the bicycle rushed on the cracked pavement as the rider noticed how close they were to the tunnel. Both men on the bike stopped abruptly, catching their breath as they prepared for what was next. The young man showed confusion as he stopped suddenly. The man asked why they had suddenly stopped, turning his head sharply as if sensing something behind them. Sweat poured down the man's face as he nervously hesitated, calling out the younger man's name with worry in his voice. From above, multiple wyverns circled ominously, their aggressive postures and glowing eyes surrounding the two men who looked trapped and hopeless. One wyvern with glowing yellow eyes approached swiftly, emitting a piercing screech as the young man stared silently. The man stepped back, frozen in fear and realization as the tension built in the moment. A black-haired man quietly thought to himself that despite having electric bikes, there was no chance to handle the overwhelming number of wyverns and that it was all over. His chest heaved rapidly, sweat dripping down his face as hopelessness overwhelmed him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young man softly called out the name Pax. A glowing blue digital interface appeared before the man, displaying a message that using an ability would cost 10 magic stones and leave 5 stones for cooldown. The man focused intently on the glowing interface, prompting Pax and questioning what he was doing. A wyvern emitted a loud, terrifying screech with its maw open wide, teeth bared aggressively. The wyverns lunged suddenly toward the two men standing beside the bike, their movements quick and fierce. The man on the bike grimaced in pain as he struggled against one of the attacks, gripping the handlebars tightly. His eyes widened abruptly in shock and fear as something sudden occurred. He shouted a single word, "Ship," as a bright blue energy surged around him and the bike, engulfing them in a protective aura. The man winced and covered his head, reacting to a sharp sound or sudden force. Turning calmly, he reassured Jeong-soo that everything was all right, though the other man looked confused and concerned. The man's expression was wide-eyed and serious as he watched the events unfold. The scene shifted to a glowing portal swirling with magic, through which drones hovered above, as the two men stood inside cautiously. Hands clasped firmly in greeting, an old man pulled the dark-haired man into the circle. A smiling woman said the man had saved Jeong-soo and Byung-kyeol. A hooded figure in a white cloak appeared dramatically surrounded by fiery magical symbols, delivering a warning from the Thunder team about piracy, the importance of supporting official sources, and urging readers to respect the work behind the chapters. The dark-haired man questioned the center manager about the logistics center. He recalled the enhanced items from when they killed the orc and their powerful effect on cooldown reduction. The same young man turned his head quickly toward the road, alarmed. He warned that there was a wyvern ahead and urgently asked what to do, but he could not see clearly. The voice questioned if they should continue moving forward. The title glowed prominently against the white backdrop, sparking the beginning of a new chapter. Notifications flickered by rapidly, announcing the consumption of mana stones and the consequent reduction of cooldown time for an ability. The streak of notifications ended with a message declaring that the cooldown time had been reduced to the maximum limit. A glowing drone hovered as a voice from its interface explained the need to level up the subspace to reduce cooldown times further. A shimmering portal appeared in a dark warehouse, throwing light on two men standing beside a bicycle as ominous shadows surrounded them. The glowing mana stone floated upward, its light casting eerie reflections around the ruined surroundings as a man quietly called out a companion's name. The younger man gripped a device, eyes wide and alert, as the drone hovered near the glowing mana stones shooting like rapid arrows toward a protective barrier. The serious man with the bicycle spoke firmly about protection, demanding his companion stay close, who nervously agreed. The nervous man suddenly noticed something approaching with alarm. A fierce wyvern burst from the shadows, roaring wildly with talons extended, leaping aggressively toward the men. Another wyvern smashed against the glowing magical barrier, its claws shattering a part of it, blood splattering as it collided with the barrier. Jagged shadows and the triumphant cries of a struggling wyvern filled the space after the collision. Two wyverns with glowing red eyes screeched, saliva dripping from sharp teeth as they prepared to attack again. One wyvern lunged at the glowing portal, claws outstretched, roaring, while the two men stood unshaken within its light. The nervous man gasped, barely dodging the wyvern's swipe as the magical shield blocked the attack. The shielding barrier shimmered fiercely as the wyvern's claws and teeth clashed against it, keeping the man safe. The anxious man was forcefully pushed back by an enormous sheer force, tumbling onto the ground. The other men rallied together and screamed in determination as more wyverns swooped down upon them. The seemingly fearless man calmly snapped his fingers, summoning something. An intimidating wyvern screamed fiercely as it spiraled toward the two men standing firmly within the glowing portal. The wyvern opened its jaws wide, shrieking with intensity as it prepared to strike. The anxious man cried out as a massive foot kicked him harshly, sending him sprawling. The struggling man shouted the name Jeong-gyeom as he watched the monstrous creature approaching. Wyvern's terrifying face slammed against the glowing magical shield, tension thick in the air. The wyvern let out a sharp shriek, its glowing eye wide with shock and anger. A huge wyvern dived fiercely toward the glowing portal where one of the men knelt. The wyvern's body and sharp claws cut through the air as the anxious man stared up, horrified. The man's eyes widened with shock and fear as the wyvern's approach became imminent. A foot hit the ground decisively, signaling readiness. The weight of the situation settled as someone acknowledged the unbelievable power at hand. The man considered the line from the logistics center to Pax firing axes, pondering its significance while others watched with a mix of awe and tension. The group slowly turned toward the speaker, focused and contemplating the gravity of their situation. One man's face registered the mix of surprise and realization that the tunnel could be broken through if it was Jeong-gyeom. The narrator explained the cautious strategy of using a delivery vehicle to transport goods relatively safely, especially since the tunnel was only part of the route with lurking dangers. A black and white memory image showed Jeong-gyeom speaking differently, underscoring his unique needs and abilities compared to others. The man expressed envy for the ability that Jeong-gyeom possessed, imagining the benefits of reaching his own family quickly. He questioned just how far Jeong-gyeom needed to travel to require a vehicle at all. Jeong-gyeom turned a surprised face as a call interrupted his thoughts. Jeong-gyeom's eyes widened at the sound of a voice. A man quickly asked if Jeong-gyeom planned to clear the tunnel by the next morning, to which the group awaited the answer seriously. The serious man cautioned that Jeong-gyeom seemed dangerous and smarter than others gave him credit for. He continued, noting his limited mana stones and failed attempts to enhance a precise delivery ability. The narrator echoed the shortage of mana stones, making it difficult to improve abilities. The nervous man turned around abruptly as he gazed at a glowing mana stone nearby. The nervous man asked what the glowing blue stone was, startled and curious. Jeong-gyeom explained the mana stone enhances his abilities and confirmed it was his first time seeing someone so intrigued. The nervous man expressed curious interest about enhancing abilities. Jeong-gyeom admitted his intent to try enhancing abilities if given the chance, prompting a hesitant reply. Another man speculated on Jeong-gyeom's oversight in not extracting a mana stone from an orc's corpse, wondering if all abilities required stones. One man chuckled, teasing that with such power, Jeong-gyeom could single-handedly break through the tunnel. Jeong-gyeom smiled awkwardly, sweating nervously as he tried to respond. The anxious man blinked sharply, questioning if Jeong-gyeom could really have such power. He quickly tried to clarify, explaining his cautious plan to check the tunnel before attempting to break through. Jeong-gyeom assured that it wasn't his intention to show off, showing modesty. He apologized for inadvertently being in the way, expressing regret. The serious man graciously dismissed the concern, noting he never knew the way and couldn't have made it alone. Jeong-gyeom proposed they head back for now, warning that the wyvern's retreat might not last. The serious man looked up thoughtfully, eyes lighting with determination. Jeong-gyeom questioned how far someone had to travel to need a vehicle, answering his own question with a firm destination toward his family. The nervous man viewed a glowing map displaying Gangnam and surrounding districts, voice betraying surprise. Jeong-gyeom announced he was headed toward Indyokwon on the way to Gangnam, humbly asking for company. Jeong-gyeom extended the invitation with a hint of awkwardness, glancing back. His face registered incredulity as he reacted wordlessly. Jeong-gyeom confessed doubts about being able to get home safely even after passing the tunnel, acknowledging his driving skill was limited. He admitted trusting Jeong-gyeom to fight off monsters, offering help driving if headed the same way. He promised to get them to Indyokwon faster than anyone else, even if not as skilled as Jeong-gyeom, hoping to aid their journey. Jeong-gyeom promised not to be a burden, offering food if needed. The nervous man conceded it was not a bad idea, appreciating the offer. Jeong-gyeom's expression turned serious as he reflected on the situation. He considered the need to keep his ability hidden from others for safety. He worried about the consequences if his ability was revealed to others, contemplating possible dangers. A muscular man reminded Jeong-gyeom that if he didn't go with him, there would be no car keys, urging him to join. Jeong-gyeom thought that the best way to avoid wasting time was keeping his ability secret. Despite the dangers, Jeong-gyeom trusted the skill of Yong-soo, who had carefully camouflaged his powers so far. The nervous man gratefully told Jeong-gyeom to handle the tunnel alone, insisting other people would get in the way and he wanted to keep the ability hidden. Jeong-gyeom promised to manage the tunnel himself and asked the nervous man to communicate with the others. The nervous man, smiling confidently now, assured Jeong-gyeom he would handle conversations and urged him not to worry. Everything depended on Jeong-gyeom breaking through the tunnel, and the group felt a mix of hope and anxiety. Jeong-gyeom was called to attention as a man rallied the group, boosting morale. The man confidently declared they would all make it through the tunnel while others looked on with reassurance. He explained that Jeong-gyeom would break through the tunnel with his awakened ability, advising them to wait outside until it was done. Jeong-gyeom stared in disbelief, questioning how the secret of his ability could have been disclosed after he asked for it to be kept. The anxious man reflected that Jeong-gyeom was a figure to be cautious about, but his recent words only seemed to erode trust. The man sighed as he tried to understand the current situation. Jeong-gyeom steeled himself, deciding he would have the tunnel cleared by morning for everyone's safety. The old man called director, acknowledging the considerate decision Jeong-gyeom made for the group. The director frowned as he tried to conceal his doubts and frustrations. Jeong-gyeom's thoughts revealed his fears about the risks if his ability became widely known and the need to proceed carefully. The anxious man vowed they had no choice but to proceed, though it was not entirely convincing for everyone. The group worried about food shortages and the urgency to clear the tunnel quickly. The muscular man reminded Jeong-gyeom that their concerns about food would be eased when the tunnel was cleared. The serious one stated that he wouldn't pry about Jeong-gyeom's ability nor be curious, appreciating the risks Jeong-gyeom took in the difficult decision made. The box full of canned food and supplies was presented with hint of urgency. The man explained the collected food supplies would be given to Jeong-gyeom while he scouted the tunnel. Jeong-gyeom expressed gratitude for the food as a rare gift from the group. The men bowed respectfully, expressing their deep thanks and apologies for their limited contribution. Jeong-gyeom was surprised and uneasy about the unexpected tribute. The men urged him to accept the food, noting the sacrifices made to share even that. The nervous man urged Jeong-gyeom to accept their offerings, reminding him of the shared hardships. Jeong-gyeom was told he too had a family they all cared about. Jeong-gyeom looked shocked as he realized they understood his situation deeply. Someone called attention to the importance of revealing Jeong-gyeom's ability soon. The man loudly urged that now was the time to exhibit the ability and demanded it be brought forward. Two voices clinked bottles together enthusiastically, declaring it was time for a celebratory drink. One man cheered loudly for a drink, raising a bottle with joy. The battle-worn man lamented the small amount of alcohol but accepted it might be for the best. Amid laughter and cheers, the group toasted to the safety of their families. A celebratory shout rang out, dedicated to Jeong-gyeom as the center of their hope. Bright light filled the sky as the scene left off in hope and tension. Jeong-gyeom gripped an axe firmly, sunlight glinting off its blade as he prepared. Jeong-gyeom urged his companion to go inside first while he prepared for what was coming. Two men exchanged worried glances, steeling themselves for what lay ahead. The group of men stood silently, their faces tense and sweat glistening under the daylight. The man at the forefront tightened his lips, determination and worry mixing in his gaze as two others looked on with concern. The sole boot pressed firmly down on the pedal, an action brimming with purpose, as the machinery of a motorcycle began to hum to life. A figure on a motorcycle sped toward a damaged highway tunnel under a bright sky, with a group of people watching quietly from behind at a careful distance. The scene narrowed to the road, showing only faint details as the movement and tension built toward something significant. From the perspective behind a man with dark hair and a dirty uniform, a crowd stood facing three large trucks parked steadily in front of them on the cracked road bathed in sunlight. A single message appeared against a plain background, a promise clear and resolute. The man pedaled quickly, his reflection visible on the shattered glass nearby. Sunlight poured down from a sky scattered with clouds as the man rode his bicycle toward a damaged tunnel, trucks blocking the entrances. The front wheel of the bicycle caught on rough pavement, skidding sharply. A swarm of wyverns circled above, their jaws wide and teeth bared, shrieking fiercely down at the man on the bicycle. The man stopped pedaling, glancing up with a serious and steady gaze. A young boy, his eye swollen and closed halfway, angrily accused someone of hitting him first after a fight. The girl argued back, denying any blame as her brother complained about being picked on constantly. An older man sat watching the two quarrel, sighing with a mix of exasperation and affection for the siblings. The man gave a gentle smile, recalling his own feelings about sibling bonds as he addressed the kids. He noted that despite their fights, the two looked close, while the kids continued to tussle fiercely. The man smiled and shared how he had envied sibling bonds as an only child, expressing genuine warmth. He told them that though they might resent each other now, later they would see the true value of family. A woman scolded the boys for not helping prepare dinner sooner while the older man laughed at the scene. The woman, anger flashing in her eyes, called out for the boys to assist with the cooking. The kids and the older man sat quietly, a spoon causing a sudden clatter that caught their attention. The younger boy smiled softly, his bruised face glowing with warmth as the word family appeared nearby. The older man returned, bringing a bottle, and lamented missing their son as he sat nearby, bloodied but calm. The man gave a concerned expression, wondering if Jeong-gyeom was truly all right after stepping out for fresh air. The man cautioned that trying to help prematurely might cause more harm, urging patience and careful waiting. Someone nearby pleaded for the director's bottle of alcohol to be taken away, concerned for his state. The director sat slumped, the bottle clutched tightly as others scrambled to calm him, their voices full of urgency. The moon shone brightly over the trees outside as night fell quietly. A man in a vest stirred awake among scattered bodies, slowly recalling that he had gone to the bathroom. He observed the others lying unconscious or asleep on the ground nearby, noting their tiredness. The man asked about Jeong-gyeom, learning he had gone out earlier for fresh air. 3 men walked through rows of trucks, discussing if Jeong-gyeom was truly okay on his own, debating whether to intervene or wait. The man's expression shifted suddenly as something caught his attention. Jeong-gyeom heard someone calling his name while he loaded boxes inside the logistics center. A man asked why Jeong-gyeom wasn't sleeping, suspecting the place might be too uncomfortable. Jeong-gyeom answered calmly that he just couldn't sleep, then asked what the man was doing. The man's eyes widened as he heard a sudden noise. Inside the logistics center, Jeong-gyeom and the man approached a stored bicycle among stacked boxes. The man was impressed by how much had been loaded into the storage, noting it was more than enough despite weighing the vehicle down. The man exclaimed that even for a logistics center, the amount of food and supplies was astonishing. The scene showed multiple trucks parked tightly in the yard, all filled. Jeong-gyeom asked the other to keep this a secret, specifying the quantity loaded and its significance. The man explained his generous distribution of supplies despite plentiful stock. A tense moment with the man wondering just what Jeong-gyeom was, followed sharply by the image of a thin blade slicing through a wyvern's neck. The wyverns screamed and recoiled as they were cut down, their blood spraying nearby while Jeong-gyeom stood calm at the center of sparkling magical barriers. Jeong-gyeom faced the approaching creatures with arms crossed, protected by a glowing shield, deflecting their attacks. A wyvern prepared to attack, teeth bared wide and wings stretched as it lunged forward fiercely. Jeong-gyeom stood tall within a magical barrier, blood and scratches marking his uniform while he remained resolute. He looked deeply contemplative, thinking about the challenge at hand. Jeong-gyeom summoned a small drone, asking if it was possible to put others into his subspace. The drone answered that at the current level, Subspace cannot hold more people but explained that leveling up would allow accommodation for 20 individuals. Jeong-gyeom checked his magic interface, noting he had 32 out of 100 mana stones needed to level up his subspace to the next stage. He considered the remaining wyverns, estimating only 40 alive here, some escaping and making leveling up unlikely. Jeong-gyeom credited his recent upgrade, Precision Delivery, for helping catch more wyverns, acknowledging that without it he would have caught fewer. He thought seriously about the need to level up in order to eventually store his family safely in the subspace. A wyvern screeched nearby, its chilling eyes glowing red as it landed, alert and dangerous. The wyvern glared fiercely, staring directly at Jeong-gyeom. More wyverns gathered, their red eyes shining with menace. Jeong-gyeom's thoughts were sharp and tense as he faced the approaching threat. Suddenly, a bright flash lit the sky above the mountain as Jeong-gyeom rode his bicycle out of the tunnel, greeted by cheers from the assembled workers. Jeong-gyeom appeared determined as he cycled confidently on the damaged road, surrounded by a crowd of workers, trucks looming in the background. Workers expressed concern about Jeong-gyeom being alone, debating whether to intervene or wait for the right moment. One man spotted Jeong-gyeom returning, startling the group and asking where he was. Jeong-gyeom trembled slightly, marked by bloodstains as he gripped the bicycle handles tightly. The man clutched the bicycle firmly, blood splattered on his uniform and hands, his grip tense. Jeong-gyeom looked serious and deep in thought, sweat and dirt staining his face under dim light. The worried group exchanged uneasy glances, their faces reflecting stress and concern. The people around Jeong-gyeom cheered and clapped loudly, welcoming him back warmly. Jeong-gyeom humbly thanked everyone for their hard work and support despite their exasperated leader. A man with bloodstains on his vest stood in front of a group of people gathered around him near a large truck. He wished for everyone to reach home safely without injuries. A graying man with neat hair thanked the director for everything while others chimed in, hoping the director would also get home safely. The bloodied man, presumably the director, smiled lightly at the group gathered around. The bloodstained man scratched his head nervously as he reminded everyone to open the cargo hold if they faced trouble along the way. He mentioned a small gift he prepared in there that should be helpful. The graying man looked surprised and repeated the word gift. The sky was bright and a voice urged everyone to hurry back to their families. The sun glowed warmly behind a large truck. From a high angle, a convoy of trucks and cars slowly made their way through a cracked and damaged road toward a tunnel. A large truck emerged from a tunnel, continuing along the cracked road. Inside one truck, a man waved goodbye to another vehicle leaving the tunnel. The convoy maneuvered through the damaged road littered with debris and signs of recent destruction. Two trucks continued down a clearing road flanked by damaged terrain. The bright sun shone brightly overhead. A large winged creature with red eyes and sharp claws appeared, its mouth open wide as it snarled. The bloodstained young man contemplated whether the creature was a leader or an adult. The young man inside a vehicle turned his head toward a strange sound coming from outside. A fallen soldier lay beside a large truck tire, his rifle dropped on the cracked ground. The driver of the vehicle gripped the steering wheel tightly, sweat dripping down his face. Inside the vehicle, the bloodstained man sat silently, staring ahead. He thought about the corpses, monstrous bodies, and overturned vehicles blocking every possible path, making travel impossible. He realized that the fallen soldiers on the streets indicated the situation had worsened far beyond what they'd imagined. The monstrous creature sunk its fangs into a victim as blood sprayed, snarling fiercely. The young man reflected that if his discharge had been delayed by 3 months, everything might have been different. The man with graying hair questioned the young man, calling him by name, Jeong-gyeom. The truck carrying Jeong-gyeom approached a bridge fortified by a high barbed wire fence. Jeong-gyeom and the graying man discussed how the barbed wire was placed by the military to block passage. Jeong-gyeom pointed out a narrow path by the bridge that might be a way to pass. In the shadows near the blockade, vicious beast-like creatures with glowing red eyes prowled the debris-strewn street. Jeong-gyeom understood what the military was trying to block and warned about the many monsters ahead. He said catching them all might help the subspace level up. The graying man nervously agreed to turn the car around and look for another route. Jeong-gyeom's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The graying man startled as Jeong-gyeom spoke up abruptly. The truck advanced cautiously along the narrow path with walls and blocked roads on both sides. Jeong-gyeom asked if it was even possible for the vehicle to pass a narrow sidewalk by the road. The graying man nervously confirmed it was narrow but passable. Jeong-gyeom smiled excitedly, declaring they should take the narrow path. A dramatic warning splash from the Thunderskin team appeared, calling for readers to support the official site. A man looked surprised as he noticed Jeong-gyeom approaching, catching the attention of those nearby. Jeong-gyeom smiled gently, relieved to be seen, as the sun shone behind him casting long light beams. Someone decided that passing by here was the best choice, seeing no need to take any other routes. A young man with a determined smile raised his fist, urging to head to the chosen path. The driver, gripping the steering wheel tightly, looked tense as the vehicle lurched forward. A hulking muscular orc, surrounded by snarling dog-like monsters, charged down the ruined road wielding a huge club. The orc swung the club fiercely as the monstrous dogs barked and raced around him. The orc and its pack thundered forward relentlessly, the ground shaking beneath their steps. The ground erupted as the monster and its hounds barreled toward their target, claws and teeth bared. The dog monsters snapped sharply, blood spraying as their jaws clamped down on something unseen. Amidst a screen of sharp barbed wire fences, a vehicle fought to make its way across the damaged bridge. Sweat trickled down the driver's face as he gripped the steering wheel, speaking with worry about the suggested route. The young man assured with calm resolve that crossing the bridge was easier than it seemed. The driver recalled a space war strategy game his generation knew well, named Stark, involving 3 races waging war. The young man explained how players could customize maps, with his favorite being one where limited units had to survive waves of monsters. He pointed out how the current real-life situation oddly mirrored that survival map, with swarms of monsters rushing endlessly. He asked if the driver could reverse to a certain spot just beyond the barbed wire fence. The vehicle backed up carefully toward the requested spot, framed by the chain-link fence and the barbed wire above. With a loud impact, the back of the truck crashed against the fence, shaking the ground beneath. The truck rattled hard from the impact, startling the driver and passenger inside. The monstrous dogs howled and snarled, anticipating the next attack. The young man confessed he had wondered when he'd have to put a certain ability to use. Now was the time. A glowing digital notification announced he had unlocked auto-ship after spending magic stones, with a remaining balance displayed. The young man called to Pax, the small hovering drone, instructing it to spend all its magic stones strengthening the shipment. A bright blue magical message indicated consuming magic stones to increase shipping speed to 100 kilometers per hour. The driver noted if the recipient had eaten enough, they should come over. The young man declared playtime as a glowing magical circle lit the rear of the truck, sending swarms of monstrous dogs charging. A digital panel appeared showing the price of a double-door refrigerator as one was catapulted forward through the air. The refrigerator crashed onto the street, scattering debris and knocking monsters aside violently. An alert stated 12 magic stones had been obtained. The young man smiled, pleased by the results of the magic-enhanced shipment. The young man reflected on how his reinforced shipping ability was boosted while digging the tunnel and improved speed and precision. A wyvern adjusted its flight course smoothly as the young man considered his improved control. The young man observed the monsters running incredibly fast, dodging axes flying at 100 kilometers per hour. He noted how the monsters charged relentlessly, even when one fell beside them. The pack of dog-like monsters sprinted full force down the broken urban sidewalk. Monsters leaped against the moving truck fiercely, claws ripping at the metal. One of the monsters screamed out in pain violently in midair. Standing beside the truck's open rear, the young man ordered the drone packs to spend everything to strengthen the shipment. The young man muttered that there was no need to keep watching, exhausted yet focused. Pax confirmed it would hold on, responding with a simple affirmative. The dog-like monsters snarled and snapped eagerly, charging to survive. The brutal pack tore through the air, closing in fast with furious growls. Sharp metallic debris smashed through the monster pack as they were thrown violently aside. The driver caught sight of the flying creatures through the side mirror, his face contorted in shock and fear. The driver gasped and asked in disbelief why refrigerators were being launched like sharp missiles. The young man wondered if the refrigerators were somehow coming out as new stock, surprised by the strange quantities in the logistics center. He also questioned whether the stock might actually be infinite, puzzling over the strange logistics. The driver nervously turned while asking if the driver wanted something to eat. The young man responded affirmatively and offered to bring some food. The driver appeared surprised and asked if the stock really was infinite. The questions continued as the driver looked seriously concerned about the infinite stock possibility. The young man responded calmly, explaining he picked up the axes after use so they wouldn't injure others on the road. The driver looked relieved after understanding the reason for retrieving the axes. The young man continued explaining that axes were reused by firing them again, not just picked up for reloading. The driver smiled and acknowledged how that explanation made sense and eased concerns. Sweat dripped down the driver's face as he nervously asked if the stock was truly infinite. The young man answered clearly that yes, it appeared to be infinite. He admitted he was ashamed as he spoke of the strange, seemingly endless supply. Confused, the driver said he didn't know what kind of ability the young man possessed but realized the gesture of sharing food. Smiling warmly, the young man looked at the driver as they shared the moment. The young man took a bite of a donut, savoring the taste. He expressed gratitude for the trust and offered help to the driver if needed. The driver stated thanks to the young man for clearing monsters, hopeful to reach home soon, mentioning his own home was an hour away. The young man smiled brightly, reassuring the driver he'd soon see his family. The driver acknowledged and said he hoped everything would stay safe and the driver should take care. The young man blinked calmly while chewing thoughtfully on his donut. The driver asked if the young man could show up like this to his family, worried about his appearance. The young man smiled from the side mirror, gently acknowledging it would take time to get things sorted and suggested new clothes. He asked the driver what kind of style he preferred, noting he was even helping with clothes now. The driver, appearing confident yet uncertain, warned he wasn't sure the young man had what he was actually looking for. The camera closed in on the reflection in the young man's round sunglasses as a faint smile glimmered. Sunlight reflected off the sunglasses just as they were put on, changing the young man's appearance. The young man settled confidently behind the wheel, donning the glasses with the sunlight haloing his head. The young man pondered as the vehicle started moving again, a little uncertain. The driver exhaled sharply, firmly instructing that the truck was durable for now and they should leave immediately. The driver furiously shifted gears and pushed forward at full speed, his hands dancing over the controls with focus. A sturdy motorcycle boot stepped hard onto the throttle, propelling the vehicle with determination. The wheels spun quickly, sending up dirt and debris as the vehicle surged powerfully forward. The young man grabbed onto the cabin frame as the truck surged forward suddenly, surprise etched across his face. The truck barreled forward on the bridge with explosive force, sending monstrous dog-like creatures flying as it crushed through the pack. From above, the truck continued its unstoppable charge, leaving several injured creatures sprawled across the cracked bridge. Inside the truck, a pair of hands frantically worked the gear lever and steering wheel to keep control amid the chaotic movement. The driver, wearing sunglasses, urged Mr. Jeong-gyeom to hold on tight and reassured him that the perilous journey would only take 20 minutes. Jeong-gyeom reacted with shock and concern. The truck sped past the damaged cityscape, its momentum creating dust and debris that blurred the surroundings. The truck raced down the fractured road, kicking up dust and broken pavement in rapid motion as it sped toward their destination. The wheels of the truck screeched violently as the driver adjusted speed to navigate the treacherous terrain. Jeong-gyeom, feeling nauseated by the rough ride, told Yong-soo to slow the truck down as he held a cloth to his face. The driver appeared tense yet composed. A voice called out quietly, addressing Mr. Jeong-gyeom directly. Jeong-gyeom, tired and worn, appeared dazed and asked for clarification with a confused expression. The truck passed through the ruined city, moving past a damaged building with shattered windows and crumbling walls, dust and debris swirling around. Cracks lined the weathered building with broken windows and chunks of debris scattered across the ground. Faint sunlight cast shadows on the faded bricks, revealing the building's fragile state, a clear sign of its age. The scene widened, showing multiple surrounding buildings equally damaged and aged. The area appeared worn down and past its prime, confirming the sense of an old, deteriorating neighborhood. Broken glass and rubble lay across the street as the building stood deserted, no bodies to be found around the ruins. The empty destruction contrasted with a main street elsewhere that was strewn with corpses. A single word appeared, signaling acceptance of what was to come next. A trembling hand reached out to press a button on a sturdy door, the person's desperate thoughts focused on the safety of their family. They only needed to open this door and step inside. The man shook nervously as he hovered his finger near the door's keypad, repeating to himself the simple task of pressing the number to open the door. The young man standing behind him wondered silently if the door could actually be opened by this anxious man. The young man reflected on how the driver had floored the accelerator, covering in 20 minutes a distance that normally took an hour, rushing with fierce urgency to be reunited with his family. Inside the damaged building, the young man followed the driver closely as the man approached the door, driven solely by thoughts of his family. Yet, the grim possibility of facing a cold corpse ahead loomed as the door neared. The young man thought that no matter how determined the driver was, there was simply no way to open that door. The driver spoke quietly to himself, wishing it were him instead of his family waiting anxiously on the other side. Repeated thoughts circled in the driver's mind, wishing it were himself rather than his loved ones who had to face whatever awaited beyond the door. A hand rested gently on the driver's shoulder, grounding him in his moment of distress. The young man offered to press the doorbell on the driver's behalf, hoping to ease the burden of this difficult moment. The driver remained silent, caught in the overwhelming emotions of the moment, trembling under the young man's gentle support. Resolute, the young man said he'd rather have someone else open the door for him, acknowledging how postponing it further would only cause more suffering. The driver hesitated, but then gathered himself to press the doorbell as urged. The tension hung thick as the driver quietly gave his consent to the young man's plan. The young man stepped forward and carefully reached for the door handle, asking the driver to be patient. The young man suddenly startled, eyes wide as the door swung open unexpectedly. The driver's face filled with shocked tears as the sight of his family finally appeared before him. A woman appeared in the doorway with a small child clutching her leg, her voice a soft, hopeful call to the driver. The woman asked earnestly if it was truly him standing there, unable to believe his return. Tears streamed down the driver's face uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the reunion. The father's return was met with a heartfelt embrace as he crouched down to hug his daughter tightly. The family reunion offered a quiet moment of relief, the father's footstep echoing softly as he stepped into the room. The young man gently asked how the driver knew to come to this door, voice warm and curious. The driver, tearful and trembling, explained how he had been guided safely, his emotions raw and vulnerable. The woman recounted hearing a noise, looking through the peephole, and deciding to open the door upon seeing the driver. She broke down in tears, overcome with relief and emotion, holding the driver close as the child clung to him. The daughter sobbed uncontrollably, confessing her anger towards the father, her emotions pouring out. The mother, overwhelmed, questioned who the young man was, her face filled with a mix of curiosity and concern. The young man explained he was a benefactor who had helped the driver reach his family safely, the revelation bringing shock. With a sudden move, the young man dropped to the ground, overwhelmed by the emotional weight of the moment. A heavy silence settled over as an unseen voice murmured a troubled confession of being unable to sleep here. A cry shattered the quiet as someone called out desperately for the young man, their voice thick with worry. The young man announced quietly that they had reached his limit, the emotional pressure becoming too much. A child's quiet question pierced the room, asking why the dad wasn't crying. The father, relaxed but thoughtful, reflected on the bittersweet nature of parting, the array of emotions summoned by cherished memories. The father presented a photo of an elderly man in traditional dress, correlating his words with the many emotions people feel when saying goodbye. Sitting with family, the father spoke of farewells not being solely sad occasions, emphasizing how parting evokes a complex blend of feelings. The young boy questioned aloud whether the father felt more gratitude than sadness, prompting thoughtful agreement. The father shared that he had been shown the true essence of love, a love that cares without expecting anything in return. The young boy's expression shifted abruptly as he was unexpectedly struck on the cheek, his face contorted in pain and surprise. Nearby, the younger sister grinned as she playfully struck her brother with a pillow, their light-hearted fight drawing the attention of those around. The boy cried out, complaining about the force of the hit, his pain drawing a witty retort from his sister. She teased him, explaining she had even chosen a pillow to soften the blow, calling him a crybaby with a smirk. He shot back with a sharp retort, vowing to reveal her tricks to their dad, the siblings' playful banter filling the room. The sister laughed, proudly proclaiming victory in their playful fight, while a voice cheered for the defending champion, Kim Seoul. The father observed the playful fight and joked about being unable to watch his drama, noting the daughter was hogging the TV. The mother scolded a family member to come help with dinner, laughter and casual family noise filling the peaceful home. The mother called Juyeon to stop playing with his phone and join the family for dinner, the round table filled with steaming food and everyone gathered around. The mother asked if the young boy had a crush or something, commenting on how often he's been on his phone lately. The boy explained it was normal for middle schoolers to text each other a lot. A commentator's voice excitedly described a brutal right hook landing hard, while the family members watched the fight with interest and some concern. The mother scolded the kids for hogging the TV, lamenting how she couldn't even watch her drama. The family gathered comfortably around the table. A boy with a playful smile leaned back, holding chopsticks in one hand as he encouraged the young man with a bruised eye to try out a boxing or sports club at school, hinting he might be good at it. The young man calmly confirmed that his own choice of school was influenced by the same reason. The young man with the swollen eye stared ahead, his expression blank yet contemplative, as the thought of middle school crossed his mind. Close-up of determined footsteps landing firmly on the sidewalk, leaves swirling around the path. The young man looked up with hopeful and focused eyes, clutching the straps of his backpack tightly as he walked among other students. A congratulatory banner announcing admission to Young Korean Middle School flickered in the sunlight, filling the young man with excitement and anticipation. The young man strode forward with a determined gaze, surrounded by groups of talking students enjoying their first day. The young man glanced back with a quick, sharp look, his eyes alert and cautious. He pulled his backpack straps tighter, his face serious as he prepared for the day ahead. A soft smile touched the young man's lips as he endured the formality, reminded himself of the uniform's significance. Suddenly, a strong punch threw the young man back, his face contorted in pain from the impact. Surrounded and overwhelmed, several boys relentlessly beat down a kneeling figure, their fists and feet battering him mercilessly. The young man was mercilessly kicked while on the ground, his body twisted painfully as he covered his face. One aggressive boy launched a quick punch, his face twisted with anger and violence. The young man grabbed the wrist of his attacker, parrying the incoming blow with tense strength. A tall figure in a tracksuit calmly caught the puncher's arm effortlessly, eyes unreadable in shadow while the aggressor stared in shock and sweat dripped down his face. The mysterious figure loomed as silence fell, holding the offender's arm firmly with a solemn expression. Sweat poured down the young man's tense face as he processed the surprising demand, eyes wide with shock. Sunlight filtered through green leaves, dappling the peaceful scene outside. The young man gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his face as a shadowy figure loomed behind him, silently observing. A close-up showed a backpack strap in the hands of the young man, who was gathering his resolve. Walking confidently through the school grounds, the young man smiled as he joined a group of friendly peers. A digital notification popped up on a phone screen, confirming acceptance to Seoul XX Nursing College, which the young man announced with joy. A group of shocked and angry people inside rushed to announce loudly that Jeong-gyeom had gotten into nursing school, their disbelief evident. Fingers quickly typed on a keyboard while someone called out to Jeong-gyeom that the time had come. Jeong-gyeom asked calmly for clarification about what time had come, turning to the man holding cards with a curious look. A heavy paper was forcefully grabbed, the sound echoing in tension. A close-up showed a military enlistment notice held firmly in a hand, its stark title clearly visible. A young man with a crew cut looked off thoughtfully into the distance as some people waved goodbye behind him. Two adults shared careful, concerned wishes for safety and care, speaking softly as they watched the young men depart. The young man turned back one last time to offer words of encouragement to the others, who now marched away in uniform. The group marched steadily forward in uniform, the young man leading quietly at the center of the pack. From a distance, friends and family called out with warm wishes for safety and well-being. The young man clenched his fist tightly, tears streaming down his face as he tried to hold his emotions. Tears of sadness and longing flowed freely on the young man's face as he walked away, overwhelmed by his emotions. In a quiet moment, the young man gently reached out and touched a soft light or flame, a faint hope flickering. Eyes wide with surprise, the young man awoke from his bed in shock, gripping the sheets. The young man blinked awake, sweat dripping down his face as he wondered where he was and if he'd fainted. A flashback recalled Yeongsu meeting his family, but the last memories before the blackout felt hazy and unclear, while scenes of intense combat flashed. Suddenly alert, the young man grasped a small, detailed weapon, preparing for what was coming. Inside a warmly lit room, the young man turned his head sharply as a woman and child looked on with curious expressions. A warning image appeared, featuring a hooded figure with a shattered face set against fiery rings, cautioning about site piracy. The driver let out a strained breath, his face lined with fading hope and growing fear. The young man softly urged the driver with his name, trying to call him back from his painful thoughts. Stepping forward with determination, the young man moved to take charged action, ready to open the door himself. Someone called out urgently for the young man, alarmed by his sudden collapse. The young man drifted into unconsciousness, his name whispered in the panic that followed. He acknowledged that such ideas might be hard to understand now, but promised that one day, with time and growth, the truth would become clear. The father warned that giving and receiving love isn't easy, hinting at future challenges and growth and understanding. Two boys laughed and chatted animatedly with backpacks on their backs, their mood light and carefree. A crisp close-up of the young man's sharp school uniform caught the light, sparkling with pride and fresh beginnings. Light fell softly on the calm face of the rescuer, who gazed quietly with piercing eyes. The young man, now safe, spoke assertively to those around, ordering the newly arrived to join the morning exercise moving forward. Shock spread across Jeong-gyeom's face as he stared intensely at the contents of the document. He suddenly sat up on the bed, eyes darting around in confusion and urgency. The man crouched in the corner of a well-lit kitchen, his focus on the sturdy axe he held. Across from him, a woman sat eating with a little girl who suddenly looked up, catching the man's attention. The woman turned toward the little girl, puzzled by the child's sudden motion. The child puffed her cheeks full of food, gripping her fork tightly. The woman reminded him to support the official website by reading there to keep the series ongoing as the quiet moment lingered between the family. A tense silence filled the room as the man sat upright on a thin mattress, gripping the axe tightly. He suddenly stood, his eyes sharp as he turned, readying himself as if sensing something unseen moving nearby. Sweat beaded on his brow while he knelt, staring toward the figure that had collapsed on the ground, steady breaths showing the man was now calmly asleep. The woman asked the man if he was okay, noting he had suddenly collapsed and fallen asleep. She explained the man had been sleeping so soundly that she hadn't woken him up. The man pondered silently, his hand tightening around the axe before he asked how long he had been asleep. He magically retrieved the axe from where he had put it and asked how long he had actually been asleep. The woman told him it had only been about 3 hours, while the little girl continued chewing her food noisily. With a slight smile, the woman said her husband told her that he helped a lot in getting here. She thanked him for helping and for allowing her to see her husband again, while the man squatted in surprise. The man humbly said he hadn't done much compared to the help he received. An exhausted man named Jeong-gyeom sat up tiredly, telling the man he saved his life. The man acknowledged him properly. The woman gently reminded the man to have a meal first before continuing the conversation, explaining that her husband insisted on eating with him and had not yet eaten because of that. The two men agreed to eat together before continuing the talk. The man happily grasped his spoon and prepared to eat the steaming bowl of food. The series title is displayed with a glowing, watery ring behind it. A close-up of a pot of steaming stew with cubes of tofu, pieces of kimchi, and slices of green pepper glowing warmly. The man's eyes widened as he recognized the meal as camber eel stew. The woman hesitated, unsure if the stew would suit his taste, explaining she wanted to provide something more generous but was limited by ingredients. The man said this was the best meal he had in the last 3 months, comparing it favorably to his mother's kimchi stew. The man smiled gently in appreciation, feeling comforted by the warm meal. He took the first spoonful of stew, savoring it slowly. The man's eyes closed in bliss as he tasted the stew. He raised his eyes, marveling at the rich flavors as the stew hit his palate with a burst of warmth and zestiness. He took a thoughtful bite, deeply moved by the delicate balance of sweetness and oiliness, the kimchi's tang marrying perfectly with the tender mackerel. The taste filled him with a surprising joy, a bright sensation surging through him. He was captivated by how sweetness and oil of the stir-fried kimchi blended with the clean, savory taste of mackerel, with rich spices swirling around. The man's flavor experience continued with a bright rush of emotion, the rich, savory taste awakening a deep feeling inside him. He looked down at the steaming bowl before him, the warmth of the stew strangely comforting in their harsh, post-apocalyptic world. The man quietly scooped the last bits of stew from his bowl with his spoon. He nodded, telling them he ate well, a sign of gratitude for the meal. A black-framed bubble revealed his somber thoughts about how the world had ended up in ruin. He reflected vaguely on how it had been this way for months, even since leaving the military. The man's face fell as he silently sighed, weighed down by the heavy reality. He asked if his destination was Jeong-gyeom, which the other man confirmed for now. The man promised to drive him there. He blinked in surprise, questioning the plan. He explained that Jeong-gyeom wasn't his final destination, intending to go further to Ujeongbu and thus needing the vehicle longer. He realized they had a condition to work out, now understanding the reason behind it. The man suggested continuing their conversation outside. The sky glowed softly as the conversation moved outdoors. Standing by a large truck in a cracked, demolished area, they discussed traveling together to Jeong-gyeom in the truck. They confirmed that Jeong-gyeom would return by electric bicycle after dropping him off, and that the bicycle would be lent as needed. Jeong-gyeom rubbed the back of his neck bashfully and said that even though the bike didn't seem like much help, it was a necessary condition that he would still do it if Mr. Jeong-gyeom agreed. The man accepted the plan but hesitated on something. He turned with a serious expression, questioning the risk they were about to take. His silent doubts echoed in the air, questioning why such a risk was necessary. Jeong-gyeom smiled confidently, reassuring him that his driving skills were more than enough to outrun most monsters. He stressed that despite the skills, the situation was still dangerous. The man sighed deeply, reflecting on the danger and the stakes they faced. Firmly, the man turned to Jeong-gyeom, acknowledging how far the other had come for his family but admitted confusion. He asked why Jeong-gyeom looked to help him, wanting to understand his motives. Jeong-gyeom laughed softly and reminded the man that he himself had been saved by him. He questioned why he was being helped in return, looking for the reason behind this kindness. The man stood, facing Jeong-gyeom squarely, admitting he didn't have an answer. Yong-soo smiled sincerely, saying he wouldn't have made it this far without his help, crediting survival to him. He explained how risking passage through a dangerous tunnel nearly cost him his life. Looking determined, the man said he was trying to give as much help as he could in return. The two men stood by the truck amidst ruined concrete and rubble, with Yong-soo acknowledging they were in the same difficult situation. The man noted that although the other had awakened a powerful ability, it didn't mean his path wouldn't be hard. He acknowledged the weight of hope they still held for their family's safety despite the world's ruin, referring to risking the tunnel once more. Yong-soo laughed, saying it was good to help each other but also felt a bit presumptuous saying he was helping. He reassured the man that if things got worse, he'd flee without hesitation. The man smiled and waved goodbye to the group of uniformed people gathered behind them. He quietly resolved to head out, advising Yong-soo to return if the journey seemed impossible. The man lifted his hand slowly as a farewell before starting on his bicycle. He glanced back beseechingly at the group, his face smudged with dirt and wearing a weary expression. Noticing a broken window above, he reached out wistfully toward the evening sky as remnants of glass shimmered in the air. The metal steering wheel and ignition key turned, as the man prepared for his journey. The key glinted in the light after turning in the ignition. The man mounted the electric bike with determination, gears turning smoothly. The shattered glass of a broken window reflected the tense moment as the man looked outside. A close-up showed the man gently smiling in an expression of quiet gratitude. Yong-soo nodded nervously, making sure the man was truly comfortable with the plan. He explained his mysterious power called Subspace, a space protected where nothing can enter without permission. As long as this subspace is maintained, he can even duplicate items from the storage facility. The man absorbed the explanation, understanding the possibilities it opened. He laid out his detailed travel plan through multiple districts, asking Yong-soo to accompany him until he found his family. The man spoke with calm determination, admitting he couldn't do it alone. A glowing portal swirled beside him as he explained that leveling up his subspace would allow others, including the listener and their family, to enter with him. The scene widened to reveal a spacious warehouse, the man standing and facing an older figure as he assured that if he went, the other's family would come along too. The man smiled confidently and thanked the other for defeating the monster dogs, announcing he could now level up his subspace. He promised protection for the other's family in return for help finding his own. The older man chuckled, addressing the younger one by name. The older man removed his sunglasses, his voice steady, as he said he would bring his wife and daughter. The older man adjusted his sunglasses with a grin, saying they should head out right away. A digital display appeared, showing the subspace upgrading progress at 43%. Then it confirmed subspace level 2 was achieved, noting increased maintenance costs, raising magic stone costs from 1 to 6. The display updated with new details. The subspace could now accommodate 20 people, and an additional ability allowed storing one item directly in front of the user. The man viewed the screen thoughtfully, noting the higher maintenance cost to 6 magic stones and deciding to check additional abilities later. He then shifted focus. The man glanced sideways with a slight smile. The digital display warned of an external presence attempting to enter, asking for permission to allow 3 named people in. The man nodded with authority, saying allow. A group of 3, 2 adults and a child, stepped through the glowing portal. The family looked astonished, the woman covering her mouth and the man wide-eyed, while the young girl stared ahead. The scene zoomed out to show the group standing in the large warehouse with beams of light streaming from above, as the narration encouraged support for the official website. The man addressed a robot named Pax, who responded with a small movement. The man demonstrated how to use Pax, introducing the robot to the group and explaining that they could call Pax for any needs, including checking and delivering items. The woman marveled that there was a fresh food center where they could find most needed ingredients, but nervously questioned if they could truly use everything freely. The man assured her everything was infinite in the subspace, explaining that since items could be duplicated, they could use them without asking. The man told Mr. Yong-soo to take a break while they prepared, explaining they would head out in about 30 minutes. He mentioned needing to check some details about his abilities. The man affirmed that he was ready whenever the others were. The man invited the group to ask freely if curious about anything. The woman and man smiled warmly as the little girl excitedly agreed to play princess with her father after a long time. The man said he would prepare some snacks, the family standing nearby as the warehouse glowed around them. The man turned slightly, readying himself. A digital display listed new unlockable features available in the Subspace lab, a place to combine, classify, and transform registered items, along with simultaneous shipping capabilities. A hooded figure appeared with a flaming golden magical circle behind them, casting a formidable presence as a warning from the Thunder Team appeared above. The hooded figure stood facing the reader, surrounded by a fiery golden aura. A question appeared quietly, asking what his ability might be. A blue glowing panel displayed the details of an ability named My Own Subspace at level 1, granting the power to store a single object directly in front of him within the subspace. The man reflected on his ability, confirming it was subspace that let him store an object ahead, with easy access at any time. He activated a protective magical barrier as a large orc with bloody wounds reached forward, but nothing could enter the subspace unless permitted. He considered that the original scope of his ability was limited initially. After entering the logistics center, he discovered and began updating the operating system that merged PAX AI with the Awakening System OS, expanding his power. His ability now extended beyond opening and closing subspace, adding new functions like throwing items at high speed, demonstrated by a monstrous dog with an open jaw. The subspace alone was already remarkable, but after meeting PAX, his abilities had evolved significantly. He read about unlockable subspace items and discovered a subspace lab that could combine, separate, and transform items stored within. He didn't expect further new abilities as he leveled up, but a system message indicated his subspace now could store more items. He questioned what combining, separating, and transforming items could actually mean. The digital message confirmed an increase in the subspace storage capacity. He concluded that leveling up would enhance his powers even further. Realization dawned as he wondered aloud if he could store more than just PAX FC in his subspace. He thought aloud that this possibility wasn't the full story. Curious, he wanted to explore all new features but realized he lacked enough mana stones. He reassured himself with the subspace message confirming storage expansion with increased capacity. He repeated to himself that for now, his confirmed subspace ability was the ability to store an object ahead with increased capacity. The system panel glowed, showing the increased storage capability for one object. He reflected on the moment he stored PAX FC in the subspace, thinking he had made a mistake but realizing that PAX was fully stored. He contemplated that if he could truly store anything in the subspace, the potential was immense. He then wondered what exactly he could store, answering himself that it would be the Earth. He admitted it wouldn't work and that it was for the best as a man behind him called to his attention. The man showed him a map and confirmed the route to Gangnam. Consulting the map, they agreed that taking the main road would be better. The man questioned if he was going to play with his daughter, catching the other's surprised expression. He responded vaguely, stating he'd be fine. They passed a sleeping little girl surrounded by scattered toys in a dusty warehouse filled with sunlight. He observed that the girl must have felt safe enough to fall asleep after playing. They exchanged smiles and gratitude for their mutual help and support. They reaffirmed their collaboration and mutual assistance. The man promised to help in whatever way he could, catching his friend's unexpected reaction. The man remained silent while the other addressed him seriously. They exchanged confused expressions as he asked a question. He explained that driving was the only thing he could contribute, but he was extraordinarily fast on the road. He then asked the other to slow down while recalling the help he'd received. He smiled with determination as the truck sped away through the ruined city streets under a fiery sky. The sun set over damaged buildings and deserted roads, with dust and debris drifting in the air. A large cargo truck rumbled through the wreckage, kicking up dust as it moved forward. They agreed the side road was more deserted than the main one and noted the absence of monsters where people were scarce. The man observed the rough road they were taking was undeveloped, indicating a Bronze Age archaeological site nearby. He noted there were no monsters or suspicious people on this rough road, expressing hope for its end soon. His companion's face lit with realization. They spotted an approaching military vehicle with headlights piercing the dim surroundings. The scene zoomed out to show the wrecked city area where the dust settled on the bunker barricades. They noted the military barricades with spiked strips, yet acknowledged the soldiers inside were few and non-threatening. They questioned if the military was still active nearby, noting the base was present but uncertain of its current influence. He firmly responded that he didn't believe the military remained there. He peered into a vehicle's side mirror, watching as the military car passed by the barricade. Suddenly, the man sensed they were being watched from somewhere nearby. A tense atmosphere grew as they realized avoiding the unknown watchers might be impossible. He decided to open a small portal beneath the steering wheel and instructed his companion to enter quickly. The companion doubted the driver's safety, but the man confidently reassured them. Dark-clothed men with weapons approached the truck. One armed man disparaged the driver's skill, hoping to see the tires burst. The man furiously yanked open the back gate of the cargo hold. He ordered sharply for the cargo to be opened immediately. With a loud clang, the back gate swung open as they braced for whatever was inside. A man wearing a camouflage shirt stood at a distance facing a massive wall of stacked cardboard boxes, his breath caught in awe. He moved closer, noticing boxes labeled clearly as tuna, and his face lit up in excitement over the unexpected haul. A close-up of the soldier's face showed sharp features and a grim expression as he demanded to know where the supplies had come from. The delivery man was silent, his gaze steady but uncertain. Finally, the delivery man admitted with a subtle sweat that the food and supplies were from a logistics center. The soldier scoffed and explained that even if the delivery man told them the location, it wouldn't matter, as few could find it. The delivery man stood by a truck with its door open, explaining that roads to the logistics center were collapsed or blocked, but he could acquire more food if necessary. The soldier remained expressionless, listening attentively. The soldier then inquired about the total amount of food available, noting that what was brought was only a fraction. The delivery man confirmed quietly but firmly. The soldier repeated his affirmation. The delivery man's companion arrived, telling him quietly that it was time, prompting him to ask with surprise if so soon. The delivery man grimaced in pain and gasped loudly from the unexpected punch. In an abrupt moment, the delivery man collapsed onto his knees, clutching his stomach, while a hefty man removed a hood from over the delivery man's head. The delivery man's eyes showed a tense, wary expression with sweat dripping down as he faced an unknown fate. The soldier pulled a chair out and roughly tied the delivery man up while another stood watchfully nearby. A close-up showed a polished nameplate on the desk with the word Commander engraved. A framed South Korean flag hung prominently on the office wall, bathed in warm light. The scene pulled back to reveal an overhead view of the office room containing a tied-up delivery man, the soldier commander sitting behind a desk, and a body lying motionless with blood on the floor. The delivery man nervously explained to himself the soldier's corpse scene in the room and wondered why someone with a hood was being taken there. The commander, tattooed and stern-looking, admitted he gathered the food and supplies at the local gunpowder logistics center. He complimented the delivery man's planning, noting it made sense and was smart to start with a logistics center. The commander questioned if the delivery man was the only one who could access the logistics center, inquiring where he got the supplies. The delivery man confirmed he was the only one and supplied everything from the gunpowder logistics center. The delivery man confusedly asked where he was and what was happening as he looked around the room, sweating nervously. The commander laughed aloud, insisting it was obvious he was in a military base, and searched his memory trying to recall the place's name. Suddenly, the delivery man noticed through the window the arrival of flying wyverns soaring in the sky. The delivery man recognized a distant sound and questioned it with concern. Suddenly, the door to the office was violently thrown open, alarming everyone inside. The commander advised it was already time for the arrival of something significant. The delivery man's eyes widened in shock and fear as he stared at what had come. The commander pointed out the soldier with a smashed head and explained that the military had tried and failed to fight the monster with guns, causing all soldiers to die. Outside the window, monstrous wyverns loomed ominously, circling above with sharp claws and menacing wings. The delivery man stared in disbelief at one particularly huge wyvern, recognizing its immense threat and force. He admitted to considering himself strong, but the monster had nearly killed him. The commander explained how his attacks felt blocked by some unseen force. Suddenly, the delivery man's shock turned to horror as he loudly screamed out in agony. The commander explained how the military had been recruiting fighters to battle monsters but found the monsters powerful and the military ineffective. He assured the delivery man he hadn't killed the soldiers yet and that the delivery man had been saved because he seemingly knew a lot, though weakened from starvation. The commander said the soldiers would likely die soon but assigned the delivery man to take the kids to the logistics center to get more food. The commander said departure would be tomorrow morning and promised to accept the delivery man into their family after seeing his deeds, claiming it would be beneficial. The commander asserted they could protect the delivery man from monsters and was considering what defensive measures to employ. The delivery man expressed feeling the place was perfect despite its circumstances. The commander ordered the delivery man to store the Joint Command Communications headquarters inside his subspace, causing disbelief and confusion from the delivery man. The commander's face hardened with anger as he demanded an explanation. The commander warned the delivery man with a cold stare, asking if he wanted to die. The delivery man's hand clenched tightly in anger and desperation as a red aura flared around him. A system prompt asked if he wished to store the designated target. With determination and sweat on his face, he ordered to store the target. No narration needed. Bold title card appeared for the next story chapter, Apocalypse Logistics Center, with credits underneath. Silently, he stood and awaited the process as a faint glow surrounded the area. A final note from the Thunder team appeared, warning about piracy issues and urging readers to support the official website. The system message failed to store the Earth in the subspace, stating the target was outside the storable range. He cursed under his breath, frustrated. Unease crept in as he sensed a sudden seriousness between them that made him uncomfortable. From above, 4 armed men looked down, questioning a lone delivery man about whether all the supplies truly belonged to him. The delivery man nodded hesitantly. The man with an assault rifle shook his head defiantly, stating the supplies no longer belonged to the delivery man but to them now. Nearby, a thought appeared among the delivery man's mind about their intention to seize food and supplies. The soldier in charge decided that it was best to wrap things up and instructed Taekyeom to grab the hooded figure with him, causing the delivery man to wonder inwardly what time meant. The soldier barked an order for Mingyu to start moving the truck, while he personally would take charge of the hooded figure. Suddenly, the soldier clenched his fist tightly and aggressively punched the delivery man in the chest with surprising force, causing the latter to gasp in pain and shock. Two men dressed in camouflage stood watchfully, carrying rifles as they gazed alertly towards the fading sunset. One of the armed men looked sharply to the side, drawing the attention of the others standing nearby. A man's wide eyes and sweat-dropped face betrayed sudden alarm as he questioned what had just occurred, glancing toward a bound figure seated behind him. His gaze shifted to confirm that several buildings had vanished without warning from the open scene before him. The bound man, slouched tightly in a chair, cried out loudly in alarm, slumping heavily with blood spilling near his feet. The injured man struggled to speak, whispering about a strange sensation linked to storing their drone packs suddenly in the subspace. He realized he had to quickly break the surrounding magical barrier, tension thickening the air as another man nodded in understanding. His comrade stared up in horror as a terrible threat approached, breath quickening in fear and dread. Reflected in a sharp eye was a massive flock of winged wyverns unleashing upon the horizon. The soldiers faced the oncoming swarm. A fearsome wyvern roared ferociously, baring rows of sharp teeth as it rushed forward. People scrambled wildly in the chaos, the wounded man struggling to rise as another screamed for everyone to run. The commanding man ordered his soldiers to shoot fiercely, telling them to wipe out the smaller wyverns first before tackling the huge creature together. He admitted his magic might allow him to catch the gigantic wyvern despite their guns failing to stop it, resolve stealing his expression. A soldier cursed angrily, calling others traitors in frustration as a huge winged wyvern loomed overhead, ready to attack. Sweat dripped as the man eyed the monstrous wyvern raging in the sunset, its huge body casting an ominous shadow. The man's tense expression remained as the shadow of the soaring wyvern grew larger, the scene charged with imminent danger. A close-up of the wyvern's golden eye reflected fierce intent, scales shimmering under the light. The wyvern blinked sharply, its gaze locking onto its target as the atmosphere thickened with tension. The wyvern watched silently as the injured man was supported by another through a glowing magical portal, ready to retreat. A glowing digital hologram warned that an external entity was attempting to enter, asking for permission for Han Hyung-ho. The man stepped inside the portal firmly, granting permission with cold determination. The injured man leaned heavily on his friend, showing signs of extreme weakness and dizziness. The man reflected internally that he had snuck in during chaos but must prepare for the aftereffects of storing things abruptly in subspace. He looked cautiously at the wounded man he helped carry, puzzled by his focus toward the looming wyvern. The wyvern fixed its glowing eyes on its attacker, wings spreading wide as it prepared to strike back. The young man noted the wyvern's expression and motion with tense awareness, gauging its next move. The wyvern unleashed a guttural roar, its mouth wide as it prepared to attack the wounded man and his protector. The wounded man swung a fist with force at the wyvern's jaw, landing a solid strike as the beast recoiled. The man braced himself for combat with fierce determination, shouting insults as he confronted the reptilian foe. He proclaimed his hardened resolve, claiming his fists were now toughened by experience and battle. The young man appeared alert, sweat beading his brow as he watched the fight unfolding before him. A magical portal shimmered behind the pair as they prepared to step through, the wyvern growling behind them. The young man fell to his knees, exhaustion pulling at him as a concerned voice called his name urgently. He steadied the wounded man, explaining they didn't recognize him and asked who he was, trying to assess the situation. The young man described the apparent torture marks on the injured soldier and noted his poor condition. He offered to help care for the injured man, showing compassion despite the grim situation. The man contemplated whether the injuries were due to gangsters, and they both agreed the soldier was starving. The soldier remained unconscious on the bed as the men worried about possible malnutrition, deciding to manage his diet carefully. The young man commented that the soldier's injuries didn't seem severe, pondering if the causes were those gangsters heard about earlier. The men learned the soldier had been starved and tortured, explaining his weak state was likely due to malnutrition. They discussed a new massive building that suddenly appeared, marveling at its imposing presence. The other man turned sharply, sensing something unusual appearing right outside the window. The young man questioned the strange new building, noting it looked huge from the outside with flying Korean flags. Both men peered with shock and confusion, realizing the place resembled a military base. One man admitted he had brought the soldier to a military base, though he hadn't expected it to be so large. He mentioned being blindfolded on arrival. The other man was surprised, deciding he needed to verify something about their situation. The young man asked someone nearby to watch over the injured soldier briefly, promising to return soon. The man stepped away, giving permission and allowing the other to leave. The shocked man contemplated how bringing a military base into their circle changed everything, murmuring the thought aloud. The young man questioned what their plan was for the military base, pondering their next steps. The young man cycled steadily through the military base environment, reflecting on the endless supplies and vehicles stored within. He mused on how perfectly the military base suited survival needs in the apocalyptic world, despite the difficulty of using it like his magical logistics center. The man looked up, sweat forming on his face as he considered that the guns were kept in the armory and the ammunition and explosives were stored in the magazine. He noted that if they needed anything, they would have to retrieve it themselves, but the problem was finding out where everything was. Clothes on the man's tense face, sweat dripping, he reflected on how he hadn't realized the size of the place when blindfolded. He remarked that it was even bigger than Pax. He warned that even if they found the weapons and ammo, the real issue was that Yong-soo, the likely person to use the guns, lacked combat experience. A figure approached swiftly on a bike, declaring he would help Jeong-gyeom by fetching ammo from the magazine, urging him to hold on a little longer. The man thought about when they would be able to get the guns and ammo, worrying about when they would have the time to assemble them even if they managed to retrieve the supplies. He acknowledged that the military supplies here weren't infinite like those in the logistics center. He stressed the need to be more cautious with weapon usage due to the significant manual effort involved. Suddenly, a drone appeared, insisting that this wasn't true when the man asked how long it had been here. It explained that the Subspace was programmed using the logistics system format designed by AI Pax. The drone further explained that Sector 2, a recently added area, was treated like a warehouse and items were stored there accordingly as if part of the logistics system. The man was visibly shocked as the drone spoke. The drone said that a classification system was being applied, and once this process was complete, items from Sector 2 would be usable just like those from Sector 1. The drone smiled and confirmed the man's understanding. The man showed surprise at this confirmation. The drone clarified that the process was ongoing and that items could not be used yet, stating the progress was only at 0.81%. The man anxiously asked how long the process would take, and the drone explained that the time varied depending on the items, making it difficult to estimate. The drone offered to assign product codes to prioritized items if the man provided a list. The drone asked if the man had any specific requests. The man listed rifles, ammo, grenades, vehicles, and fuel as priority items. The man requested that ordering permissions for these critical items be blocked for others. The drone agreed to restrict ordering permissions and explained it was a precaution not due to lack of trust in Yong-soo and his family, but because it was uncertain whether the soldier could be trusted yet. The man expressed worry about the outside situation, noting there were too many to shake off, and he doubted they could lose the large wyvern. The man resolved that the only option was clear. In close-up, the man clenched his fist tightly, determination in his eyes. The man reminisced about how long it had been since he graduated from the reserve forces as a teammate, wearing sunglasses, loaded a rifle and prepared to shoot. Boxes filled with magazines holding 10,000 rounds each were shown as the man assured the other that lots of ammo was ready. They would just toss a gun if it jammed and grab another. The man noted that it would be nice if the magazines came pre-attached to guns, but regretted that the system did not store them that way. The teammate in sunglasses asked if the main man knew how to shoot, which he affirmed. The teammate grinned confidently and said seeing was faster than explaining, as he aimed a rifle. An explosion burst in bright light. The teammate opened fire rapidly at the flying wyverns as bullet casings scattered, pelting the monstrous creatures who reacted with pain and surprise. One wyvern was shot at close range, bullets tearing into its body with a flurry of shots, and the beast screeched loudly. Spent bullet shells and magazines flew through the air as automatic fire continued. The teammate doubled down, shooting wildly and fiercely. More spent shells blanketed the floor as rapid firing continued. Breathing heavily, the teammate admitted rapid firing was tough. The man asked if things seemed under control for now as both stood in a glowing magical barrier with a fallen wyvern nearby. The man reflected but doubted the big problem would resolve itself easily, worry creasing his brow. The other man replied that not yet. The man observed that none of the wyverns were standing, but the large one's body was missing. From within the magical barrier, the man realized definitely one large wyvern existed. A close-up of burning magical flames crackled as the wyvern reached toward the glowing portal. The injured man steadied himself and powered a series of swift punches against the wyvern's scaled arm, attacking with hardened fists. He surmised the newcomer was a soldier, possibly from the military, piecing together his identity. A lone man rode his bike in an open area surrounded by parked military vehicles, shaded under a roof. He thought about how Pax managed logistics and shipping in the center, but realized this place wasn't really a logistics center. The man, still riding his bike, asked if the rifles and ammo could be duplicated and shipped out like the logistics center's goods. Shadowy wyverns lay motionless on the ground beneath dim light, their monstrous forms sprawled with traces of blood nearby. A man with short hair and dark sunglasses stood alone on a bridge, clutching a rifle as mist swirled around him. He strained his eyes to scan the area, wondering aloud if the enemy was hiding nearby. The man with sunglasses turned as a black-haired man beside him spoke calmly, suggesting a plan to use a remote-controlled toy as bait to lure out any hidden threat. The black-haired man explained they could move comfortably if there was no reaction, but if the threat approached, they would trap and overwhelm it like a beehive. The man with sunglasses doubted the effectiveness of a remote-controlled toy as bait, expressing his skepticism quietly. The doubt about the remote-controlled toy as bait lingered in the air. An idea sparked as the black-haired man released a small red toy car, followed by two men, one with sunglasses, crouched holding controllers preparing to operate it. Both men watched intently as a magical blue portal opened before them, the remote-controlled toy poised to be sent forward. Suddenly, a massive red wyvern lunged with an open mouth, claws outstretched, roaring as it aimed to attack. The man with sunglasses confirmed the creature had been hiding. He noted the wyvern was already tested by their reserves. His eye widened in alarm as he realized the danger intensifying. The huge wyvern hovered over the fallen form of a man, its eyes fierce and mouth wide, preparing to strike again. An intense close-up showed the glowing yellow eyes of the massive flying beast, catching the full threat of the moment. The wyvern roared fiercely, releasing a bright blast of fiery energy from its mouth at two silhouetted figures far below. The black-haired man steadied his aim through the red-tinged air, training a rifle at the beast, sweat mixing with his grim determination. He shouted a sharp command to shoot the menacing creature as his companion readied alongside. A monstrous wyvern growled in pain and rage as it fought back against the onslaught of magical blasts and bullets. The fight intensified with more energy blasts and gunfire, the huge wyvern thrashing and roaring amidst volatile sparks. Smoke curled from a dropped rifle as a man in uniform watched and panted, momentarily warned by the fierce battle. Bright headlights pierced through the smoky air as an armored vehicle drove steadily through the damaged urban area. The enormous purple wyvern snarled, jaws wide and eyes glowing red as it screamed in fury, unleashing destructive breath. The black-haired man retreated a step as the same monstrous wyvern reappeared in a glowing portal, its jaws snapping wide open, illuminated by fiery magic. The wyvern bared its sharp fangs, roaring sharply in defiance as the two men held their ground within their magical barrier. The man with blood on his face questioned how the creature remained standing after withstanding bullets, visibly surprised. The young man's eyes widened as he confessed a strange feeling of their attacks being blocked, recalling a thug's earlier warning. Facing the massive wyvern up close, the man realized its defense did not seem to come from thick skin but from something else blocking their attacks. He considered the possibility that the defense wasn't about to hide but something intercepting their attacks with a focused expression. The wyvern roared fiercely again, sharp teeth glinting as it unleashed another powerful attack toward the men. Two grenades were hurled, spinning through the air as the man with sunglasses urgently launched the explosives at the threatening monster. The wyvern paused for a moment, tilting its head sideways in confusion as it sensed something. The black-haired man entered the magical portal, spiraling inside as the man with sunglasses stood ready behind him. He declared that they were limitless here and ready to confront the threat ahead. Massive explosions erupted around the wyvern as magical attacks collided furiously, sending debris flying across the battlefield. The man with sunglasses sprinted forward, throwing a grenade fiercely toward the battling monsters. The battlefield shook violently with multiple explosions detonating simultaneously, illuminating the chaos and fury of the fight. Smoke billowed as the thunderous battle continued in the distance, the monstrous forms moving through clouds of dust and debris. The black-haired man labored for breath, shoulders trembling as he processed the overwhelming presence of the huge wyvern. He admitted throwing grenades was harder than expected, wincing as the strain showed on his face. Gazing seriously up at the monstrous form, he called the creature a monster, filled with uneasy concern. The portal shimmered brightly as the man stepped through, confronting the calm yet immense face of the wyvern. More grenades flew through the air as the man with sunglasses shouted a warning, sending another bomb hurtling toward the foe. The wyvern's claw sparked as it slammed fiercely, dust and magic swirling violently around it. The man acknowledged the difficulty their grenades faced as the wyvern barely flinched despite dozens exploded around it. His eyes widened in shock, questioning the true nature of their adversary as the wyvern closed in. A subtle tremble shivered through the man as he stood frozen in disbelief, still digesting the shocking reality. The man watched as winged shadows disappeared into the night, their presence now a distant memory in the fading light. The black-haired man remained silent, lost in thought as he surveyed the empty battlefield. He quietly questioned if the monstrous wyvern had truly retreated as he and the other man remained alert. He doubted their attacks had forced the monster's retreat, feeling the true reason was yet unknown. The man calmly advised to move on since the creature was gone for now, yet concerns remained about traveling at night. A bright logo flash transitioned to the title screen of the chapter, glowing with blue energy and magic. The scene shifted to a city at dusk, where a military-style jeep roared down a damaged street. Inside the vehicle, the black-haired man confessed he couldn't shake the shock of the gigantic wyvern while his companion admitted feeling the same. Thinking deeply, the man realized that dozens of exploding grenades only caused minor scratches to the beast's hide while the shrapnel was the true threat. He wondered aloud what kind of weapon could fight an even stronger monster than the huge wyvern, questioning their limited arsenal. The man recognized that more powerful explosive weapons would create enormous blasts, making their use difficult and dangerous. A massive explosion erupted in the city, sending shrapnel and debris flying through the air in a fiery blast that obliterated everything nearby. Still seated and contemplative, the man thought about the firepower needed against the monster and decided to use multiple shots. He also warned about how his actions could be seen as monstrous from others' perspectives. The man's thoughts shifted to weaponry, imagining a powerful tool like a bomb that could avoid causing collateral damage. Scenes showed a flying bomb hurtling toward a horned monster and a figure struck violently at a blinding speed. The man pictured a heavy object launched at a monster and considered striking it with great speed, pondering the ideal weapon as something powerful yet precise enough to avoid unnecessary destruction. The young man concluded that for now, using guns and grenades was the most practical choice. He reminded himself to continue improving their abilities, confident that increasing his strength would lead to greater power over time. Looking at a glowing digital interface, the man noted that after defeating a wyvern, there should be plenty of magic stones available for upgrades. He squinted at the display showing the number of stones while asking himself if they had enough. The interface flashed the magic stones count of 314. Suddenly, someone urgently shouted to stop. Sweating slightly, the young man wondered how the magic stones had accumulated to such a large number, while the man driving beside him blinked in confusion. The man studied a digital display showing several used magic stones for various weapon upgrades, including increasing launch speed, reducing preparation time, and boosting simultaneous launch capacity. He then touched the screen, indicating the remaining magic stones count was down to 189. He recognized there was still one more upgrade left and unlocked the Pocket Dimension Lab with a final expenditure of magic stones, intrigued about the new ability. Curiously, he examined the screen, wondering what the newly unlocked ability did, reminding himself to stop the car first before trying it out. The man in the passenger seat suddenly addressed the driver, asking to check something and suggesting they take a short break together. The driver considered the suggestion thoughtfully, responding with an unspoken hum while continuing to operate the vehicle. As the vehicle neared the city, the man noted they were almost in Gangnam, signaling the urban skyline through the dark night. He insisted on continuing to drive since there were few monsters nearby, telling the passenger to go ahead. The passenger offered a solution to worry less by opening a portal to move quickly if needed, catching the driver's attention. The man agreed, asking about the ability to open portals and move freely through them. Smiling, the man stepped through one of the glowing blue portals as the companion watched, reassuring him to proceed and promising to return shortly. He landed with a firm step inside a clean, high-tech space, contemplating this different dimension as just a separate space. Looking over the interface, he appeared calm and observant, realizing nothing looked special at first glance. Reading more about the ability, he learned that he could combine multiple items into one, or break an object down into its components digitally. He imagined combining a rifle with its magazine as a single registered item, deep in thought. He also realized that separating items would allow him to register a grenade with the safety pin removed, expressing excitement despite the potential danger. The man observed a drone hovering nearby, as the text explained that items stored in the pocket dimension exist digitally and do not undergo physical changes until used or summoned. Feeling reassured, he instructed the drone to register grenades with safety mechanisms removed, consuming some magic stones in the process. Pondering further, he considered the convenience of combining magazines for easier use, his eyes wide with realization. He looked at the digital display in surprise, puzzled by the situation unfolding. Behind him, the gatekeeper scrutinized a massive pile of stacked cars blocking the road, creating a formidable obstacle. The gatekeeper shouted loudly, startled by the unexpectedly high wall of vehicles completely blocking the path. The man questioned aloud what had happened to cause the cars to form such a blockade. He recognized the problem. Someone had deliberately stacked cars to block the road, creating an impassable barrier. The driver's astonished face filled the panel as he questioned how the cars could have been piled up like a wall blocking their path. The young man urgently asked if they had been waiting long, catching the attention of his companion who greeted him politely. The companion explained there wasn't much to wait for since there were no monsters nearby, but mentioned a problematic situation, causing concern on the man's face. The man contemplated that with their current method, he could actually create a weapon, his expression filled with cautious hope. Without warning, the vehicle sped into a glowing blue portal, hurtling alongside flying cars and debris before smashing into the pile at high speed, causing a massive explosion. The explosion scattered car parts across the scene under a smoky sky, as pieces flew wildly through the air. Slowly, the vehicle carefully moved through the smoke and debris, its headlights piercing the darkened road. The driver re-established communication to discuss the next steps with his companion amid the lingering chaos. The surprised companion recognized the urgency in the driver's voice as he prepared for what was to come. A weighty stack of heavy 20 kilograms plates rattled into view, hinting at what the new weapon creation might be. The wyvern swiftly vanished in a swirl of smoke and light, leaving an echoing silence behind. He recalled that while grenades have explosives for killing, their shrapnel was more dangerous than the explosion itself. Two men stood silhouetted in a dark, crumbling building, gripping a baseball bat and a mop handle as dust and debris swirled outside the shattered window. A man with sharp features and serious eyes looked out at the chaos, while another tried to make sense of the scene, wondering if the wall had collapsed. The first man reflected that the wall had held up until now, surprised by its sudden destruction. Suddenly, the man's eyes narrowed sharply, sensing something. A military jeep's headlights cut through the dust and darkness as it roared towards the building, kicking up dirt as it sped inside. The jeep screeched to a sharp turn to avoid bystanders, while a man nearby gestured urgently. Two men stared at the approaching vehicle with shock, questioning whether those arriving were soldiers. A shadowy figure inside the jeep spoke quietly, motioning that someone needed to answer. A confident young man with neatly combed black hair asked if Nurse Kim Jo-yeon was present. Bare feet slammed against the floor as a child delivered a powerful dropkick, startling the others nearby. Kim Jo-yeon called out to the children, telling them to quiet down as the one with the dropkick was revealed as a feisty young girl. The young girl sharply told them they were making it impossible to study for exams, catching her siblings completely off guard. The girl's surprise was met with concern as one sibling asked why she was suddenly so dedicated to studying. Her determination worried her family, as it was a sudden change from her usual dislike for sitting still and studying. A narration explained that her unusual focus was worrisome because she rarely tolerated sitting longer than 30 minutes. This panel repeated the narration about her sudden change in behavior worrying the family. Her mother worried about her daughter before the children asked if she was sick, but Jo-yeon insisted nothing was wrong and the reason for her studying was simpler than they thought. Jo-yeon declared she had found her dream, surprising the children. Jo-yeon held a red book titled The Apple Tree Story as she prepared to explain more to her family. Her face shone with hope and determination as she held the book up, saying she would keep treating the sick today. She sat surrounded by family, silently showing them the book. An alarmed woman in the background warned that her condition was worsening and suggested a hospital visit. The narration explained her resolve was not just teenage impulse as her grades improved dramatically through school. Jo-yeon enthusiastically declared she had been accepted into nursing school, to the shock and excitement of her family. In the present, a nurse with braided hair gasped in disbelief as she spotted the injured soldier. Tears streamed down the nurse's face as she asked how he had survived and if he was hurt. The soldier reassured her, choking back tears, that he was not hurt anywhere. A middle-aged man with sunglasses smiled with relief. The soldier admitted he was just glad to be alive. From a high angle, the soldier warmly embraced the nurse in thanks. Nearby the jeep and men stood silently watching. The soldier introduced himself as Lee Yong-soo and thanked Jo-yeon for helping Jeong-gyeom. Jo-yeon suddenly offered a chocolate bar from her pocket as a gift, but the soldier humbly declined. Jo-yeon revealed there was a patient in urgent need. Jo-yeon urgently demanded to be taken to the patient, but was told by the soldier that the patient was in a space only accessible by her ability. Shocked, Jo-yeon asked if she had truly awakened her ability. Jo-yeon explained that entering the subspace required opening a door, which would be strange to others to see, making secret movement impossible. The soldier suggested it might be easier to move inside the hospital itself. Jo-yeon gasped anxiously while eating, confirming she was hungry and feeling the strain. Jeong-gyeom and the others followed Jo-yeon cautiously through the hospital corridors. As the nurse turned a corner, a wounded soldier lay on a medical bed, his uniform torn and blood stained his chest. A sign showed the staff room nearby. A man wearing sunglasses walked into the room silently. Jo-yeon grabbed the medical room's door handle with surprise evident on her face. Jo-yeon questioned if the surrounding buildings were part of the soldier's ability, turning to Jeong-gyeom and Lee Yong-soo as they prepared to explain. Jo-yeon appeared overwhelmed, covering her mouth, clearly shocked. She asked again about the buildings and her ability as the group moved forward following Jeong-gyeom. A bloodied hand with torn sleeves gripped the floor tightly. The three looked down on the wounded soldier lying on a bed, deeply injured. Jo-yeon demanded to know what they thought, asking how long the soldier had been like this. Lee Yong-soo detailed how they rescued the soldier on their way, noting signs of beatings and torture, but his poor health had preceded those injuries. The soldier's condition was said to be so critical, survival seemed impossible. Jeong-gyeom asked if that prognosis was usual, and Lee Yong-soo nodded it was, but then hesitated. Jo-yeon shared that she too had awakened a power. She admitted her healing ability was still low and full recovery from severe injuries and malnutrition would be slow. Surprised, Jo-yeon asked if the soldier's awakening was real. Jo-yeon reassured them she could slowly heal them with the proper nutrition and care. She remarked on the soldier's dedication to treating patients despite the world's end. Jo-yeon frowned, bothered by the sudden resurfacing of painful memories. Jo-yeon voiced again her discomfort in reliving old memories amid crisis. Jo-yeon asked the soldier to explain what had happened since her arrival at the factory. The soldier recounted how she was trapped but rescued by a drone named Pax. The scene shifted to a drone flying over the desolate relief center as the soldier watched, reflecting on the brutal scene of a bloodied man and defeated monsters. Challenging Joanne, the soldier demanded if she was listening closely. Joanne stared at the soldier as he questioned her attentiveness. The soldier nervously asked if she was injured anywhere, tears rolling down his cheeks. Joanne told him he looked fine and wasn't hurt. Joanne encouraged Jeong-gyeom to warmly welcome the newcomers, advising him to show kindness. She shared news that a staff lounge had been prepared for them on the first floor. Joanne invited them to rest comfortably on beds and use other facilities in the lounge. Jeong-gyeom asked when the lounge was set up and thanked her. The panel repeated Joanne's thanks for setting up the lounge. Joanne explained that she had arranged the lounge because she was tired and needed to leave soon. Playfully annoyed, Jeong-gyeom noted that she hadn't been paying attention to his story. Joanne confessed she was too tired to retell the details. She summarized her plans to bring her family into the hidden space. Jeong-gyeom listened as Joanne outlined her plan to meet her older sister in Yuljiro. Joanne identified the older sister as the second sibling currently in Yuljiro. Jeong-gyeom's face grew serious as she declared she was staying in the hospital, surprising Jeong-gyeom. Jeong-gyeom considered reports that 2 cars crashed through the wall, probably accompanied by military vehicles. He asked whether the group were special forces. Someone explained they didn't know for sure, but one was heard to be Joanne's younger brother. Joanne reasoned that the newcomers only needed food and shelter, as they controlled the hospital's supplies. They intended to use Joanne to their advantage and weren't concerned by how powerful the awakened ones were. A sharp voice asked if Joanne thought the new arrivals were stronger than her. The battered soldier, glowing veins visible on his face, dismissed that idea as unlikely. Joanne was instructed to greet the new arrivals warmly, acting kindly as a good host. A voice asked if the broken wall had been patched up. From the shadows of stacked vehicles under the night sky, a simple affirmative response came. Amid the dark mass of cars piled high, someone explained that the broken wall was blocked even higher this time. Looking up thoughtfully, a man with short black hair questioned the mention of poisoning. He admitted he was sure it was the only explanation for people's sudden overnight change. The man with black hair connected the dots, asking if Department Head Jin Seong-hak used his ability to poison people and if he was controlling those affected. A woman with braided hair, eating steadily, confirmed this. Between bites, the woman explained that most of the awakened, except herself, had been taken over. The poisoned awakened were guarding crucial resources like food and mana stones. She urged him to swallow before talking. Clenching a spoon with food glowing faintly red beneath it, the woman revealed she had been secretly siphoning mana stones to strengthen her ability. She hoped that by leveling up, she might be able to cure the poisoning. Her expression hardened as she directed the others, saying that the man, Seoul, and their parents should evaluate first while she found a way to survive in this place. The man with black hair shook his head firmly when asked if he would leave, implying he would stay. The woman's eyes sharpened dangerously as she called out the man's full name, Kim Jeong-gyeom, demanding to know what he had overheard. She warned it was dangerous and pressed him for what exactly he heard her say. Crossing his arms, the man questioned if the weapon the head of internal medicine controlled was the food. He declared the situation simple if that was true. He smiled confidently, vowing to handle the problem quickly, and invited them to witness his true ability. Sweat beading on her face, the woman held a spoon mid-air and commented that his confidence reminded her of his middle school days, confused by his sudden burst of energy. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared forward, stunned by what was unfolding before her. Magical energy swirled violently around stacks of boxes, causing the contents, including labeled food supplies and other items, to rattle and drop to the ground, while a small group watched silently in the background. She traced the gold writing on the book's cover gently. Joanne said she had only recently brought the soldier into the hidden space. He expressed shock and asked if her choice was due to the overwhelming number of patients. A man in a white shirt wondered about the contents of an urgent report, then realized that it involved Kim Jeong-gyeom's younger brother bringing in some food. He confirmed the food's amount was quite substantial, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. Another man in a green jacket questioned the situation, but the man in white reassured him it was just two people with one military vehicle, implying it couldn't be that much food. A voice echoed in the shadows, warning that soon people would steal the food, and after it's all gone, they would come begging for more. The man in green looked anxious as the other man criticized the generosity, saying they should have hidden the food and been more frugal. The anxious man hesitated, preparing to explain. The man in white smiled faintly and said that this situation actually made things easier than expected, suggesting they wouldn't need to lift a finger because the others have more food than they do. His expression shifted to surprise and confusion as he considered this new information. From a high angle, the man in white stood alone in a dimly lit room, questioning how it was possible, while the man in green looked on uncertainly. He concluded definitely that they were ability users and decided they needed to bring those people in. The man in white explained that the hospital's food supply, brought in by a scouting team, was enough to fill a truck and had arrived in a military vehicle. He questioned how others could have more food than them. Meanwhile, a woman held up a small vial and ordered that Kim Jeong-gyeom's brother be made addicted to the drug, threatening to kill him if it failed. He speculated whether the others had some ability allowing them to replicate or shrink objects and then restore them to normal size, his expression full of shock and worry. She added that another person had come with them. A full moon shone through scattered clouds at night. An older man asleep reached for a can of food and a slender object placed on the table beside him. The young man in a work uniform thought this older man was not the person they were looking for. He wondered if he had missed those others on his way, then recalled they said he would recognize them right away, but he couldn't see anyone. He thought things would be easier if he could find that person quickly. Questions arose internally for him about a plan to neutralize weapons possessed by Jin Seong-hak. The woman hesitated, unable to answer what the abilities of the addicted users were. She offered examples, a reseal ability for opened cans and even an ability that can do laundry automatically, much to the young man's disbelief. She clarified that not many people had truly threatening abilities. Only one person among them posed a real threat. The muscular man's foot slammed down hard, emphasizing his strength. He thought about the chaotic state of the world after everything turned into a mess. He recalled a man who came all the way from Uljiro, worried about his mother in the hospital. The young man questioned aloud what this mysterious person's ability was. He was stunned at the thought as the woman admitted she only knew he was strong and huge. Kim Jeong-gyeom agreed calmly to have a talk with the muscular man, admitting he also had business with the man named Song Hyun-gu. The large muscular man stood silently, his imposing figure looming over Kim Jeong-gyeom. The muscular man questioned what business Jeong-gyeom could possibly have with him, his expression guarded. His eyes narrowed sharply, filled with intensity as he looked down. He declared Jeong-gyeom now had only two choices. Jeong-gyeom looked up calmly, asking what those choices were. The muscular man revealed the first choice, to drink a medicine right now. Jeong-gyeom realized why the muscular man had brought him to this desolate, dangerous place, understanding that his powerful physique meant running was useless. Jeong-gyeom declared he would choose a different, third option. The muscular man repeated the option. Song Hyun-gu was trapped here. The muscular man lowered his head into shadow, preparing to act. A surge of red energy erupted as the muscular man lunged forcefully forward. His fist charged powerfully, ready to strike. The muscular man caught a small white drone in the air, his stance firm and strong. The muscular man thanked Jeong-gyeom for staying still during the throws, and explained the ability allowed stacking items tightly. Jeong-gyeom's eyes snapped open in realization. The muscular man summoned a protective shield, a glowing barrier appearing around him as he threw the drone. The drone flew rapidly, the muscular man mocked its speed as he prepared to strike again. The muscular man struck the drone powerfully, apologizing as he prepared for one more hit. He charged forward in fury, each powerful step shaking the ground. The muscular man breathed heavily as he prepared his next move. The muscular man dashed around fiercely, dodging and preparing for his next strike. Jeong-gyeom warned the muscular man not to move too much and risk injury. Jeong-gyeom explained he had deliberately slowed down a heavy object, but it was still dangerous. The muscular man quickly closed distance, throwing another punch fiercely. The muscular man's punch collided with the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. His body tensed with raw power as he prepared for another devastating strike. Jeong-gyeom was shocked by the speed and power of the muscular man's movements. The muscular man screamed as he threw a powerful punch, his arm glowing with energy while a magical barrier floated in front of Jeong-gyeom. Jeong-gyeom caught spinning metal pipes thrown by the muscular man, reacting with surprise. Jeong-gyeom thanked the muscular man for staying still while he threw the pipes, explaining his ability allowed him to stack them tightly. The muscular man warned Jeong-gyeom that he might feel cramped, but reassured him he'd be freed soon. Jeong-gyeom admitted he was nervous and worried about getting seriously hurt. Suddenly, someone called out Jeong-gyeom's name as he stepped toward a woman inside a building. A man approached a woman, telling her he heard a loud noise and asked if she had encountered Mr. Song Hyun-gu. The woman nodded and said she had just met him and was on her way back. The man questioned the woman again, confirming she had just met Song Hyun-gu. She pointed in a direction, indicating where she last saw him. Suddenly, a bright glowing light caught their attention, startling both women. They turned quickly to see the source of the light. The woman reacted with shock and surprise, her eyes wide as she looked toward the light. The woman anxiously asked what was happening. The man explained that Mr. Song Hyun-gu was trapped somewhere, but the details were complicated. A question appeared about whether the food distribution had been completed. The man replied it was all done. He added they just needed Mr. Yong-soo to arrive. The man looked toward the entrance and announced that Yong-soo was arriving now. The woman started to thank Yong-soo for his hard work, but both she and the man turned sharply in surprise as something ominous happened. Yong-soo appeared, holding his head and sweating heavily, saying his head hurt badly. The woman suggested that Yong-soo's symptoms might be poisoning. The man agreed, confirming her suspicion. The woman hurriedly asked what was wrong, but Yong-soo said he wasn't sure, only that he had handed out food and received some thanks. The woman fell silent with a serious expression, thinking deeply. The woman noticed a fresh wound on Yong-soo's finger, surprised because it hadn't been there before. The woman examined Yong-soo's shallow cut, explaining it looked like a poison stab wound. She speculated someone had pretended to thank him while poisoning him through contact. The man said they would get Yong-soo into Subspace to rest and warned that he would need to be confined for a while. Yong-soo agreed silently. The man used magical glowing footsteps to activate the Subspace portal as the woman supported Yong-soo's weight. The man looked at a blue glowing holographic screen anxiously thinking this was bad. The woman explained she didn't know exactly how the poison worked but warned that if Yong-soo got poisoned, things would get complicated. The man said for now, Yong-soo needed to rest in Subspace. He connected the portal to a break room and said he'd block all windows and doors for security. Yong-soo opened his eyes wide with a puzzled expression, saying The man, woman, and another watched confused as nearby digital screens indicated an unidentified energy was blocked from entering. Yong-soo spotted a strange glow lighting their surroundings as he looked confused, asking if his head didn't hurt anymore. The man held his head and thought about his memories, feeling ashamed but determined to settle things with a certain person before expressing gratitude. A close-up showed wide eyes of shock and worry as an important warning from the Thunder team flashed on the screen. Yong-soo sensed someone approaching and got ready, eyes tense and alert. A digital message granted entry to Song Hyun-gu with glowing text on a holographic screen. Yong-soo's expression switched to confusion and suspicion as the grant entry message repeated. Yong-soo's face reflected surprise and alarm as he processed the unexpected information. A digital command asked whether to unregister Song Hyun-gu from the Subspace. The screen glowed with a prompt asking if the user wanted to unregister Song Hyun-gu from the Subspace. A digital notification confirmed the unregistration process for Song Hyun-gu was underway. Young-soo lay on the floor with wide eyes in shock and disbelief. Young-soo whispered in confusion and disbelief, questioning how this could be. The three looked on quietly, not knowing what to make of the situation. The man asked Young-soo if he would be okay on his own. Young-soo confidently said he would be fine because he was not affected by ordinary attacks. Young-soo admitted he owed a debt greater than his life and promised to settle things quickly before returning. Young-soo's large figure strode down the hallway, his steps heavy and purposeful. Young-soo embraced a woman, apologizing gently, while she reassured him it was not his fault. A digital screen flashed a warning that the connection with the minion had been lost. The man stared at the screen, speechless and concerned as it showed the lost connection. A cheerful man smirked and said he had a warning all along, surprised yet pleased that the other had shown up despite suspicions. A muscular man glowed with power as he charged toward a seated figure, delivering a blast of energy or strike. A dark, ominous aura appeared, with a voice demanding to be spared, evoking a mix of menace and desperation. A violent explosion erupted as the powerful man struck the other forcefully, sending shockwaves through the room. A warning from the Thunder team appeared, alerting to a critical situation, with a hooded figure surrounded by fiery magical energy. The man in white asked if he had seen the car wall outside, implying it was built with bare hands. The muscular man stepped forward purposefully as the atmosphere darkened around him. The muscular man stared solemnly, waiting for Jeong-gyeom's response. Jeong-gyeom asked what business they could have, his expression serious and curious. More pipes spun through the air as Jeong-gyeom prepared to catch them with steady hands. Someone said the chapter is brought by the Scanlation website and asked for support by reading there. Three people gathered in a hospital room, deep in discussion about how to cure the addiction affecting patients. The man with short black hair suggested making everyone in the hospital enter the subspace, as it was impossible to tell who was addicted. Someone questioned how they would manage such a feat. The young man with sharp eyes urged them to act quickly since some people had trouble moving, saying even a finger entering the subspace would be sufficient. The woman in a lab coat sighed but agreed they had no other option, readying themselves to become patients after helping others. Suddenly, a tense moment approached just as they prepared for the all-night effort ahead. A voice murmured uncertainly nearby, catching the group's attention. The trio looked up in surprise to see a strained, outstretched hand reaching towards them. An older man appeared, confused and weak, struggling to speak. The young man turned his head sharply, recognizing the arrival, and greeted him with concern. The older man explained that he must have been lost in thought, drawing the attention of the others. The woman agreed the plan was necessary and accepted the situation with a weary nod. The young man and woman noticed a massive muscular figure emerging from the shadows behind them. The huge man solemnly announced he had finished taking care of things. He spoke about how he and his mother, along with others in the hospital, were deeply grateful for the rescue efforts. A narrator explained that before their movement, Mr. Song Hyun-gu had taken care of Jin Sung-hak, allowing them to avoid detours. The young man expressed gratitude, acknowledging how much he owed others. The young man joked that the monsters were nothing by comparison, chuckling at his own unexpected prowess. He asked the others if they planned to stay at the hospital, showing surprise. The large man gently expressed that despite the help, he felt he needed to leave soon as he had not met all his family. The younger man listened carefully and promised to see him safely reunited with family. The young man reflected on the monsters and the imposing wall they learned of, looking uneasy. Suddenly, he heard from inside the subspace that Kim Ju-yeon was calling him urgently. The muscular man looked shocked when asked about the state of a place called Yuljiro, which he seemed wary about. A voice suggested it might be impossible to go there currently, heightening tension. Outside, a bright sky shone over a cityscape with towering buildings. A vehicle sped through a city filled with stacked cars and shadows of figures rushing ahead. An aerial view revealed the bustling road filled with vehicles despite damage and debris. The vehicle made a sharp turn as they pressed forward under looming skyscrapers. During the ride, they discussed a mysterious wall rising between Yuljiro and Namsan. The man with sunglasses suggested it could be an ability wielded by someone. The young man considered this and hoped they could at least communicate with its wielder, wary of the barrier. The muscular man described the wall as growing like a child's tooth, now as tall as a building. He explained how absurd it seemed, but it had risen quickly and obstructed ground travel almost entirely. The young man thought about how difficult it would be to break the wall and what it might imply. The man revealed that Yuljiro was infested mostly with skeleton monsters, surprising the young man. The young man was shocked by this revelation, the threat growing clearer. He pondered the combination of monsters that don't die and the towering wall ahead. He wondered why these dangers had appeared, his mind troubled. Suddenly, a message alert popped up as Kim Ju-yeon called him from inside the subspace. He glanced at the notification with just a hint of curiosity. The young man answered the call, asking why she was reaching out. The woman explained the strange attitude of a certain kid, catching their attention. He admitted it was hard to believe but described a mysterious figure rising from the ground like a tooth, now towering over buildings. He asked if monsters don't die and a giant wall were related, his mind racing. The soldier acknowledged that from their current position, he could see the military command outside but not the surrounding area. The young man noted there were no buildings near the command, surprising the others. He introduced the place as the staff lounge of the PAX FC Logistics Center, the Subspace, as they prepared to move toward Hanam Bridge through Gangnam. The commanding officer appeared confused hearing this designation. The young man explained everything in the subspace was created by the child's ability, clarifying their location. The commander accepted the explanation about Gangnam and seemed to understand their current situation. He requested to be allowed off, which caused surprise. The young man assured them there was no misunderstanding and that they meant no harm, also explaining that the muscular man was not dangerous. The officer acknowledged the truth of this due to the help received but expressed some mistrust and unease. Pax cheerfully held the requested banana milk and sandwich, ready to assist. The young man offered the food to the soldier, who appeared surprised. He promised he could send it wherever necessary. The young man's expression hardened, refusing to let the soldier leave easily and reaching out firmly as tensions rose. The man held a small bread roll in one hand and a condiment jar in the other, startled at the instruction to finish eating and then explain the situation before being sent out. He struggled to speak as he stated that it was difficult to talk about, grimacing slightly. Another voice teased that he simply didn't like the bread. A spread of food appeared on the table glowing warmly in the light, a pizza, waffles, fried sides, and other dishes, offered as an alternative. The man in camouflage ate a sandwich and drank from a jar as he began to recount how one-day creatures from another world suddenly appeared across the globe all at once. He explained that those creatures weren't only monsters but included insects, animals, plants, and even geographical forms like mountains. The narration showed a powerful orc-like beast roaring fiercely, emphasizing how these creatures attacked everything in sight without mercy. While fighting the monsters, the government started recruiting individuals with awakened abilities to form new units. A muscular man in a white shirt crushed an enemy with a brutal, sweeping strike as the narrator explained the formation of new units combining awakened recruits. The same man described how these awakened units handled the monsters effectively as he conversed with companions over a table of food. Text explained that the chapter was brought by a scanlation team, paired with a close-up of a soldier's focused face. The scene showed a large dragon-like monster flying above ground troops firing weapons, with narration revealing that guns, grenades, and shells couldn't harm the dragon. A massive shadowy figure loomed amid ruined buildings, as the man narrated how they asked for reinforcements from nearby military units, but those units were already on the verge of collapse and no response came from command. The man conveyed that they could communicate with surrounding districts yet received no sighting reports or help from the command, leaving them isolated. The man raised his voice in urgency, warning that at the current pace everyone would perish to the dragon, ordering movement toward the National Communication Command, no matter the duration. 3 soldiers sprinted rapidly through a bloodied, smoky battlefield, as narration described relentless monster pursuit causing many casualties. A soldier rallied awakened fighters to join the battle, advancing steadily until they arrived at their destination, a large imposing building seen with an evening sunbeam. A young man in a factory uniform remarked how the command was already abandoned by the time they arrived, leaving everything deserted. The soldier explained searching the National Communication Command and finding documents among the ruins, looking intently at something off-panel. A shadowed figure in sunglasses reacted with shock upon seeing a document revealing the word coup in bold red letters. The main man recounted trying to reach the Joint Chiefs but being trapped by the dragon, while some recruited awakened betrayed them by killing soldiers and capturing command. He revealed how government efforts to gather troops were blocked, with the commander of the command siding quietly with the rebels, prompting immediate reporting. The young man resolved to go to Yujiro, offering to drop off his companion as they crossed the Han River Bridge, suggesting they travel as far as possible together. The man who'd been eating quietly said he was fine with getting off now and thanked them before stretching and encouraging rest while the others prepared to move. The quiet man clarified he meant moving just a little faster than their current speed, as the urgency of the situation pressed forward. He thought about the rescuer who had saved him, wondering how he managed to escape the persistent dragon that chased them. A close-up showed the man's wide eyes as realization dawned, finding it difficult to assess the rescuer's capabilities from appearance alone. The powerful orc-like monster roared while an intense magical barrier erupted, throwing foes and debris into the air as companions watched in awe. The orc monster and magical energy filled the panel while soldiers and companions looked on, prepared to face the threat head-on. He speculated on how Mr. Song might have handled things quietly, causing him to shudder. The young man apologized for an earlier rough shot with a bowling ball and asked if the large man was feeling all right, which he affirmed with a smile despite bruises. They expressed thanks for food and supplies given to the hospital and vowed to find a way to repay the kindness. The muscular soldier expressed hope to see Mr. Song Hyun-gu and others from the hospital again, shaking hands with sincere gratitude. The soldier clarified that these creatures were better described as undead, as they kept reviving and wandering after death. He emphasized the urgency of getting to the Joint Chiefs of Staff quickly, signaling a serious situation. The young man agreed and prepared to act. He then calmly asked the Subspace's robotic companion, Pax, for a banana milk and sandwich. A heavy stack of metallic discs hurtled down from above, the impact roaring as it collided into something. Shadows of 3 men standing nearby watched as the disc struck, one turning his head in surprise. The camera zoomed in on one thick disc marked with 20 kilograms, swirling with white energy and splattering dark blood as it moved midair. The disc glowed fiercely, crackling with magical energy as it descended near a group of men sitting around a table full of food. Blood splattered against the shimmering barrier behind them as they stared in shock. The startled man in military uniform widened his eyes, realizing the discs were being launched toward a massive orc outside. A calm voice commanded the deployment of Military Vehicle 1. The man in uniform nodded as an energy portal swirled open nearby, and a military jeep appeared. The man blinked in surprise as the vehicle materialized, questioning if it really was a military vehicle. The calm voice instructed them to continue eating and rest, while the young man turned slightly, showing a serious expression. The young man climbed into the back of the vehicle, telling the others they would arrive soon but he would keep the portal open for them to monitor the outside situation. The older man acknowledged this quietly. The man with the uniform expressed disbelief thinking about the discs being launched and a military vehicle appearing, questioning the nature of the ability. His thoughts flickered, unsure if he had seen correctly. The orc roared fiercely, muscles tensed and eyes glowing red as it swung a massive arm with devastating force. The orc's huge arm smashed forward with overwhelming power. The orc was forcefully hit by the barrage of heavy discs, flying backwards through the air in shock. The military jeep jolted violently as the driver slammed on the brakes and the portal shimmered intensely. The man inside the jeep looked forward with alarm, questioning what the strange phenomenon was. A glowing portal opened ahead as the jeep approached the swollen and cracked Banpo Bridge. The narration described how the ability launched heavy objects at monsters with high speed, striking multiple times per second and able to freely change trajectory. Debris and broken pillars of discs flew through the air on a cracked bridge as several shards glowed with power. The narration explained how the ability retrieved launched pillars and extracted mana stones from the monsters it killed, marking it as an incredibly powerful skill. The man inside the jeep glided out, stunned, as the vehicle waited nearby. The jeep rolled to a stop on corrupted pavement, the bridge showing severe cracks and damage. Sitting in the jeep, the young man smiled uneasily, explaining the vehicle had not yet arrived, and they'd probably need to find another route soon. The man grimaced, shaken by the delay so soon after only an hour of travel, though grateful for any assistance. He then decided to return inside. The man replied they would depart immediately, moving swiftly through the portal. The young man stepped through the sparkling portal as another man gripped the driving wheel, determined to push onward. It was explained that the journey from Gangnam to Banpo Bridge only took 1 hour. They sped down the cracked and damaged street at breakneck speed, the young man's perspective dizzying as the skilled driver maneuvered fiercely. The young man reflected on how the first time he saw the ability, he was so startled he nearly vomited, relieved this time to get inside before feeling sick. The young man looked ahead with a careful and cautious expression. A wide aerial shot showed the bleak and battered bridge stretching far ahead, the vehicle pressing forward. The young man and the driver talked over the radio while moving toward the barrier ahead, discussing the solidity and difficulty of breaking through the fortress wall. The orc swung wildly with powerful arms, shouting fiercely as blood and sweat flew from his body. An explosion erupted in the distance, light blazing behind a distant hilltop. The young man said the fortress wall looked big even from the distance, expressing doubts about breaking through it. The man driving glanced at the young man, stressing the uncertainty but agreeing to check it out. The other man agreed reluctantly, noting that passing through Yongsan on the detour was necessary. The man stepped down from the jeep, bowing sincerely as he thanked his companions for ensuring he arrived safely. The man with sunglasses commented on the poor condition of the roads but credited the driver for maneuvering skillfully. The young man smiled slightly as he listened to the compliment. The young man considered the fortress wall earlier, noting the possibility that leveling up his ability might someday allow him to store the entire wall in subspace, but acknowledged he was not there yet. The young man checked his phone to monitor his ability, calculating that with current energy collected, he could level up in 2 hours if he chose to. He glanced back, inviting the others to consider accompanying him on the journey ahead. The man in uniform asked if they would come along. The man in sunglasses explained how the government was providing mana stones and support to awakened ones who joined, offering substantial aid. The young man politely declined, explaining how family came first, and they could gather mana stones by themselves without government involvement. The man in the military uniform spoke cautiously about the involvement of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Headquarters. Another man turned slightly, in low light surrounding a concrete bunker, speculating about the possibility of the Joint Chiefs having 1 or 2 helicopters. The military man confirmed there probably was at least 1 helicopter, anxious sweat visible on his face. A quiet moment captured with the bright sky and gentle sunlight above, swirling dust hinting at violent recent events. A messy, dusty desk was illuminated by warm sunlight streaming through a window, lined with files, pens, stacks of paper, and a glowing monitor. The same military man narrated grim news about Gwacheon and Anyang being destroyed, even the 56th Division was wiped out. The man turned and faced a large map pinned on the wall, announcing that only the 1st Corps might remain somewhat intact. Looking up, the military man sighed, questioning if the government still existed amidst the devastation. The man in uniform suddenly turned sharply toward a door opening, as another arrived to meet him. The newcomer advised him there was someone waiting to meet him and urged that he should see them. He was told it was the commander of the 50th Signal Battalion from the National Communications Agency. A clenched fist was clenched tightly as the man prepared himself for grave news. He stood straight, saluting solemnly toward the approaching figure. Two men stood facing each other in a large, empty room beneath golden rays of light, exchanging formal salutes. The arriving commander cheerfully greeted the man with a wide smile. Quickly, the man pulled out a folded brief message from inside his uniform. He handed over the important message paper for the man to inspect. The commander listened intently as the message was studied. His face turned pale and shocked as he read the contents of the message. The commander relayed grim information, confirming disturbing news about the affected area. The man in blue commended those present for their important service to the country, bowing respectfully. Another acknowledged learning about Kim Jeong-gyeom's abilities from a battalion commander and mentioned a request he made. The blue-uniformed man relayed that the request was to trade a helicopter for supplies, including food. The commander said there was a condition attached to the trade. Someone asked for Kim Jeong-gyeom to become an awakened member of the military. While two men remained silent, the commander explained the government's struggle to stabilize the situation. He added that joining their forces might help find a breakthrough, but Kim Jeong-gyeom declined politely, prioritizing rescuing his family. The two military men expressed disappointment but accepted his decision, acknowledging it was unfortunate. The commander regretfully said he could not provide the helicopter and understood the situation. Kim Jeong-gyeom's expression changed suddenly to one of shock and confusion, sensing something amiss. Kim Jeong-gyeom gripped a black device tightly before asserting they should head out to inspect the fortress wall himself. Kim Jeong-gyeom turned quickly upon hearing a knock at the door. Looking toward the sound, the military man spoke softly about an additional request they must know. Sweating, the military man leaned into the vehicle to share that if Kim Jeong-gyeom completed one task, they would provide the helicopter. A large highway sign bore sunlight overhead, marking the location as the route ahead. Army trucks drove cautiously down a wide, cracked road lined with high modern buildings. Kim Jeong-gyeom sat calmly in the passenger seat of a military truck as they advanced. He sipped contentedly from a juice box, staring out ahead thoughtfully. A voiceover informed him that the last place to gather reserve awakened individuals was at Seoul Station. They still held smooth communication with that last known location. A close-up showed the glowing red eyes inside a skeletal skull head. The skeletal enemy crashed onto the street, scattering fragments as a glowing heavy disc slammed into it. Inside an armored military vehicle, two soldiers watched with grim expressions. The skeletal creatures approached aggressively, striking the ground with menacing claws and bone limbs. Skulls and bony limbs wildly scattered as powerful magical discs smashed into the monsters. The occupants of a building cheered loudly from an upper window, their excitement shouting out. Military vehicles advanced slowly through a deserted, broken city street illuminated by setting sun rays. Kim Jeong-gyeom looked at the approaching troop commander who gave further detailed requests. Military trucks carefully maneuvered through a shattered plaza of a large urban building. The convoy slowly moved forward as the area around them bore heavy damage and scattered debris. The commander acknowledged Jeong-gyeom's ability might make fighting skeletons easier despite the challenges the soldiers faced. The commander hinted there was more important information Jeong-gyeom needed to know about the dangerous creatures. It was revealed that among the skeleton monsters was a far more powerful entity known as the Skeleton Knight. The commander warned Kim Jeong-gyeom to avoid any engagement with the Skeleton Knight at all costs and retreat even if injured. A 20-kilogram heavy disc shot upward with blinding glowing energy against the skeletons. A blade struck fiercely, but it was useless against the Skeleton Knight's defense, the red glow intensifying as it stood menacing. The Skeleton Knight raised its glowing weapon, surrounded by fiery magical energy as it prepared to strike back. Warning text appeared alongside an image of a hooded figure with a fiery magical aura from the Thunder Team. Considering the need for detours caused by collapsed roads and monster battles, the short travel time was described as absurd. Credit was given to both the driver and the young man's abilities for the miracle of the fast journey. The man in uniform eyed the situation carefully, pondering the possibility that something incredible was occurring. The scene returned to the cityscape as dust and debris spun through the air, the truck driving across the cracked bridge. The man asked who the visitor was, his expression tense and focused. The man responded with stunned disbelief, questioning the truth of the report. The men turned sharply, their eyes wide with alarm and disbelief at some new revelation. The atmosphere turned tense as questions and concern filled the air. Jeong-gyeom was told the problem was a group of skeleton monsters blocking the road. The skeleton monsters were described as not especially powerful in combat but significantly troublesome in other ways. The military convoy passed destroyed buildings moving cautiously down a scarred road. A muscular man with a bandage wrapped around his chest stood protectively behind a young woman in military camo, both crouching behind cover as debris and dust filled the air. Two soldiers in camo gear sat tensely inside a vehicle, one gripping the wheel with sweat beading on his brow as the vehicle rolled through a desolate urban area. Inside another vehicle, a man in a gray shirt and a serious man wearing sunglasses both stared in shock ahead, their eyes wide as the man in gray uttered astonishment. Through the windshield, a dark green military truck approached a glowing blue magical portal floating above the ground. Nearby, a tall armored figure with a flaming ring stood amidst burning debris, watching the scene. A dark magical seal with glowing runes appeared above the stoic skeletal warrior wearing a gold helmet and red cape, his intense red eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. From inside the vehicle, two men looked at the armored skeleton standing in the ruined street, speech bubbles filled with strange glowing texts surrounding him. One of the men questioned aloud if the skeleton could really talk. The skeleton knight slammed his armored boot down against cracked concrete, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the ground. He reached for his glowing sword, gripping it tightly as sparkling particles shimmered along its blade. The skeleton's gauntlet hand crushed the glowing magic stone in a forceful squeeze, shards flying, as powerful energy radiated from his armor. His glowing red eyes flared fiercely as he addressed the men, his voice deep and commanding. The man in the gray shirt listened intensely to the speech bubble, learning that the skeleton's name was Gawain, one of 12 knights serving the Night King. He noted that breaking the magic stone allowed understanding their speech. Gawain turned thoughtfully, questioning the man whether he was a mage and why he was interfering in their territory, his armored figure still exuding power. Gawain acknowledged the man's impatience, explaining the importance of business ethics even at this early stage. With a mighty swing, the skeleton knight wielded his sword, slicing through a massive glowing disc with a powerful strike that shattered it against the ground. Gawain declared the disc's power useless, mocking the weak attacks that could barely scratch his armor as the shards flew rapidly around. He spun gracefully, dodging with ease as the heavy disc pillar came crashing down nearby. His armored boot slammed against the cracked concrete, sending a shockwave of dust and debris exploding outward. The skeleton knight charged forward with cape billowing, a glowing orb spinning rapidly in his hand as he prepared another deadly attack. He exhaled deeply, eyes glowing with fierce resolve as the glowing orb pulsed in his grasp. Gawain fiercely released a blitz of magic energy from the orb while lunging forward, launching a powerful blast toward advancing vehicles and soldiers. An explosive beam of dark energy blasted through the air as the skeleton knight roared defiantly. His sword swung down with tremendous force, sending shockwaves as it connected with a heavy object. The knight struck a blazing blow, shattering a large glowing cylinder in mid-air with a burst of magical impact. He launched himself skyward, spinning swiftly as debris flew from the impacts of his powerful sword strikes. Charging at the military truck, the armored skeleton prepared to strike with a glowing orb ready to throw. Inside the truck, the soldiers panicked as they shouted Jeong-gyeom's name and warned him to watch the incoming attack slicing through the air like a sharp blade through tofu. The narration explained that hitting the magic disc pillar did not cause damage, only knocked it back, showing Jeong-gyeom concentrating on finding the right moment to strike the pillar. Jeong-gyeom's hand moved as glowing text appeared indicating the use of 50 magic stones to unlock a tracking delivery ability. The same panel repeated the message of unlocking tracking delivery with 50 magic stones as Jeong-gyeom prepared his next move. A large glowing blue orb flew toward a green military truck, followed by a shouted order to aim for the chest and fire. The glowing orb smashed into the approaching truck with tremendous force, creating an explosive shockwave. Gawain taunted Jeong-gyeom, calling him stupid for a mage as he aggressively ran forward to attack the orb. The armored skeleton charged, running swiftly while hurling magical orbs, showcasing fierce combat movements. Gawain's eyes lit with amusement and fury as he dodged a heavy projectile launched at him by Jeong-gyeom. The skeleton knight's stern face showed surprise as a heavy orb impacted the ground near him with a loud crash. The skeleton knight calmly caught and tossed a large stone back, demonstrating control and confidence in combat. He warned not to get cocky, admitting his guard dropped briefly before swiftly counterattacking with power and precision. The knight's glowing eyes widened as he was struck unexpectedly, stumbling from the impact of a heavy stone thrown by Jeong-gyeom. Gawain's expression sharpened with focus as he realized something significant about the stone he was hit with. The skeleton knight inhaled sharply, bracing for impact as the battle surged in the chaotic ruined city streets. Jeong-gyeom's glance hardened with determination, clearly plotting the next step in his fight against the formidable foe. The knight swung his sword fiercely, slicing through incoming magic orbs with powerful strikes and swift movements. Multiple glowing orbs exploded around Gawain as he dodged and parried with fierce intensity, his eyes glowing with mounting fury. Inside the vehicle, Jeong-gyeom read aloud a complicated sequence of instructions for automatic shipping, trying to manage supplies and strategies amid the chaos. Jeong-gyeom nodded, confirmed the plan with a serious expression, wiping sweat from his brow and commenting on the narrow escape from surprise. Both men inside the vehicle expressed relief at surviving, though the tension remained heavy as they couldn't yet relax fully. Jeong-gyeom warned that they were not out of danger yet, concerned about the strength of the skeleton knight compared to other monsters like giant wyverns. He explained that the knight's heavy armor and weapons made it far more intimidating and hard to overcome. The scene showed 3 skeleton knights emerging at once, attacking fiercely while one of the men inside shook at the sudden threat, surprised the skeleton could talk. With growing urgency, Jeong-gyeom planned another strategy, hoping to strike a crucial object called the disc pillar to weaken the enemy. The monster swung his weapon forcefully, the impact sending vibrations through the air and the ground. Jeong-gyeom confirmed the plan with his companion, a somber expression across his face showing the heavy burden of the fight. The man with sunglasses looked sharply to the side with sudden attention, saying a questioning sound in surprise. Suddenly, a burst of sonic force shattered a figure, the skeletal warrior yelling at an unseen adversary to stop immediately as debris and energy exploded everywhere. The young man's eyes widened with sudden realization. He whispered a plan to simultaneously ship the disc pillars from all directions, left, right, front, and back, as the pillars shot forward with sparkling energy. A massive explosion detonated with a violent blast, scattering debris and shards of armor through the air under the darkened sky. A shattered skull with glowing red eyes floated as pieces of bone crumbled around it. A voice praised the mage's skill, acknowledging the impressive attack with a close-up on the cracked and glowing skull. The ominous voice warned that this was not the end, declaring that they did not truly die even in death. The voice continued, declaring that everything was for the Night King as broken shield fragments clattered across the ground. Shimmering blue and red fragments of mana stones fell to the cracked pavement. The glowing fragments floated rapidly through the air, emitting sparks of radiant light. The floating stones moved swiftly above a convoy of military vehicles driving through the destroyed city streets. A glowing message appeared, informing that 2 large mana stone fragments and a reinforcement stone had been obtained. Inside a vehicle, the 2 men exchanged shocked glances as the magical stones hovered nearby. A soldier sat in a military vehicle, disbelief etched on his face as he realized the skeleton knight had been defeated. The other soldier stressed the skeleton knight's resilience, recalling how it remained unfazed even after tank shells struck it, and expressed shock at the feat accomplished. Someone angrily announced to Jeong-gyeom that he had defeated the skeleton knight, raising fists in a triumphant cheer amidst the ruined cityscape. A voice expressed astonishment at Jeong-gyeom overcoming such a formidable opponent. The chapter's reader reminder urged support by reading only from the official site to ensure continuity. Sunlight poured down over the skyline, the bright scene capturing a hopeful atmosphere. A close-up revealed a man finishing a hesitant sentence, deep in thought and determination. The man reflected with serious concern that despite defeating the skeleton knight, it was insufficient to ensure victory. An officer urgently pleaded with Jeong-gyeom and another to join them after rescuing their families, but Jeong-gyeom insisted that family came first and must be prioritized. Jeong-gyeom accepted the need to focus on his family first, quietly confirming his understanding. The officer earnestly requested Jeong-gyeom to reconsider their offer once reunited with all family members, emphasizing the value placed on him as an ally. Jeong-gyeom agreed with a serious nod. In narration, Jeong-gyeom felt pressure under the high expectations placed on him, worried he barely managed to pull off defeating the skeleton knight and that more enemies would bring failure. He recognized that at least 11 more skeleton knights remained out there, underscoring the ongoing threat. Jeong-gyeom recalled the self-proclaimed 12 knights, pondering the implications of their undead nature. He considered how even powerful ammunition failed to hurt the knight, while striking it with a bowling ball caused cracks, baffling him about the physics involved. The officer remarked on how monsters often defy logic, leaving Jeong-gyeom to wrestle with these strange realities. The officer inquired if Jeong-gyeom was really heading to Yeoljiro, which Jeong-gyeom confirmed with a calm nod. The officer explained that tall walls had been raised around Yeoljiro, sending a military unit to investigate their nature. Though contact was lost with the unit inside the walls, reconnaissance revealed people still active inside, offering hope. They agreed that troops inside must be safe, including Jeong-gyeom's family, bringing a faint sense of relief. Jeong-gyeom confessed he had forgotten to be worried, realizing his sister might be more monstrous than the actual enemies they faced. The officer mentioned they had recently observed the top of the walls curving inward, like a roof, unsure if the enclosure would fully close but pleased to provide a helicopter. Arriving at the helicopter, the officer announced their destination as Jeong-gyeom looked on. Jeong-gyeom stared intently ahead, processing the events. The helicopter rotor began to spin loudly as they prepared for departure. Jeong-gyeom wondered if the helicopter was sufficient, noting its somewhat outdated appearance but hopeful it would fly. The officer expressed that this was not the full story as Jeong-gyeom looked on curiously. The officer showed Jeong-gyeom the waiting helicopter just ahead. The helicopter stood ready against the backdrop of a brightening sky, light glinting off its rotors. The officer and Jeong-gyeom moved forward toward the helicopter, with their companion following behind. A closing reader note urged support by reading only from the official site. A grinning man in sunglasses laughed brightly, his joy infectious. A hearty laugh echoed through the scene. A dramatic warning from the Thunder team showed a cloaked figure surrounded by fiery magic. A man in a military uniform assured two younger men that the helicopter he was lending them would be more than enough, emphasizing that he genuinely trusted them as reliable allies. One of the younger men agreed, noting that even a 3-star general would hesitate to lend a Black Hawk helicopter. They expressed gratitude and excitement about the opportunity. The man in sunglasses was about to ask who would pilot the helicopter. He noticed Yong-soo and questioned if he had flown helicopters before. Yong-soo confessed it would be his first time piloting one. Yong-soo looked down at a glowing digital interface, starting to explain. His expression shifted to surprise as he read that he could learn the helicopter piloting skill for the cost of 50 magic stones. A bright message appeared on the screen announcing the discovery of a new vehicle piloting method for helicopters and the option to unlock piloting with 50 magic stones. Yongsu explained that his ability, Best Driver, allows him to handle any vehicle he can drive or ride well, but this time he was prompted to register the skill instead of leveling up. He confirmed that registration was necessary to pilot things he'd never driven before. Yongsu reasoned that it was not leveling up but registering a new concept, realizing why there was no level up message. The man in uniform invited them to follow him momentarily for the magic stones. They followed the man as he walked toward the waiting Black Hawk helicopter. Inside a case, Yongsu gazed in wonder at a pile of glowing blue magic stones. The man in uniform told them the case held 200 magic stones as a gift from their army and explained that he planned to surprise them with it later but decided to give it now. The younger men expressed thanks appreciatively. Jeong-gyeom thought about the generous amount, and the man explained the magic stone registration system, telling Jeong-gyeom he could use the rest. A message appeared confirming the use of 50 magic stones to enhance the helicopter piloting skills. The man recoiled in surprise while looking at the screen. Yongsu softly uttered a brief sound of surprise. Yongsu gleefully declared he had a feel for flying the helicopter and wanted to go right away, while Jeong-gyeom nervously commented on his scary expression and suggested taking it slow. The helicopter began lifting off the ground as Yongsu laughed and Jeong-gyeom looked concerned. Inside the helicopter, Jeong-gyeom smiled lightly with tears in his eyes while the pilot laughed joyfully. Yongsu assured Jeong-gyeom they still had time to mentally prepare before departure. Yongsu promised he would let them know when it was time to leave as he cleared supplies. Jeong-gyeom's expression shifted to startled confusion as he continued to work at the controls. Jeong-gyeom noted the busy activity around him and felt awkward standing idle, so he decided to check what he had collected earlier. He touched the interface to access his inventory, revealing 2 large magic stones and 1 enhancement stone. The system explained the magic stone's worth. Each large magic stone equaled 100 regular magic stones, confirming his total count as 1,393. Jeong-gyeom stared baffled at the displayed total count. He recalled defeating many skeletons during the rescue mission but was surprised at how many magic stones they collected, deciding he should level up immediately. A message appeared as the system began using 1,000 magic stones to increase the subspace level by 3%, allowing abilities to be used during the upgrade. Jeong-gyeom considered the enhancement stone, identifying it as imbued with fire attributes and debating what to do with it. The enhancement stone was detailed as granting fire attributes, including penetration and ignition effects. Jeong-gyeom pictured the enhancement stone resembling the fiery skeleton knight and understood it could grant fire properties. He worried about how powerful the enhancement might be considering the stakes, reviewing items he could enhance. A screen showed an enhanced bowling ball enveloped in fire, described as professional and rare with incomplete details. Jeong-gyeom decided to register the bowling ball as a new item, noting the bowling ball volley's crucial role in defeating the skeleton knight. The system confirmed the registered and enhanced bowling ball now possessed fire penetration and ignition attributes. The wheel of a vehicle began moving. The man in uniform wished them a safe rescue and return as they boarded the helicopter. Jeong-gyeom gave a thumbs up on the interface as the Level Up Complete notification appeared, listing new unlockable and enhanceable items including a new item retrieval function. Jeong-gyeom smiled slightly with a thumbs up as the upgrade message glowed on the screen. Jeong-gyeom's eyes focused intently on the glowing screen, emotion hidden behind headphones. Jeong-gyeom flinched slightly as something disturbed him. Suddenly, Jeong-gyeom's face twisted with shock and surprise, eyes wide and mouth open. He reported that the helicopter's propeller was spinning and the aircraft was about to take off. The man in uniform told Jeong-gyeom to think seriously about becoming affiliated after they return, advising positive consideration. Jeong-gyeom's expression turned nervous and anxious, thinking whether he had made a mistake. He worried about the expressions of those in the helicopter, questioning their strange looks. Jeong-gyeom reflected hesitantly if he had made some kind of mistake before the helicopter started to rise. The screen listed available items to unlock, including a subspace laboratory with various helpful functions. Details appeared about the Subspace life support system, including weak healing effects inside the Subspace and item registration rules with fee details. Text proclaimed the biggest drawback of the Subspace ability. Jeong-gyeom narrated that Subspace can only hold one target, and while he has stored non-standard targets like logistics centers and military bases without issue, unregistered objects cause difficulty. He reviewed the categories allowed for registration, noting only logistics centers and military bases fit. Jeong-gyeom focused on the system details, emphasizing those two categories. He reminded himself that the helicopter they were riding was a military helicopter. The registration fee for the UH-60 Black Hawk was displayed as 107 magic stones. The helicopter began to lift off ground as the man in uniform watched silently. He turned his head left with a puzzled expression, responding with a hesitant The helicopter flew into the sky, leaving the man looking up in confusion. The distant sound of the helicopter's rotors thrummed in the background amid the city. A worried soldier sweat dropped as he wondered why two individuals returned. He questioned if the helicopter had some problem. Outside, a helicopter hovered, surrounded by a shimmering blue magical circle. The helicopter descended rapidly towards the ground, the force of its rotors whipping up dust and debris with a heavy thud. The helicopter continued to descend cautiously inside the glowing barrier, landing on a paved surface beside another helicopter. The sound of the rotors faded, leaving a tense silence. Inside the helicopter, a pilot raised his hand in a halting gesture, alert and wary as golden sunlight streamed through the cockpit windows. The helicopter lifted smoothly from the ground, spiraling upward gracefully into the late afternoon sky. Two soldiers stood by the other helicopters, the pilot taking off in the distance, casting a long shadow over the landing zone. The worried soldier's expression grew more confused and fearful, sweat trickling down his temple as he tried to understand the situation. The camera panned over a massive, solid stone wall towering over a city with buildings below. The wall loomed ominously, shading part of the urban landscape. The heavy stone wall was shown in closer view, its surface marked with scratches and scars, bathed in dim light. Inside the dank, shadowed walls of a gloomy fortress, tall buildings stood beneath a massive triangular skylight, with thick beams of light filtering through. A towering, elaborately decorated window glowed an eerie red, its intricate patterns casting ominous shadows onto the street below. The sinister interior of the red-lit castle was revealed, showing tall stained-glass windows and a skeletal figure clad in armor sitting atop a throne, his eyes glowing ominously. The skeletal Night King, known as the Witch King, rested on his throne, thinking deeply as glowing red light bathed the chamber. The skeletal king's glowing eyes burned with intensity as he pondered troubles he could not understand, his skeletal fingers stroking his chin thoughtfully. He reflected on the strict entry permit level of the Earth dimension, only 8th tier allowed, high-tier beings must lower their tier to enter. He found it strange that a wizard known for arrogance accepted this downgrade to come here. The skeletal king was troubled by the fact that the wizard had come into the king's territory and killed the knight Gawain, an act of defiance and threat. The king's mind turned to Gawain's last words. He tried to speak before being attacked, but was immediately set upon with deadly force. His fiery companion warned decisively that the wizard was undeniably dangerous, urging the king to order Lancelot to behead the wizard and bring proof of the deed. The king concluded that only one reason would bring a high-level being here, to claim this place before it was fully opened. He agreed with his advisor, deciding they must eliminate the wizard. However, since the incident happened outside the castle, there was no immediate urgency. The skeletal knight Lancelot prepared to carry out the king's orders after the harvest, though the loss of Gawain was lamented. The king vowed they were nearly finished with the harvest. The king grimaced fiercely, declaring that once the harvest was complete, they would strike the wizard with deadly force. The magical skull spirit acknowledged the king's order, then reported that some humans had entered the castle, causing surprise and alertness among the skeletal lords. The king scoffed, dismissing the intruders as bothersome toys and stating the castle roof would close soon, making the humans irrelevant. A monstrous creature emitted a terrifying roar, its glowing eyes and ragged fur marking it as a fierce beast. The creature lunged forward aggressively, its wide mouth revealing sharp fangs as it screeched. The armored skeleton knight Gawain fired a bolt of electric energy, striking the creature in midair with a powerful discharge. The Black Hawk helicopter hovered over the city, its rotors stirring the air as it prepared for landing amidst tall buildings. Inside the helicopter, Jeong-gyeom, with a worried expression, thought about the power of the new glowing magical artifact, wondering if he should have simply upgraded the older disc pillar instead. Jeong-gyeom received a radio message stating they were near the specified location, but landing was difficult. Another man offered to retrieve the goods if a landing spot couldn't be found. The helicopter pilot replied quickly, explaining the issue was not finding a place to land but something else, appearing concerned and tense. Jeong-gyeom reported to the others that a skeleton knight was fighting a monster nearby, alerting them of potential danger outside. The helicopter hovered over the city inside the massive stone enclosure as magical blue lightning gathered and sparked at the command of a skeletal knight wielding a glowing staff. Closer view revealed the bricks of shimmering magic stones that radiated bright light. Yongsu questioned what they were. The skeletal knight channeled the blue lightning, directing it powerfully while airborne, his skeletal face fierce and determined. The knight's glowing electric spear struck a target with intense energy, crackling and ripping through space. A strong woman with a determined expression and flowing brown hair materialized, energy swirling around her as she prepared to fight. Jeong-gyeom's face hardened with focus and concern as he processed the increasing difficulty of their situation. The woman clenched her fist with fiery energy flaring around it and swung it rapidly, delivering a devastating blow to an unseen target. The attack caused a massive explosion of force, sending an enemy flying backward in a powerful shockwave. Jeong-gyeom and the pilot exchanged worried looks, acknowledging the incredible power of the two monsters that awaited them. They realized landing now would mean confronting these threats. Jeong-gyeom identified the formidable woman as his older sister in a quiet moment despite the tension surrounding them. Jeong-gyeom smiled wryly with a trace of confidence, but the pilot's reaction was one of shock and surprise. Jeong-gyeom stuttered in confusion, asking which she was referring to. From a distance, a dark silhouette of a figure standing against the cityscape was revealed, the air thick with tension and an ominous aura. Jeong-gyeom's eyes narrowed in frustration as he muttered about the mystery and record of his attacks not seeming to take effect on the opponent. The determined woman clenched her fist tightly and prepared to strike again with fierce resolve. The woman, muscular and sharp-eyed, demanded to know why her relentless attacks failed to kill the monster she was fighting. A glowing magical warning circle flared around a hooded figure cloaked in white, marked as a danger alert from the Thunder Team. Jeong-gyeom focused on the magic stone interface as the pilot spoke seriously from the cockpit. The system explained how enhancement stones originated as regular magic stones but gain special properties that can be bestowed on objects using the awakening system. A young girl sat cross-legged on the floor, staring intently at a glowing television screen in front of her. A flashback showed a mixed martial arts match on TV where a fighter was delivering a high kick to an opponent. The young girl watched the martial arts match with wide eyes, completely captivated by the action. Someone reflected that fortunately, she had a good little brother. The little brother held a toy sword and asked his sister to play with him, to which she smiled and agreed. It was said that victories against weaker opponents were not what she sought. She went to the playground looking for stronger opponents, leaving several older kids sprawled across the ground in defeat. Her father noticed her talent and took her to a mixed martial arts gym. She sat against the ropes in the ring, exhausted and showing signs of injury, absorbing her first defeat. Despite losing, she learned the pain of defeat but was far from weak, excited by the challenge. It was said she was born with a competitive spirit. She trained intensely, with natural physique and passion, relentlessly attacking a punching bag. Her incredible talent allowed her to learn boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, and jiu-jitsu, winning competitions. By 7th grade, she was undefeated in the junior division, landing powerful kicks against her opponents. Her unstoppable passion drove her to train non-stop, her obsession worsening. Eventually, she suffered a severe injury, tearing cruciate ligaments in both knees. Impatient with recovery, she resumed training early, accumulating many injuries and pushing through pain. As a result, last year at 24, she finally debuted as a professional fighter, though she could have started earlier given her skills. A man with a headset ordered the ceiling lowered slowly to allow him to throw a bowling ball. A massive energy strike hit the ground violently, revealing a menacing armored skeleton warrior with glowing eyes and sword. Energy crackled as debris exploded, with the armored skeleton standing firmly amid the ruins. The armored skeleton took a step forward, glowing with electric power. A voice asked the girl if her ability was an invisible barrier that enhanced her physical strength while active. The girl asked why her attacks couldn't reach the armored skeleton. The armored skeleton assured his speed was not inferior to others. He explained it wasn't speed but technique that mattered, accusing her of clearly knowing some kind of technique. The armored skeleton admitted he had learned the importance of fundamentals today, and if not for hierarchy, he would have lost to her. He called her rare and said that raising her rank soon could make her the greatest knight. The girl looked shocked and asked what he was. The armored skeleton said he would let her leave. He warned there wasn't much time left and death was inevitable if she didn't escape the castle, but he would speak to the Night King on her behalf. He explained normally this mercy would be impossible and that it was a small favor because she taught him the value of fundamentals. Then an explosion startled them. Pieces of armor and equipment exploded outward from the blast. Flaming debris including a fireball and a helmet crashed around them. The girl stood calmly amid the destruction and asked if a bowling ball had broken something. Looking at the fiery smashed remains of the bowling ball, she wondered aloud how it could have broken something even she couldn't. The girl was puzzled and looked up as a bowling ball soared into the sky. The bowling ball smashed nearby crystals, scattering them with crackling lightning. These light blue crystals flew rapidly through a narrow urban alley. A magical portal opened, sucking the crystals and the fiery red bowling ball inside. The girl looked up, confused by the sudden portal and the incoming bowling ball. The girl delivered a swift strike causing a powerful gust and the ground to shake. She stood unfazed as dust and debris swirled around while a shadowy figure approached from above. The approaching figure landed heavily nearby, making the ground crack beneath their feet. Dust and stones scattered as a powerful impact echoed around the girl standing confidently. The shadowy figure hovered menacingly above her, casting a grand shadow on the cracked ground. The door of a helicopter opened, and a man stepped out while the three others quietly ate a meal together. One of the men greeted the girl with a warm smile, acknowledging her as still number 2 in kicking. She asked if the other was using some kind of cheat code to be so able. The man explained it was a long story and revealed the other 3 had awakened abilities and survived. The girl expressed shock on hearing a third competitor was still in consideration. The trio ate at a round table loaded with many dishes, ordering whatever they needed using a new currency called packs. The girl sat quietly, seeming deep in thought while others ate. She admitted her ability was an invisible barrier boosting her physical abilities while active. The girl denied this and said her physical abilities were just naturally good and not from the barrier. Someone teased her to slow down eating or she'd get indigestion. One person recalled how the sister used to be addicted to exercise like her, struggling to sit still. The girl was questioned if she was using a cheat code to gain her abilities, but she said it was a long story. She explained how she carefully observed the shoulders, waist, and foot stance of others rather than using a cheat. She was told to rest now and eat well. Her friend reassured her, reminding her to greet Mr. Yongsu's family in the subspace, and told her to order whatever she needed. A young man in a gray-blue uniform stood in front of a table with food, placing his hand on a chair while asking if they were leaving immediately. Someone off-panel responded that they had to leave because the fortress wall's ceiling would soon be covered. Another voice inquired if this was the same wall someone named Mr. Song Hyang-gu had mentioned. The young man glanced to the side, explaining he had heard the wall was growing but hadn't realized it would cover the ceiling too. He warned that the ceiling was already mostly covered when he brought in a second individual, urging everyone to hurry. The young man looked upward toward the towering walls, saying he wished he could gather some magic stones as well, but they needed to escape before the ceiling was completely covered. He muttered in confusion as the area above seemed unnervingly dark, with only a small spot of light visible. The scene showed an ominous, darkened ceiling with a faint light in the distance as the young man continued to observe, tension building. Close up on the young man's surprised face, he uttered a small question, sensing something unusual. A military helicopter hovered inside a large, enclosed space, its rotors kicking up debris and dust around it. The helicopter flew swiftly among tall buildings, with fiery, flaming bowling balls raining down aggressively toward the ground. A flaming bowling ball slammed violently into a building wall, causing a fiery explosion and heavy debris to scatter. The impact left a crater deep in the wall, blackened and cracked, with dust and small debris swirling around the site. Inside the helicopter cockpit, the young man, wearing a headset, questioned in disbelief whether a castle could really be this durable, unscathed by the attacks. He wondered aloud if it really was true that no scratches appeared no matter how hard the hits landed. The young man thought carefully, recalling that he had used all available magic stones to increase shipping size for sending out the helicopter, noting the need for caution. The young man realized that using the magic stones this way would make leveling up more difficult and that every helicopter dispatch cost 15 stones. He pondered how uncertain things were, unsure whether a castle this size could even fit inside the space. He worried more importantly about the possibility of the entire Yujiro area getting sucked into the castle, not just the castle itself. The young man looked puzzled, quietly questioning the situation as his thoughts ran wild. The man with long hair appeared thoughtful, wondering if the troubling statement by an unknown individual was actually true, asking who this guy was. The young man explained that the man with long hair would be spared because he would die if he stayed, but he did not explain how this would happen. He promised to talk to the Night King or whoever to get him out. He described how the man was hit by the very bowling ball he had thrown and died, saying the Night King must know something about this. The nervous young man grimly admitted that the situation was very bad. He voiced concern over the lack of time and how they were supposed to find the Night King in Yujiro. Inside the helicopter, the rotors spun wildly as it navigated through the dim, enclosed space. The helicopter sped through city streets, dodging flaming bowling balls crashing nearby. The helicopter rose as the pilot shouted to slow down, surrounded by a shower of sparks and flying debris. A sinister cathedral interior glowed ominously red with stained glass windows as shadowy forms lurked within. A floating purple flaming skull revealed that someone named Lionel died without suffering a single hit. The flaming skull wondered if the unscathed death was somehow the work of a magician. A purple flaming skull told a cloaked figure that Lionel had told him before vanishing that it was definitely the magician's doing. The Night King sat imposingly on his throne, illuminated by the eerie glow of the red-lit cathedral. The Night King concluded that the person disrupting his harvest must have intended it from the start and there was no need to delay. He ordered that the intruders were already on their way and there was no need for him to move. The Night King sat upright in his throne, summoned by the sound of approaching footsteps echoing through the cathedral. A large goblin lunged fiercely toward the young woman, who answered with a powerful punch that sent a shockwave through the hall. A warning from the Thunder Team was broadcast featuring a hooded figure ablaze with magical energy. The young man staggered, his face pale and sweaty as he clutched at his chest upon entering a room. He steadied himself against the doorframe, wide-eyed in shock and disbelief. The Night King questioned if the magician he mentioned was actually undead, shocked by the implication. The Night King dismissed worries of searching, noting the intruders were coming on their own and saving him trouble. The dark throne room echoed with shadows of skeletal figures as the Night King speculated that these could be dealt with by those guys. The young man suddenly doubled over, vomiting violently into a pool of light on the floor. The young man groaned with motion sickness, struggling to keep steady inside the helicopter while lamenting the severity of his condition. The young woman opened the door for him as he collapsed, groaning in pain from motion sickness. He vowed never to ride a helicopter again, a look of exhaustion and dread on his face. The young woman nodded, observing how severely motion sickness affected him. The young man suddenly reacted with surprise, exclaiming in confusion. Suddenly, a ferocious, snarling goblin barreled at them with bared teeth and claws, screaming fiercely. The young woman countered with a decisive punch, blasting the goblin backwards with a thunderous impact. A warning from the Thunder Team appeared with a white-robed figure surrounded by magical flames, signaling danger ahead. Suddenly, a sharp sound burst through the silence. The young man looked up with wide eyes, his mouth parting in surprise. Still crouched, his gaze sharpened as he questioned the sudden noise, trying to make sense of it. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs lunged forward, roaring fiercely with saliva flying out of its snarling mouth. The woman swiftly threw a powerful punch, landing a solid hit on the monster's face. Electricity crackled and surged as she pushed the creature back with a strong, electrified blow. The force of the punch sent the monster flying violently into the distance, crashing hard against the walls. The heavy fortress door swung wide open as the two burst through, engulfed by smoke and the faint light of a burning room behind them. The young man stammered awkward thanks as he caught his breath, while the woman tightened her fists, alert and ready. A man in a pilot's uniform waited behind them. Her face suddenly grew serious and focused. She warned there was more danger ahead. The young man questioned what she meant. He smirked to himself quietly, a hint of confidence flickering in his eyes as they faced the unknown. In the smoky shadows, a dark winged figure lay on the ground, starting to rise quickly. A chilling laugh echoed, thick with anticipation. Another monstrous creature with glowing red eyes flew around menacingly, ready to attack. The dim chapel filled with a red glow, countless red eyes flickered mysteriously in the darkness, causing alarm. The young man addressed the pilot respectfully, seeking guidance urgently. He advised the young man to enter the subspace for safety. The young man responded briskly, ready to comply. The woman's lips curled into a satisfied grin, her eyes gleaming with wild intensity. Determined, she surged forward, running into the looming threat. The young man called after her, alarmed and urging her to wait. She leapt with explosive speed, powerfully striking a bat-like monster which screeched in pain. She slammed her foot sharply onto the creature's head, cracking its skull with force. The woman's fists continued to fly with expert precision, battering the monsters surrounding her. A monster let out a deafening scream, its wings flaring as it retaliated fiercely. The woman dodged and countered with sudden furious blows, sending another monster sprawling backward. Flying at speed, she knocked another flying monster down with a powerful punch. She twisted swiftly, landing a fierce strike that blasted a monster aside with a heavy impact. Her movements flowed seamlessly as she struck again, sending more creatures crashing. The woman locked one monster's jaw with a vice-like grip, biting fiercely as it struggled. Her teeth bared in a fierce snarl as she held the creature tightly, refusing to release. Suddenly, she slammed her fist down hard onto the monster's head, snapping it soundly. She spun with aggressive energy, punching through the air, smashing the nearest attacker with force. Shots rang out as the young man fired from behind, providing support. He kept watching the ferocious fight, feeling the weight of the situation and wondering how to help. His eyes widened as he discovered something important on his glowing digital screen. The screen displayed information about a subspace laboratory and its transformation function, highlighting a cost. In the shadows, a monster let out a fierce roar, red eyes blazing with rage. With a fierce cry, she brought her fist down forcefully, smashing into the monster's head with explosive power. The woman stood amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily, her eyes covered in shadow as she surveyed the fallen enemies. Calmly, she questioned the unexpected focus of attention from the monsters. One monster hesitated, taken aback by her calm demeanor. The woman stood strong and determined, her fists clenched as she stared at a glowing blue barrier electrifying the room. Bat-like creatures lay scattered, defeated around her, their shadows contrasting sharply against the red carpet. A stack of cages containing serpentine coils emitted electric sparks as the glowing cage's barrier flickered. An information box appeared, revealing the item's rank as rare with electric attributes like penetration, shock, and provocation. A man sat relaxed in a chair, smiling and remarking on the effectiveness of the electric trap, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaotic surroundings. The woman looked up with a puzzled expression, asking quietly what was going on. The man asked the woman Kim Jeong-gyeom what she was doing. She insisted she was helping him, but he retorted that her actions felt more like interference as he complained about losing his rhythm. The woman raised her fists, frustrated and questioning the man's sanity for talking about getting in the groove during a mission. He insisted they needed to catch their enemies quickly, but she rejected his "we" and scolded him for addressing her so familiarly. In a shadowed throne room illuminated by red light, a flaming skull with glowing red eyes floated beside a skeletal king in armor. Silence fell between them. The flaming skull's eyes widened, showing shock or realization. The dark figure spoke the name Tristan with a grave tone, the room's atmosphere heavy with tension. The flaming skull voiced doubts about the certainty of a recent statement. The shadowy figure calmly replied it was seen clearly just moments ago. The figure explained that besides the magician wielding the item, there was a human whose skills matched his own, causing further concern. The figure contemplated the difficulty of facing not only a magician but also a human rival, acknowledging the battle would be tough. The Flaming King explained that a seventh rank from the Earth dimension existed and the Chamber of Commerce would intervene if they learned about the situation, leaving them no choice in their desperate situation. The Flaming Skull reported that the magician was at least 8th rank and that even at the same rank magicians were stronger. The figure agreed that if someone matched knight skills as well, fighting on equal terms would result in defeat. The Flaming Skull acknowledged understanding the dire circumstances. The figure solemnly promised not to forget the sacrifice made by Tristan. The Flaming Skull floated cheerfully, gesturing as if determined and hopeful. Red infernal energy swirled violently around the throne room, masculine rage and power bursting forth. The figure caught several glowing red gemstones in his hand, concentrating the energy summoned. The gemstones floated midair, glowing ominously as the figure's skeletal hands prepared for a powerful summoning. The fiery gemstones converged and exploded with radiant light, filling the chamber with blinding red energy. Electrical coils in the lab crackled loudly as power surged through the bent copper coils, sparking violently. A close-up showed the copper coils crackling with energized blue electricity, with a semi-rare electric baseball bat shown in the information box. The woman proudly wielded the bat crackling with electricity, a confident smile lighting her face. The man asked if she had built the bug zapper using the same method as before. She nodded and instructed Pax to dispose of the remaining parts. The man praised the weapon's power and questioned how the lab created such a strong ability. He thanked the woman for making the weapon, explaining that the electric club was designed to help fight monsters more easily. The woman admitted the weapon was not as great as it seemed, explaining it might have weakened when combined with another object, which caused negative effects and lowered the rank. The man acknowledged the downgrade, but reasoned that semi-rare was still rare and the weapon should be good enough to swing around. The man noticed the woman scratching herself repeatedly, likening it to being bitten by mosquitoes. She quickly corrected him, saying it wasn't mosquitoes. The woman told the man she'd been bitten on the neck by the bat-human-like monster they fought earlier. Though it had felt fine at first, the itchiness worsened due to frequent travel in and out of the subspace. She reassured him it didn't feel like she was turning into a vampire, as subspace supposedly blocked external energy. The man questioned her choice of words, asking why she said it felt like she was turning, implying uniqueness to the sensation. The man joked that the sudden urge to bite her neck sounded more like an instinct to beat him up for no reason. The woman retorted she indeed wanted to fight him for no apparent cause. The two exchanged smirks as the man claimed the itching was normal for her and she should accept it, while the woman warned to kill her if she ever became a vampire, not waiting until she fully changed. A shadowy voice revealed a fear of becoming a monster. The scene shifted back to the shadowy chamber where a figure observed the throne, noting the surprising visit of a renowned magician to a hidden, run-down shop. A glowing skeleton knight wearing a crown stared with intense purple eyes. He said the name Arcane must be weeping and asked a pointed question while demanding a straight answer. The same voice questioned what reason there could be for interfering in someone else's business and causing a ruckus. A woman in a tank top scratched her neck while a man beside her echoed the name Night King. The woman said there was no need to look further, calling it perfect. The glowing skeletal knight warned them to answer straight, and claimed he had nothing to lose now, regardless of Arcane's involvement. The woman held an electrified baseball bat and asked what Arcane was and what they were talking about. The man said he had no idea. The skeleton knight admitted it was foolish to try to talk and, seeing no intention of conversation, coldly declared the challengers must die here. A shining armored knight raised a glowing sword and announced the name Lancelot. The woman smiled brightly, calling the timing refreshing. She said she was itching to test out her electric club. The woman warned not to interfere this time as she prepared herself, gripping the glowing bat tightly. The woman's eyes sparkled as she swung the electric club in a powerful attack aimed at the armored knight. The strike connected, sending a powerful shockwave that forced the knight to stagger back and shout the name Dust. Sparks flew as the club collided with armor, making sharp metallic sounds. The man's eyes widened as his hand glowed with golden energy, reinforcing the baseball bat with his power once more. The sound of a powerful footstep echoed forcefully on the ground. The electrified bat smashed down with explosive force, striking the skeletal knight in luminous bursts, causing debris to fly. The man watched the armored knight retreat rapidly down a blood-red corridor, explaining the club was semi-rare but broke easily. The woman looked up defiantly, firmly answering no to an unspoken question, as the man looked on curiously. The armored knight glared with glowing red eyes, declaring the weapon wasn't weak as he grasped his fiery sword menacingly. Addressing the flaming skull as Lancelot, the figure announced his intention to summon this powerful entity, while the skull expressed concern about the risks. A glowing armored knight stood tall, gripping a gleaming sword with red eyes burning through his helmet. Amidst the smoky, fiery backdrop, he declared that the weapon itself wasn't weak, but its wielder was insanely powerful. A young man with sharp black hair and focused eyes contemplated quietly, noting thoughtfully that his sister rarely compliments anyone's strength. The young man glanced over his shoulder at the glowing knight, acknowledging silently that this opponent must be extraordinary. The young man spoke, mentioning his shortage of mana stones after enchanting his sister's electrified baseball bat, and wondered if he could keep this weapon and consume the mana stone inside it. The woman in a tank top jokingly declared that mana stones were finders keepers. The four glowing red eyes of the knight suddenly snapped into alert, his armored figure stiffening against the threat. The knight calmly remained standing as fiery glowing balls shot rapidly toward him from all directions. Clenching the hilt of his sword tightly, the knight swung fiercely, sending out a powerful wave of energy that collided with and shattered the incoming glowing balls. The armored knight raised his sword high, preparing to strike with immense force. The knight swept his sword in a fierce arc, slicing through multiple fiery projectiles as the young man watched cautiously nearby. Sweat dripped down the young man's face as his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The woman crouched slightly in front, her fists clenched as she prepared to fight, while the young man kept watch behind her. The knight deflected another round of blazing projectiles with a sweeping sword strike, shards of fiery debris exploding outward. Red-eyed and fully focused, the knight lunged forward with a glowing sword strike, powerful energy flaring wildly around him. The woman moved fast, landing a solid punch directly to the side of the knight's helmet, sending sparks and shockwaves outward. With fierce agility, the woman dodged the knight's swinging blade, hair and clothes flying with her swift motion. Together, the young man and woman launched a synchronized strike against the knight, their fists pounding relentlessly on his armored helmet and shoulder. The knight's armor showed a moment of strain, his four glowing eyes wide with surprise under the helmet. The knight crashed backward from the punishing blows, the impact throwing him across the room where flames flared and scattered. The woman stepped forward with powerful momentum, delivering a final sharp kick to the knight as he staggered to his feet. The knight regained his balance, raising his sword in a defensive stance amid swirling sparks and magical energy. His eyes glowing red, the knight fixed his gaze with intensity and resolve, preparing for another barrage of magical projectiles. The young man's face lit with shock and realization, noticing that the sword strike had hit the knight's head so precisely, without a single scratch. A sudden ominous presence materialized behind the glowing knight, revealing a skull-faced figure with glowing red eyes. The young man's eyes widened, sensing great danger. The skull-faced figure sneered, his lips curling with dark amusement, while the young man's expression hardened with the weight of the threat. The young man urgently called out to the woman as blue glowing portals appeared rapidly around them. The glowing knight stepped into the center of a magical barrier, armored fully as several floating drones circled protectively overhead. Angry and frustrated, the woman confronted the young man about blocking their way for the sake of just one magical stone. The young man calmly explained that the knight was too dangerous to simply block. The two cautiously observed the glowing knight from a distance, affirming that his survival after taking a hit from a flaming bowling ball showed he wasn't someone they could easily defeat. Suddenly, the knight charged, launching a sharp glowing spear toward the young man. The young man's eyes widened in shock as the spear aimed directly at him. The glowing knight surged forward, unleashing the spear attack surrounded by a shimmering magical shield while the young man stared up, trying to react. The spear struck the magical shield with a loud crackling sound, sparks flying on impact. The young man and woman stared in stunned silence at the force of the defense as the glowing barrier shimmered with energy. The woman nodded solemnly, accepting the grave threat the knight posed to them. The young man's mind raced as he considered the impossible strength of the knight from such a distance. The glowing knight stood firmly inside his protective barrier, sword in hand, prepared for the next attack. The knight struck his sword down with tremendous speed and precision, deflecting more incoming fiery projectiles. The fiery projectiles exploded around the knight, who remained steadfast, unyielding amid the chaos. The young man and woman exchanged astonished glances, questioning how the knight could block shots fired so close by. Bright flaming balls collided violently, lighting up the dark hall with explosive bursts of fire and energy. The young man's shock grew as he witnessed the sheer number of weapons and projectiles accumulating as the fight escalated. The glowing knight glared angrily, scornfully remarking on the ridiculousness of the pileup. The skeletal king mocked the glowing knight for hiding behind a dimensional gate and relying solely on fired items. The skeletal king hinted that this arrogance was the glowing knight's critical mistake, his voice echoing as fiery blasts continued to fly. The skeletal king declared the glowing knight was a seventh ranker immune to attacks like the others, and that he had no fear of facing punishments from the Chamber of Commerce for summoning him. He felt he had nothing left to lose. He spoke of having invested everything just to reach this point, accepting death as a risk to call upon such power. The skeletal king resolved to endure whatever sanctions might come, determined to face them head-on in pursuit of victory. From his throne, the skeletal king voiced disappointment in the paltry struggle he witnessed, mocking the feeble attempts against them. He suddenly realized the weapons and projectiles around him had amassed to an incredible amount, astonishment evident on his face. The massive hurling of weapons continued relentlessly as the glowing knight sliced through with sharp precision. The young man's brow furrowed in deep thought, wrestling with the impossible problem posed by the powerful glowing knight. Displayed were holographic digital interfaces revealing options like weapon transformation requiring hundreds of mana stones and crafting powerful electric mosquito-repellent bats. The young man mused that despite killing many monsters en route, the strongest weapon he possessed was still just the bowling ball. The young man furrowed his brow, lost in thought as fiery sparks flew around him. He realized that the bowling ball attack was ineffective against their foe. Meanwhile, a figure in armor raised a sword, commanding to stop. Behind a shimmering portal, a woman and the young man watched cautiously. The young man continued pondering quietly, arms crossed and one hand on his chin, the fiery projectiles lighting up the tense space around him. The armored warrior sharply raised his sword, shouting for the others to halt. The woman and young man startled, their attention fixed on the armored figure. The young man spoke calmly, addressing the armored figure as Pax, asking him to pause for a moment while the armored man faced him quietly. The armored skeleton's eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he stated that the young man was no mage, but a human, one who possessed a special ability. The armored skeleton's eyes glowed fiercely as he taunted the young man about his unique power, the ability to duplicate items. The armored skeleton laughed heartily, explaining that no mage would dare come to such a place. He stood tall in a hall of fire, noting now everything made sense about the power the young man had obtained. The armored knight raised a sword high and responded respectfully to the armored skeleton as his lord, standing firm amidst the flames while the young man and woman watched quietly. The young man questioned the armored skeleton about business partners, confused by the sudden topic, as the woman beside him also looked puzzled. The armored skeleton smiled enigmatically, amused that the young man might not yet fully comprehend the situation, and pondered where to start explaining. The armored skeleton revealed that the skeleton knights defeated along the way had dropped enhancement stones, and that the castle itself could generate these stones. He further explained that the castle, known as Camelot, was an item capable of producing enhancement stones by consuming living beings. The armored skeleton clarified that enhancement stones could strengthen living beings and also empower special items, with Camelot being a prime example. He revealed that the young man could summon and control 12 knights bound to Camelot, including the armored knight named Lancelot standing before them. The armored skeleton emphasized the value of enhancement stones and the young man's ability to copy them. He proposed an alliance to combine copied stones. A sinister chuckle escaped the armored skeleton, who declared this collaboration a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The armored skeleton questioned the young man when he mentioned putting stones in subspace, deeply curious about the meaning. The young man acknowledged the possibility of having knights process enhancement stones for them, naming the armored skeleton as their leader. The armored skeleton looked puzzled, repeating the question about placing items in subspace, his glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. A nighttime cityscape appeared, quiet and shadowed under the moon, setting a calm yet foreboding atmosphere. The armored skeleton's eyes glowed brightly as he turned, intrigued by the events unfolding. Amidst swirling flames, the armored skeleton looked upward, startled by unexpected developments as the moon shone in the background. The armored skeleton's expression shifted to shock as he asked what was happening around him. Surprised, the armored skeleton remarked on how unexpectedly small something appeared to be. The armored skeleton expressed amazement, watching the figures through the portal silhouette. The woman teased that the object now looked like a mere toy, a sentiment the young man quietly agreed with. A glowing purple miniature castle-like item floated above the young man's open palm. The armored skeleton smiled, his eyes glowing intensely as he acknowledged seeing the item. The armored skeleton roared in fury, insulting the young man as a lowly ninth-rank slave and cursing his fortune. The armored skeleton unleashed a powerful magical blast, waves of purple energy exploding outward while green spectral figures writhed within the blast. A massive explosion erupted, debris flying everywhere as the armored knight launched a fierce attack surrounded by flames. Dust and rubble scattered wildly, the shockwave roaring through the battlefield. The young man solemnly spoke, recalling the name Laszlo aloud while watching the armored knight poised in front of him. The armored knight confirmed solemnly, addressing the armored skeleton as his lord with a steady gaze. The armored skeleton gasped, surprised, then urgently warned the armored knight to wait as the knight launched a powerful attack. The armored knight swung a massive glowing sword, striking an enemy force and sending him flying backward. A desperate shout to wait echoed as the blade sliced through the air with crushing force. Crackling purple enhancement stones shattered intensely, glowing with magical energy as they fragmented midair. The shattered stones exploded sharply, scattering fragments in a bright blast. In the distance, the battered battlefield lay under a dark sky. The armored knight stood firmly, holding his sword, amidst vivid debris with a glowing aura around him. A single shining golden enhancement stone rested on the cracked ground, emitting a faint glow from the dust around it. A mechanical hand carefully picked up the golden enhancement stone from the ground. The young man gazed at a glowing digital interface that appeared before his eyes, announcing the early opening of his dimensional account. The interface updated, revealing that Jeong-gyeom's dimensional account presently held 3,086 magic stones. Jeong-gyeom and a woman with braided hair leaned near the digital screen, stunned by the sudden information. The young man asked in surprise what this new development meant, tension clear in his expression. The woman demanded clarification on what he meant by 1,000, her face darkening with strong emotion. She reminded him he owed her at least 1,000 stones for saving his life. Jeong-gyeom punched the goblin-like monstrous creature in the face with firm force. He expressed appreciation but refused her demand, saying 1,000 stones would be greedy since his weapons were made from his own magic stones. He tried negotiating, suggesting 500 stones as a fair exchange for her life-saving act, and questioned the comparison of life to magic stones. The woman shot back, questioning if he was seriously refusing even 500 stones. The woman sarcastically asked if Jeong-gyeom's refusal was a jab, calling her petty, teasing him to accept the stones gratefully. Flashing a sly smile, the woman admitted she wasn't fully convinced despite the gifting. Standing with the armored knight, the woman asked openly what he planned to do about a certain man, waiting for the answer. The armored skeleton, glowing ominously with red eyes, stated he had severed the Night King's head as ordered while delicately handling a glowing golden stone. A digital notification explained that although the item was not dangerous, no one would want to live with a skeletal knight. The little girl laughed joyfully, pulling the armored knight's helmet playfully as the impressive knight became a playful companion. An unseen voice narrated how perhaps the girl grew bored living in Subspace with the armored knight who seemed to like him. A man and woman smiled kindly, apologizing and explaining the armored knight must have made a strong impression on the daughter. Dark text bubbles explained the knight found joy and honor in serving the Lord and his allies faithfully. The armored knight playfully scratched his head as the little girl laughed happily, riding on his shoulders. The woman spoke worriedly about the child's persistence to play, while the young man questioned if she was already tired of the game. The young man pointed out how the knight carefully held the girl to keep her from falling or touching his sword in gentle protection. He praised the knight's kindness and impressive prowess, questioning whether someone so good could be considered human. The young man wondered if the knight, despite not being from Earth, could be called a person. He asked if they were heading to Dobong-gu now, revealing his eldest brother's newlywed home was there. The woman acknowledged the tough times they were going through but admitted the knight's impressive swordsmanship caught her attention. The young man paused and looked thoughtfully. The woman urged him to rest, warning about collapsing if he didn't, showing concern. The young man suggested leaving at sunrise instead of immediately, hoping to avoid any risk during night travel. Close-up focus on the young man's eyes as he considered carefully. A playful child annoyed her father by exclaiming she found his role boring and begged him to think of a more creative one. The young man smiled warmly, deciding moving at night would be dangerous. The child rested on the armored knight's shoulder, dozing off peacefully. The knight kindly acknowledged the child's peaceful sleep and promised to watch over her. He confirmed he understood and gently agreed. The young man resolved to leave at 6 a.m. after the others urged him to get some rest. The woman observed how deeply the child was sleeping, cradled in the knight's arms, ensuring she wouldn't be disturbed. The young man returned his focus to the information as the woman spoke of preparing a living space. The woman was surprised to learn that a massive space like that required so many magic stones, wondering just how much the Night King had invested in his. A glowing purple crystal called Camelot appeared on a holographic screen, revealing a unique item described as a palace for cursed knights with customizable size and costs. Options appeared for Camelot: blood sacrifice to produce random enhancement stones by consuming life, phantom summon to summon phantoms, and knight ordination to ordain phantoms as knights, all with associated costs. The young man studied the information carefully, noting that what he really needed to know was the magic stone cost for various sizes of Camelot. Though the item info did not specify the stone requirement for each size, he was beginning plans to make it large enough for 12 to live. He wondered if 300 magic stones would be enough to build such a space. Camelot's glowing hexagonal structure shimmered with magical light. A huge digital wall shimmered in the distance, the moon visible in the night sky beyond. The dome-like castle structure hovered ominously in the nighttime environment. Jeong-gyeom and his companions stood silent outside the towering castle walls as rumbling sounds echoed ominously. The digital information confirmed enough space existed for 12 to live, but Camelot was too small to fit the knight's dignity. Jeong-gyeom realized the 1,000 magic stones requested by the woman would be necessary to build a Camelot of the size he planned. The armored knight in his shining helmet noted that the fist technique shown by Jeong-gyeom earlier was impressive and requested to learn it. The woman stood firmly as the armored knight asked if he could be taught the fighting technique. Jeong-gyeom responded with surprise, intrigued by the request. The armored knight explained he had been watching closely and was impressed by Jeong-gyeom's swordsmanship. Jeong-gyeom told the knight he would teach him, but asked if he could make a favor in return. Both men looked thoughtful as the knight agreed to hear the request. The woman smirked confidently, her sharp eyes gleaming as she spoke. Jeong-gyeom acknowledged the seriousness of the request with a slight nod in confirmation. The armored knight in his helmet awaited the question, radiating quiet strength. The armored knight requested that Jeong-gyeom teach him the precise fist technique he had demonstrated earlier. The woman's smile twisted into surprise and disbelief, reacting vocally. The woman teased the knight about his tough training and challenged if he could handle the lessons ahead, gleaming with excitement while Jeong-gyeom smiled warmly. The knight mentally accepted the challenge, affirming he was fine with starting with a simple sparring session. The woman expressed enthusiasm and laughter for the upcoming training challenge. The digital castle walls shimmered under moonlight as the young man yawned. The young man watched as the child laughed gleefully while playing with the helmet of the armored knight. He took slow, steady steps forward draped in boots, careful but purposeful. Nearby soldiers stood guard on alert, carrying weapons and scanning their surroundings. A soldier urgently signaled on his radio, his face serious and tense. The man with sunglasses and an older soldier spoke seriously, explaining to Jeong-gyeom that the First Corps had been staging a coup, controlling air defense bases and shooting down anything flying. The operations commander explained how the First Corps' power had expanded dangerously into Dobong-gu, causing inevitable conflict, but Jeong-gyeom had resolved the situation. A military helicopter flew low over a demolished urban area with sunlight gleaming off its curved armor. A silhouette of boots landed firmly amid dust and debris. The helicopter stirred clouds of dust as it moved through the damaged cityscape. Jeong-gyeom questioned in surprise if the news included helicopters, his brows furrowed in concern. The man with sunglasses confirmed a helicopter had been involved, gesturing solemnly. Jeong-gyeom's step landed hard on the cracked ground, his mind swirling with the heavy news. Jeong-gyeom expressed shock at the identity of an approaching person. A man in military uniform hurriedly called out to Jeong-gyeom, identifying himself as Mr. Yusakiol, the operations commander. Meeting at ground level next to a military helicopter, the three men discussed the disappearance of fortress walls with urgency. The commander explained the fortress wall had vanished last night, prompting immediate investigation and research since. Jeong-gyeom confirmed he wasn't trying to persuade them but brought critical information they needed to hear. The commander emphasized the gravity of the situation, leaning forward with a stern gaze and intense presence. The military men's faces showed rising concern as the commander revealed a coup had seized air defense bases, shooting down all airborne objects. The operations commander explained that an investigation into the First Corps' expansion revealed an ongoing coup attempt, the forces occupying key districts, obstructing reconnaissance efforts by shooting down drones. Satellite imagery and maps showed the affected areas, highlighting key districts in Seoul as hot zones. Officials gathered around a conference table piled with documents, coordinating responses despite drones being shot down persistently. Analysis described the establishment of an intense defensive perimeter, complicating military operations as they faced a threat more severe than monsters, traitors within their own ranks. The military informed Jeong-gyeom that crossing through Dobong-gu would require taking a longer detour route, making travel uncertain and dangerous. The commander added that tight enemy controls made their forces' movements difficult and dangerous, but his early warning helped prevent disaster. Jeong-gyeom considered the suggested detour to Namyangju, doubting if it was the safest or only option. The military commander continued to stress uncertainties about the route, forbidding confidence in following it outright. Jeong-gyeom expressed gratitude for the warning as he prepared to change his plans. He acknowledged with a serious look that the ominous news was worse than anticipated. Jeong-gyeom now understood that if his goal was simply reaching Wajongbu, the detour was an option, but circumstances dictated otherwise. He resolved that he must pass through Dobong-gu to reach his destination, despite the risks. The trio viewed a magical glowing portal as the armored knight, young woman in black, and Jeong-gyeom prepared to depart. Jeong-gyeom recounted how his family and older brother were enduring threats from both monsters and rebellious traders within Dobong-gu. He recognized the urgency, warning there was no time to waste before deciding to proceed. Jeong-gyeom called out the armored knight's name, rallying him as they prepared to act. With quiet resolve, Jeong-gyeom confirmed he caught the King of Knights, meeting the gaze defined by glowing red eyes. The man in military uniform looked up with wide eyes, surprised as he noticed the imposing figure of a skeletal knight before him. The knight's armor gleamed metallically, showing intricate designs. The skeletal knight's red eyes glowed ominously beneath his helmet as he explained that his eldest brother's home was in Dobong-gu, making it impossible to avoid conflict with the rebels. He declared that this new ally would be a great help. Surrounded by tall, ruined buildings and a dusty sky, the skeletal knight and two men stood confidently as the knight suggested they strategize together on how to crush the rebels. The man in the military uniform looked up with hope and determination shining in his eyes, his face glowing as he eagerly agreed with a firm expression. A dramatic burst emphasized a single word expressing amazement. The bright sun cast sharp rays over a city marked by deep cracks and damage, the silence filled only by a faint howl of the wind. A goblin soldier stood guard before twin anti-aircraft guns, gripping his rifle with alert eyes as the machinery silently waited. A pale, worn hand hung limply near the ground, the feet of a soldier stepping cautiously close by. A sudden flash of light exploded, piercing through the scene. Guarded by another goblin soldier, several prisoners lay weak inside iron bars under the early morning sun. The goblin soldier stiffened sharply as a sudden light flared beside him. A wraith with glowing purple flames and hollow eyes appeared, floating silently among the cages in the clearing. The flaming skull wraith turned its gaze sharply, reacting to unseen sounds. The wraith drifted upward swiftly, heading towards two dark silhouetted figures back in the trees. Two goblin soldiers walked side by side, the taller one gesturing as they discussed something important. One soldier's uniform bore distinct insignia, catching the light as they spoke. The goblin soldier's face wore a sly grin, unafraid as he contemplated their strategy. The glowing wraith peered from behind a tree, observing silently the soldiers beneath. Its black-purple eyes locked onto its target with unwavering focus. A glowing text explained that wraiths of Camelot could be summoned at the cost of magical stones and that they were not hindered by physical barriers. The narration detailed that knights in wraith form could move freely through walls and obstacles, unaffected by physical interference. It was explained that summoning a wraith cost 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones, the same as summoning a knight. Once summoned, the knight could switch freely between physical and wraith form without additional cost. A map highlighted the Bukansan mountain area where the wraith reconnaissance was centered, detailing the operation's scouting strategy. The text reiterated that wraithification was the optimal method for spying on enemy territory. It explained that the wraith version of Lancelot had scouted the enemy, gathering critical information to develop counter-strategies. Restrictions on the wraith's operational range meant the team positioned just below the enemy stronghold near government forces for the reconnaissance. The narration gave details about the positioning of the reconnaissance team, emphasizing proximity to enemy battalions. The Wraith version of Lancelot zipped through the city, completing the reconnaissance mission quickly and efficiently. Suddenly, the young man's expression shifted as he feared what the reconnaissance revealed next. The man exclaimed in shock, questioning how soldiers' bodies had become mutated like goblins and why over 200 were locked in iron cages as sacrifices. The flaming wraith solemnly confirmed the horrifying truth. The group, gathered around a table covered with maps, expressed disbelief and alarm over the revelations. The young man pondered why civilians were being held hostage despite the soldiers' apparent voluntary defection. The flaming wraith explained the likely reason for capturing people: to obtain repulsive force, a mysterious power. The young man echoed the question in surprise, seeking clarity about repulsive force. The wraith explained the universal concept of hierarchy, the ranking of beings across dimensions. A vivid illustration showed how repulsive force protected higher-ranked beings from attacks by lower-ranked ones, though not always absolute. The young woman questioned whether the sacrifices were for gaining this hierarchy, and the wraith assured they were certain. The wraith revealed that sacrificing was a method used by low-intelligence creatures to instinctively gain hierarchy. Such shortcuts, it explained, were often limited to lower dimensions. When a low-ranked being contacted a higher-ranked one and struck a deal, it could bypass the normal rules of hierarchy. The groups questioned the nature of this deal, but the wraith was unsure. The Flaming Skull clarified that the sacrifices were not purely to gain hierarchy. The young woman, determined, declared their plan to wipe out the enemy, though one man warned it would not be easy. She challenged the young man to be the one to carry out the strike. The young man praised the reconnaissance info as exceptional and identified key locations on the map. He worried that the enemy's defenses were much tougher than expected. He cautioned that reinforcements would escalate the conflict to full war. He explained the danger of engaging without intelligence on the enemy's first corps and the need to act quickly. He advocated requesting nearby support, acknowledging the difficulty posed by enemy anti-aircraft guns. The stern man recognized the extraordinary skill of a peerless genius archer named Bedivere, famed for his one-armed shooting ability. A goblin soldier identified a glowing bowling ball flying rapidly overhead. The wraith mentioned that reinforcements from the First Corps would lead to all-out war. The young man asked why not summon another knight to counter the anti-aircraft guns. He revealed he had magic stones but lacked enhancement stones, limiting his ability to summon stronger knights. He explained that resummoning a knight without increasing power was futile and that summoning more knights bothered him. The Flaming Wraith declared that duplication of stones, magical or enhancement, was impossible. The Wraith recounted the memory of obtaining an enhancement stone from defeating the King of Knights. The young man looked confused, realizing he might have forgotten the details of the recovery. The man pondered which knight had recovered the stone, his thoughts troubled. The team focused on the map as 4 arrows pointed to key locations, the mystery growing deeper. The Flaming Wraith described Camelot's 12 incomparable knights, none disappointing no matter who was summoned, suggesting Bedivere was appropriate. The Flaming Skull revealed Bedivere's distinctive trait: he had only one arm. The young man questioned how someone with one arm could be a peerless archer. The Wraith told a brief story about Bedivere's past jealousy from a commander who cut off his arm. In her cell, a woman heard a voice calling her, the goblin guard urging her to respond. Flames shattered the heavy bars holding her captive, opening the way for escape. The woman looked up, surprised and hopeful at the sudden opportunity. The goblin guard called out to the woman in the orange sweater, motioning for her attention. She responded hesitantly, caught off guard by the summons. He singled her out, noting she was the only one in good condition among the prisoners. The woman looked confused, but the goblin reassured her it was not a trap. He asked her to grant a favor that set her anxious. Laughing eerily, the goblin's eyes gleamed with sinister intent. The woman seriously asked the prisoners in captivity if they were interested in escaping. She looked hopeful, gazing toward freedom. With a scream, the armored knight swung a flaming bowling ball toward the cages. The flaming ball shattered the bars, dust and sparks flying as prisoners moved toward escape. The woman seized the moment to slip through the broken bars urgently. Surprised but determined, she reeled at the chaotic scene unfolding. Flames raced upward, heralding a dangerous confrontation. The armored knight leapt forward, launching an explosive attack. Goblin soldiers shielded their eyes and staggered in shock at the strange sight overhead. The goblin soldier cried out in alarm, shocked by the noise and the approaching threat. The patrol looked towards the direction of an explosion on the hillside. The goblin rushed forward, trying to comprehend the source of the sudden disturbance. An explosion erupted in the distance, sending flames and debris spiraling into the air. The goblin soldiers watched a blazing explosion against a green mountain backdrop, worry spreading among them. The eerie sound of a mysterious object growing closer reached the goblins. The armored knight caught the flaming bowling ball, poised for what was coming next. The knight held the blazing ball tightly, preparing for the next move. The armored knight calmly stood amid the chaos, thinking carefully about his next priority. A dark voice spoke, reminding everyone of something forgotten but important. The flaming skull revealed that Bedivere had only one arm. The young man questioned how Bedivere could shoot expertly with one arm, the wraith explaining this had been his skill since the past. A flashback showed a talented Bedivere under a duke's command, jealous commanders cutting off his arm. Since then, Bedivere adapted with a thick leather strap and mastered sling and javelin techniques, becoming one of the 12 knights. The young man expressed doubt that Bedivere's slingshot skills could destroy anti-aircraft guns from afar. The wraith expressed confidence in their combined strength and experience to handle the operation. He emphasized the importance of rapid action before enemy reinforcements could arrive, stressing the risk of all-out war. The armored knight, flaming bowling ball in hand, leapt forward with determination and power. The young man worried about reinforcements escalating the conflict into full war. The armored knight's flaming ball hit the target with a blazing explosion. The goblin leader watched a distant fiery impact, uncertain and uneasy. He peered out the window in shock, questioning what the sudden event was. The goblin guard charged at the prisoners with a fierce roar, tearing into them. One goblin yelled out, alarmed, calling for Major Park as chaos erupted. The goblin's face tightened in fear and sweat dripped down his brow as his red eyes widened in shock. A lone armored figure clad in shining white and blue with a tattered black cape steadily strode across an empty, dimly lit classroom, the sound of footsteps echoing in the silence. The goblin looked up nervously, sweat pouring from his forehead as he raised one hand in a defensive motion. The knight's helmet gleamed sharply as glowing red slits for eyes pierced the darkness. The knight clearly declared that this place was forbidden territory, not to be entered casually. A glowing digital notification appeared, announcing the acquisition of 4 mana stones and updating the total to 2,686. Another digital message blinked into existence, showing 12 more mana stones collected, increasing the total to 2,698. The young man in the PF uniform studied the glowing screen, explaining that mana stones were gathered automatically thanks to a dimensional account. He expressed his confusion about the rapid increase, questioning whether the rate of collection was normal. Continuing to wonder aloud, he doubted the speed at which mana stones were accumulating. Sweat dripping down his face, he watched as multiple notifications popped up, counting 5, 8, and more stones, totaling 2,788. He thought to himself that he must be doing something right, while a man with sunglasses greeted him hesitantly. A fiery projectile streaked upwards against a backdrop of blue sky, shooting faster and faster. The blazing projectile ascended rapidly into the sky, trailing smoke and sparks. The projectile detonated with a massive explosion, shattering the sky above the city. 4 figures watched the explosion, the man in the PF uniform recalling that the signal was to be sent once all cannons were destroyed. One of the men praised the knight's tactics and skills, marveling that with warriors like these, special forces were no longer necessary. He proposed moving forward with their plan, his voice calm and determined. The knight turned to the man and silently accepted the decision to proceed. A bright spark fell through the sky, trailing smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. The skeletal knight looked down at the falling spark with a serious expression, warning that this could bring trouble. The skeletal knight questioned where Commander Lancelot had directed them next, examining a crude map marked with a circled goblin symbol. The armored knight stood in a sunny forest clearing, studying the map closely but uncertain of the direction, pondering what the odd mark signified. The armored knight forcefully kicked a goblin soldier across the room, sending it crashing backwards. He stomped on another goblin's head, declaring he would trust his gut feelings to decide their path. The armored knight grimaced, admitting it was hard to control his strength and threatening the goblin to speak up to avoid being accidentally killed. The knight narrowed his eyes in suspicion, demanding to know who taught the goblin the shortcut and where they were. The goblin commander smirked, taunting that the goblins knew more than the knight suspected, and asked what the knight's plan was and the size of the first corps. The goblin commander chuckled darkly, claiming if he had eaten just 10 more people he would have reached the knight's power tier. The goblin revealed the name Tonetiuh for a high tier being who had reached beyond their grasp. The goblin repeated the name with a chilling grin and red eyes glowing fiercely. The knight acknowledged the name with grave seriousness. Dark thoughts filled the knight's mind, questioning the true nature and threat posed by Tonetiuh. The armored knight declared to goblins that they were better scribes than empty-headed fools, contrasting their knowledge and savviness. The knight delivered a powerful punch and snapped the goblin's neck, their body crumpling lifeless to the ground. The goblin winced in pain, falling hard to the ground, clutching himself. The goblin gasped in agony as the knight stomped down fiercely on its back. The impact cracked the floor heavily, sending shards scattering as the goblin writhed on the ground beneath the knight's feet. The goblin scrambled to its feet, grimacing as debris rained around it. The goblin abruptly twisted its foot, causing one of its feet to snap with a painful pop. One goblin urgently checked the condition of the brigade commander lying injured, calling out in concern. The injured goblin soldier stammered a weak affirmative, struggling to stand. The knight said running was pointless as he stepped toward the goblin, who looked horrified. The knight ordered the goblins to protect their brigade commander as he advanced. One goblin vowed to support the commander, gripping his rifle determinedly. The knight praised their willingness to sacrifice, but criticized their judgment in dealing with goblins as he prepared his next move. The goblin with blood dripping from his mouth showed a cold smile, calmly warning the knight to tone down his attitude. The goblin explained they had several 8th-tier fighters in their main force too. The knight glared fiercely, stating that if the goblin had consumed 10 more people, he could also reach the 8th tier. He described the goblins as adaptable and smart in a changing world. The knight slammed the goblin to the ground with force, causing it to grunt in pain. The goblin glanced back warily, seeing the knight's swift and brutal attack. The goblin gasped in shock as the knight grabbed him violently. Blood sprayed as the knight struck fiercely, slashing into the goblin. The knight's eyes widened in fierce determination. The knight's blows landed swiftly and heavily with repeated impacts. The goblin enemies looked up frantically, witnessing the approaching black helicopter. The goblins cursed in frustration as they looked around in panic. The black helicopter swooped down rapidly toward the rooftop. A goblin turned violently, eyes wide with shock. The goblin continued backing away, fearfully looking around. One goblin's wide eyes showed rising panic and uncertainty. The goblin captain asked the armored knight what they should do now as he grappled a goblin by the neck, blood flying. A splash of blood dripped onto the floor from an unseen wound. The skeletal knight stood in the room wounded, blood dripping and splashing with each move. The knight stared forward intensely, sweat and blood on his face as the young man called out to him. The young man's sharp eyes scanned the scene, startled and concerned. The goblin silently released glowing mana stones, causing the man in armor to wonder what was happening. Dark thoughts swept over the knight as he reflected about the goblin now having reached 8th tier. The goblin charged furiously, glowing ominously as it unleashed a terrifying roar. The young man mused bitterly on the goblin's sacrifice of humanity to attain 8th tier status, knowing it was a misguided shortcut. The armored knight and young man faced the goblin forces as it charged. The knight prepared to fire, proclaiming they would land immediately despite the danger. The skeletal knight hurled a glowing orb from his hand, eyes gleaming with fierce resolve as the orb flew through the air. The orb slammed hard against the goblin, causing it to spill a handful of mana stones while the skeletal knight noted his decision was right. The digital notification chimed wordlessly, displaying a massive gain of 322 mana stones, totaling 3,542. A military officer hurried to the young man, identifying himself as Operations Chief Seoul. The man shared that thanks to the Knights destroying key points, cleanup and civilian rescue was going faster than expected. The young man acknowledged the progress but worried about the missing brigade commander. He asked Lancelot whether he had uncovered anything about the enemy's plans. Lancelot admitted his apology and regret. He explained that apart from a high tier being named Tonetiou who had contacted their group, he learned nothing else. The young man sighed, realizing they were back to square one, and suggested checking the documents in the commander's building for clues. Lancelot pointed to the damaged building behind them, stating the commander stayed on the 4th floor and warning of the large volume of paperwork there. The young man reassured the group that they had already contributed greatly and suggested Pax store the military documents and maps from the building. A holographic notification appeared, reporting that some documents were incompatible with the military category and therefore excluded from storage. He ordered to proceed despite the complication, determined to press on. The young man smiled reassuringly, telling his companion that Pax could handle the paperwork on its own and that they could find families faster this way. He glanced anxiously at the screen showing the excluded documents. The notification displayed the message about excluded files due to incompatibility. Surprised, the young man asked what incompatible items meant. Lancelot revealed that among the documents, one described a registration form for dimensional beings that could elevate tier status. He explained that Earth's dimensional exploration was still in its infancy, so no one yet met the requirements to register. The knight urged the young man to register now since he had the documents and met the conditions. Lancelot explained the young man's special case and that he obtained his current tier by defeating an 8th tier with a dimensional account. The knight showed the official registration document, explaining it was the accepted format for dimensional registration. He promised that filling out the official form would prevent the young man from turning into a goblin. The form was adaptive, adjusting itself to fit each dimension. Reading it in one's native language would confirm the official validity of the registration. The young man trembled slightly as he carefully examined the document. A hand tightly gripped a pen, decisively signing the name Kim Jeong-gyeom on a document. The word "sweet" echoed softly in approval. A luminous digital notification appeared with glowing blue light, confirming that the dimensional being registration was complete, with 2,422 mana stones remaining. The young man stood at a desk, the signing document shimmering and dissolving into sparkling magical energy, spreading upward as if transforming. Surrounded by two figures, one armored and the other in military garb, he questioned quietly if that was all that was required. A dark, shadowy voice assured him that was correct. The young man inquired where he should send the documents next, his tone straightforward and ready. The roaring screech of a vehicle tire filled the air as a motorcycle sped forward, someone urgently calling out for the brigade commander. Riding swiftly, a figure shouted an apology for being late, maneuvering the motorcycle with purpose and haste. The rider grimaced, noting the difficulty of carrying the heavy motorcycle while approaching. A voice nearby reacted in shock and surprise. The shocked onlooker exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what was happening at all. From a high vantage point, a view looked down at the motorcycle and rider below on the street. A towering armored skeletal figure looked up, intrigued and confused, questioning the sight with surprise and curiosity. Blood splattered across the ground. Stacks of documents piled high, The text noting these papers fall under the military category, totaling over 40,000 pages. The narration reflected a group's worry for their families and their inability to review all documents together, leading them to set out to find their loved ones. A serious man in military uniform, identified as Operations Chief Yoo Sang-yeol, agreed to handle the document review, stating they would return once their families were found and voiced hope for their safety. The narration repeated that Operations Chief Yoo Sang-yeol would go over the documents. A voice explained the tactical reason behind their movements, to avoid rebels mistaking them for government forces. Another voice stated the rebels had occupied Dobong-gu, so they would take over driving. A man explained it was too dangerous for Yong-soo to drive, and another agreed with the decision. The armored knight and the man stood before a glowing magical doorway that revealed numerous parked military vehicles inside a subspace. The man looked anxiously at a glowing magical orb, pondering what to do next. The man admitted it was slow going, but they had no choice, hoping to find a drivable vehicle soon, his expression sharpening with determination. The narration revealed the man's surprise that there were no vehicles or people inside, contrary to his expectations, as he stepped forward with resolve. Close-up on the man's focused face as he paused, alert. He decided to move using electric bicycles for now and said they would search for a drivable vehicle along the way, followed by footsteps descending stairs with the armored knight behind him. The armored skeleton knight revved the engine of a green motorcycle and rode out swiftly, light sparkling off its armor. The man looked shocked, asking where Bedivere got the motorcycle. A dark speech bubble responded that a goblin had told the knight the motorcycle belonged to a red-haired goblin nearby. The knight laughed and said it looked fun, so he took it. The man realized with a tense expression that the motorcycle may belong to the brigade commander. The man's face showed sudden alarm, thoughts racing. A digital display appeared showing mana stones being used to store the military base motorcycle, with remaining mana visible. A green-skinned goblin soldier puffed on a cigarette, frowning and asking about the noise. The goblin watched a motorcycle race off through the city streets, casually holding his weapon and taking in the scene. The goblin soldiers watched in surprise as the motorcycle sped away, with one questioning if someone was supposed to arrive. One goblin remarked that they didn't know who the intruders were or where they came from, aiming a weapon with an intense glare. The goblin fired a weapon at a glowing fiery orb flying through the air, emphasizing that this place was not for just anyone. A sudden violent explosion tore through the goblin, splattering blood and remnants as a force struck from off-panel. The goblin was thrown back violently by an unseen blow, shocked and with wide eyes. The armored knight appeared, the goblin turning toward the arrival and calling out to Sergeant Lee. The goblin's eyes narrowed as a violent explosion erupted near a military vehicle, questioning the developing situation. The armored knight rode swiftly away on a motorcycle amid debris and dust, followed by the man in gray-blue work clothes close behind. The motorcycle riders sped down the highway, dust and debris kicking up behind them. The goblin inside a building looked out a nearby window, noting something with curiosity. The goblin noticed a motorcycle and muttered a question quietly. The armored knight's motorcycle tire spun rapidly, kicking up dirt and gravel as they moved. The sunlight bathed a tall apartment building with cracks on walls and broken windows, the armored knight and the man standing next to their motorcycles. The number 1405 flashed as someone knocked loudly on a building door. The man pounded on a battered door, calling out for Jeong-gyeom, his younger brother. The man repeated his shout, identifying himself as Jeong-gyeom and asking if his brother was there. The door remained silent and closed, with a heavy stillness surrounding it. The armored knight and the man stepped down a staircase, the sound of their feet echoing in the quiet hallway. Inside the apartment, a wall held a framed photo of a wedding couple embraced in a loving moment. An old television with a cracked screen stood abandoned, its silence adding to the empty atmosphere. The man called out for his brother, the emptiness of the apartment only deepening his concern. He received a whispered reply from the armored knight that no one was hiding, explaining soldiers outside were forcibly taking people away. The man and armored knight walked along the dim hallway, footsteps light but purposeful. They continued down the hallway, the man's boots pacing steadily. The man considered the oddity of the house's emptiness, pondering that the people possibly evacuated rather than were attacked. A goblin soldier frowned from a window, expressing doubt over any motorcycle sightings nearby. The letter revealed the phone lines weren't working, so the writer left a note for any arrivals. They decided to head for Jeong-gyeom despite uncertainty over safety, noting the location was near the in-laws' place. The writer confessed soldiers were forcibly kidnapping people for unknown reasons. They noted there was no sign of trouble inside the house. The armored knight stated there was no one hiding inside as they looked around the empty space, adding that adults and children were being taken no matter their gender. The narration warned it was dangerous to be outside, promising that everything possible would be done to survive. The narration urged survival, while the man solemnly held the letter, light casting long shadows on his face. The parchment closed with a soft sound alongside the man's quiet hope for survival. The man's determined face tightened with worry, sweat beading as he contemplated their dire situation. Relief dawned on his face as he realized the family had escaped before the enemy forces overtook the area. A shadowy voice explained why the armored knight had made him drive earlier, due to his uneasiness and development of a repelling force. The armored knight watched as the man left with measured firm strides, the echo of his footsteps filling the hallway. In a dimly lit command center, the goblin soldier reported sighting an unidentified individual accompanied by a skeleton, commanding to proceed with elimination. The armored helicopter unleashed a rapid barrage of gunfire, its spinning barrels spitting out blazing bullets. The hollowed-out ceiling above shattered violently as streams of tracer rounds blasted debris into the air. Two figures beneath the scorched ceiling braced themselves, silhouetted against the chaos of flying rubble and fiery projectiles. The camera focused on the relentless machine gun barrels as they spat a stream of glowing, fiery bullets, the rapid muzzle flashes illuminating the spinning revolvers with unstoppable speed. Thick smoke and dust billowed around a large, heavy gun barrel aimed skyward, obscuring much of the scene in a swirling haze. A thick cloud of dust rose up, billowing in waves as it swirled through the air, the sound of rushing wind accompanying the turmoil. A young man with neat dark hair and sharp eyes exhaled, his calm but tense expression showing slight signs of concern as he wiped sweat from his brow. A voice ordered to categorize the armed Black Hawk helicopter under the military base category, adding that the last Black Hawk's weapons were barely functional due to poor maintenance. A system message appeared, announcing the use of 141 mana stones to store the Black Hawk helicopter and listing the remaining mana stones as 2,447. A shocked older man with a headset gasped in disbelief, questioning how someone could withstand machine gun fire. Another voice speculated the fighter might be 8th tier. Another soldier's face twisted in panic as a dark realization dawned on him. A loud scream rang out in the air as the young man clutched his chest, quickly turning to a standing armored figure named Lancelot, urging immediate movement. The young man's face reflected deep worry, a single bead of sweat slipping down as he murmured a hope for others' safety. A gruff man with green skin questioned why the other soldier failed to defeat an enemy, hinting he might personally intervene if required. The green-skinned man reported that Park Han-juin's neighboring team already had 300 sacrifices, forcing an apology in a tone heavy with regret. The man admitted to the difficulty of destroying the building unless the enemy was 8th tier and criticized the lack of planning, suggesting borrowing goblins could have helped. The commanding goblin barked orders to clean up the area and warned that upon reaching Jeong-gyeom, the others must work twice as hard to meet their sacrifice quotas. The goblin snapped his fingers with finality and demanded confirmation of the orders, receiving a weary but firm affirmative from his subordinate. The goblin with reddish eyes addressed Sergeant Jeong-gyeom, saying that he was just a goblin now and reminding him to heed the commands, a muscular goblin growling beside him. The same goblin repeated a serious call to Sergeant Jeong-gyeom. The powerful goblin roared ferociously, saliva flying from his sharp fangs as a fierce battle cry. The goblin thundered down a street, charging forward with determined strides, his powerful footsteps echoed by the pounding of his boots. The goblin's face twisted in rage as he shouted, ready to attack. Two goblins wearing military uniforms stood talking, turning their heads as the powerful goblin charged off into the distance. The goblin cocked his head in confusion, questioning what strange things and words he was hearing. Two armored knights raced down the street on motorcycles, engines roaring loudly as they gained on their target. The young man yelled at the monsters speeding past, angrily declaring the place was their home and labeling them freaks. The armored knights on motorcycles accelerated sharply, one charging with firearm ready, shooting at a goblin in midair, their presence overwhelming. A continuation of the high-speed chase showed the knights weaving through the streets, the lead firing shots directly at their approaching foe. A dark figure in armor swung a heavy punch, the impact glowing with energy and force. The punch slammed into a muscular goblin's abdomen, sending him flying back through the air with brutal force. The scene transitioned to a more peaceful moment, focusing on a closed, unofficial-looking ironworks shop, its shutter down and a rusty fence surrounding it. The building's iron curtain blocked the view inside, the setting sun casting long shadows on the quiet shop front. Inside, someone asked hesitantly about the severity of the situation outside through a hole in the shutter. The voice answered with hesitation that it wasn't as bad as expected, but the reply sounded uncertain. A further denial came quietly, insisting the situation was not as serious as implied. A seated man explained nervously that Jeong-gyeom had arrived riding a motorcycle, accompanied by a skeleton figure, sounding unsure about what else to say. Credit screens rolled, followed by a colorful warning from the Thunder team urging readers to view official chapters to support the creators. The goblin soldiers were alerted by the sound of a motorcycle, their heads turning as one remarked aloud. The man's expression tightened with sweat on his cheek, anxiety brewing. A small paper origami bird flew through the air, the man recognizing it immediately. A letter addressed to Jeong-gyeom, Seoul, and Jeong-gyeom began, the note's narrator unsure of who would read it. The camera lingered on the framed wedding photo, the gentle light casting shadows on it. The narration repeated his relief while his expression remained grave. The man gave the armored knight a letter, instructing him to deliver it to the family in Subspace, and the armored knight responded formally. The man warned of the approaching enemy forces who had started occupying nearby districts, pressing to move out quickly. The man assured he'd take the lead as the armored knight expressed concern for his well-being. Someone calmly confirmed the presence of a repelling force, the statement concise and sure. An image of a solemn memorial portrait of an elderly woman dressed in traditional Korean hanbok sat surrounded by chrysanthemums. A person stood nearby, shrouded in shadow, gazing quietly at it. Two figures dressed in dark mourning clothes stood before the portrait, bathed in soft evening light. Reflecting on how life's ups and downs were guided by the love of those who stood beside them. A calm man with neat black hair smiled gently at a young boy with wide eyes, speaking about the importance of teaching love to his children. Two young boys animatedly cheered after a quick knockout in a game, while in the background adults sat at a dining table. The man reflected on his dream of building a spacious home to live with his children. A focused man wearing glasses studied thick construction books late into the night, furrowing his brow and wincing at the difficulties and high costs of construction. A framed family photo showed 6 smiling young adults posing together, symbolizing the man's children growing up well with diverse careers and lives. The same family photo was splattered with dark blood, contrasting the bright moment with a hint of looming danger, as the man noted his youngest son recently discharged from the military and reflected on a bright future. Black text on white and shadowy panels recounted the sudden appearance of monsters during the man's hardware store days. The same words repeated emphasizing the monster threat. The man clutched a large hammer, blood splattered on the floor, standing alert beside a woman holding a crowbar in a tense defensive stance as a grotesque goblin lay defeated nearby. In a quiet, tense moment, a man expressed how they had survived the monster attacks, but the situation remained dire and worsening. The man held up an open can of food, speaking quietly about the constant struggle for food and rationed water while telling a worried woman to eat first, describing how they had to hide like mice. Dark panels told of the constant threat of neighbors stealing food or monsters invading, emphasizing the fragile, isolated existence. A group of people huddled together in exhaustion and mutual support, described as the daughter-in-law's family arriving first to the house. Bloodied and crying, the eldest son staggered in, revealing how they had barely survived to join the family refuge. The family huddled silently in a quiet moment of emotional relief. Thanks to the daughter-in-law's unlocking of powerful abilities, they had a fighting chance. A goblin soldier armed with a rifle stood alert in an urban street scene, as the story shifted to monstrous soldiers who had started roaming the city. The man's eyes suddenly widened, illuminated by the glow of a futuristic holographic panel. He confirmed awakening an ability named Architect, boasting excellent construction skills and the power to build freely. As he looked upward, he reflected on how his long-dormant dream had unexpectedly become a reality but remained thankful for the chance. His hand gripped the hammer tightly and he struck repeatedly against enemy barriers, shattering the entrance of the hardware store under siege. Outside, a fortified hardware store stood surrounded by improvised defensive spikes and metal plates, standing like a last refuge amid a devastated city. Monstrous soldiers debated the store's defenses, unaware of the dangers inside, as a hulking shadow loomed ominously behind them. The man warned that soldiers had been lurking nearby and now brought a monster with them, grim and tense about the coming attack. Seconds later, the man ordered Jeong-gyeom to lead others through a secret passageway, shocking his family by revealing the hidden emergency exit. The man sat chained to a chair in a dimly lit, cramped space, increasing the tension as others looked on anxiously from shadows below. He considered the grim reality but insisted that escaping was better than waiting to die in captivity. He reassured his family he would only leave after everyone else had escaped, a faint smile betraying hope. Sudden sounds of impact echoed as the walls shook violently, alerting the man to incoming chaos. He faced looming danger with resolve, the time running out as he summoned his power through his outstretched hand. He vowed to hold off approaching monsters alone, preparing for a fierce fight as attackers closed in. His eyes widened in sudden surprise as something unexpected happened, the glow from his palm intensifying. The man's shocked expression turned to panic as his vision was blocked by an urgent disruption. His family anxiously asked how the situation really was outside, pleading for the truth behind his hesitation. The man explained his worries were not just about danger but that Jeong-gyeom had arrived unexpectedly, riding a motorcycle alongside a mysterious skeleton. A fortified hardware store loomed in the fading light, surrounded by makeshift wooden spikes and barriers, standing defiant against the outside threat. Jeong-gyeom was depicted solemn and determined as he considered the looming danger and the heavy fortifications surrounding the safe house. Jeong-gyeom exhales calmly, focusing his power and preparing to act as danger closes in. Suddenly startled, Jeong-gyeom reacted quickly to an unexpected noise at the door, gripping his weapon tightly. As the door opened, Jeong-gyeom and others glimpsed an approaching group rushing forward, including armored knights. Jeong-gyeom was stunned as the visitors asked if it was really him, their expressions showing surprise and hope. His family pushed in anxiously, visibly shocked and grateful, stepping into the cramped interior. Jeong-gyeom burst into tears of overwhelming relief, as his wife comforted him gently while they shared a heartfelt meal within a protective magical barrier. A sudden attack erupted as the safe space was shattered, Jeong-gyeom crying out in shock and pain amid the chaos. The camera panned up from the flooded safehouse entrance to reveal more armored knights and Jeong-gyeom standing among them, ready to defend. Jeong-gyeom grabbed an older man urgently, warning him of the escalating situation in a tense, determined manner. Jeong-gyeom smiled reassuringly as he confronted the dangerous shadow looming behind the older man, not showing his full power yet. A glowing magical portal floated in the air, a sign of hope and defense amid the storm of threats. Inside the magic barrier, Jeong-gyeom and his wife ate quietly, the peaceful moment a stark contrast to the danger outside. The woman gently ate, while Jeong-gyeom remained silent, his expression mixed with emotions. Tears streamed down their faces as they shared an emotional and hopeful moment, overwhelmed by relief and gratitude. A man lifted a spoon filled with steaming hot stew toward his mouth, blowing gently to cool it down. At the table, a woman nervously wiped sweat from her brow while the man took a cautious bite of the stew, both quietly eating. Gazing at the spoonful of braised mackerel, the woman realized this dish was on an entirely different level from her own cooking. Her eyes narrowed attentively, focusing closely on the food she was tasting. She mentally questioned if the man could be a professional chef, then smiled brightly and said she was glad the food suited his taste. The woman smiled softly and accepted that she could not back down now as the man praised her meal, promising to prepare a refreshing dessert. The woman sliced green grapes thinly with precise, skillful cuts. She carefully placed the slices atop fresh cream layered over cheesecake, declaring this her killer dish. With determined eyes, she presented a glass overflowing with the homemade green grape fresh cream tiramisu. The man took a bite from the dessert, his cheeks blush as he savored the delicious taste. The woman smiled as she watched him enjoy the dessert. She asked eagerly how the dessert was made, while a man wearing sunglasses in the background also enjoyed the treat. The man enthusiastically praised her dessert, clearly impressed and joyful. The woman laughed heartily and humbly said it was nothing special as the man in sunglasses continued enjoying his dessert. Suddenly, a hand firmly knocked on a door, drawing attention. A towering armored figure with glowing red eyes appeared, donning a helmet and cape, surprising those inside. The armored figure introduced himself as Lancelot in a firm voice. Lancelot asked the young man his name. The young man replied that his name was Jeong-gyeom and asked if he knew how to play Jengi. Lancelot responded that he did not know, inviting Jeong-gyeom to sit and promising to teach him. The young man gestured, adapting to the new request as Lancelot prepared to teach. Jeong-gyeom handed an enhancement stone to a comrade, who looked surprised. The man showed an enhancement stone labeled with the attribute options penetration and explosion, holding it out to the other. The man recounted fighting monsters resembling a rhino and a griffin. He explained how the griffin-like monster won, attacked the rhino, then left. The man said he found the enhancement stone inside the rhino monster's corpse, causing shock and disbelief. The man offered the enhancement stone, saying the other would probably need it more, and encouraged its use. The man assured that he had already spoken with the sister-in-law's family so they should feel comfortable. The younger man smiled warmly, affirming the other's maturity and recalling how he used to cry after fights with Seoul. He promised to check again on the in-laws to ensure they were well cared for. The older man gestured to the armored knight in confusion as they stood in a large, empty room. The younger man noticed scars on the other's face and thought about the difficulties endured by dad and sister-in-law. The older man stood tall, commanding attention, while the younger man stood beside him with a calm expression. The younger man introduced himself as Jeong-gyeom and expressed how happy his father truly was. Jeong-gyeom said not only was the whole family safe, but thanks to his abilities they could eat their fill in a safe place. The younger man noted that both good and bad things could only exist when people are around. He reflected that people can only exist with others alongside them. Jeong-gyeom admitted he knew this. He reflected on how he once wondered why he helped others when first starting, but realized empathy led them to assist one another. He thought about his family somewhere out there in possible need of help. Jeong-gyeom sat quietly, surrounded by rugged ruins and a bottle, lost in thought. He hoped someone like him was there to help those in need. Jeong-gyeom said no matter what abilities people have, everyone is just human, feeling pain and fearing death. He said helping others is our natural response, not cold-hearted, and that people help because they share the same fate. He asked his father if he agreed with this view. Jeong-gyeom smiled proudly, grateful to have such a father. Jeong-gyeom's father returned the smile, expressing his pride in his son. A large pile of papers lay on the floor as someone finished work, sighing relief at being halfway done. A commanding officer instructed everyone to take a short break as exhausted soldiers slumped down among stacks of paperwork. The panel repeated the statement on soldiers turned monstrous roaming the streets. A monstrous soldier in camouflage dragged a terrified civilian by the arm through a city with looming skyscrapers. The operation commander appeared and said a moment ago, a skeleton knight named Bedivere on a motorcycle had visited. The commander relayed a message that their lord had left for Payu, surprising the officer. The worried man with a hammer expressed disgust that soldiers meant to protect civilians were now assaulting innocent people, fearing for the safety of his children. The officer warned that the First Corps was stationed in Payu, causing concern and silent tension. A man with dark short hair and thick eyebrows stared wide-eyed, his face drenched in sweat and mouth agape, trembling with shock as a red glow flickered behind him. He realized that someone had attacked the elite First Corps, a revelation that hit him like a sudden, terrifying thunderclap. Two motorcycles roared along a road under a fiery sunset sky. The riders, clad in protective gear, sped swiftly forward while dust kicked up around their wheels. Behind them, a young man with glasses rode his green motorcycle with focused determination as the blazing sun dipped near the horizon. The woman looked down with a worried expression, silently reflecting, as text revealed the man was confident in his cooking anywhere he went. Jeong-gyeom questioned why the stone was in the other man's possession. A woman wearing red boxing gloves raised her fists in a focused stance, her expression serious and determined as she prepared to train. Her eyes sharpened with intensity, glowing faintly a cool blue as she drew in a steady breath, fully concentrating. She launched a powerful right hook at a sturdy punching bag, the impact sending a strong wave through the bag and causing dust and particles to scatter. Her feet moved quickly across the floor as she stepped forward, maintaining fluid balance with each motion. Swinging her leg with fierce force, she delivered a heavy kick to the punching bag, sending it flying backward amidst a fierce shockwave. Throwing a rapid punch, she smashed the punching bag once again, cracking it under her relentless assault. The punching bag exploded violently, flinging debris in the air as dust filled the ring. The broken remnants of the punching bag lay scattered on the floor, dust settling as the force of the final hit lingered. The woman shouted instructions sharply, her face flushed with irritation and urgency as she demanded sandbags be delivered more rapidly. A man at a distance explained the delivery speed was currently controlled by Mr. Jeong-gyeom, his voice steady yet serious. A woman sitting beside him clicked the controller buttons while questioning aloud why Seoul was so angry, noting that Jeong-gyeom would not let her leave. They spoke quietly, exchanging information about Seoul's abilities and the restrictions placed upon her. They noted she had asked her father to set up a sandbag, which she had been relentlessly hitting. The woman pondered why Seoul would want to go out despite the evident dangers surrounding her. The man and woman continued their conversation, the man urging patience, saying Seoul was stubborn and they should let her be. The man rubbed his face thoughtfully, mentioning that Sister Sun had informed him of a wound on his face. He was suddenly alerted by a sharp sound, his expression turning curious and cautious. He questioned when the scab on his face could have disappeared, wide-eyed with concern. He refuted the idea that his injury was minor, insisting the wound was quite large and recent, expressing frustration at having to control himself to avoid intoxication like brainwashing used by a suspicious internal medicine chief. The man explained that he had to be careful with every move to avoid being intoxicated, while a cheerful woman peeked from behind a door calling everyone to eat. Suddenly, the woman jumped up abruptly, uprooting her chair and dashing out of the room, startling the man. A voice urgently called out to magical girl Yujong to quickly defeat a demon from hell threatening their safety. A lively young woman announced it was time for a meal, while two men prepared a large pot of kimchi stew for everyone. The woman noted it was already time to eat, pounding a fork excitedly as one of the men confirmed it. The little girl playfully asked where her father was, catching the attention of a man holding a cooking fork. He replied that their father probably would not eat. The man's back was shown as he questioned why their father would refuse to eat, genuinely puzzled. An older man sat quietly at a table, contemplating the situation, wondering just how someone could be so good at the game they were playing. The man leaned over a go-board, clearly frustrated because he couldn't figure out the latest move no matter how hard he stared at it. He considered asking the other player to teach him how to make the move that was puzzling him. Armored tanks thundered along a dusty dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust as they raced forward in formation. The tank cannons erupted simultaneously, firing a barrage of powerful shells with thunderous roars, unleashing explosions among enemy lines. Multiple explosions burst violently across the battlefield, fire and debris erupting from every impact. Dust and dirt swirled upward forcefully, stirred by the tank assault as heavy artillery rounds tore through their targets. A luminous magical portal radiated bright light and energy, swirling with power as it activated. A missile marked as an AGM-114 Hellfire with a rare +1 rank launched fiercely from a black helicopter, soaring across the battlefield with deadly intent before exploding against a tank with a massive blast. Explosions rocked the entire tank formation as multiple armored vehicles were hit and caught in intense flames lighting up the night. A young man stood watching the battlefield with a cold, focused gaze, acknowledging the chaos but remaining composed. A glowing purple magical skull floated near stacks of shipping containers and trucks, indicating intelligence information related to the First Corps holding civilians. The man revealed that the rebel main forces and the First Corps civilians were separated geographically, following a tactical plan. He explained a plan where Lancelot would manage a hostage situation while he attacked the rebel main forces, assuring no civilians were in his immediate area. The man showed an image of a black helicopter equipped with missiles, explaining how a missile was separated in an interdimensional laboratory and enhanced with an enhancement stone given to him by his brother. A detailed close-up of the missile emphasized the enhanced deployment power and strategic advantage. The missile launched at maximum deployment speed of 300 km per hour with a blazing explosion, devastating one of the enemy tanks. The man observed that the missile's base power was already incredible and that the enhancement made it even stronger. He revealed the substantial magic stone requirement for an interdimensional level 4, noting the large amount of stones needed. He paused thoughtfully, calculating that he should have collected well over 2,000 magic stones by this time. Staring at the display, he puzzled over why the actual number of magic stones held was less than expected and recalled hearing many mysterious ding-ding sounds. A floating digital panel showed platform rules stating that 45% of earnings are paid as fees to Tonatiuh of the Mexica dimension. The panel revealed that 25% of acquired magic stones are paid to High Priest Kim Bongsu, leaving the man visibly confused. The man recognized the name Kim Bongsu, but he could not quite place where he had heard it before. From above, a man in armor stood silently beside a man in casual clothes. The armored figure remained motionless while the man spoke, reaching out with one hand. The man's gaze suddenly sharpened with surprise, his eyes wide and intense as he reacted to something. The man in casual clothes looked up sharply as a sudden, powerful impact near him sent a blur past, startling him. The armored figure bowed deeply, holding a large sword, while a dark voice addressed the man respectfully as "My lord." The voice informed him that all detention camps had been destroyed, and that a warrior named Bedivere was the only one joining him. The dark voice explained that Bedivere would assist in helping people escape and asked if the man was injured. The man wiped sweat from his brow, assuring he was fine and praising the good work. The man spoke to the armored figure through a glowing portal, confirming the identity of a high-level being named Tonatiuh who had contacted the rebels. The armored figure acknowledged this and asked why he inquired. The man explained that Tonatiuh and a high priest named Kim Bongsu were constantly intercepting his magic stones. He revealed that Tonatiuh was said to come from the Mexica dimension and questioned what the Mexica dimension was. The man repeated his explanation about Tonatiuh and Kim Bongsu's interference with his magic stones. The armored figure explained the Mexica dimension likely referred to Tonatiuh's home planet or civilization. A glowing screen showed that 25% of earnings were paid as fees to High Priest Kim Bongsu. He compared the current Earth dimension with the one they stood in. A voice questioned the loyalty of High Priest Kim Bongsu, calling him worse than a traitor who offers people as sacrifices to another planet, while a figure with wild red eyes looked on, the scene burning in the background. A light notification sound rang quietly. The wild-eyed figure staring at a glowing blue display tensed as the sound echoed again. The figure's anxiety grew as more notifications appeared, highlighting the fee payments to High Priest Kim Bonsu. The figure thought about the huge explosions from earlier and the absence of helicopter or fighter sounds, questioning where such powerful weapons had come from. The figure's expression hardened with intense focus and determination as he questioned why no one had reported in yet. The muscular figure's explosive movement launched forward with immense power, his body surrounded by fiery energy. A sharp exclamation escaped as he moved swiftly. The charging figure slammed heavily into an opponent, sending them violently crashing to the floor. The man in uniform checked the ground, speaking solemnly about High Priest Kim Bonsu. His thoughts voiced concern and curiosity over recent events and notifications. The notification sounds continued as the man thought deeply about the rapid deposits of magic stones to a dimensional account, trying to understand their source. Flames and smoke billowed around as the man's thoughts recalled the earlier massive explosions, the absence of helicopter or fighter sounds, and questioned the origin of such powerful weapons. Blood burst violently from the chest of an armored figure, whose lifeless body recoiled sharply from the fatal wound. The same armored figure collapsed with a final, gruesome explosion of blood and dark energy spreading outward. Light notification sounds echoed quietly in the tense silence. The man in uniform jumped slightly, startled by something unseen nearby. Dark red smoke rose thickly from all over the detention camps. The man narrated that he now understood after seeing the smoke. The man turned sharply toward the source of the dark smoke, questioning the sight with alarm. The man in uniform expressed shock as he viewed the armored figure, asking what the strange sight was. The armored figure explained the injured one was resting and recovering from wounds. The muscular goblin-like figure frowned in disbelief, expressing surprise at a goblin speaking human language. The goblin grinned wickedly, explaining to the others that soldiers had transformed into goblins after hastily consuming magic stones. Despite behavioral guidelines, the soldiers greedily lost control. The armored figure noted the man had a dimensional account and assumed he was 8th tier. The goblin stood silently nearby, tense and watchful. The goblin with glowing red eyes loomed menacingly and demanded to know the source of the man's investment before proposing they talk quickly. The goblin lunged violently forward, roaring in fury and charging toward the man. The man spoke calmly, warning the goblin to stop destroying the place and leave, promising not to harm him if he complied. The goblin refused, declaring that they couldn't be scratched or killed. The man thought deeply about the sudden offer of peace, questioning its true motive. The man and armored figure listened as a dark voice explained how the soldiers became goblins from rapidly consuming magic stones too quickly to adjust, growing greedy despite behavioral rules. The goblin declared he could kill the man immediately but hadn't due to the risk of self-inflicted damage. He seemed thoughtful but menacing. The man thought deeply about the dark red smoke rising, linking it to human sacrifice. He recalled Lancelot's report of seeing the smoke at the detention camp while he hadn't. The man turned slowly as more red smoke gathered ominously in the sky across the horizon. A fiery explosion burst in the distance, sending bright sparks and smoke glowing red across the sky. The young man in the gray and blue uniform looked up, sweating and wide-eyed, heart-pounding as he asked himself what he was witnessing. His face filled with shock and disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him, questioning if the terrifying figure was truly a high-ranking being. A towering muscular figure with wild hair laughed and noted how shocked the young man appeared, explaining this must be his first time seeing a high-ranking being. The muscular figure revealed that usually high-ranking beings don't approach directly due to rank restrictions, but that Lord Tonetiuh was an exception. With a confident smile, the creature claimed that Lord Tonetiuh would descend personally, and that he alone could make it happen. Suddenly, a sharp strike connected with the creature as the knight in shining armor lunged, the force of the blow sending the muscular monster stumbling. The armored knight's voice filled with disdain as he scolded the goblin for daring to put itself above its master. The knight's resolve was firm as he ruthlessly tossed the hulking monster aside. The muscular goblin growled defiantly, promising to come back to life no matter how many times it was slain, mocking the knight's efforts as useless. The imposing goblin taunted the knight, questioning if his skull was too empty to understand the help it could offer. The armored knight looked toward the sky, confessing his confusion and reluctance to understand the goblin's true intentions. The knight's voice hardened as he declared his loyalty to his master and his willingness to cut down anyone who threatened that safety. The goblin smirked, calling the knight empty-headed and inviting him to cut away all he wanted. The goblin charged forward with fierce aggression, moving to attack the knight and his allies. Sweat poured down the knight's face as he abruptly changed his mind and prepared himself for battle. The knight clenched his fists, vowing to beat the goblin to a pulp with renewed determination. The goblin winced in pain as the knight's powerful strike landed, blood trickling from his mouth, but his fierce expression held firm. The knight gritted his teeth, pronouncing that he held the blessing of immortality, hinting at some mysterious power that protected him. The knight's armored fist slammed against the goblin's face, ordering the goblin to make that immortality work. Bloodied and exhausted, the goblin stumbled and gasped, begging for a moment to catch his breath. The knight's sharp strike brutally tore through the goblin's body, blood splattering on the ground. The young man watched in shock and confusion as the fight unfolded before him, unable to respond at first. His inner thoughts revealed his concern that although Lancelot was fighting hard, if he couldn't defeat Tonatiuh, the cycle of return would never end. The young man reflected on the grim reality of the battle, knowing that taking down Tonatiuh might be impossible without some new advantage. In a determined moment of focus, he searched desperately for any solution, wondering if some hope still existed. Memories flickered through his mind of others training and fighting, fueling his resolve to find a way to stop Kim Bong-soo's regeneration through Subspace. Suddenly an idea struck him as he recalled the power and utility of the Subspace. A woman with dark hair and a lab coat appeared through a glowing portal, surprised to see the sudden arrival. The armored figure commanded to throw the defeated goblin over to a designated spot, gripping the creature by its hair with fierce authority. The goblin's body was hurled through the air, tumbling toward a glowing blue magical sphere. A glowing digital prompt appeared, asking if Kim Bong-soo should be allowed entry into the subspace. Another prompt confirmed permission to allow the goblin's entry into subspace. A woman carrying food supplies paused in surprise as a glowing portal formed nearby. The woman with braided hair greeted the returning number 3, calling her back early. The system warned that an unidentified energy tried to enter but was blocked, startling the women. Sudden terror filled the room as a skeletal creature lunged aggressively toward the woman. The woman responded with quick reflexes, striking the attacking creature forcefully in the face. One woman demanded to know the identity of the attacker, denying that it was number 3. The muscular woman holding the goblin's arm looked down uncertainly. The muscular woman with sharp eyes and a fierce grin charged forward, laughing wildly as the young man backed away in terror. The young man frantically urged the glowing portal to close quickly to block the threat. He then instructed the portal to unregister Kim Bong-soo from the subspace immediately. Kim Bong-soo's pale body flew out of the portal uncontrollably. The woman with the sharp eyes approached Kim Bong-soo with a dangerous smile, ready to strike. She taunted him, demanding if he could see the peril he was in. The young man's digital display notified him that the dimensional account ownership changed, showing combined mana stones totaling over 14,000. The young man wiped sweat from his face, noting that the terrifying moment with Kim Bong-soo was even scarier than facing Tonatiuh. A system message announced the transfer of dimensional account ownership and automatic mana stone combination. Yet another digital prompt confirmed the successful transfer of dimensional account ownership. Jeong-gyeom looked up sharply with a serious expression, noticing that the Tonatiuh fee notification was missing. A sudden realization struck him as he pondered the cause. He turned his gaze toward the dark, cloudy sky illuminated by the moonlight, sensing a significant change as glowing particles scattered above, stirring the eerie atmosphere. Jeong-gyeom told the armored knight that their enemy was gone. A shadowy voice explained that only Kim Bong-soo could summon Tonatiuh, and their lord might have severed the connection between them. The voice guessed that having failed once, the enemy would likely not attempt to come back again. Jeong-gyeom's fist clenched as he processed this information. Jeong-gyeom's fist tightened with determination, emphasizing his resolve amidst the tense silence. Jeong-gyeom exhaled in relief as he sat back on the ground, acknowledging the retreat. The armored knight agreed it was enough and seemed to relax slightly. Though Jeong-gyeom hadn't fought, he questioned why he felt so exhausted. Sweat trickled down his temple as he struggled to catch his breath. Jeong-gyeom's attention snapped up when he heard a voice calling him anxiously. Recognition flickered in his eyes as he turned toward the source. A soldier shouted orders to evaluate everyone except essential personnel. His face was tense and urgent as he commanded the troops to deploy all awakened and mobilizable units. The armored knight assured Jeong-gyeom they had arrived just in time, noticing his weakened state after climbing the stairs. Jeong-gyeom urgently asked about the corps commander, eyes scanning the area sharply, but no answer came as he saw a defeated goblin nearby. The goblin stumbled forward, collapsing weakly onto the ground as if exhausted or injured. Jeong-gyeom reflected that it had been a while since he'd seen soldiers carrying guns on their backs. The sight brought a nostalgic intensity to the moment. A soldier clicked a button on his radio as he began reporting from the front lines about the ongoing situation. The report came in that all rebels were found in a mummy-like state and were confirmed deceased, signifying the area had been neutralized. The chief of operations, Dang-so, spoke on the radio, reporting that reception was good and relaying further commands to maintain alert and focus on rescue and cleanup. Dang-so confirmed the good reception through his radio, the soldiers standing alert around the room filled with smoke and debris. Despite not knowing how Jeong-gyeom managed it, Dang-so acknowledged that the young man resolved the crisis again, expressing gratitude with a light laugh. Dang-so bowed deeply in respect and thanks for all of Jeong-gyeom's hard work, visibly moved by the relief the young man provided. Jeong-gyeom raised his hand in surprise, interrupting, and quickly added that he should have mentioned something earlier. Dang-so admitted that at first, they thought asking Jeong-gyeom to join the military was a smart move, but now he recognized that it was foolish. Dang-so explained how the promised benefits were meaningless to Jeong-gyeom and admitted underestimating his abilities and influence given the military's predicament. Dang-so confessed that their coordination had been incompetent and shameful, hanging his head low in regret and frustration. Dang-so bent forward in another respectful bow, still driven by his respect for Jeong-gyeom. He softly asked if Jeong-gyeom could help people in need, knowing it was an awkward request but emphasizing the many still in difficult situations. Jeong-gyeom looked at a grieving man holding a body, overwhelmed by the pain of loss that many had suffered. Dang-so described how many people were badly injured, while some remained anxious because they hadn't awakened their abilities yet. Dang-so acknowledged that the damage worsened due to their own incompetence, explaining their need for Jeong-gyeom's help even at this late hour. Dang-so reached out a hand to Jeong-gyeom, signaling an earnest plea for assistance despite the challenges. A soldier smiled warmly, relief shining in his eyes as he listened to Jeong-gyeom's words. Jeong-gyeom and the soldier shook hands firmly, solidifying their agreement and mutual respect. The handshake glowed warmly, symbolizing their newfound alliance amid the ongoing turmoil. Dang-so assured the troops to wait briefly and promised continuous military support whenever needed, coordinating communication with his radio. He identified himself formally as Chief of Operations Dang-so over the radio, confirming command guidance. A broadcast praised Kim Jeong-gyeom with an honorary colonel rank for his contributions to defeating rebels, commanding all military personnel to respect and cooperate with him. Dang-so ordered that no verbal acknowledgments were necessary and that all field networks disseminate the information efficiently. Jeong-gyeom winced slightly, unsure if such formal treatment was necessary, feeling the heavy responsibility settle on him. Jeong-gyeom admitted the draining nature of the day and suggested quickly resting, noting how hard Lancelot had fought. Jeong-gyeom suddenly recalled something important about Bedivere, his eyes widening at the thought. Jeong-gyeom smiled slyly, explaining that he possessed an item retrieval function, a key to recovering what they needed. A glowing digital system message appeared, notifying that the item retrieval function won't work for items moved beyond a certain distance, urging proximity for effectiveness. Keeping one hand on the glowing digital pad, Jeong-gyeom questioned if the function truly worked that way, the armored knight standing silently beside him. Jeong-gyeom's mind flashed back to a surprising moment when a figure, identified as number 2, appeared just ahead of him. Jeong-gyeom resolved to take action personally since help was not arriving in time, his expression steely with determination. He activated a digital panel showing the subspace leveling up process, expending 10,000 mana stones and noting the remaining balance. A voice in Jeong-gyeom's mind reminded Lancelot of something important the young man just thought of, hinting at upcoming developments. Jeong-gyeom addressed a large group gathering in an open space, instructing them to line up calmly and request more resources if needed, assuring ample food and water supply. Jeong-gyeom emphasized that soldiers were focused on rescuing civilians and cleaning the area, wondering aloud about Bedivere's current actions. The armored figure crouched amid stacks of documents with a small placard bearing the name Kim Bong-soo, quietly contemplating the significance of so many gathered records. A dark shadowed voice noted that this was already the third incident, warning that the next phase could be even more problematic. A dramatic warning from the Thunder team flashed with fiery magical effects surrounding a hooded figure, cautioning about increasing unauthorized site visits and urging support for official releases. The young man calmly said the truth that number 3 had indeed returned. The young man's gaze flew to the mana stone count on the screen, eyes wide in disbelief. The soldier urgently questioned whether they were too late, his breath ragged and anxious. Jeong-gyeom firmly stated that what he was offering wasn't a deal but genuine help. He explicitly refused any military obligation, making clear that his aid was volunteered, not conscripted. A hand held a stack of papers titled Dimensional Entity Registration Application, as someone began to speak with a simple acknowledgement. In a dimly lit room, a man holding documents confirmed that he had found a collection of papers, addressing one named Bedivere. The man with dark hair looked up, sweat on his face, expressing gratitude toward Bedivere for the information. His eyes widened as he examined the documents more closely, starting an important realization. A figure's silhouette appeared, framed by a glowing magical portal swirling with energy. A confident man with long black hair smiled darkly, introducing himself as number 3 and referencing the Dimensional Entity Registration Application. The man with long hair instructed others to attack those who surprised him, and a woman with a drink agreed with a sly smile. In a bright, spacious area, the dark-haired man handed a sheet of paper to a muscular woman in workout clothes, who looked at it with a puzzled expression. The woman read the paper aloud, questioning the meaning of the Dimensional Entity Registration Application while looking back at the man with dark hair. The man with dark hair chuckled softly, expressing he wanted to see the woman kick monster and teasing that he hadn't kept something from her just to annoy her. He looked at the documents thoughtfully, finally realizing something and feeling relieved. The dark-haired man questioned the need for a dimensional account, prompting a thoughtful reply from the woman. He admitted to forgetting the detail, his eyes widening as a sudden realization struck him. The woman in black athletic wear delivered a powerful punch, sending the man in suspicious armor sprawling backward. The man hit the ground hard, while a smaller woman sprinted toward him at full speed in a desperate attempt to assist. A steady hand slammed down on the ground with force, cracking the floor as the armored knight spread his fingers wide. The man in dark clothes dashed forward, chased closely by the determined woman in black sportswear, both focused and swift. A digital screen announced a subspace level up, highlighting new unlockable items, enhancement options, and a slight increase in healing effects within the subspace. The woman caught the man's arm, concern lining her face as she questioned what was suddenly wrong with the knights trembling on the ground. The female doctor in a lab coat stood with her arms crossed, warning the others not to intervene, explaining the protective nature of sisters for their brother. The woman with a braid noted that number 3 had already reached the 8th tier, implying that no matter how much the other fighter hit him, it wouldn't cause harm. She tilted her head with curiosity as the armored men trembled, asking a question to the group. Her expression deepened with surprise as she recognized the name Lancelot, a hint of worry showing through. While struggling, the man gasped to call out to Jeong-gyeom as the muscular woman taunted him with a threatening hold. Jeong-gyeom inched closer, asking carefully about the knight's condition as their trembling continued. The armored man landed hard on the ground with a crashing sound, his hand gripping tightly. Two armored knights shook violently, clutching their heads in distress as a dark voice groaned in pain. The woman approached the struggling knights anxiously, asking if they were okay and what was wrong all at once. In a private voice, the man revealed a sudden onset of intense itching and stinging all over, alarming the nearby woman. The woman, the man, and the armored fighter exchanged worried glances as she described the itching and stinging sensation like poison ivy. The woman rubbed her shoulder, mentioning a previously itchy spot where she had been bitten, now fully healed. Jeong-gyeom turned toward the woman, acknowledging her comment and making the connection to poison ivy recovery. A glowing blue digital interface explained the Subspace life support system and product registration fees in detail, followed by another notification of the Subspace leveling up. Jeong-gyeom's wide eyes showed his shock as the system announced increased healing effects within the Subspace. Dark thoughts swirled through his mind as he wondered what he should do, conflicted about sending the knights out of the Subspace in their current state. He was momentarily distracted by the voice in his mind speaking the name Camelot with significance. He sensed a slight improvement in his condition whenever he was inside Camelot, instilling a small measure of hope. A blood ritual option screen appeared, explaining that enhancement stones could be produced randomly by using or exploiting vitality within Camelot. A glowing white enhancement stone descended rapidly through the air. One of the knights caught the white stone, while others knelt silently nearby, shadows and red light enveloping the ancient stone hall. The man kneeled before the knights, gazing at them with concern as they braced themselves. Jeong-gyeom closely examined the white enhancement stone and a blue one in his palm, noting the white one seemed freshly made. He expressed uncertainty about the blue enhancement stone's creation time, pondering its origin. Jeong-gyeom glanced upward thoughtfully, understanding the white stone was likely made earlier based on the situation. His expression turned contemplative as he realized he no longer felt the stinging sensation, wondering if the blood ritual's effect was exempt for the item's owner. The armored knight solemnly apologized, feeling he had shown a shameful side, as the other knights bowed quietly. A woman assured the knight that he must have suffered much pain, expressing regret for not noticing sooner, and asked if he felt better in that place. Jeong-gyeom smiled warmly, advising the knights to stay in the subspace whenever they entered it, for everyone's sake. A voice in the dark expressed gratitude and happiness, acknowledging that resting here could be of great help. The armored knight bowed, thanking Jeong-gyeom sincerely for his kindness and care. Looking away with a soft voice, Jeong-gyeom insisted he was the one who should feel thankful as he faced the knights. In his hands, the glowing enhancement stones shimmered brightly as he thought about their meaning and significance. Jeong-gyeom considered the striking contrast between the two systems in play, each with opposite characteristics. He looked forward intently, imagining enhancement stones as infinite resources fostering ever-growing powers and expanding applications. Jeong-gyeom's expression hardened as serious thoughts filled his mind about the future and challenges ahead. The young man stood alone in a dimly lit space as a massive, swirling fiery explosion loomed above him, casting an ominous glow. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of determination, but admitted quietly to himself that catching that elusive opponent seemed impossible. A close-up of the young man's face showed a calm resolve as he acknowledged the need to become stronger. He continued, thinking about mastering his abilities and utilizing them effectively. His boot hit the floor firmly as he decided to explore the new functions unlocked by the subspace level-up. He walked steadily forward, footsteps echoing in the space, focused on his next move. A voice nearby asked if the previous statement was true. A man in military uniform, holding a notebook, explained how rebels impersonated the national army, raised the flag, and lured people as sacrifices. He described a system where magic stones were rewarded for bringing more people. The man sighed with relief, grateful Colonel Kim had taken care of the coup attempt, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. He directed another to inform Colonel Kim about additional supplies and food, instructing to select essential troops while sending others back. A soldier agreed firmly, pledging loyalty to the nation. The man looked briefly startled as he received a note handed over by the young man. The scene shifted to an expansive view of a bright mountain landscape bathed in sunlight. Back inside, the young man remarked on how fast time flew, noticing morning had come quickly despite the endless work ahead. A digital notification glowed in front of him. The young man and two women at his side exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the strange official message they were reading. The digital panel displayed detailed information about a multidimensional bidding competition, revealing representatives would compete for profit potential and establish gate portals for future exploration. The young man read about the recent free exploration period creating thousands of new internal and external cases. The projection noted induced negative growth in free traders but confirmed growth potential and profitability to the multidimensional realm. A woman with shoulder-length hair peered at the digital screen, puzzled, asking what the document meant. The screen detailed how representatives would compete by set rules in the bidding competition, with other dimensions potentially installing gate portals in their regions for future explorations. Further details explained that if Earth Dimension residents win, they receive separate rewards, with the competition announcement coming a day before it starts. The digital panel reiterated the separate rewards for Earth Dimension winners, drawing focused expressions from the group. The text clarified that detailed bidding competition information would be announced 24 hours before the event starts, leaving the group thoughtful. A glowing digital message expressed hope for support and participation from the Earth Dimension residents, signed by the Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The young man read aloud, wondering if the competition meant the alien forces planned to come in full force. The group collectively questioned whether someone was playing a prank, but the young man dismissed the idea, recalling another document mentioning the Multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. Another woman crossed her arms and voiced her realization that the Chamber of Commerce was the source sending the monsters, linking past events to this organization. The young man expressed frustration with the Chamber of Commerce's dismissive attitude toward serious matters like project proposals and competitions. He observed how the bidding competition was a game running all over Earth with set rules and regulations. A notification arrived addressed only to Jeong-gyeom, identifying him as the Seoul representative having earned the highest profit in the Seoul region during the latest free exploration period. The digital message continued, explaining Jeong-gyeom's role as Seoul representative, participation in the bidding competition for that region, and conditions if he refused the position. The young man and a nearby woman reacted with surprise and confusion as they realized he hadn't received this prior message. Another man in the group asked if this meant Jeong-gyeom was going to participate in the bidding competition, prompting the young man to absorb the weight of the decision. A man in glasses questioned the nature of the bidding competition, admitting uncertainty but analyzing the context cautiously. The screen showed rules regarding profit competition among entities from different dimensions, and the young man speculated they would face alien life forms in the contest. A crowd gathered around the digital display, exchanging looks of shock and disbelief as they absorbed the implications of the multidimensional competition. The message explained the option to accept the representative position, allowing selection of up to 100 members for the bidding competition, awaiting Jeong-gyeom's decision. The military officer blinked in surprise, questioning if the information was truly correct. Jeong-gyeom confirmed solemnly that he had indeed become the Seoul representative. Jeong-gyeom strategized, sharing the plan to immediately include number 2 and available knights to prepare for combat, while also registering family members in the subspace, realizing about 80 more people needed recruitment. Two hands clasped in agreement, the scene conveying mutual trust and resolve, followed by the man expressing heartfelt gratitude for this fortunate arrangement. The military officer, filled with energy and relief, shared his earlier worries about the bidding competition but expressed strong reassurance now with Colonel Kim as their representative. The officer advised caution, suggesting Jeong-gyeom first review a certain document before taking further actions. Close-up showed the officer flipping the pages of a worn notebook, indicating critical information within. The officer handed the notebook over to Jeong-gyeom, who looked on with curiosity, eager to learn its contents. Jeong-gyeom explained this was a simple list compiled by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, identifying awakened individuals and their abilities, intended to help find the 80 needed fighters. Jeong-gyeom took the notebook, quietly acknowledging this was the information they'd been waiting for. He recounted how accepting the representative position afforded detailed intelligence about the bidding competition and its adversaries. Instead of giving a long explanation, he suggested the others see the information firsthand for a quicker understanding. The scene shifted briefly to a radiant angelic figure surrounded by glowing light, hands raised in a gesture of power or blessing. A powerful armored knight with golden wings stood resolute, the light illuminating his stern gaze and shining armor in a holy radiance. The knight declared that the goddess Eames, shining with compassion, saw the people as primitive barbaric beings, judging their worth. The armored knight raised his sword in front of a grand, shining figure, surrounded by other winged guardians, as the winds of destiny gathered for a decisive mission. Title card appeared, revealing the name of the upcoming chapter and a warning from the Thunder team about piracy and site support. The man in shining armor confessed he had felt a mild itchiness for some time but never expected it to get this painful so fast. Inside his helmet, he seemed deeply troubled and reflected quietly on the worsening symptoms that had arisen suddenly. The young man looked over the text again with a curious expression, musing about the full-force invasion implied by the competition. The digital message explained how if residents of the Earth dimension win, they would gain separate rewards, and 24 hours before the event, detailed information would be announced. The young man and his companions showed surprise and concern over the bidding competition message, pondering its meaning and implications. The woman angrily demanded who authorized these entities to govern exploration, bidding, and competition, questioning their claim over the land. The young man nervously smiled as he replied, unsure about many details himself. Jeong-gyeom looked determined, flanked by two women, considering the weight of this opportunity and responsibility. Close-up of Jeong-gyeom's serious face reflected the burden and challenge ahead. A shining figure with angelic wings held their hands close together, bathing in a soft, radiant glow. The radiant figure knelt low, light flooding from their wings and armor as golden armored knights stood solemnly behind them. A lone knight in golden armor stood at attention, their eyes burning with intensity beneath the helmet as a voice spoke of the goddess Eames's compassion, condemning primitive beings. The knight presented a massive holy mace, glowing with the goddess's light while a figure from above invoked its divine power. A man gazed at a glowing blue screen showing a list titled Participants in the Eames Dimension Bid Competition. The digital list detailed names of participants ranked 8th, including Shuram Bayer, Ramaris Henite, Diff Dabrex, and Median's Horns. Two men studied the hovering bid list carefully, discussing the Eames Holy Knights, formidable alien life forms clad in gleaming armor and weapons. The man reflected on the bid competition's details, which he had learned by accepting a representative role. He summarized the competition's rules cautiously. 1 hour before the bid competition, both teams would take their positions and enter a combat standby period. He noted that the combat standby served as a preparation time before actual battle. During this standby, a barrier sprang up, preventing either side from making a move. A gate core appeared on screen, counting down 12 hours before hatching to start the competition. Destroying the gate core before it hatched would secure victory for Earth's side. If the opposing Eames dimension managed to hatch the gate core first, they would win the contest. The man explained that their win condition was destroying the enemy's gate core. Their adversaries wouldn't just defend it but would also fight back aggressively. He reasoned that they needed to both fend off attacks and destroy the gate core simultaneously. For offense, he planned a team with himself, Lancelot, and Kim Seoul. Defense was the bigger challenge, needing to block attacks from powerful 8th rank enemies. He understood long-range firearms were effective defenders, explaining why expert snipers were requested. A man reassured him not to worry, mentioning a recent level up in his abilities. The man looked determined, his gaze sharp and focused. Silently, he vowed to get stronger. He knew he must fully understand and use his ability to move forward. His boots hit the ground steadily as he walked in determination. He pulled up a glowing screen listing additional enhancement options. Examining his notebook, he observed there were no new abilities added but some supplementary functions to enhance existing powers. The screen showed details about the Subspace laboratory, allowing pre-checks and simulations of enhancements before crafting. He studied the ability to simulate and preview weapons before actual creation. He pondered what kind of weapon to design using the enhancement function. Sketching ideas, the man aimed to create a weapon easy to use for non-ability users that could kill 8th rank enemies, eventually settling on an enhanced firearm and ammo. Initially, he focused on improving the ammunition, but when he fired, the gun shattered, so he worked to reinforce the gun itself to withstand the shock. In the end, he barely managed to reinforce the gun to survive only 3 shots. He decided to stack multiple 3-shot guns, focusing on defense and intercepting the enemy's approach. A military officer applauded Colonel Kim's ingenuity with shining eyes. The officer promised to compile a list of expert snipers and prepare immediately. A week-long preparation period began with expert snipers practicing their shooting skills, weapon handling, and tactics. A man referred to his father's architect ability, which quickly erected a stronghold with fortification features like sniper holes and sloped foundations. The attacking team gathered magic stones from defeated monsters to strengthen their powers, cheering wildly as they fought. Thanks to the magic stones, Kim's soul expanded her barrier around her body, and Kim Ju-yeon mastered a healing area of effect. When he leveled up his second ability, it became more useful, so he shared it with his sister, increasing her effectiveness in battle. Now he felt his sister could fully perform her role as an awakened one with her abilities enhanced. Time passed rapidly as the countdown approached. Only an hour remained before the bid competition, with the National Assembly building looming in the background. A bright blue portal shimmered near the National Assembly. A knight's armored foot stepped forward firmly. Knights marched forward together, their armor shimmering as they approached. One knight gripped the gate core tightly, exuding resolve. A man peered through binoculars, quietly noting the position of the gate core. The man asked his companion how the situation looked, pointing out the uncanny similarity to an earlier video but noting something felt off. The question lingered strangely in the air. A voice responded simply with agreement. From a bird's eye view, crowds gathered around 2 massive structures being built next to the National Assembly. Workers carried heavy beams, apparently erecting defenses to shield the gate core. The man doubted the usefulness of building so close to the competition's start, reasoning they couldn't complete so fast. Suddenly, realization flashed across the man's face. His foot landed with determination. The knight's armor gleamed under sunlight as they advanced steadily. The knight reviewed the opposing roster, noticing many were ranked 9th while some were 7th or 8th. The knight launched a grim warning, quoting the goddess Eames about mercy and salvation for the weak, promising brutal punishment for evildoers. The threatening knight declared they would show mercy by silencing liars and grant salvation through hard labor. A man stood on a balcony overlooking a cityscape with his hands on his hips. He acknowledged a formidable speech worthy of the holy knights but hinted there was more to say. Close-up on 2 figures facing a glowing screen. One declared that if their opponents underestimated them for being 9th rank, they would face a rude awakening. The screen announced that the bid competition was about to begin. An armored knight with glowing red eyes shouted and raised his hand fiercely. The knight roared a battle cry, ordering his comrades to charge forward. A soldier barked orders for everyone to open fire with urgency. A soldier aimed his rifle and fired, the shot echoing sharply. Bright muzzle flashes erupted rapidly along a fortified wall. The knight and his comrades held their ground as colorful blasts struck the wall. The armored knight braced himself, sparks flying off his armor while his comrades stayed close behind with their shields. The knights shouted in surprise and commanded shield-bearers to advance forward. A battle command was shouted to use their skills in combat. The knight conjured a glowing, winged barrier with magical symbols surrounding it. The knight vowed the strength of their shields far surpassed the weapons they faced and commanded to hold the defensive line. He explained that the enemy's ranged weapons would eventually exhaust their ammo, and if they held strong, victory would be theirs. Two soldiers grabbed new weapons from a large weapon rack on the wall, preparing to switch armaments. The weapons clattered to the floor as two soldiers exchanged their firearms. A radio crackled alive as a voice reported that about 20% of their total weapon supply had been used. The man on a motorcycle thought that their current progress was smoother than expected and urged his team to maintain their effort. One armored warrior dressed as a knight agreed with a firm affirmative to the man's command. The wall of glowing shields held strong, absorbing a barrage of incoming projectiles. Two knights discussed their enemies focusing on destroying the gate core, but insisted on ignoring them as the gate core was not vulnerable. The knights shouted orders to hold their position and prepare their defenses. The knights maintained their shield defenses as a burly enemy soldier swung a fiery flail with great force. The enemy soldier flung the flaming weapon, streaking it through the air toward their position. The flaming flail soared in a fiery arc through the sky, trailing sparks and smoke. The flailing weapon exploded on impact, sending fire and debris scattering across the battlefield. A fiery projectile shot across the sky, leaving a blazing trail. The fiery missile launched toward a group of knights standing near a burning barricade. A curious knight scanned their surroundings, detecting something unexpected as the fire spread around them. A massive explosion erupted nearby, showering the area with fire and debris. The man watched the distant explosion from his motorcycle, noting a fellow knight named Bedivere successfully intercepting enemy forces. He considered what their next objective might be after the midline defense. He noticed a massive angel statue surrounded by scaffolding. At first, he assumed the construction was pointless, but now he questioned the incredibly fast speed of progress. He reasoned that if the speed was that fast, it was even more meaningless for the enemy's efforts. The angel statue suddenly unleashed multiple fiery projectiles launching toward the attackers. Thick smoke and dust rose from the statue as its powerful attack continued. The statue appeared to dissipate into smoke and dust with great force. The man noticed with astonishment that the armored enemies remained completely unscathed by the enhanced missile strikes. He concluded it would be best to store the attack in subspace temporarily. He affirmed the statue represented the pasture belonging to their eames and insulted their opponents as nothing more than two-legged livestock. An elder figure delivered a harsh reprimand to his knights for their foolish actions, warning them to hide from danger. The man refused to conceal himself, declaring it vital to speak the words of the goddess and cleanse the evil. The man debated aloud about whether speaking out was sinful or wise, questioning why he should hide his words. He repeated his inner conflict about hiding to speak and whether it was wrong. Two towering stacks of H-beams inside a warehouse came into view. The warehouse doors stood open, revealing a construction material storage area. The man's face twisted into a sinister smile as he commanded an assistant named Pax to store the material away. The man watched the distant battle with a thoughtful gaze while riding his motorcycle. A voice noted that enemy forces were mobilizing, moving swiftly toward their position. A title panel announced the scene involved concealing the Apocalypse Logistics Center. A hooded older man with a pale, wrinkled face and deep-set dark eyes stopped abruptly, sweat forming on his cheek as he looked up with alarm. Three armored figures stood in a dusty field beneath towering steel beams, looking up at the nearby materials warehouse with curiosity and cautious concern. The pale hooded man leaned his head forward, weary and tense, while distant figures surrounding a glowing magical portal stood silently amid the urban backdrop. A young man with short black hair and a dark jacket casually asked a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a white shirt if he wanted to fly a helicopter again after such a long time. The older man looked up in surprise while seated. The gentleman with sunglasses expressed willingness to fly again but asked how he could be of help. The young man explained it wouldn't involve much flying, just ascending to the highest altitude possible. The older man smiled broadly, eager to try. A woman in black athletic wear sharpened her focus as the armored knight raised his sword, preparing for a sudden attack. The armored knight swung his sword with mighty force, while the woman swiftly moved to defend herself. Razor-sharp spears split through the air in a spectacular display of speed and power. The woman summoned a bright golden shield that shattered incoming flying spears with bursts of radiant energy. The armored knight raised his sword overhead, sending several spears flying into the shield with explosive impact. The woman looked shocked as one spear penetrated the glowing shield, fragments scattering in bright shards. Reacting instantly, the woman leapt backwards as the knight swung the sword in a sweeping strike, releasing a glowing magical blade. The combatants discussed the thrown spears, suspecting these were no ordinary weapons. The woman noted she had leveled enough to block enhanced bullets, yet the spears still posed a threat. The knight admitted it was anything but ordinary. The man's voice echoed in the shadows saying that these were not enhancements. The woman, puzzled, asked what it could be instead. The voice explained about a special dimension with a technique mimicking item enhancements. The woman confirmed that the intruders had looted their precious blessed materials. The voice revealed the technique was known as a blessing. The voice added that the construction materials were likely treated the same, explaining their resistance to the knight's attack. The armored knight swung his sword with fierce energy, warding off incoming spears with swift and strong strikes. He spun skillfully, deflecting the flying spears with a glowing magical shield. Jeong-gyeom looked up at the gleaming spear in his hand, asking if it was truly an insanely powerful weapon. Jeong-gyeom's companion gave no response, instead looking up thoughtfully. The companion bent down to pick up a dropped document, surprised and curious. Looking out the window, a pilot silently observed the massive angel statue standing tall by the materials warehouse. The voice described the statue as a blessing. A soft breeze blew, scattering leaves as tension filled the air. A military helicopter hovered overhead as the massive angel statue loomed behind a protective barrier of steel beams. The angel statue suddenly exploded in a spectacular blast, shattering the steel beams around it. The armored knight and woman stood firm amid the dust and debris, watching the remains of the destruction. Dust swirled violently across the battlefield as soldiers and knights prepared for the next assault. The gust of wind kicked up immense clouds of dust and debris, obscuring the view and signaling an intense battle. Bloodstains marked the ground beneath a broken armored goblin, its insignia fallen beside it. A glowing display outlined the official registration of Earth Dimension residents winning a bidding competition for the Seoul region. Further confirmation showed distribution details for magic stones and transferred business rights in other dimensions. Official documents verified that dimensional accounts had been issued to all 100 participants with bonus distribution based on contributions. The documents registered Yong-soo and others as 8th-tier participants without hesitation. A sheet of paper fell to the ground as someone questioned the origin of the mysterious document. The fallen document stirred in the wind, prompting a surprised response. Someone wondered about the provenance of a partially torn document with dense text. Business rights for the little dimension transferred to the Seoul representative were confirmed by the glowing holographic panel. A similar official text confirmed exclusive trading rights in a specific region through the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The woman stood with arms crossed, while the man beside her sweated nervously, questioning whether the swirling magical sphere was a portal. The man with dark hair said he wasn't sure either, clarifying he did not create the portal and wondered if it was connected to the business rights mentioned in the documents. Someone's military boot stepped confidently on the ground, signaling resolve to act. The red portal glowed intensely as a man peacefully reached toward it, trying to interact. A digital message appeared on the portal, refusing business registration and requesting a verification of authority, perplexing the observers. A young man in a business uniform examined a business rights document with a concerned expression. He was prompted by a holographic interface asking if he would sell business rights for 10,000 magic stones. The young man's eyes widened sharply as he stared at a glowing red portal before him. He realized it was a business rights portal for the little dimension, given as a reward by the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. However, frustration crossed his face when he understood it could not be used because it wasn't registered as a business. His eyes remained wide in disbelief, reacting silently to the revelation of the portal's uselessness. He reasoned internally that since the portal couldn't be used, the Chamber of Commerce was offering to buy the business rights for 10,000 magic stones instead. He reached out his hand toward the glowing interface displaying the offer. Pinching the glowing digital interface, he firmly refused the offer, saying sharply for the portal to go away. The young man's anger flared as he accused the Chamber of Commerce, calling them nothing but thieves for pretending to give a reward and then pulling such a stunt. A memory or vision appeared of armored knights in shining helmets as he recalled how unfair the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce had been from the start. They had been forced to participate in a bidding competition where all their opponents were just 8th tier. The vision continued, showing the knights solemn and serious, emphasizing how rigged the competition had been against them. Focus shifted to the leader of the knights with red eyes, conveying a grim resolve as he asserted that all their opponents were from the 8th tier. The young man remembered they had won the bidding competition but only under forced circumstances and incredibly unfavorable conditions. His anger grew as he realized the Chamber of Commerce was now deceiving them with fake rewards. He clenched the document tightly, determined not to let them profit from this, even if he had to throw it all away. He thought grimly that if it wasn't for him, there would have been many casualties during the conflicts. Someone asked him what was going on. He brushed it off, explaining they had only received a useless portal they couldn't use. A group of fighters and support members gathered. One person asked if there was anything urgent left besides paperwork. Another confirmed and said he would continue treating the injured. A man apologized for calling everyone urgently right after the bidding competition, acknowledging they must be tired. The young man accepted, saying he would do the paperwork if it meant getting stronger, and asked if everything was finished. The group confirmed all paperwork was done, and one of them said he would open a portal for their departure. The woman said she would go practice with her spear, offering help if needed. Another acknowledged this calmly. One man planned to go drive as a way to rest, something he couldn't finish with a game console. Another agreed he should rest. A man complained his body was aching from moving supplies while building the base. The young man heard a noise and turned his head with a puzzled expression. His gaze landed on stacks of supplies like bricks, drywall, I-beams, and rebar. He questioned what all this was doing there. He was reminded that they had forgotten to mention the extensive building materials gathered. Someone remarked that those supplies were actually infinite. A man's face lit with hope and relief, a soft smile spreading across his features. The young man smiled quietly, feeling some encouragement from the progress. He began to walk away from the group, leaving a grateful man behind who smiled with assurance. His thoughts turned back to the bidding competition, wondering aloud about how results had turned out in other regions. A swirling glowing portal appeared nearby, hinting at travel or communication. Still pondering, he reflected on the bid results from other regions, curious about the global status. Night fell quickly, and he thought about the 12-hour time limit before results would be fully revealed. Under a dark sky, the same scene of the quiet warehouse and building supplies was shown, a calm and tense atmosphere lingering. A blue glowing interface appeared, announcing the bidding competition results across the Earth dimension, showing detailed statistics of wins and losses for countries including China, India, USA, UK, Germany, and France. The detailed stats for South Korea displayed 5 competitions with 4 wins and 1 loss, listing victory results for various cities. The young man and armored knights studied the situation, grimly noting that the worldwide conditions were bad, though Korea's situation remained relatively good. An officer reported that in Korea, Incheon could be quickly resolved by concentrating forces since it was nearby. Suddenly, a soldier interrupted the meeting urgently, apologizing for the disruption. The soldier brought news of an urgent radio transmission from the 17th Division in Incheon, insisting the young man needed to see the report. The young man grabbed the report and asked what it was about as he examined the document with growing concern. A close-up of the disaster situation report form confirmed the gravity of the data inside. The narration detailed that enemies were lizard men from the Sabros dimension, their gate open in Chinatown. They were presumed a well-trained military force. The narration continued to explain they engaged in simultaneous ground and air combat with superior mobility. Despite this, the Allied artillery and air defense units were annihilated. Combat had ceased 2 hours before the bidding competition ended. The narration explained the lizard men stopped fighting to reorganize, with troops continuing to emerge from the gate. It said they had formed reconnaissance teams to secure routes, preparing for large-scale troop deployment. The report estimated their movement heading toward Seoul, explaining the urgency of the radio transmission. The man in charge expressed confusion about why the lizard men were heading to Seoul. He noted it was unlikely they were after Jeong-gyeom since his exact location was probably unknown. A map revealed the proximity between Incheon Metropolitan City and Seoul Special City. The figure observing the map noted that the two locations were close. The armored figure explained the situation, mentioning that Incheon lost the bidding competition, while Seoul is where their lord currently resides. A sudden alert drew the attention of the young man, with the armored figure standing close behind him, as a message appeared indicating that from now on, the names of winning Earth Dimension regional representatives would be shown above their heads. Two people sitting at a table reacted with surprise to the sudden change, questioning the lack of a visible name tag and pointing towards the third person present. The young man looked up, somewhat surprised, as he answered with a nonchalant agreement to the previous statement. The armored figure reasoned that their lord must be the regional representative, as otherwise, the bidding competition would not make sense. The armored figure looked confused and asked why he could not see the name tag, considering that the only case where it might not be visible had to be investigated. The armored figure reiterated his confusion about why the name tag was not visible. A message appeared on a screen explaining the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce's detailed opening strategy. A woman on a screen shouted angrily, questioning the implications of the situation and speculating whether this meant she would be trapped in subspace again. A new message explained that dimensions acquiring business rights by winning the bidding competition have additional abilities. The message continued, revealing that these dimensions can create extra gate portals in the corresponding region by eliminating the Earth Dimension's regional representative. Those in the room reacted with confusion and concern. In a meeting, one man nervously stated that they now have to deal with seventh-tier beings. Another added it was likely the regional representatives would be targeted. The man described the situation like a territory-grabbing game, but reassured that the silver lining was that Colonel Kim, a figure present, did not have a name tag above his head. The armored figure suddenly focused with a serious expression, pondering a sudden realization. Suddenly, the armored figure burst through a glass window with force, causing the young man to exclaim his name out loud in surprise. The armored figure landed powerfully inside the room, cutting through the tension. A close-up on the armored figure's intense, glowing red eyes conveyed focus and determination. The armored figure raised his gaze as the word Soul Repper shimmered above, emitting a powerful light that cracked the surrounding windows. The glowing red portal shimmered as an intense magical effect hovered above it, watched by a serious man reading official papers. The man turned in inquiry, asking Jeong-gyeom about the strange phenomenon. The announcement concluded that all bidding competitions had ended with 761 total matches. As a result, the Chamber of Commerce downgraded the Earth Dimension's growth potential, thanking participants. Inside the strategy room, the armored knights and officials reviewed the results with grave concern. One stated the outcome was disastrous, more negative than expected. The armored figure questioned whether he was the regional representative, while the young man internally denied it. In a dark speech bubble, the words addressed the armored figure directly, asking for a moment to speak. The young man looked up sharply at the sudden interruption. The same moment was repeated, emphasizing the urgency as the young man prepared to respond. The young man turned his head, alerted by the call, sensing something important. The night sky shimmered with a glowing blue magical barrier projecting a name above it. A tall figure cloaked in a flowing hood and cape stood before a damaged building, the structure cracked and scarred, as the named Seoul representative illuminated in the air. The glowing text flickered intensely as a heartbeat-like sound pulsed around the mystical projection, emphasizing the importance of the title. A close-up showed the young man looking up at the glowing title in the night sky silently, a breath of tension hanging in the air. The group gathered beneath him looked upward intently, the man in uniform explaining that the rank hadn't failed to rise but was so high it was out of their immediate sight. One woman noted that at such a height, it would be an ideal target for the lizard men to attack. The man in uniform responded with a questioning look. The young man's expression hardened as he voiced a growing unease about the situation, recalling the lizardmen's recent reorganization of their forces before the end of the bidding competition. The armored figure confirmed that it seemed as though the enemy anticipated the upcoming rule change and prepared accordingly, not just targeting Seoul from the beginning but readying for the battle itself. The young man called out the armored figure by name, signaling his realization. The armored knight responded affirmatively, acknowledging the enemy's foresight and preparation, but warned that their focus was on the battle, not just on Seoul's representative. The armored knight reflected that the enemy's experience with past bidding competitions made them well-versed with such rules. The armored knight's tone grew serious, stating the situation was dire and their time to prepare for the enemy's attack was limited. The young man scratched his head, admitting he sensed something was amiss and that they were now facing seasoned professionals. He questioned whether they even had a way to prepare and suggested hiding in his magical subspace. The armored knight warned it wouldn't be that easy. Although the young man would be safe inside the subspace, the enemy might use hostages as bait or divide their forces to take other regions first. The young man agreed that hiding alone wouldn't stop the enemy and reasoned that the enemy wouldn't passively wait while they attacked from the subspace. He declared they would eventually need to stop the advancing foes. A sharp idea sparked in his eyes as he proposed they could turn the tables by using his exposure as bait to lure the enemy into a trap, a place from which they could gain the upper hand and stop them. The group quietly contemplated the plan, their gazes steady as they prepared for what was to come. The young man explained the urgency of the situation, emphasizing the need to quickly secure a location, deploy troops, weapons, and defenses faster than the enemy's attack. Another man assured that transportation wouldn't be an issue, promising to minimize travel time as much as possible, and pushed the group to move without delay, asking for their destination. The young man, feeling pressured, admitted he hadn't yet decided on an ideal location to set their trap. The team stood scattered on the cracked pavement outside a building, quiet and tense, gathering their focus. A new title panel appeared, introducing the location called Apolli's Logistics Center, signaling their chosen strategic point. Memories flashed of monsters chasing after a delivery man carrying goods through narrow alleys and streets, illustrating the importance of terrain in battle. The Logistics Center, a tall steel frame, rose prominently. The narrator highlighted its ideal features, limiting enemy movement via the Gyeong Bridge and open nearby Eco Park without residential zones, perfect for unleashing power without harming bystanders. Even if enemies crossed other bridges, the absence of tall nearby buildings would let Bedivere spot them from afar, adding to their defensive advantage. The narrator explained that with materials from another dimension, his father's construction skills, and Pax's summoning abilities, building a well-defended structure was entirely feasible. The young man recalled proudly boasting about his athletic talent once valued by the track and field club, a flash of confidence amid the mounting tension. He suddenly remembered Bedivere mentioning his ability to throw spears, considering it an advantage in their defensive plan. A crate full of gleaming spears was shown, ready for deployment, gleaming with deadly promise. The woman in black sportswear swung a massive spear with ease, and Bedivere stood proudly beside her, both prepared for the fight ahead. A powerful hand smashed a steel support beam with a loud clang, signaling the start of their construction. The man hammered hard on the metallic frame, driving bolts and securing joints with forceful strikes. The logistics center took shape rapidly into a towering defense structure filled with archers, their weapons raised, ready to defend. Strategic barricades made from sharpened spears were erected around the building's perimeter, designed to block enemy ground assaults as much as possible. The armored knight and the young man stood near the barricades, noting that the enemy boasted speed both on land and in the air, requiring them to at least block the ground approach. Their total work time was estimated to be about 4 hours. The swift defensive preparations amazed the young man, who marveled at how smoothly the process was proceeding, thanks to his father's skills and Pax's assistance. The young man reflected that 2 critical factors had been overlooked. First, they recognized that reptiles were excellent swimmers, forcing them to consider threats not just on land but also in the water. Underwater shots revealed large reptilian creatures swiftly moving through the depths, maneuvering with ease. Particularly, the wide Han River provided ideal conditions for the enemies to approach undetected, even from Bedivir's vantage point atop the logistics center. Second, the young man's armored fist slammed the ground with determination, marking the resolve to address this new challenge. The riverbank defense tower stood amidst lush greenery, the surrounding vegetation thicker than anticipated. The lizard men advanced stealthily through the dense thicket toward the tower in a tense rush. The young man wondered aloud if the Eames dimension had truly lost to foes like these, despite their renowned defensive capabilities and extensive use of stolen materials. A swift motion cut off the scene as the armored knight sprang into action, gripping his spear firmly while gazing out toward the approaching threat. The armored knight observed the tower from a distance, noting that the enemy forces wouldn't be able to reveal themselves in the multidimension for some time, providing a strategic advantage to probe deeper. The armored knight and the young man discussed the enemy's effective use of spears from a previous encounter, speculating that this might lead to the acquisition of better armor this time. A powerful lizard man glared back, questioning the young man's assessment with sharp eyes and a fierce expression. The view widened to show the distant silhouette of the logistics center beside the sprawling bridge and river, a looming stage for the coming battle. The armored knight stood watch on top of the tower, gripping his spear tightly, ready to face whatever challenges emerged across the bridge. His glowing eyes scanned the horizon cautiously, picking up movement and preparing for imminent conflict. Bedivere, helmet shining, looked ahead with grim focus as the woman with the spear stood nearby, calm but vigilant. Suddenly, a panicked shout burst forth from one of the lizard men runners as they spotted the tower, their dread echoing in the air with the appearance of glowing red skies signaling an impending battle. The young man and the armored figure suddenly turned their heads, alert at the sound of warning. The young man's eyes widened as he announced that the enemy had appeared. High above the city streets, a vast swarm of winged lizard men descended rapidly toward the defense line. The young man and the armored figure stood firm, gazing up at the incoming attack as the riders charged forward with fierce determination. Mounted lizard men shouted a rallying cry for their leader, Sabros, and vowed revenge for the fallen Eames as they pushed their mounts into a rapid sprint. The young man's voice cracked with surprise and worry as he realized the enemy had closed in much faster than expected. Soldiers in helmets and tactical gear unleashed a volley of gunfire, barking the command to open fire as the enemy riders neared their position. Bullets tore into the charging lizard men and their mounts, splattering blood and causing some to reel back in pain while others urged their beasts onward without hesitation. One of the lizard men riders launched into the air with a roaring battle cry while the others sped forward, undeterred by the hail of gunfire. Barrels and heavy objects thrown by the defenders flew through the air, arcing toward the approaching riders in an attempt to disrupt their charge. The muscular lizard man swung his heavy weapon over his shoulder and brought it down with explosive force toward the earth. Someone called out urgently for General Rakis. General Rakis' intense eyes glared as he commanded his troops not to fear the enemy's thrown weapons, insisting they engage without hesitation. The young man urged Yada to seize the moment and charge forward as the defense tower shuddered under an impact. Yada declared himself boldly, stressing his straightforward charging style and his refusal to fall. Yada roared ferociously, smashing the ground beneath him as he questioned who could possibly stop his unstoppable charge. A large winged lizard man launched itself downward with incredible speed, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. A blast of bright blue energy surged forward from the young man's weapon, lighting up the battlefield with a powerful discharge. Yada charged headlong into the blast, causing a shockwave to ripple through the air as he advanced unyielding. The swollen face of a fierce lizard man was stained with blood, his mouth open in a snarl as he prepared to keep fighting despite the wounds. Despite his injuries, the lizard man snarled defiantly, claiming his strength was not diminished. The young man yelled in frustration while the armored figure braced for the escalating battle, both tense and ready. The armored figure calmly analyzed the situation, noting 2 7th-rank beings were present, but one charged without sophisticated technique. The armored figure concluded that the more dangerous threat was not the obvious brute but the other adversary. The armored figure, resolute and determined, admitted that the battle ahead would be difficult but prepared to face the challenge alongside the young man. The armored figure vowed to handle the immediate threat of the charging lizard man, telling the young man to continue the assault carefully. The armored figure leapt forward dynamically, colliding violently with an enemy figure in a fierce clash. A lizard man glared intensely, startled by the armored figure's approach. The armored figure swung his weapon with strength and precision, striking at the enemy with forceful impact. The armored figure landed in a powerful crouch, cape billowing wildly as he prepared for the next move. Someone shouted anxiously to check if Lord Reconnecting was okay amid the chaos. Reconnecting reassured the group that he was fine and urged them to keep pressing the attack without hesitation. The armored figure praised the young man's courage in diving alone into enemy ranks and his accurate strike aimed at his neck as impressive. Reconnecting admitted it had been a long time since he had met a true warrior and asked the young man his name. The young man replied his name was Lancelot, a name Reconnecting found fitting. Reconnecting spoke with insight, revealing he understood Lancelot's objective was to keep him occupied, though he was willing to play along because Lancelot was a true warrior. Reconnecting invited Lancelot to engage in a duel to the death, challenging him to test his strength against his own. Reconnecting added that if Lancelot valued his life, he should accept the challenge without hesitation. Reconnecting smiled approvingly, complimenting the young man's good spirit. Just as Reconnecting was about to assess Lancelot's skills, he suddenly ordered him to wait, catching the lizardman's attention. Reconnecting cautioned Lancelot not to be upset by the unfairness of fighting atop the lizard's back, framing it as part of the duel's nature. The armored figure reflected on the nature of a warrior's duel, acknowledging Lancelot's risk and stating he wouldn't complain even if Lancelot won. The armored figure and the muscular lizard man prepared to face off, the city around them filled with tension as they sized each other up for battle. A mysterious hooded figure wearing a white cloak encircled by fiery magical energy appeared, issuing a warning from the Thunder Team, signaling a critical moment in the fight. The peaceful view of a wide bridge over calm water contrasted with the tense preparations, foreshadowing coming conflict. 2 soldiers equipped with helmets and tactical gear fired their rifles fiercely, their eyes sharp with intensity as they unleashed a salvo of bullets. Mounted lizard men charged forward at high speed along a city street, their reptilian horses snarling and hooves pounding hard against the pavement, bullets spraying around them as one rider shouted out. The armored riders spurred their mounts onward, their spears raised as they surged ahead, racing through the urban arena, their tails and limbs alight with motion and energy. Inside a large warehouse, a soldier warned urgently that the lizard men were trying to cling to the building. Others took up their rifles and opened fire, aiming to repel the attackers. Gunfire erupted again, with bright muzzle flashes lighting up the dim interior. A lizard man horse reared back, its jaws wide open with sharp teeth bared, growling fiercely amid the chaos. The lead lizard man rider spurred his mount with brutal force, blood spraying from the creature's mouth as it smashed toward the soldiers with terrifying speed. A soldier was hit by gunfire and thrown back violently, his rifle skidding across the floor as he cried out in pain. Fellow soldiers rushed to defend him. One soldier took command, declaring he would move the wounded and ordered his comrades to cover him as more foes approached, their weapons ready. The muscular lizard man prepared to strike, his spear poised mid-swing for an overwhelming attack. The spear wielded by the lizard man slammed down with a piercing fury through a lizard horse's jaw, the weapon driven deep as blood flowed freely. The force of the spear flipped the lizard man rider and mount through the air, the rider's body thrown violently with a cry of pain. One of the lizard men lay on the ground, injured and stunned, his eyes fluttering as he tried to recover amidst the rubble and falling debris. A determined woman shouted commands as she prepared to handle the lizard men who had latched onto the building, then ordered everyone to keep shooting. The female warrior rushed forward, her fists glowing with blazing red energy as she launched a powerful strike that sent one lizard man flying through the air with explosive force. The warrior punched fiercely, and the lizard horse was slammed with a powerful kick that echoed with impact. Boots thundered on the ground as the warrior rushed onward, moving fast with fierce determination to intercept the threat. Hundreds of bullets ripped through the air, striking the lizard man and his mount, peppering them with wounds and drawing blood. A soldier was ushered over as a healer's glowing green magic enveloped his shattered arm, the wounded man gritting his teeth in pain. The healer worked intensely, urging the soldier to hold on a bit longer as she repaired the grievous wounds with magical energy. A massive blue lizard man gasped in surprise, momentarily distracted by the healer's intervention as he prepared for the next phase of battle. The heavily armored knight wielding a glowing spear launched a powerful, nearly blinding attack at a flying lizard man attacker. The spear-wielding knight struck another flying lizard warrior, sending it crashing violently away. Bullets continued to rain down on the lizard man warrior as it struggled under assault, blood spraying from the multiple wounds. A swarm of flying lizard warriors approached a crumbling building, their dark shapes casting long shadows across the cityscape. The winged lizard men circled above, a dark ominous formation, signaling the ominous arrival of more reinforcements. A dark silhouette of a cloaked figure whispered a quiet breath of relief. A tall armored knight stood solemnly, gazing at the approaching swarm, confessing his limits in handling the fight alone. The knight grimaced deeply, steeling himself for the battle ahead. With heavy breaths, the knight turned, facing the dawn while questioning if he was mistaken about the warrior he sensed. Massive lizard feet thundered heavily on the pavement, shaking the ground as a cold wind whipped through the air. An orc-like humanoid, massive and imposing with battle wounds and arrows sticking out, raised a heavy arm as he spoke, acknowledging his duty and passing responsibility forward. The orc smiled grimly beneath the arrows, confident in the successor but still wary and prepared. A young man observed the battle as a relentless barrage of attacks flew around him, struggling to grasp the chaos but admiring its force. He internally noted how he had automated the attacks, but the warrior in question misunderstood them for fresh strikes, chuckling quietly at the irony. The man pondered quietly what to do now that the enemies were tied up, his face showing concern and the weight of the situation. He firmly decided against waiting for help, knowing the risks of hesitation. Suddenly he noticed something, his eyes narrowing sharply in surprise. His thoughts raced as he recognized the distinctive shape of a holy spear, recalling tales and stories of such weapons. The lizard man warrior leapt fiercely into the air, bringing his glowing spear down in a powerful swing. The lizard spear sliced deeply into the earth and debris while the attacker readied for another strike, poised and full of strength. The blue-skinned lizard man growled tauntingly at his foe, accusing the warrior of cowardice and questioning his persistence in running away. The lizard man charged forward with claws extended, the knight bracing himself for the swift assault. The armored knight gritted his teeth, determined to answer the provocation but acknowledging the truth in the lizardman's words. The knight's red-eyed helm gleamed as he stared intently at his enemy, particularly eyeing the unique weapon the lizard man wielded. He recognized the weapon's extraordinary power and uniqueness as more than just ordinary combat tools. The lizard man glared coolly as he tightened his grip on the glowing weapon, standing tall among broken stones and debris after a powerful blow. The knight explained that the spear was forged in their own dimension, with the enemy dimension providing a special magical enhancement. The mysterious shadowy figure questioned if the spear was made for the knight, hinting at deeper connections between the dimensions. The lizard man warrior acknowledged the question and offered his own one, interrupting the shadowy figure's thoughts. The shadowy voice taunted the knight, mocking that the weapon might be a crutch for his lack of skill. The lizardman's intense eyes narrowed as he figured, wielding his spear with precision and deadly focus. He coolly stated that he would not fall for the taunts twice, showing confidence and readiness for battle as claws slammed hard into the pavement. The lizard man rushed forward swiftly, dragging his opponent into an aggressive clash that shattered the street beneath him. The lizard man swung violently, striking with powerful momentum and intent to decisively end the clash. The armored knight slammed his shield forward with blistering force, the impact exploding in a burst of energy. A heavy shockwave raced along the ground, sending dust and debris scattering across the urban battlefield under a clear blue sky. The lizard man launched forward, claws digging into the ground as he sprinted with powerful strides amidst the dust cloud. A swirling gust of wind tore through the air in a tight spiral, twisting aggressively towards an unseen target. The armored knight swiftly raised his weapon, striking with a sharp, sweeping motion that cut through the air with deadly precision. The lizard man grunted as sparks flew from the strike, his expression fierce and unyielding while gripping his weapon tightly. The armored knight declared the battle over, his weapon raised high as the swirling energy surrounded them. The knight's determined gaze was shown from low angle, framed by the glowing spear and the radiant light behind him. The knight's ornate spear floated ominously in the glowing aura, pulsing with intense magical energy. The spear hovered midair, wisps of magic swirling as the knight's glowing red eyes fixed on the scene below, a question lingering in the shadowed bubble. The lizard man trembled with agitation, gasping sharply as he struggled to understand the sudden change in the situation. The lizard man lurched backward as an unseen force struck him, his body jolting with a shocked cry. The spear spun swiftly in the air, its motion blurring against the bright sky as it was prepared for another strike. The spear shot forward through a glowing magical portal, cutting across the open air like a precise missile. A luminous notification appeared, indicating the consumption of 238 magic stones to store the spear under the category of building materials. The young man looked up in surprise at the floating portal and item, his fist clenched as he absorbed the unexpected result. He explained carefully, noting that the object was classified as an Eames-dimensional weapon but categorized as building material, expressing confusion but determination to use it well. Both the armored knight and the lizard man stood silently, the imposing steel framework of a building rising behind them. The lizard man snarled fiercely, nearly baring his sharp teeth in anger, demanding how the sacred warrior could be insulted in such a way. Repeat of the previous panel showing the lizardman's angry expression and growl. A sharp retort echoed that the one who complains about lack of skill is truly despicable, turning the insult back with scorn. The lizard man towered over the knight as silence fell, a dark presence's shadowy voice claiming the Lord had reasons for taking the spear. The shadowy voice snapped back at the lizard man to watch his tone, warning against disrespect. The lizard man accused his lord of being vile and dishonorable, glaring down intensely at the armored figure. The shadowy voice revealed the lizardman's fear and rage, explaining that losing the weapon bred anger but he shouldn't worry. The knight held the ornate spear firmly upright, standing resolutely while the lizard man faced him defiantly. The shadowed voice coldly stated that death will come regardless of the manner, whether by beheading or beating. The spear slammed into the pavement with powerful force, shattering the surface. The voice reminded the lizard man that death is inevitable, no matter the circumstances, while the knight took a battle stance. The lizard man scoffed, mocking the knight's nerve after cheating death. A sly grin formed on his face. A sharp claw hit the ground as the lizard man prepared to move, his muscles taut and ready. The knight launched himself into the air, spinning rapidly while the lizard man lunged forward amidst the scattered shadows of other creatures. The lizard man raised his spear, violently striking down at the knight who braced for impact in the center of the busy city street. The young man focused intensely on his digital display, despite the chaotic fight unfolding behind him, calm yet alert. Sweat trickled down the young man's temple as he spotted a surprising new item on his interface, his eyes wide with curiosity. A close-up showed the digital panel packaging the sword labeled Requisas, glowing with sharp blue outlines. A bold warning from the Thunder team flashed over an image of a glowing figure wrapped in a hooded cloak surrounded by golden flames. A bright spark fell through the swirling dust and smoke in the air. A massive armored lizard with yellow eyes emerged from the haze, its mouth slightly open as if growling. It wondered why its enemies had suddenly stopped attacking. The lizard considered the possibility that its foes were frozen in awe of its power. It laughed deeply, acknowledging that such a thought was not impossible. Raising its arms, it proudly declared its own sturdiness. The lizard recalled only 2 warriors in the 7th rank had ever halted its charge, Sir Costas and another named Rakes. It admitted it had never encountered warriors like them before. The lizard resolved that even if it might perish unable to stop its opponent's charge, it would at least fall fighting against a worthy adversary. The lizard bared its teeth fiercely, asserting that dying by the hand of a strong warrior was an honorable death. It vowed to quickly kill its opponent once the dust settled. Tears streamed down the lizard's face as it grimaced. The lizard stumbled forward, blood dripping from wounds on its body. Its wide yellow eyes suddenly opened wide in shock. The lizard was pierced multiple times by long spears that had been hurled at it. It realized the spears were the holy spears belonging to Rakes. The lizard clutched the holy spears in its hands, breath ragged, as more wounds bled across its body. Blood sprayed from the lizard's gaping mouth as it turned sharply, staggering under the heavy injuries. The lizard crashed heavily against the ground in a cloud of dust. The lizard's eyes glazed over slowly as it lay dying. A weak groan escaped its lips. A glowing blue orb appeared in the air as the wounded lizard lay on the cracked road beneath a ruined building frame. A message appeared indicating the ownership of a dimensional account had been transferred and its balance added. A notification popped up that a reinforcement stone labeled D was obtained. The item was revealed as a sparkling red gem, with the attributes None and Option Etherealization. Several bullets fired rapidly through the air. A fierce dragon-like creature bit down ferociously, electricity crackling around its head. The dragon-like creature screamed piercingly as it was struck down. From a distance, a knight in armor holding a glowing spear stood among bodies and swords on the battlefield, calling out with a command. A woman wearing a sleeveless black outfit turned sharply in response. A woman was puzzled by the sound of a wyvern's cry echoing from above. Her eyes widened in surprise before she suddenly remembered someone named Bedivere. Many tall spears were shown planted into the ground, gleaming in the sunlight. The view pulled back showing dozens of spears standing among fallen creatures. A knight looked up sharply toward something approaching. The knight's gaze sharpened as determination settled in. A shadowy figure asked if there were any last words as the knight prepared to strike. A sweeping arc of energy or magic sliced through the air at high speed. The arc of magic flashed toward a charging creature and a knight. The knight swiftly dodged the attack as the creature lunged. The knight's fist smashed into the creature, striking it powerfully. The knight followed up with a strong punch, blood splattering from the impact. The knight smashed the creature with a precise strike. The knight unleashed a heavy palpitation of blows, each heavy hit marked by sharp sound effects. The creature's wide yellow eye widened in shock. The creature called out loudly as the blow struck. A massive blue wyvern swooped down to attack a knight. The knight raised their arms defensively as the wyvern lunged. The wyvern let out a cry of fear or pain. The wyvern's cry turned into a fierce roar as it fought back desperately. The knight landed a heavy punch on the wyvern. The wyvern was thrown back violently by the power of the strike. The wyvern gasped for breath, sweat and tears dripping from its mouth. The wyvern's body lay sprawled and trembling in pain. The knight's red eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The wyvern spoke to the knight, saying it had been a splendid duel, though it fell in defeat. The knight lowered their gaze as they acknowledged the wyvern's words and launched a powerful strike. The knight's blow landed with a loud crashing sound, sending blood splattering around. Blood dripped into the cracked ground, splattering among the debris. The knight clenched their fist tightly, blood dripping from their armored hand. Caster Knight stood steady over the fallen wyvern despite the blood covering the area. Two men looked out from a high vantage point, relieved as they confirmed the battle was over. A soldier wearing a helmet reported receiving an urgent message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters. The bright sun shone down over a steel framework rising in the city. A close-up of a beast's head showed it lying lifeless among scattered weapons and blood. A voice explained that the most important issue was that the enemy gate remained open. The voice continued that as long as the gate was open, more creatures could flood through. A soldier read an update about a magic stone that could dispatch up to 8 objects simultaneously. A young man reflected on the reinforcement stone obtained after capturing the large alligator, wondering about the meaning of etherealization. He acknowledged that Camelot might soon produce these stones as well. A text box emphasized the need for information. A terse voice announced their landing. 2 men, one wearing dark sunglasses, noted their arrival. From above, a helicopter flew over a city road lined with buildings, its pilot staring forward. A voice ordered attention. A commanding officer called for a salute to Colonel Kim Jeong-gyeom. Kim Jeong-gyeom awkwardly returned the salute. He admitted feeling awkward whenever he received a salute. A man in military uniform introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel Park In-bo, the operations staff officer of the Incheon 17th Division. He spoke with respect and gratitude, acknowledging that he had heard much about Colonel Kim and his success in repelling the lizardmen's attack without any casualties. Lieutenant Colonel Park acknowledged having heard about the feat. He explained that Operations Chief Yu Song-cheol had to return urgently to the Joint Chiefs, so he could not come along. The man in the gray-blue uniform confirmed that you left in a hurry after receiving a message. He recalled that you had promised to put in a good word for the Incheon 17th Division. The man sensed Yu's sudden departure felt like fleeing. He explained that you mentioned insects were suddenly attacking the Joint Chiefs headquarters. Lieutenant Colonel Park dismissed the urgent message as likely nothing serious, noting you had pending work and was handling 2 matters at once. He hoped it was not serious and suggested they go inside to talk further. The man responded in agreement. Inside, a voice stated directly that they knew the location of the lizardman's gate. The man said the real problem lay with the gate core. He explained that they could not pinpoint the gate core's exact location. Previously, snipers had been deployed to keep track of it. The lieutenant colonel described how after the bidding war ended, a mud-like substance began spreading from the gate, causing them to lose sight of the core. He stated it would be faster if they saw the situation firsthand. The man placed photos on the table for viewing. The photos showed decayed buildings overgrown with vines and mud engulfing the streets. He pointed out how the mud had literally engulfed the area around the gate. The military man explained the mud caused no issues when in contact with skin but made it difficult to move through. He repeated that the mud was harmless to skin but hampered their movement. The man in uniform likened the mud to a swamp. The man in the gray-blue jacket, looking at the photos, responded that he had friends who were very familiar with swamp environments. An armored knight carefully examined a photo. The knight declined to comment on something, stating that it would be difficult. A voice explained etherealization allowed movement without issue, but if everything was submerged in the swamp, it would be easier to detect them since they couldn't hide. The armored knight and the man in the gray-blue jacket shared a glance, the knight holding a photo. The man in gray-blue hesitated, admitting he hadn't thought of that possibility. The armored knight explained that despite the difficulties, they still had options. The man asked if the lizard men were swift and stealthy. A digital display showed a notification about using reinforcement stones and magic stones to appoint Mordred as one of Camelot's 12 knights, with remaining magic stones counted. The armored knight stood before the portal, ready to move. The armored knight began to step forward. A dark magical voice echoed as the knight prepared, saying he was answering his lord's call and standing ready. The voice continued explaining etherealization allowed movement, but if submerged in swamp, they would be easy to detect due to inability to hide. The cloaked figure appeared with glowing eyes, radiating power as Mordred, one of Camelot's 12 knights. The voice vowed loyalty, swearing to serve his lord with his life. A cloaked figure with glowing yellow eyes appeared silently, shrouded in swirling purple mist. Unlike the other knights, he rarely stood out on the battlefield. He excelled deep inside enemy lands, relying on stealth, assassination, and theft, watching unnoticed from above as a man with a beard seemingly faded in his shadow. A wet sound was heard as blood spilled on wooden floors, followed by a pained grunt. His rise as a deadly assassin owed much to his sharp skills and keen intelligence. But most importantly, a unique talent set him apart. Suddenly, a man burst through double doors shouting with urgent panic over his lord's fate, seeing the bloody figure collapsed. He quickly yelled that the lord had been assassinated and called for the guards. The cloaked assassin remained nearby, hidden by his misty aura, silently watching the chaos unfold. His special skill was concealment. This meant he could instantly become invisible, hiding from sight but not truly vanishing, as shown when he effortlessly avoided an orc's punch. His concealment was influenced by external factors and conditions. Regardless, Mordred used this talent to become one of the finest assassins, proving his strength by mere survival. The reinforcement stone that summoned Mordred was a rare etherealization type. After testing its abilities, Mordred's skills improved drastically with the stone's power. He was able to blend with shadows more easily and vanish from enemies' sight until needed. However, this power was affected by outside influences and not absolute invisibility. He was tasked with finding the Lizardmen Gate Core in Sabro's dimension. A finger hovered over a detailed regional map, pinpointing a precise location for their mission. Mordred nodded to acknowledge the orders, fully understanding his mission. They commended Mordred for grasping their point, even with a vague explanation. A voice warned him that if he died, the entire plan would fail. The armored knight emphasized the danger posed by the powerful lizardmen leaders, cautioning Mordred to live no matter what, even if he failed to gather information. Mordred promised to keep this in mind and prepare to depart. With a fluid motion, he vanished in a misty swirl of shadows, determined to fulfill his mission. A man expressed doubt at sending only one knight alone on such a dangerous mission. The confident leader assured him that Mordred was the best, and with support from the Camelot Knights, there was no need to worry. The leader advised the knights to rest while they awaited Mordred's return from the mission. Mordred said he was fine, as undying fatigue did not affect him like others. He felt no weariness despite recent battles. The skeptical knight urged Mordred to be cautious despite his assurance. He wondered aloud if Lancelot's armor had ever been so free of scratches before. The man reminded Lancelot that even if gear was destroyed, it would regenerate inside Camelot. The knight was shocked to learn of such regenerative powers. Mordred confirmed that because they were bound as items to the reinforcement stone, they could revive infinitely as long as the stone remained intact. He explained their revival depended on external materials but was essentially endless. Mordred revealed the stone's special option was wound regeneration. He considered where best to use the stone's abilities until his return. The knight determined such planning seemed wise. Suddenly, Lancelot's piercing red eyes snapped sharply, surprising those near. Lancelot swiftly raised his sword in an alert defensive stance, his expression tense. Somebody was lurking and hiding nearby. The knight's suspicion confirmed as a man peeked from the shadows, leaning from behind a wall. The man frantically questioned if the danger was from a lizard man. Mordred grasped his sword firmly, unsure of the intruder's true location or identity. Lancelot's glowing red eyes widened as he prepared for any sudden threat. In a blur, Mordred swiftly slipped between barriers, disappearing from sight. Hidden deep in the crowd, a dark figure observed intently. Mordred vowed to swiftly complete his task in return. Sudden noise caught by the startled man as he searched for Mordred's whereabouts. The man frantically called out for Mordred, confusion and worry visible. An unseen figure vanished without trace, leaving questions behind. Lancelot blocked an approaching man with a swift draw of his sword, cautioning that uttering his lord's name might invite a deadly end. The knight declared he would judge their fate by their answers. Lancelot aimed his sword forward and posed the first harsh question about why the man was hiding and spying. The captured man screamed in fear and pain. Jeong-gyeom reacted to a sudden scream in the distance, worried and alert. He hurriedly moved toward the source, footsteps quickening. He found a man choking and gasping for air, being strangled by Lancelot. Jeong-gyeom shouted Lancelot's name in alarm. Mordred calmly identified the victim and promised to reveal the truth behind the situation soon. Lancelot pressed the man and demanded answers, losing patience. The strangled man struggled, unable to comprehend the severity. Close-up of the choking man's tear-filled eyes as he struggled to survive. Jeong-gyeom reached desperately towards the victim as he gasped in pain. Mordred called out Jeong-gyeom's name with angst. Lancelot warned the man of the dangers of speaking his lord's name, threatening a painful death. Jeong-gyeom reluctantly yielded, acknowledging the threat silently. Lancelot glanced briefly to Jeong-gyeom, assessing the tense moment. Jeong-gyeom nervously explained his confusion and sought clarification amidst the frightening encounter. Tears streamed down Jeong-gyeom's face as he struggled to stay calm and composed. Mordred tightened his grip on the man's throat, forcing him to listen. Lancelot's red eyes glared intensely in the bright daylight. Smoke and dust filled a ruined city street, conveying a dangerous, chaotic location. The ruined urban background was covered in thick vines and mud, engulfed by creeping gray growth. Lizard men lurked in the marshy ruins, blending well with their environment. The lizard men were described as warlike, viewing battlefield death as honorable. Their repeated exposure to blood made their noses less sensitive, helping them in combat. Mordred covered himself in blood to mask his scent, erasing all traces to evade pursuit. Now that his scent was protected, Mordred planned to begin his actual infiltration. With a stealthy leap, the cloaked warrior moved deeper into the lizardman's lair. The lair corridors were unusually wide and inefficient, prompting curiosity about the reason for such architecture. Mordred observed various lizard men, both large and small, speculating that some demanding large corridors might be behind their design. He considered whether someone important had reason to justify the massive corridors, making them less practical. Suddenly, Mordred dodged a sharp strike, blocking it with his dagger. The surrounding lizard men drew close, pressing the assassin and fighting fiercely. A large lizard man lunged menacingly, but Mordred remained unfazed and ready to defend himself. Mordred acknowledged narrowly avoiding harm, knowing even a slight touch could end his life. He backed away cautiously through the lizard men, still concealed beneath his cloak. The largest lizard man in the group exuded a strong, authoritative aura, almost intimidating those nearby. Mordred recognized intelligent and commanding tones from this leader, noting their importance. Suspicions arose about the relationship between Mordred and these lizard men, especially the one with a strange tentacle or tail. The lizard men left to roam and guard, leaving Mordred free to continue his investigation. The wide corridors seemed impractical, but could serve those of especially large size. Mordred planned to measure the size of the large lizard men, guessing the true reason behind the fortress layout. The armored lizard man and Mordred parted ways as the cloaked figure moved deeper underground. A close-up showed a lizard man grinning dangerously, revealing sharp teeth. The lizard man cursed and wondered if this intruder would stop interrupting his magic work, threatening to lock him away. Suddenly, the lizard man was struck forcefully by a wondrous magic attack. The kobold roared with pain and anger, flailing wildly as the magic impacted. Mordred dismissed the man's words as irritating reminders of an old promise with a figure named Solzhen. The lizard man insisted on preserving the gate core, refusing to let it be destroyed or harmed. He asked why the others were focusing on the dead subordinates instead of the mission. A question was posed, reminding the lizard man to consider his fallen comrades. The lizard man scowled deeply in response, clearly disturbed by their conversation. He gave a harsh warning to remember their place, threatening deadly repercussions. Mordred implied Solzhen was once a powerful mage of arcane but now something else. He accused Solzhen of being in exile, clinging to power and people past his prime. The irritated lizard man barked back angrily, striking at Mordred with fierce resolve. He warned Mordred that death with all bones crushed awaited if he spoke that name again. The lizard man pleaded for less harshness and more understanding. Mordred observed carefully and realized the intruder was not a lizard man after all. Mordred pondered Solzhen's past as a mage, questioning his current status and connection to the lizard men. He wondered why the leader chose such inefficient wide corridors unless protecting someone important. Suddenly alert, Mordred noticed a powerful presence nearby and readied his weapon. He guessed the unusually large corridors were to accommodate this massive individual, hinting at the leader's identity. Mordred's sharp eyes caught a shadowy figure spying from a narrow gap, raising unexpected alarm. A voice reflected on a blank space, revealing that something was leaning against the speaker's leg, though nothing was visible. A mysterious figure stood shrouded in a white hooded cloak, their face obscured by swirling golden flames that crackled and flickered around them. A glowing circular symbol hovered behind, illuminating the dark scene as a stark warning from the Thunder Team materialized above. A long tongue shot out at high speed. The armored figure flinched as a strike landed near his face. The creature with the extended tongue shouted as it approached the armored man, who stood silent and alert. The armored man's eyes flared brightly with surprise and alarm. The armored figure was blasted backwards, propelled through the air as the creature swung its long tongue. The armored man summoned swirling purple and electric flames around him fiercely. Words echoed indicating someone's concealment was compromised. An older man with a bald head and thick gray beard turned sharply in alarm. A gigantic blue-scaled reptilian eye stared intensely, announcing the name Solzhen. The older man nodded in acknowledgement, warning that someone was sneaking nearby. He unleashed a burst of glowing red energy from his bandaged hands. He wrapped glowing red bandages around his hands with swift, precise movements. The older man's expression hardened as flames danced around his arms. An ominous red magic missile shot explosively forward. The older man launched a long arc of blazing magical energy as the missile flew fast. The hooded figure dodged nimbly, weaving between the incoming fiery magic. The armored man's eyes glowed fiercely with fiery intensity. A voice explained how a logistics center was hidden in Apocalypse. The younger man with glasses laughed off a comment insulting his worn uniform. Two young men joked about the shabby state of his uniform and where he got it from, labeling it as worn out. A young dark-haired man shouted harsh insults at another, accusing his family of being poor and telling him to never talk to him again. The young man slugged another student in the face during middle school in their first semester. A handheld game console showed a "You died" screen, frustrating the player. The younger man with glasses bragged about having just bought the game yesterday and joked about why he wasn't growing taller. The same young man smirked confidently. Narration explained the young man's antics were just to get attention from his friends. 3 schoolboys complained that another boy was flaunting money and showed envy but admitted they didn't hate him. The boys admitted that at the time the wealthy boy only seemed like a jerk because they were young. A handheld game console was shown held by a person. One boy commented admiring the quality of the mini games on the device. Another boy said the owner must be rich if he could afford so many games. The boy fumbled nervously, unsure what to say in response to the teasing. One young man was punched hard in the face during a chaotic fight. The boy said that if he asked, he should just be given what he wants. 2 boys violently kicked down a smaller kid who was cowering on the floor. A boy picked up a heavy trash can lid to use as a weapon. A boy swiped the trash can lid, knocking another backward in a fighting scuffle. Expression of concern appeared on a young fighter as he faced the fight. One student was shocked and turned abruptly to see something. The younger man launched forward determinedly with clenched fist. The fighting student was punched and fell, grimacing in pain. Others asked him if the opponent was his friend and warned him about getting beat as well. Narration explained he did not listen because it was his own decision. Several older students kicked and pummeled the fallen youngster as he covered his face. A heavy kick landed squarely on the bullied boy. The battered young student wondered aloud why he had interfered with the fight. A student was caught by the wrist by an imposing figure wearing dark clothing. A fist clenched tightly was grabbed from behind. A tall man restrained the arm of another student forcibly. The restrained boy looked both surprised and worried. Narrator declared that for the first and last time, number 2 looked cool. Narration panel repeated the same. The tall figure carrying the bullied boy walked surrounded by others. The tall figure looked directly forward with a blank expression. The bullied young man was told he'd have to attend morning practice too. The bullied boy's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The tall figure demanded the bullied boy join morning practice despite not being on the sports club. The welcoming students gossiped cheerfully, teasing the battered boy about being the sister's little brother as he appeared embarrassed. A boy sternly told the battered youngster to stop hanging around due to his poor family background. The humbled young man stopped walking, puzzled and solemn. The battered boy hesitated, then was questioned why he wasn't following the others. A group of 4 students mocked the younger boy for just standing around and not joining the others. The battered boy was seen crying quietly, overwhelmed by the situation that bonded them as friends quickly. Narration revealed this incident led to a close friendship forming rapidly between them. Narration described how they stayed in touch even while attending different high schools. One boy asked why another's game score was higher despite them playing together, who responded it was due to intelligence differences. Narration explained Manhwa had decided to join a kendo dojo after observing others exercise impressively. Manhwa explained why he had suddenly decided to try kendo, prompting surprise. Narration conveyed how their friendship influenced each other greatly over time. Manhwa proudly told how he had researched a new build for his kendo. Narration noted which memory stood out vividly in the narrator's mind. Manhwa mentioned he was planning to join a kendo dojo, surprising his friend. Manhwa admired the exercise routines of the other boy and his sister. Manhwa smiled slyly while explaining his decision. The questioning boy jokingly asked if Manhwa had suffered a head injury and warned that not all exercise was as intense as the sisters. Manhwa was startled by the question while holding a juice box. Manhwa confirmed his awakening as a swordsman. The man in the green shirt expressed doubt about recognizing Jeong-gyeom and mentioned fear of his skeleton friend. He explained how he had been hiding and watching the skeleton friend until he left but then got caught, leading to the incident. The younger man smiled understandingly as he acknowledged the misunderstanding. He asked if the other person could not stop his skeleton friend, looking worried. Jeong-gyeom's skeleton friend was sprawled on the floor while several people watched. The man in green expressed that the friend probably did not listen because it was a voluntary action. The armored skeleton's red eyes glared as a narration declared how pathetic his behavior was. The armored skeleton's red eyes blazed as the narration stated his lord's closest friend was clearly a disgrace. The narrator reflected that he did not deserve to be a knight as the armored skeleton took a dramatic posture learned from his lord. The man in the green shirt expressed relief that Jeong-gyeom was safe and inquired about his mother. Jeong-gyeom nodded and asked how his mother was doing. The man in green averted his gaze sadly. He assured Jeong-gyeom that his mother would likely be fine. Jeong-gyeom looked confused as the conversation took a turn. A can opener revealed a tin can open with a spoon inside. The evening sky glowed over a decrepit building covered in vines. Manhwa lay on the floor, awakening as rustling sounds drifted near. The rustling intensified quietly as Manhwa observed. The armored knight burst through a door with force, startling the weary figure inside. Pieces of debris scattered as a loud crash echoed with a frightened scream. Sharp armored boots slammed down forcefully onto broken glass. A mysterious voice declared himself as Lancelot, leader of Camelot's knights. Lancelot praised his loyalty and devotion to serving Kim Jeong-gyeom. Lancelot stood tall and ready with his sword as he questioned if the woman was Manhwa's mother. The woman nervously responded while sitting on the floor in a modest home. Lancelot assured she would be escorted safely to where her son was. Narration revealed the story unfolded starting from this moment. Manhwa clenched his fists with determination outside near tall city buildings while narration explained how he was separated from his mother due to a transparent barrier caused by bidding competition. Soldiers armed with rifles protected an area as narration detailed Manhwa volunteering for a bidding competition to see his mother again but ultimately losing. A view of city streets covered in vines and moss showed the effect of terraforming blocking Manhwa's reunion. Narration explained the concept of terraforming as the environmental flow of one dimension into another. Debris and roots covered an urban area, with narration noting terraforming is generally not threatening by itself depending on the dimension. Narration stated that despite the difficulty to approach due to terraforming, there was a high chance Manhwa's mother was still alive, causing his friend to question the truth of that. Narration reminded that didn't necessarily mean she was safe. Narration explained that the advanced terraforming revealed the place was enemy territory. The armored knight steadily approached past the devastated urban ruins. The narration told how he decided to act despite the difficulties. The armored knight was seen walking determinedly through the ruins, carrying his sword and a wounded companion. Narration concluded with his resolution not to repeat past mistakes. The armored knight looked back with glowing red eyes as he spoke. A voice shouted urgently as the armored knight turned swiftly. The armored knight took steady steps forward with a sword in hand, as a shadow moved swiftly behind him. A voice wondered aloud if the armored figure was Mordred and questioned why he had come so far while urging urgency. The armored figure turned sharply, causing the man clinging to his back to sweat nervously as he peered behind them, questioning what was there. In the distance, a group of dark silhouettes raced forward at an intense speed, their rushing movement blurred by the fading light of dusk. A group of fierce reptilian creatures charged ahead, their glowing yellow eyes wild with determination as the rider urged them on, shouting orders to capture a fleeing target. The man gripping the armored figure's back gasped in alarm, realizing the impending danger that was closing in on them. The armored figure's red eyes glowed ominously as the man stammered, accusing them of being responsible for something terrible. A figure clad in shining armor stood resolute, sword drawn, as a shadowy figure leapt swiftly toward them across the rocky ground. The armored figure was called Mordred as a voice asked how many 7th-tier enemies were among the approaching force. A tall figure with glowing red eyes confessed he couldn't determine the number of 7th-tier foes. Mordred absorbed this information with a steady gaze. Mordred's glowing red eyes darkened amid growing concern as he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. A diverse group of monstrous enemies thundered down a street under an ominous sky filled with flying winged beasts. Mordred feared the combination of air forces and unfamiliar types would soon overwhelm them. A desperate warning echoed that the situation had become critical. A voice urged Mordred to return quickly and share the vital information with their lord. Mordred was told he must also complete the speaker's mission from this moment on, surprising the armored figure and the shadowy companion. A voice explained this was the mother of Lord Manhwa, a close friend of their lord. The armored figure gently grabbed the arm of the man he escorted, emphasizing that his mission was to keep her safe, then entrusted this responsibility to Mordred. The armored figure placed a firm gauntlet hand on Mordred's dark cloak, promising to buy him time to complete the mission safely. Mordred reacted with a tense and respectful acknowledgement. The armored figure nearly forgot to mention that the reinforcement stone would serve Percival well, asking that Mordred relay this to their lord. Mordred paused and stretched out a hand to stop the voice, saying there was no time to waste and urging haste. The shadow-masked figure bowed in understanding and silently accepted the command. Mordred took off at a run through the rubble-strewn terrain. From behind, Mordred chased after the figure cloaked in armor as the winds caught at long strands flowing from his helmet. Mordred tightened his grip on his sword, preparing for whatever lay ahead. The pounding footsteps of heavy reptilian monsters echoed ominously as they closed in on the fleeing quarry. Resolute and unwavering, Mordred declared he feared nothing as he faced the incoming threat. He set out on this daunting mission to prove his worth as a knight. With a loud clash, Mordred unsheathed his sword to confront the massive monsters advancing toward him, confident in his purpose. The battleground erupted in chaos and violence as clawed attackers screeched and lunged amidst flaring fires and flying debris. Mordred stood firm, sword raised, battlescape swirling wildly around him. Meanwhile, a conversation turned to the practical matter of how best to use a valuable reinforcement stone. In a dimly lit room, an unseen voice addressed their lord. The Lord listened intently as Mordred was praised for completing his mission. Two men expressed relief for the safe return of Minwo's mother, but also concern about the cost. The Lord recalled that Lancelot would handle remaining threats. The armored figure knelt deeply, contemplating whether he had pushed Lancelot too hard, questioning if his pressure caused the unnecessary sacrifice. A digital message appeared, reporting that Camelot's phantom, Lancelot, had perished. The message repeated as Mordred gathered his thoughts. A caption revealed that a magical portal concealed a logistics center in Apocalypse. A man stood in a quiet hallway facing a dark cloaked figure. Lancelot sacrificed himself to protect the information Mordred delivered and Minwo's mother. Though Lancelot was not completely dead, he could be restored using reinforcement stones and magic stones. The man was unsettled by the idea of resurrection, contrasting it with being treated as expendable. He bowed low, burdened by guilt and questioning if his orders led to Lancelot's sacrifice. He regretted not stopping Lancelot or assuring him until the end, feeling responsible for what happened. A hooded figure informed the man that Lancelot had a message for him. The man decided to delay using the reinforcement stone, explaining he normally would give it to others but chose not to because they were absent. The man acknowledged the plan to protect the stone's use was solid, showing a relieved expression. He scoffed at Lancelot, calling him a cunning strategist who even in dire moments thought about the stone's purpose. The man smiled faintly but said it was not the time to dwell on it. He asked Mordred to explain the important information he brought. The man proposed devising a plan to close the Lizardman's gate to honor Lancelot's sacrifice. A glowing red aura enveloped the armored figure as he prepared for battle, tension rising. An old man cloaked in shadows summoned a glowing red scroll, promising to craft powerful magical scrolls. The elderly mage reflected on the presence of undead among their foes, wondering if a dark mage or lich was involved. The mage admitted they lost a key infiltrator but captured another. Capturing a 7th-tier enemy reduced their enemy's strength. The mage explained that in times like these, thanks are more appropriate than congratulations for a job well done. The reptilian commander acknowledged the successful capture and asked how they planned to use the reinforcement stone. The mage planned to hold onto the reinforcement stone for now, usually intended for other commanders not currently present. In a tense moment, the mage debated what to do with the reinforcement stone. The mage suggested investing the reinforcement stone in himself if there was no better use. The gravely old man laughed as glowing red energy swirled around his hands. A large reptilian eye glared down as a voice wondered what the reward for their efforts would be. The mage trembled slightly, gripping a glowing red scroll while the large reptile watched closely. The mage promised to create amazing magical scrolls that would allow even non-mages to use magic. The mage detailed how scrolls were one-time items that varied in value depending on type and could be traded. The mage concluded the scroll's trade value was equivalent to 3D-grade reinforcement stones. A voice accused the mage's scrolls of being disgusting items made by stuffing live creatures inside, expressing disgust. The mage defended his craft as a masterpiece, blaming the primitive views of others for misunderstanding. The massive lizardman's yellow eye glinted sharply as it challenged the notion that not understanding someone's methods made them primitive. It retorted that the arcane mages, who also failed to understand those methods, were primitive as well. The lizard man towered over an old bearded man, its large face close to his. It taunted the man about being stripped of power and exiled by so-called primitive mages, prompting the man to shout an angry warning. The lizardman's eye glowed intensely as a dark speech bubble declared that reinforcement stones would be used in trades with the Eames and that only prisoners provided by them would supply the mages with scrolls, as per agreement. The old man scowled deeply, muttering in frustration about the narrow-mindedness of others. Suddenly, an anguished yell echoed through the cave as the old man jerked awake in fear and pain. A massive wall of earth and rock rumbled ominously, casting a reddish hue across the cave's interior. A heavy armored figure stepped forward with a firm footfall, its motion stirring dust and debris. The old man looked up sharply in surprise at the armored figure's arrival, questioning who had appeared. Emerging through the cave's entrance, the armored knight stood resolute, a glowing green eye piercing through the helmet's slit, emanating a strong and intimidating aura. The armored knight's name was revealed as Percival, as a dark speech bubble confirmed. The old man recognized the newcomer as Percival, surmising that he was the companion of the one who took his scrolls and acknowledging his motive to avenge his dead comrade. The old man braced himself, his arm wrapped in bandages now engulfed in fiery magical energy as he challenged Percival to try his luck. Percival conjured a blazing fireball from a second circle magic scroll, the ball of flame bursting into existence with crackling power. The fireball soared forward at high speed, leaving a trail of searing flames behind it. The fireball exploded upon impact with the cave wall, showering the surroundings with fierce orange and red bursts of fire. The raging flames hissed as they consumed everything in their path, smoke and sparks flying off with the heat. Percival raised his shield to block the trailing sparks and falling embers, his armor glowing faintly amid the blaze. The old man watched as Percival emerged from the smoke and fire, noting the knight's impressive resilience. The old man, seated and calm, summoned a faint spark of magical energy to his fingertips, preparing to respond. The old man confidently declared he wanted to see if Percival could withstand his next attack. His hand glowed red as he began to weave a spell, a fiery aura swirling around his fingers with precision. The old man looked up anxiously as magical scrolls began to materialize mid-air, glowing with blue light, but then his expression changed to concern. More glowing scrolls floated down onto the shelves in abundance, shimmering with magical energy. The old man's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he realized something was wrong. A blue digital screen appeared nearby, revealing the use of 3,914 magic stones to store all the items under magic scrolls, leaving 1,843 stones remaining. The scene shifted to a young man wearing headphones and a work uniform, observing the magic stone report on a glowing digital interface, noting the information quietly. The young man acknowledged that everything was now stored, telling someone else he would leave the rest of the task to them. A close-up of a radio device flashing green indicated incoming communication. The radio device was pressed, producing a sharp clicking sound as a connection was made. Percival stood tall and alert with his wide shield and weapon ready as the lizard man addressed him, stating his name and preparing for confrontation. A dark energy speech bubble warned Mordred that the name Percival belonged to the one who had killed him. The old man, startled and uneasy, questioned who Percival was and if he was the one who took his scrolls. Before the old man could answer, a swift and powerful attack hit him, flinging him back with a forceful burst of purple energy. The knight's skeletal face emerged beneath his helmet, grinning menacingly as dark purple flames surrounded him, signaling a fierce determination for battle. A dark speech bubble revealed that Percival was the one who killed the old man. The last panel showed a robed figure with a glowing, fragmented mask surrounded by magical fire, an ominous warning from the Thunder Team flashing across the scene. He reflected deeply, covering his mouth thoughtfully. A voice in the darkness questioned if the figure was a magician. The hooded man with glowing yellow eyes confirmed, saying he had seen and heard it clearly. The hooded man explained that he was an old magician who had been banished from Arcane for some reason. A man sitting at the table repeated the word arcane in surprise. The man recalled that someone who called himself the King of Knights had mentioned Arcane when he mistook him for a magician. The hooded man described Arcane as a dimension of powerful magicians, explaining that magicians had 3 ranks with the lowest rank being at least 6th tier. A woman with short hair remarked that if the 6th tier is the weakest, those magicians must be incredibly strong, expressing surprise that such powerful beings had banished one of their own. The hooded man said he didn't know the reason for the banishment, but as proof, Solzhen couldn't use magic. The man at the table asked if that meant the magician wasn't dangerous. The hooded man clarified that Solzhen lost his rank when banished, so there was no reason they couldn't kill him. The voice from the shadows explained that Solzhen doesn't use magic but instead creates and uses scrolls. The woman sitting at the table, looking curious, repeated the word scrolls with a puzzled expression. The hooded man held a glowing scroll, explaining that scrolls are papers that store magic, containing only relatively simple spells but valuable because anyone can use magic by unrolling them. The hooded man continued that Solzhen creates these scrolls himself, keeps them in large quantities, and uses them in battle as needed. The man with short hair thought over two key points: whether other lizard men had such scrolls, and what kinds of magic were contained in them. The hooded man said he couldn't figure those details out precisely. The hooded man's voice reflected on how he was being chased. A sharp glowing yellow eye appeared, immediately after which the hooded man dodged a barrage of energy projectiles speeding towards him. The energy projectile struck the wall with powerful explosive impacts, shattering the stone. Four glowing fireballs erupted from the broken wall, pulsing with intense heat and power. The hooded man suddenly vanished, leaving a purple magical afterimage behind. The hooded man reappeared with alert eyes, sensing something nearby. A sharp thought wondered why the magician was using scrolls instead of magic. An attacker with a large flaming mace demanded to know what all the commotion was about, while a purple-cloaked figure questioned if the commander was okay. A lizard man warned that there was an intruder nearby, rushing to alert their leader Solzhen. The cloaked figure explained that the intruder could hide their appearance and urged to quickly alert the others, while the lizard man acknowledged the order. The lizard man declared his intent to block the cave entrance, warning that they had lost many forces and needed to move quickly. A swift purple sword slash cut through the air, striking a lizard man unexpectedly. The purple-cloaked figure charged forward with crackling magical energy surrounding him. His eyes burned fiercely with determination as he vowed to gather definitive information. A sharp voice announced the plan to gain a strategic advantage. The cloaked figure swung his sword, cutting off a lizardman's attack with a blast of magic. A lizard man screamed and lunged forward with ferocity, attempting an attack. The cloaked figure faced off against an old mage surrounded by magical flames, who spoke about his purpose. The lizard man yelled in alarm and charged toward the intruder. The hooded man reflected on how surprised he was when the magician called Solzhen chased him even outside the cave, allowing him to assess Solzhen and the lizardman's abilities. The hooded man noted that Solzhen and the lizardman's pursuit was fiercer than expected, and that Captain Lancelot sacrificed himself in the fight. The hooded man assured that the one who risked their life for the information deserved respect and no criticism. He said their immediate focus should be on closing the lizardman's gate. The hooded man agreed with his companions, standing up and addressing them with respect. He observed that because Solzhen was hesitant to use scrolls, they appeared difficult to make and unlikely to be widely distributed among the lizard men. The cloaked figure prepared his weapons carefully, leaving a silent pause. A military man explained that Solzhen leaving the cave to chase the pursuer meant two things. First, the enemy forces were lacking, forcing Solzhen's intervention. Second, they had to deploy maximum defensive forces to prevent information leaks. The men agreed that removing the old magician first would make the rest of the fight easier. The young man acknowledged that the problem was how to neutralize that magician. A digital display showed logistics categories including EMES construction materials, logistics center, and military units as items in a subspace. The system automatically classified stored objects based on attributes, as described in the display. A narration box clarified that these were the current categories stored in the subspace. The young man lamented that he couldn't register or modify new categories, and shouted playfully about registering supercar as a category item. It was explained that the reason the man could snatch Rikiza's holy spear was because it fit the EMES construction materials category. He recalled that after defeating a traitor commander in the First Corps, he achieved Subspace Level 4 with new enhancement options. The young man looked shocked, realizing that instead of using magic, the magician was using scrolls, pondering about stealing the scrolls using the category. A narration explained that Pax's supporting ability could be used remotely, so hiding in the cave was safe. It was revealed that the lizardmen's assault team included Kim Seoul, a woman carrying a large spear, standing confidently in front of a cave. Kim Seoul carried the spear at the ready as the scene implied someone approaching behind her. Their leader called out Percival's name as the armored knight appeared before the cave. Kim Seoul proudly confirmed she was active as the assault captain with a confident smile. Percival encouraged her to do her best, looking determined. A skeletal armored knight stood solemnly amid smoke and battle debris, a deep presence commanding attention. Narration revealed Kim Seoul had not yet acted. The skeletal knight turned to face the direction with shield and sword ready. It was explained that Kim Seoul waited quietly in the subspace to avoid interfering with battle. Two lizard men alerted the group of an intruder approaching, rushing to warn Lord Solzhen. One lizard man sprinted forward, casting a purple magical energy from his hand. The lizard man sliced violently at a foe who blocked his path. Narration stated the infiltration team member Mordred had contributed well to the effort, showing the hooded figure striking the enemy with magic. A solitary text box appeared in a dark gradient background, hinting at an additional thought or continuation. Two heavy impacts struck the ground violently, sending debris flying and creating deep craters in the rocky floor. A tall figure clad in dark armor and a hood with a beaked mask stood over a fallen man whose bloodied face showed signs of struggle and death, the mysterious figure holding a dagger tightly. The hooded figure turned sharply as a great lizard's eye appeared behind him, the towering reptile observing cautiously. The hooded figure reflected on a faint ground vibration he initially ignored, realizing too late that the assassin had approached while hiding his presence. The reptilian eye scanned the scene intensely, questioning if this was the lost foe Solzhen mentioned. The lizard's golden eye widened suddenly with shock and focus, as the tension in the cave escalated. The armored knight swung a large battle axe with forceful speed toward a small, purple, one-eyed creature that leapt with alarm. The purple cyclopean creature scrambled backward desperately, wide-eyed and caught off guard by the knight's ferocious attack. A violent green slash accompanied the knight's axe swing, creating a blur of movement, blood, and destruction as the creature was struck. The knight's glowing green eye shone with sharp focus as he braced himself, the force of the attack sending a shockwave rippling through the area. A devastating blue energy burst exploded upward, sending rocks and debris flying violently, as the knight and the creature were thrown back from the impact. The hooded figure inhaled sharply, gripping his dagger tightly, his mind racing with the urgent thought to seize the gate core. The knight delivered a crushing downward slash, the blue energy cleaving through the earth and smashing into the purple creature. The knight and the small creature collapsed, skidding across the rocky floor as the purple being struggled to recover swiftly. The purple creature's single large eye widened in shock and fear as it looked upward. The hooded figure cursed the useless magician who had been accepted into their group, lying bloodied and defeated on the ground, watched over by the giant lizard. A black thought bubble echoed the grim reality that, given the present circumstances, the thought resolved that there was only a single course of action left to pursue. The massive lizard hurled itself forward, carrying the purple creature with a powerful toss toward an unknown destination. The hooded figure sat back heavily with a shocked exclamation as a huge hole suddenly appeared in the cave wall, dust and rubble scattering from the breach. He questioned if the attackers had broken through the wall, and where they might be taking the all-important gate core. He reflected on his experience in bidding competitions, judging that no matter the strength of the attackers, their leader could not be at the highest 7th tier. He considered that the enemy's leader would be outside the cave, carefully observing and assessing the current situation. A loud crashing sound echoed as more rocks and debris were shot through the air, signaling an ongoing intense battle. The thought came that with all enemy forces concentrated inside the cave, his best chance was to strike at their leader. A military helicopter zoomed through the sky, pushing toward the battle's focal point amid swirling dust and light. The aircraft continued speeding upward and forward, lights glittering as it closed in on Seoul. Inside a vehicle, a figure was seen in silhouette, focused intently as the battle approached. The young man with headphones glanced back quickly, eyes wide in surprise as the surrounding chaos intensified. The helicopter thundered loudly past a towering monstrous figure, the ground shaking and debris exploding around them. A dramatic end-of-chapter credit page appeared, followed by a strong warning message from the scanlation team about piracy and supporting official releases. A man wearing a headset watched intently as a massive lizard's body twisted violently inside a rocky cavern. The man whispered a sharp command into his headset, instructing his team to dispatch. The lizard swung its enormous tail forcefully, sending a large stone crashing through the air with a loud roar. The creature's tail hit the ground, kicking up dust and debris as it struck with great power. The tail thrashed back and forth, knocking aside heavy debris with each powerful movement. The tail collided with piled-up debris, scattering the pieces as the lizard controlled its massive strength. The lizard wondered aloud if the construction materials the enemy was using were responsible for their strange attacks. The man with the headset instructed Yong-soo to maintain a precise distance from the giant lizard as it watched the ongoing battle. The man observed the lizard's strength carefully, ordering his pilot to keep the helicopter steady and out of harm's way. The lizard swiftly twisted its massive body, launching itself upward with tremendous force as energy swirled around it. The lizard's eyes narrowed in confusion as the nearby spear emitted crackling electricity, pulsing with magical energy. The giant lizard slammed a massive tail blow, powerful and fast, aimed at a distant target. The electrified spear struck the lizard's body, shrouding it in glowing magical energy and eliciting a surprised question from the creature. A burst of blue energy shot forward from the lizard, hitting with explosive force and shattering the ground around it. The man's expression shifted to shock and bewilderment as he realized the enemy quickly twisted its large body to utilize the heavy H-beam as a weapon. The lizard swung the massive H-beam with incredible speed, smashing it down with electrified power. Blue energy erupted from the impact points where the H-beam smashed against the lizard, radiating intense power. The lizard lowered itself with control, smoothly coiling and moving with surprising agility despite its size. The helicopter flew closely, dodging amid swirling dust while the pilot maintained a steady eye on the gigantic reptile's movements. Electric magical energy formed around the electrified spear as it pulsed and moved with a deadly purpose. The helicopter, streaking through the cloudy sky, dodged blasts of purple energy while keeping a careful distance from the threatening giant. Purple magical liquid spilled across the rocky terrain, splattering violently as it hit the ground near the pilot wearing glasses. The pilot's expression tightened with concern as he watched the dangerous substance trickle down, aware of the ongoing threat. A shimmering blue magical portal materialized near the helicopter, surrounded by crackling energy as the aircraft hovered. The helicopter emerged from the magical portal, flying steadily while encased in a shimmering blue aura. The lizard focused its sharp gaze on the glowing spear embedded in its scaly body, holding it with a mix of caution and curiosity. The pilot's hand tightened on the controls as the helicopter was fully encased in a glowing protective blue shield. The helicopter's windows reflected the cold glow of the portal's magic, revealing shadowed figures inside. The sword-like glowing spear stood embedded firmly in the lizard's side, and the lupin creature looked surprised at the sight of two such weapons. The man with the headset, calm and focused, explained silently that the helicopter's damage didn't matter because he could dispatch a replacement from Subspace instantly. The man's expression turned serious as he acknowledged the problem. The H-beam weapon was ineffective against the enemy. The air filled with dust and debris as the fight raged beneath a clouded sky, energy crackling with tension. Tension showed on the man's face as he contemplated the precarious battle, sweat rolling down his temple. A brilliant, towering blue ice sphere erupted with a piercing roar, launched upward with incredible force. The glowing ice sphere streaked toward the sky, freezing everything in its path as it blazed with magic. The spear crackled with golden electricity as it glowed brightly, empowered and ready for a powerful strike. The thick scaly tail of the great lizard lashed swiftly, its motion stirring the broken ground beneath. Lightning erupted as the spear was suddenly yanked free with a burst of magic, sending sparks flying in all directions. The lizard held two glowing electrified spears, astonishment filling its glowing yellow eyes as it realized the unexpected situation. The man's mind raced, staring at the two spear weapons, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. A massive blue ice sphere of second circle magic rose quickly to the heavens, radiating cold power and light. The giant lizard unleashed a focused blast of icy magic directly from the spear, sending a massive beam of cold energy forward. The icy beam shattered the air around it with explosive force, crackling with magical power as it flew toward its target. A monstrous beast snarled fiercely, its large jaws snapping shut with ferocity. It declared angrily that such attacks were insufficient to defeat it. A helicopter spun rapidly through the air, the scene blurring with the force of its movement. A voice thought to itself about the frozen area around where it had been struck. A man with a headset shouted an order for item retrieval, his face determined despite the rain pouring down. A glowing blue portal appeared, crackling with electricity, as the giant beast lunged forward through it, ready to recover the helicopter orb swirling inside. The scene showed a warrior clad in armor rushing through the chaotic battlefield toward the glowing portal, chased by a dark, swift figure. The armored warrior was violently expelled from the blue portal, flying backward with force and scattering debris around. The serpent's eye suddenly snapped open wide, shining with fierce intensity. The main man and his companions gripped glowing scrolls tightly, standing ready for action. A bright blue magical circle expanded in the sky above the group, the serpent watching warily from below. The man shouted an order for everyone to attack as he activated the glowing scroll in his hands. The serpent roared in agony as an enormous sphere of ice magic descended around it, radiating crackling energy that shattered ice shards. The snake wailed loudly, shocked and in pain, as beams of ice magic struck it relentlessly. The beast writhed and howled in agony as the spears of magic repeatedly pierced its scaly body, emitting bright blue flashes on impact. The serpent screamed in anguish as icy spears assaulted it, struggling against the unrelenting assault. The snake's agonized roar echoed as the magical ice projectiles hammered it down. The man ordered a retreat, commanding everyone to fall back after the serpent collapsed amid the icy attack. A dark helicopter landed swiftly nearby, kicking up dust as its rotors spun. The helicopter rapidly took off again, vanishing through a bright swirling portal in the sky. The man assessed the serpent's movements, observing that it was still significantly hindered and unable to move freely. The man hurried out of the helicopter, worrying as he saw how slow the serpent's motions remained. The serpent's eye glared fiercely as it rippled and shimmered, bracing against the continuing onslaught. A voice called out to concentrate everything into the attack, urging all to pour every ounce of power against the serpent. The man shouted furiously, frustration and determination plain on his face as the battle raged on. The group wielding glowing scrolls rapidly invoked their magic, launching spells with an air of practiced force. Mystical symbols flew from the scrolls, hurtling toward the serpent in a barrage of colorful, powerful magic. The serpent swallowed a sudden wave of cold energy, its eye wide with shock as ice cracks spread over its scales. A bright light flared intensely, surrounding the battlefield with blinding power as the final combination of magic unleashed. Magical text floated across the air as multiple powerful spells including Fireball, Magic Missile, and Ice Sphere activated simultaneously in a dazzling display. The serpent recoiled in shock and pain, caught in the heart of the overwhelming magical assault. Explosions burst outward in a chaotic display of colored beams, blue, purple, orange, yellow, green, and red, clashing fiercely in a spectacular energy storm that illuminates the dark sky. The scene fades into a calm sky, bathed in soft rays of sunlight piercing through wisps of clouds. A young man with short black hair stands solemnly under the brightening sky, his expression steady and contemplative. The man spoke up, his voice calm yet firm, questioning the desperate need behind the invasion. He stood at the massive, blood-stained body of a defeated dragon, its glowing yellow eyes half-lidded, and asked what it was that they sought so urgently. A close-up focused on the dragon's cracked, glowing yellow eye as it replied quietly that they had no choice in their actions. A cloaked figure nearby voiced disbelief at the claim of having no choice, warning that the other man wouldn't comprehend the truth now. The dragon's eye fixed on the man, sounding a dire warning that their dimension would not last much longer and that awakening would lead them to hunt other dimensions. The eye explained matter-of-factly that the universe itself was designed with such a system in place, addressing the man directly by name. The dragon's eye repeated the name with quiet intensity, emphasizing its significance. The camera lingered on the dragon's intense, slitted eye as it closed slowly, hinting at an end or significant change. The cloaked figure confirmed the death with a calm agreement. The man admitted confusion over the system's logic, struggling to understand why they claimed they had no choice but to invade. A voice reminded him that the gate core remained alive, catching his attention. The cloaked figure explained it had witnessed Costas swallowing the gate core before, likely as a means to protect it. The young man's eyes widened as he considered the implication. He spoke aloud, realizing that they would need to locate the gate core inside the dragon's body. The cloaked figure reassured the man that there was no need to worry, referring to him as my lord. A sudden movement startled the man as the cloaked figure prepared to depart. The cloaked figure recalled that in their home dimension they were feared for dismantling monstrous corpses in this exact manner. He declared their goal clearly, to find and destroy the gate core as soon as possible in order to drive out Sabros, ordering everyone to move in. A digital update popped up once again showing the man's dimensional account balance increased to 51,306 magic stones. The man's mind clicked suddenly with understanding as he connected the rapid terraforming to the magic stones collected. The man turned around, surprised to see someone already present nearby. Bloodied and cloaked, a mysterious figure stood grimly, extending a hand that sparkled with 3 glowing red gemstones. A close-up focused on the gems, radiating intense red energy. The 3 glowing reinforcement stones softly rotated in the palm of the cloaked figure. A system message confirmed the use of 3 reinforcement stones D and 500 magic stones to appoint Lancelot as one of Camelot's 12 knights, leaving 50,806 magic stones remaining. The cloaked figure invoked the name Knight Lancelot, pledging unwavering loyalty and dedication to serve their lord. A detailed system description appeared, outlining Lancelot's status as a 7th-tier knight with special attributes including penetration, acceleration, immunity, command, and critical hit. Someone loudly called out the name Lancelot. A warning from the Thunder team appeared as a plea to support the official site, highlighting the dangers of piracy and its impact on the team's ability to continue releasing chapters. The helicopter surged forward as the lizard watched sharply from below, the battle far from over. The massive, dark serpent labeled the Seoul representative floated where it had vanished, silent and still. A voice considered that the Seoul representative had disappeared into another space, floating where it last appeared, and questioned the nature of this ability. The serpent thought that the presence of 2 spears must be related to the ability keeping it afloat. A crack of surprise flashed in its eyes. A digital message appeared, confirming the transfer of dimensional account ownership from Costas, updating the balance of magic stones to 17,668 units. The man stood near the giant dragon carcass as a shadowed figure noted quietly that Costas appeared dead. A digital notification announced that Dimension Sabros had lost business rights to the Incheon area. Another message appeared declaring the Incheon area would be restored to Earth's territory. Outside, a sunbeam pierced through the air, stirring leaves and dust. Golden sunlight streamed spread widely, swirling leaves around in the gentle breeze. Leaves and dust floated softly in the bright daylight, the atmosphere calm and peaceful. The armored knight with a flowing blue ponytail and golden trim gazed upwards toward the sky, his gauntlet hand clenched as the wind blew leaves around him. The dialogue declared it was thanks to the knight. The knight looked up at the sunlight streaming past the urban buildings. Someone repeated that it was thanks to the knight. The armored knight stood with leaves swirling around him beneath tall buildings, the warm sunlight cutting sharp lines through the cityscape. The man with black hair spoke to the knight from a distance, saying although it was late, he expressed his gratitude with thanks to Lancelot. In a dark speech bubble, Lancelot apologized, saying he only did what a knight should do. The man replied that doing what one should do was never easy. Lancelot's helmet glowed red from his multiple eye slits as he looked steadily toward the man, who stood firm. The man calmly explained that regardless of how well the task was done, one should simply accept a thank you when it was given. Lancelot bowed deeply, apologizing again, then quietly expressed his thanks. The man smiled gently. The man looked surprised as a helicopter flew overhead with the sound of its rotors slicing through the air. Several helicopters flew in formation above a city filled with urban buildings and streets. A message appeared stating Incheon was the only place in Korea that lost in the bidding competition. A wider shot showed the man standing on a sidewalk under the helicopters. The narration explained that now that Incheon was reclaimed, they had dealt with all monsters trying to occupy Korea immediately. The narration continued, warning that it didn't mean they were safe. The man looked up with a serious expression. The message added that relatively primitive monsters like orcs and wyverns still remained. The narration said clearing out all those monsters and regaining the country's functions would take a long time. Below, a man fired a heavy weapon while monsters and soldiers stood guard. The man said he had rushed here at the first sign of the terraforming receding and that additional helicopters carrying supplies were on their way. A bowl of jjajangmyeon was set down on a table with a loud thud. A steaming bowl of noodles with savory sauce and garnishes was placed on a table crowded with plates of food. The sound of dishes clattering filled the air. The man eating stared in disbelief at his bowl of Chinese food, questioning how such cuisine existed in a world where monsters roamed the streets. A narration explained it all began after Minwoo's mother was rescued. The woman told the man not to worry about food, saying she had eaten plenty and would accept his gratitude. The man asked how that was possible. The narration said Minwoo's mother, having heard about the man's abilities, spoke up. The woman asked if ingredients were unlimited as the man revealed he had a friend skilled in cooking who would help. The narration explained that ingredients were supplied by packs. A series of fast motions showed ingredients being transformed into dishes. The narration introduced Chef Ju Wong-sik, Minwoo's mother's old friend and owner of a famous Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. The chef smiled warmly as the narration said cooking for people in such a world was a blessing. The narration explained the chef's kindness and dedication went into the dishes for those tired from the hard battles, as a bowl of jjajangmyeon suddenly landed on the table. A sparkling array of delicious dishes was laid out on a table. The narration wondered if the chef really made all the food. The calm woman declared she'd bring one more bowl. The narration confirmed the chef only made one bowl of each type. The rest of the food was made by packs. A woman urged the man to eat faster, scolding him for eating slowly and telling him to chew his food. The narration proposed that because instant meals existed in the logistics center, the chef's dishes could be stored in that category. The narration recalled that after defeating the lizard men and reclaiming Incheon, there was a reason to celebrate. A woman suddenly gagged in surprise. A woman covered her mouth, looking ill as the others at the table reacted with concern. The woman was questioned if she felt unwell after eating something bad, with others noting she did not eat enough for indigestion. The woman smiled nervously and said it was nothing. The women asked if the ill woman had lately felt nauseous, thirsty, dizzy when moving suddenly, or had decreased urine output. The woman said everyone felt a bit like that lately, raising concerns among the group. The narration revealed those were early pregnancy symptoms, surprising the woman who gasped and blushed. The narration detailed that right after eating, Jeong-gyeom's brother, Song-gyeom, suddenly had to make a major announcement to the family as they clapped. A man with glasses explained that Juyeon had heard about it, tried a test kit, and the result was true, drawing applause from the group. The excited group related that Jeong-gyeom was going to have a niece or nephew, and that Yu-jong would be happy too. The man blushed, feeling like an adult. The group debated not knowing if it was a boy or girl yet and discussed making a list of clothes to dress the child in, joking about baby clothes for packs. The narration explained that the most excited about the news were number 1 and number 2. The narration added that where there was good news, there was also bad news. The narration stated that excitement and joy were short-lived. An urgent call came to Colonel Kim. The caller said an urgent radio message arrived from the operations chief and recommended taking it. Colonel Kim replied promptly to the operations chief. Colonel Kim answered the phone, asking for repetition. On the phone, Colonel Kim asked if the terraforming was coming over here. A narration explained that the most urgent matters involved toxic gas coming from the Beijing gate. Colonel Kim grimaced as he took the call, asking which gate causing the most serious damage, mentioning both sides. The narration stressed both issues were serious but pointed to the most urgent being the gas from the Beijing gate. Colonel Kim shook as he explained the toxic gas from the Beijing gate was spreading while soldiers stood around a large insect creature. A man in a camouflage uniform stood outside a building, speaking firmly into a wired telephone. He warned that the toxic air had not arrived yet, but giant insects were already coming, signaling that the toxic air would soon follow. The man tightened his grip on the phone, sweating as he said they needed to close the gate that opened in Beijing. He explained that while troops would be sent, the situation was beyond their capacity to handle alone. A close-up showed another man holding a telephone receiver to his ear, reluctantly expressing his hesitation as he addressed Colonel Kim, understanding the gravity of the request. Colonel Kim stood resolute, stating that if nothing was done, the entire Korean peninsula would become a hellscape, affirming the urgent need for action. Colonel Kim questioned how flying directly to China by helicopter could be safe, his brow furrowed with concern, as another man answered with a simple but serious yes. Someone asked for confirmation about the 3rd Guard unit. The man on the phone acknowledged and ordered the unit to depart that evening. A hand reached to grasp a telephone receiver, snapping it into place with a decisive click. Colonel Kim pondered the threats of giant insects, air pollution, and poisonous water, expressing his determination not to let his niece or nephew live in such a world. He declared it was time to normalize Earth. Colonel Kim commanded PAX, the small robotic drone, to level up the subspace. A glowing digital interface displayed the use of 30,000 magic stones with progress at 1%, noting that abilities could still be used during the upgrade, leaving 20,806 stones remaining. The sky blazed orange and purple as daylight faded, showing the setting sun. A glowing blue holographic screen announced that the subspace level up was complete, revealing new items for unlocking and enhancements. An upgrade panel showed a new item available, portal installation costing 1,000 magic stones, enabling the installation of a portal connecting to the subspace. It clarified that installed portals differ from regular portals. The installation notification appeared as a bright blue portal shimmered open, electricity crackling around it amid the ornate building backdrop. Colonel Kim stood confidently before the shimmering portal, explaining that installed portals have distinct properties and multiple differences from the portals he normally summoned. He stood with his hands on his hips before the portal, emphasizing the unique nature compared to typical summoning portals. A flashback showed the limitations of installed portals. They are fixed at their location, unable to be moved once summoned. He further praised the ability to enter and exit the subspace to retrieve needed items as an incredible, cheat-level power. A man approached Colonel Kim, inquiring if he was already preparing to leave for China, whether he was leaving right away. Colonel Kim agreed that they needed to hurry, stating that after closing the gate that opened in China, their next destination would be Japan. The man with glasses admired Colonel Kim's world-class expanding ability and offered his help, revealing that he was an awakened swordsman despite not showing it. Colonel Kim expressed gratitude for the support and cautioned the man to stay careful out there. The man reciprocated with a nod and well wishes. A powerful gust swept across the scene, stirring dust and debris. A Black Hawk helicopter loudly descended toward the ground with dust swirling as the sun set behind the cityscape. The helicopter soared high above the city against the glowing purple sunset as it flew away. The sign of Incheon International Airport gleamed softly in the early evening light. Colonel Kim called into a helicopter cockpit bathed in warm sunset glow, addressing someone named James. He urgently called out for James to come out quickly from the helicopter, explaining that the people from the Joint Chiefs who contacted them earlier about going to China had already arrived. A single boot hit the ground step by step as someone answered the summons. A grimy, exhausted man in a dirty white t-shirt braced himself, pushing open the hatch of the helicopter with force. The man, surprised, looked up as a voice questioned if it was already time. Down near the helicopter, a mechanic worked among scattered tools and equipment, noting that the helicopter modifications were not yet complete. The chapter ended with a warning from the Thunder team, showing a mysterious hooded figure surrounded by swirling magical flames, accompanied by a message about the decreasing site visits due to piracy and urging readers to support official releases. The man in the PF uniform turned upon hearing his name called, as another man shouted for Colonel Kim and identified the speaker as an operations staff officer. A narration bubble explained that usually Operations Chief Yu Song-cheol would appear at times like this, so it felt awkward to see the operations staff officer instead. It continued that storing delicious Chinese dishes in the logistics category allowed enjoying a celebratory feast. Another flashback conveyed that installed portals lack physical force and cannot block enemy attacks, rejecting the idea of using portals as defensive walls. Inside the Subspace portal, a hulking armored creature with red eyes approached Colonel Kim, who explained that only beings with permission to pass through could enter the Subspace via the portal to avoid enemy attacks. Colonel Kim reflected that the Subspace portal was unlike the portals he typically summoned, marking a clear distinction. The sun shone on a large building as a voice greeted with a sharp salute. A man dressed in military camouflage saluted respectfully, acknowledging the hard journey and introducing himself as Captain Park Cheol-hwan of the 3rd Guard Unit. Two men bowed slightly in greeting, with one nervously introducing himself as Kim Jeong-gyeom, while the other calmly said his name was Lee Yong-soo. Captain Park spoke quickly, explaining that he had arranged transportation for them this morning through the operations chief at Joint Chiefs Headquarters to fly to China. The young man expressed excitement about transportation, and the captain invited them to come inside and follow him. A massive transport plane sat on the tarmac, illuminated by the fading sunlight. Captain Park smiled as he pointed out the plane, introducing it as the C-130J, a transport that could fly about twice as fast as a Black Hawk helicopter, making the trip to Beijing simple. The man with short hair recognized the plane as one with a special compartment for troops like in spy movies, drawing a nod of agreement from the captain. He continued, warning that monster collisions or attacks were likely on the trip to China and that they were modifying the plane to have basic defenses, but not full missile systems. Captain Park explained that although the plane is almost ready, some modifications were still underway and they just needed to wait a little longer for takeoff preparations. The young man listened while Captain Park assured that the modifications were nearly complete and they would be ready to leave soon. The young man expressed surprise hearing only one engineer was working on the modifications. Captain Park confirmed that it was indeed only one person handling the huge plane modifications. He further explained the engineer named James was quite unusual, hinting curiosity about the man's nature. The young man noticed James was approaching and commented he looked finished with his work. James appeared, a large, muscular man in a dirty white t-shirt and cargo pants, pulling on black gloves, his expression serious and tired from labor. James stared ahead with sharp, determined eyes as he prepared for the next task. James held a glowing blue magic stone in his hand, instructing the others to look closely. He gestured toward the plane, explaining there was little visible difference before and after his modifications. James noted the plane remained visually the same because he only modified the lower part, emphasizing the significance of this change. Text revealing that James was the engineer who modified the plane, an awakened one with the mechanic ability. The young man realized that just holding the magic stone enabled automatic translation of speech. An explanation that before awakening, James was an aircraft engineer dispatched to an airline and had been trapped when the world changed. The young man's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the significance of the information. Large glowing mechanical components rotated above the ground as the young man gazed up in astonishment. A caption declared James's ability to be extraordinary. The young man wondered how the plane could be modified so dramatically, his expression tense. Amidst the dark atmosphere, a large gray-skinned monstrous figure stood in a war-torn space, while a man nearby watched anxiously, reflecting on the harsh world where people hid from monsters and endured fear, hunger, and thirst. The narration explained how distributing essentials brought happiness to people, but the man's thoughts soon focused on James, who showed no such reaction. The young man observed James refusing food, which puzzled him since it was not because he disliked it. The thought bubble claimed James must be a real pervert as the young man stared at him in disbelief. He reflected on James's indifference to food, confirming the older officer's description of James being unusual. Despite his odd behavior, the young man asked the floating drone packs to retrieve the plate of food, noting James's sole interest. A sudden magical glow appeared near James, catching his attention. James looked up toward the source of the magical light, the drone packs hovering in front of him. James and the young man locked eyes in surprise, a noticeable change in the atmosphere. He thought how strange it was that James refused food but showed interest in the drone packs. A troubled expression crossed the young man's face as he admitted knowing little about James except his ability but felt compelled to recruit him. The young man asked James directly if he would consider joining him. James appeared puzzled, staring carefully at the young man. The young man continued explaining how distributing food involved many machines and said James could use motorcycles and other equipment freely, promising safety from monsters. He promised that joining him meant helping others and defeating monsters. James questioned how he could trust the young man, given they just met and barely spoke. The young man admitted that was a fair point and struggled to think how to persuade James. James shifted uneasily, sweating slightly while the young man pondered how his abilities might combine well with James's. The young man said they would be departing now and thanked James for the modifications to the transport plane. The young man asked if James wanted to use his ability, clearly anxious. James confessed to having a condition and asked to be taken to America if the young man was going there. The young man accepted, offering to work with James until they reached America. The young man repeated his offer to lend James his ability during the journey. Contemplative, the young man acknowledged the journey would take time and felt he was at a disadvantage, wondering why James wanted to go to America. The young man guessed James's reason for going to America was family. James denied having family but explained he wanted to reclaim a place and acknowledged the danger of travel, trusting the young man to keep him safe. James said he would not force a timeline and did not mind if the trip took a while. The young man listened with serious consideration, preparing for their departure. He promised to take James back to his hometown without fail. The young man summoned a glowing blue magical portal with his hand. The muscular man looked up, dirt and sweat covering his face, his expression a mixture of surprise and awe as the blue electric energy crackled around him. A large military cargo plane was enveloped in a whirlwind of blue electricity and magical energy as it prepared to take off rapidly. The two men stood silhouetted beneath the storm of power, watching the scene unfold. The cargo plane was engulfed in swirling electric energy, the air crackling with magical force as it began to lift off, debris and dust spinning around it in the fading light. The plane's rotors spun fiercely, creating powerful gusts of wind and stirring dust on the ground, as the two figures watched silently from the tarmac. A man in a dark jacket spoke to the muscular man, assuring him that all the machines were his to command, encouraging him to disassemble and reassemble them at will. The man with sharp features smiled slightly, explaining that his offer was a gesture of responsibility for the promise, a gift, to be exact. He then said he would see the other man later, turning away. The muscular man remained on the ground as the other figure walked away toward the military vehicles and helicopters under the dusky sky, the fading sunlight casting long shadows. The man who had made the gift smirked softly, thinking to himself how incredibly charismatic the other man was during their exchange. The muscular man stood quietly among rows of military vehicles, his gaze fixed on the machines. Doubt and questions filled his mind about why so many aircraft were left unattended. Sweat trickled down his temple as he wondered what kind of unique ability had caused this massive gathering of machinery, a hint of concern in his expression. In a close-up, the muscular man's face showed deep contemplation as he recalled distributing food to the guard unit. He learned that James was at the outdoor boarding area, regretting not going with him due to the unexpected extent of James' ability. The narrative confirmed that the muscular man's thoughts about James' power were correct. The military cargo plane swiftly ascended into the sky, its engines and propellers spinning violently as it took off against the backdrop of the city, heading toward an uncertain destination. The sky darkened tonight as the moon shone above, creating a quiet and solemn atmosphere after the day's intense events. The dying light of sunset painted the sky with warm orange and pink hues, casting a glow over the cityscape, signaling the day's end. The sunlight reflected off the glass of a tall city skyscraper, where giant insect tentacles curled up the side, casting ominous shadows across the urban setting. Cockroaches swarmed endlessly up the side of a tall building, their legs and antennae scraping against the walls as they formed a black mass climbing the structure in the dying daylight. Masses of cockroaches flowed down the facade of a towering building like a dark, moving river, pouring into the city streets below with a chilling, overwhelming presence. A large green praying mantis screeched fiercely, its forelegs raised aggressively and antennae twitching, occupying the urban battleground with an intimidating presence. A massive glowing red-eyed praying mantis reared back ominously on the city street amid the towering buildings, reacting audibly to the approaching military cargo plane overhead. A man wearing a headset and glasses grew nervous, sweat dripping from his face, and remarked quietly that the lizard men seemed polite compared to this terrifying sight. He announced the plane's imminent landing. The military cargo plane descended swiftly, its heavy propellers cutting through the smoky, debris-filled sky as it prepared to land amid the chaos below. The plane flew above a devastated urban intersection filled with rubble, surrounded by flying insects and scattered debris, heading toward a glowing blue portal swirling with magical energy. The plane passed through the blue electric portal, leaving a trail of magical energy, as debris and insects swirled chaotically in the air behind it. The magical portal pulsated with energy, crackling with blue lightning as insects scattered away from it on the cracked street among destroyed urban structures. The glowing portal expanded and shimmered with electric magic, intensifying the swirling energy arcs and illuminating the surrounding ruins with blue light. A heavy armored boot stomped firmly on the ground, sending up dust and debris with a sharp impact that echoed through the ruined area. A shining armored knight with glowing red eyes and a flowing ponytail stood tall and imposing, gripping a large sword as arcs of electric magic crackled behind him. The armored knight nodded and acknowledged a voice reassuring him that it was safe to come out now. He responded carefully, asking to wait a moment before stepping forward. The armored figure admitted with some difficulty that putting on his armor after so long was challenging. The hooded man in white beside him asked if there were no insects nearby, mentioning the trouble and toxicity of gas. The hooded man, newly outside the portal, was greeted by a calm voice noting he was already out. He adjusted his gas mask anxiously while scanning the area. A long-haired man in traditional clothing stepped forward with grace and a respectful greeting. His open palms and serene expression radiated calm as he introduced himself as Wanyang of the Red River, welcoming the new arrivals. A mysterious hooded figure with a glowing magical circle behind them delivered a strong warning from the Thunder team about site visits and piracy, urging readers to support the official site to keep it running and avoid losses. Text indicated they had confirmed the modifications and normal operation of the transport plane. Before heading to China, food and supplies were distributed to the people here, shown as workers eating peacefully in a courtyard. The young man thought more deeply about how holding the magic stone while talking enabled real-time translation, recognizing James was no ordinary man. The young man's shocked thoughts called James a real pervert, as James looked quietly in response. The young man wondered if James had a dream as he mentioned the idea of a flying motorcycle or a horse-like motorcycle. James replied that while he did want to help, he had no time to prove himself to build trust. The tall man spoke calmly, declaring to commemorate their deal. Suddenly, a bright, electrifying blue ring of energy exploded above the area, illuminating the two men standing below. The muscular man looked up in shock at the sudden display of power. The hooded man, adjusting his gas mask nervously, confessed he really couldn't handle insects. The shadowy voice confirmed there were no insects present but cautioned about other dangers. The armored figure calmly turned to look ahead, accompanied by the hooded man adjusting his mask behind him. The shadowy voice warned that the danger was right ahead, prompting cautious advance. A dark, dust-filled sky loomed over a barely visible ruined city skyline, faint outlines of skyscrapers blurred by thick haze and debris. The pale, battered facade of a tall building etched with faded, large red letters that spell out Lilliton under the gloomy sky surrounded the city's decay. A solemn man with long black hair and traditional robes eased a heavy door open carefully, stepping through the dimly lit entrance while clutching his abdomen. He exhaled quietly, relieved to find that no dangerous insects were trailing behind them as faint daylight streamed across his serious face. The man fully opened the door with a calm motion, inviting his companions inside with a respectful and hospitable tone, asking them to make themselves comfortable. A muscular armored figure speaking firmly assured that the place was more than adequate, accompanied by a person in a white gas mask suit standing nearby. The long-haired man remained patient in the background. A thought interrupted the scene, a silent uncertainty hanging in the air as the group's situation remained tense despite temporary relief. One of the men, his hands glowing with a soft blue energy, carefully shaped a magical aura with concentrated focus, the energy crackling quietly around him. Two men in robes sat cross-legged, enveloped in the same gentle blue glow of inner energy, eyes closed in meditation, working silently to aid the group. A close-up revealed a man's exhausted face, dark bruises under his eyes, sweat dripping down as he slowly inhaled and exhaled, still enveloped in healing energy. The room showed several men seated in a circle under the magical glow, their weary forms surrounded by protective energy, observed by two armored figures standing silently nearby. The long-haired man assured his companions that he had expelled all toxins using his inner energy, allowing them to remove their gas masks safely. The person in a hazmat outfit questioned this inner energy ability with curiosity and uncertainty, seeking clarification about its nature. The long-haired man confirmed inner energy was a special power granted to those awakened in the martial arts world, a unique force harnessed by a select few. A martial artist wearing a traditional yellow tunic and black trousers stood in a combat stance, surrounded by sparking arcs of electric blue energy radiating powerful inner strength. A flashback depicted a bald man with a startled expression as magical blue energy emerged from his palm, revealing the sudden rise of awakened individuals during the monster outbreak. A text panel explained how awakened members of martial arts schools appeared, displaying unique abilities distinct from others, suggesting a parallel path of power. Close-up of digital display showing a variety of people wielding speed-enhancing abilities and healing powers, the text emphasized how martial arts abilities differed from others' powers in nature and effect. A muscular, bald martial arts master sat cross-legged, engulfed in intense blue flames of inner energy that energized him and exuded ominous power. Two martial artists vibrantly demonstrated their abilities, one wielding a staff with strength and precision while the other conjured crackling blue energy in his palm, both surrounded by a vivid aura of inner energy and controlled determination. The remaining text narrated the recognition by the Chinese government of the martial artist's potential, showing the long-haired man with swords walking among monstrous creatures as ominous figures lurked behind. The long-haired man was introduced as Wanying of the Red River, a striking figure standing resolute in the crumbling city ruins, carrying swords and wearing traditional robes marked by scars and dust. Wanying explained to companions that their martial arts group was only one faction among the awakened, emphasizing their distinct path and abilities. He recounted how they were summoned by the Chinese government to combat the monsters but faced fierce competition over resources and territory, a serious tone shadowing his words. The long-haired man detailed how the winning faction of the government bidding competition was named Beelzebub, implying a powerful and ominous presence poised to dominate. He voiced frustration about lacking critical intelligence on their monstrous enemies while sipping a drink, brow furrowed with concern over the dangerous unknowns. The man pondered over the severity of the monster's toxic poison, his drink clasped in hand as the grim reality of their toxic threat weighed heavily on their mission. A harrowing scene showed a soldier convulsing and succumbing to poison from a giant insect, highlighting the sudden lethal peril posed to the underprepared. The narration emphasized the deadly toll on regular awakened individuals and soldiers lacking inner energy mastery, contrasting with martial artists' unique ability to detoxify. Dangerous giant insects swarmed a ruined city street, their threatening presence heightening the tension, while the narration revealed the high energy cost of detoxification limited their ability to fight simultaneously. A giant spider spun its web high above a damaged city road, hinting at the rapidly worsening insect infestation as their numbers surged alarmingly. The long-haired man explained the continuous inner energy consumption during detoxification compromised their durability, worsening with prolonged exposure. He warned that the spreading toxic gas meant they had limited time left, the urgency clear in his furrowed brow as he faced collateral damages and threats. The younger man asked in surprise if fresh air could really recharge their inner energy, staring up wide-eyed, while the long-haired man affirmed with resolute confidence. The younger man's worried question about a problem met a calm assurance that no issues were apparent, although tension threaded silently beneath. The man promised to return shortly as he summoned glowing blue energy around himself, his confident smile hinting at a plan. A figure cloaked in shadow appeared through a shimmering electric blue portal, startling the long-haired man as he turned sharply toward the sudden arrival. The young man stood thoughtfully on a glossy floor, hand on chin, contemplating the complex situation and unfolding events. Floating cans and bottles circled in the air as the young man used an ability called laboratory to separate and stack layers of air, preparing to register them as products. He outlined plans to automate the distribution of these registered air masses to the detoxifying martial artists on a strict 1-second interval to maximize their survival chances. A martial artist thrown back by a powerful energy blast turned with a shocked expression, sending out shockwaves that rippled through the air. A giant cockroach scuttled quickly across a room's floor, its limbs tapping authoritatively on the hard surface as it approached. An explosive burst shattered a door apart with tremendous force, sending splinters flying as the room was flooded with bright light. The shattered door whirled violently on its shattered hinges, accompanied by a sinister, pained scream echoing in the background. The wide angle revealed a body lying prone on the floor, a thick dark liquid spreading around, with a dangerous impact zone marked by the explosion. A close-up showed the young man deeply inhaling, gathering strength and focus despite visible wounds and exhaustion. He slowly exhaled with a quiet audible breath, the tension in his body easing as he prepared for the next move. The man in traditional robes wore an expression of surprise, breathing in the fresh air for the first time in a while, eyes wide with renewed hope. The long-haired man looked over a group of meditating martial artists, asking quietly if he was the only one sensing the sudden wave of fresh air among them. Without hesitation, another person answered that they too felt the fresh sensation, assuring the questioner they were not alone. The man observed silently as his companions' complexions visibly improved, their tired eyes relaxing with renewed energy from the fresh air. A broad elevated shot showed the martial artists gathered below a glowing magical portal as the man pondered the mysterious phenomenon with growing concern. He quickly rose from his seat and charged toward the portal with determination, ready to investigate the source of the unexpected energy. The man stopped just before the portal, turning with sharp focus as he began to realize the origin of the ability was that of Jeong-gyeom. As he stared up into the blinding portal light, his inner thoughts echoed with a sudden realization, a tense breath shared by all. The narration explained how desperate pleas for aid had been sent to the Korean military, with empty hope of receiving help in time for their perilous situation. The long-haired man narrated how the absence of proper inner energy control made the air suffocating and deadly as insects flourished beyond control around the ravaged city streets. He explained a desperate call for military reinforcements was made, though they expected a refusal, highlighting the severity of the crisis. The man calmly informed Colonel Kim of their dire circumstance and was surprised and relieved when the colonel promptly agreed to send assistance. Doubt filled the man's mind about Korea's willingness to provide real aid, despite their reputation for success in bidding competitions, casting shadows of suspicion. With a furrowed brow, the long-haired man questioned the sincerity of the military's offer, unsure if serious help was truly coming. He reflected bitterly on his own arrogance, realizing he had underestimated the resolve of Korea's forces and the depth of their commitment. His thoughts crystallized as he understood why the military's voice had sounded so calm and collected. It revealed confidence he had not expected. The man in the PF uniform smiled calmly while the long-haired man beside him looked up with a drop of sweat, surprised by the incredible power they witnessed. The man in the PF uniform stood firm, his eyes widening slightly as he listened intently. The man in the PF uniform stepped forward in shock as the long-haired man suddenly bent forward, bowing deeply. The long-haired man apologized sincerely for causing trouble to Korea, then expressed heartfelt thanks for the support they had received, promising never to forget the favor. The long-haired man vowed to resolve the toxic gas problem before it spread to Korea. The man in the PF uniform nervously urged him not to go too far and reminded him that they were also fighting to survive. The two men faced each other seriously as the long-haired man spoke about how the battle's timing was against them, but Jeong-gyeom's ability now helped accumulate their inner energy. The man in the PF uniform hesitated, asking for clarification. The long-haired man suggested it would be better to take a breather, acknowledging the limited time they had. The long-haired man's expression grew serious as he proposed acting in 3 days in the morning. The man in the PF uniform smiled and agreed, adding that since they were recovering, they should do it properly. Bowls of food slammed forcefully onto a table, creating a lively, chaotic dining atmosphere. 2 men drink quickly from their bowls while a third man eagerly enjoys his meal, the sounds of hurried eating filling the room. A hand shot up with a thumbs-up gesture, sparkling brightly with enthusiasm. The long-haired man shouted with joyful excitement, his eyes wide and mouth open, giving a thumbs-up enthusiastically. The long-haired man stood by a whiteboard ready to explain, signaling the start of a discussion on eradicating the insects. He explained that although insects might have some differences, most resembled those they had encountered before. Drawing on the whiteboard, he noted that the insects were generally larger and emitted toxic gas, especially flying types like moths and flies. He continued, explaining that most insects belong to the 9th and 8th tiers, with occasional 7th tier insects appearing, but the sheer number made exact assessment difficult. The man pointed to the whiteboard as he described how to distinguish the tiers. Numerous insects meant 8th tier, fewer but strong-looking insects signaled 7th tier. A knighted figure listened from the doorway while the long-haired man detailed the gate locations, mentioning 2 total gates, one at Wang Mountain. The knight stood silently observing the room full of attentive listeners before turning away. The tall building of the Hilton stood ominously amid the swirling dust and chaos, punctuated by repeated explosions and crashes. From another angle, the Hilton building loomed over the city with destruction and explosions echoing around it. A dark armored arm extended outward aggressively as explosions and crashes continued to shake the scene. The knight turned to deliver news. The ominous presence had appeared, catching the attention of the group. The knight explained it was a life form unlike anything seen before, difficult to describe as distant pounding sounds resonated ominously. Reiterating, the knight repeated the hard-to-explain nature of this new life form, emphasizing its strange uniqueness. A massive centipede with glowing yellow eyes slammed into the ground relentlessly with crashing footsteps and pounding sounds. A warning page from the Thunder team appeared, commanding attention with fiery swirling magical effects surrounding a hooded figure with a burning face. A giant fiery centipede burst through the ground, smoke and dust swirling around its armored body as it charged forward with glowing yellow eyes. The heavy, clawed legs of the massive centipede pounded the earth rapidly as it advanced at terrifying speed. One observer grimaced, unable to take their eyes off those powerful legs. A man in a gray jacket, standing beside a knight clad in silver armor and a man in dark traditional clothes, remarked that the creatures were creepier now and questioned why the centipede was so fast. He noted it looked like a lower rank than it actually was. The long-haired man in dark clothes calmly identified it as a rank 8 centipede, prompting the man in the gray jacket to respond with surprise. The armored knight agreed the centipede looked strong, and the dark-robed man added that compared to grasshoppers or hornets, the centipede wasn't even among the strong ones. The man in the jacket wondered why grasshoppers were considered stronger. The long-haired man explained that compared to grasshoppers or hornets, the centipede wasn't ranked among the strong ones. The armored knight's voice abruptly cut in, sharply asking if they heard rank 8. A woman in activewear stretched as she declared she was bored and volunteered to handle the centipede, ordering everyone not to touch it. Another questioned if she really had to do it. She defended her decision, saying she'd been still all day and needed to move around or she'd get stressed. The man in gray hesitantly agreed. Without warning, she launched a powerful punch into the ground, sending a shockwave toward the approaching centipede. The man in the gray jacket shouted for their teammate to attack the centipede with all their power as the armored knight and the man with long hair looked on with concern. The long-haired man reassured the others not to worry, explaining that the woman was his real sister and incredibly strong. A voice asked if preparations had been made for toxic gas. The man in the gray jacket shook his head hesitantly in response to the question about gas preparations. The armored knight let out a battle cry, stepping forward as the centipede advanced. The woman's fist glowed brightly with crackling energy as she launched a powerful punch against the centipede's head. She was thrown back by the impact of her own strike, sparking electricity that rocked the centipede violently. The long-haired man frowned and muttered that her attack wasn't enough. The man called out to Gwon Ryong, who responded quickly, urging that time was short. The long-haired man stated that he would face the centipede while instructing others to treat her internal injuries. The man raised his hand in farewell as he headed out. Ryong, the woman with long brown hair, and the man in gray flinched at a sudden explosive sound, unsure what it was. The long-haired man's eyes widened in shock. The woman landed a powerful punch to the centipede's head, causing an explosive burst of energy that rocked the monster. The woman punched again, lightning crackling around her fist, as the centipede was blasted back. The man observed that even with great effort, breaking the centipede's shell required much internal power. The woman and the long-haired man questioned how someone with no knowledge of internal energy could break through the shell. The stance she used was recognized as a basic fist technique. The man thought to himself that the punch looked like normal movement to him. The long-haired man's expression shifted as he exclaimed in shock and wondered if she had the rare Heaven's martial body. The expression Heaven's martial body was explained as a divine physique granting great power and natural martial talent. The woman coughed and staggered, injured from the fight. The long-haired man shouted to treat her internal injuries urgently as the centipede loomed behind them. The man in dark robes lectured the group in a classroom, explaining the plan to break through the insect gate after the centipede's sudden appearance. He outlined 3 challenges: polluted air impeding movement, countless bugs overwhelming individually, and a strict 3-day time limit to close the gate. He highlighted the vast number of bugs and the unknown danger of flying rank 7 bugs. The time limit to close the gate was 3 days, adding pressure to their mission. The goal was to destroy the gate core by avoiding bug clashes and swiftly breaking through to Big Mang Mountain, where the core is located. He explained the risks increase as they approach the core, with bugs growing more aggressive and alert. Despite the risks, the long-haired man insisted it was their best option and encouraged strengthening themselves as much as possible. The woman in activewear reacted with surprise. The long-haired man promised to pass down their techniques through sparring. He suggested training unarmed combat under Gwon Ryong to improve rapidly. She smiled warmly and assured proper technique would help the student shine. The woman expressed gratitude but hesitated, questioning if training to that extent was truly necessary. She reasoned training would help both parties and aid the mission to close the gate, stating her skill ranked second only to a senior martial artist. Gathering courage, she earnestly requested instruction from the long-haired man. With a calm expression, the woman clasped her hands together, seeking guidance. The woman adjusted her jacket and braced herself. She rushed forward with determination, charging at the man in gray who followed closely behind. The pair engaged in a sparring match, their fast-paced exchange of punches and blocks observed by others. The long-haired man thought back on years of being hit by the woman during training, while praising her 8-extremities fist technique for its effectiveness despite appearing normal. He lamented that it would have been better if she specialized in swordsmanship. The man in gray revealed he was a sword practitioner and asked if Jeong-gyeom wanted to learn swordsmanship from him. They smiled amiably over the suggestion. But the man in gray asked if he could bring a friend along instead. He hinted that he knew someone who loved swords immensely. Jeong-gyeom looked confused, uncertain what was meant. The long-haired man gently corrected the way the man held a sword, showing him how to grip it properly. The woman and the man in gray practiced agility and martial arts techniques, including a barrier jumping style from Kim Seoul. Their training expanded their skill set with varied, flexible movements. The woman quickly learned to blend with martial artists using practical techniques, while acknowledging the distinction between martial arts and fist styles. She shouted and attacked Naeum as she charged forward, lightning crackling around her. The man in gray exclaimed sharply. Both the man in gray and the long-haired man gave thumbs up in approval. The narration detailed the martial artists drawing peak internal energy from Jirisen's aura, gaining new skills and strength. Jeong-gyeom held his sword ready as a silhouette of the long-haired man appeared in the background, signaling growth and preparation. The sword gleamed with focused sharpness as it was raised. Jeong-gyeom acknowledged he couldn't just sit idly and must act. The man in gray contemplated building a weapon to efficiently defeat the bugs, though he struggled coming up with ideas and admitted lacking technical knowledge. He revealed upgrading to level 5 Subspace and unlocking new enhancements, preparing to enhance his resources. The display showed a magic stone inventory and upgrades in progress. The Subspace lab could project holograms of identified objects from outside and run simulations using confirmed data. The first insect-eradicating item developed was an electric bug zapper. The zapper was effective on small bugs but failed on larger ones. A hologram showed a large centipede in a testing environment, observing the zapper. The zapper was enlarged but remained inefficient against big bugs. Jeong-gyeom acknowledged the difficulty and limits of his intelligence in inventing something effective. He reflected with a troubled expression on his lack of mechanical and electronic engineering knowledge. Despite wanting to build a strong weapon, he realized he couldn't. He fantasized about simply using a helicopter to drop explosive beams from above. The narration explained the unknown flying rank 7 bugs and increased dangers near the gate. Jeong-gyeom realized the drop range of available weapons was only 100 meters, so they'd have to get dangerously close. He admitted he just wanted to create pesticide to wipe the bugs out completely. A woman called sister-in-law entered the lab, surprising everyone as she said she might actually be able to create the pesticide needed. She asked if they should give it a try. Jeong-gyeom asked how they would make it, looking toward the newly arrived woman. A narration panel stated when they brought the family into the subspace area. It explained the group rationed food and had water thanks to Soon's awakening as an alchemist. Jeong-gyeom jumped into an embrace with a friend, joyfully reuniting. He explained the rationing of food and water supply, crediting his sister-in-law's alchemist skills. Jeong-gyeom expressed that he had almost forgotten about this in the joy of reuniting. The woman humorously said she wasn't as impressive but was awakened and had been working quietly behind the scenes. She confessed she'd been using the lab the whole time but didn't want to mention it until now. She asked what kind of pesticide was needed. Jeong-gyeom turned, curiosity piqued. He looked at a giant hologram of a centipede inside the lab. She explained the pesticide had to be super powerful enough to completely wipe out the bugs. A warning banner for the scan team appeared with a hooded figure surrounded by swirling dust and sparks before a dramatic background. The sky was filled with dust and debris, casting a gloomy shadow over tall, damaged buildings that rose precariously. A large brown cockroach scurried over the broken, abandoned ruins and smashed cars scattered through the debris-filled area. A desolate street view showed a single white car amidst the debris and heavy dust. A vivid green, large grasshopper-like insect raised its front limbs, its compound eyes glinting with alertness. The insect's giant green eye reflected a sharp, focused expression, indicating ferocity and determination. The group rushed forward with explosive speed, a man in dark traditional clothes sprinting ahead while others rode a motorcycle and followed quickly behind. The man with long black hair dashed forward, moving swiftly through the dust, confident in his recent peak physical condition. The man's face showed fierce determination as he felt his inner energy boiling up and meridian circulation solidifying, grateful to Mr. Jeong-gyeom for his progress. A voice warned of a swarm of insects ahead, prompting them to prepare for battle and drive the insects away. The man with long hair called out for everyone to get ready for battle, his cloak billowing as they faced the incoming swarm. A squad of giant ants crawled ominously, their sharp mandibles exposed as the man vowed to pour out all his inner energy to annihilate the filthy insects. The swarm surged forward, sensor eyes blazing, but a sudden blast of green energy erupted from the group, tearing through several insects. Green flames exploded violently from the group, engulfing insects in sudden bursts of destructive power. A roaring wave of green liquid sprayed outward forcefully, drenched with insecticide as the swarm screamed in agony. The insecticide drenched the giant ants, causing them to scream and tremble violently. Despite the insecticide's effect, the group stood firm watching the struggling insects that trembled and screamed in pain. The man with the sword looked exhausted and contemplative, the strain of combat showing in his expression after 3 days of fighting. The view faded to darkness, the surrounding dust settling as the group prepared themselves for the struggles ahead. The man with long hair turned cautiously, sweat dripping down his face. He explained how Mr. Jeong-gyeom had created the liquid insecticide to catch insects while he focused on building his inner energy. The masked rider expressed satisfaction over the insecticide's killer performance. Lost in thought, a giant ant writhed fearfully, drenched in green liquid, struggling to move. A woman in the Subspace lab explained the convenience of a hologram interface for creating various potions. She shared how she prepared potions beforehand, thinking they could be useful someday. Though no potions yet had outstanding effects, she was relieved to quickly produce the insecticide now in use. The man in armor and the woman listened carefully while reflecting on the progress made. The masked rider marveled at the unbelievable insecticidal power of the poison. Riding the motorcycle, the rider dodged giant insects while fleeing through the ruined urban area. The rider noted the insecticide wouldn't affect higher-tier 7th-tier insects, but it was effective against common pests. A voice from somewhere nearby praised the sister-in-law as the best, the environment thick with dust and smoke. The man looked silently out a window at a dim, dusty view. He acknowledged the challenges ahead but credited the insecticide for their safe passage through the city. He admitted that beyond Baiwan Mountain, things would become much tougher. Standing in a room with his comrades, he recalled multiple past attempts to climb Baiwan Mountain to destroy the gate core. He noted how each time, insects on Baiwan Mountain rushed in fierce attacks against them. He commented that these insects seemed unintelligent, but inherently knew to protect their gate core. He admitted surprise at how long it had been since their last climb, making them uncertain what insects they now faced, and acknowledged the challenging terrain. Despite the risks, he expressed confidence that any insects that appeared would only be 7th tier, which they were prepared for. Laughing cheerfully, he admitted having missed mentioning earlier that the man in armor could also deal with 7th-tier threats with his weapons. A warm smile uplifted the man in the gas mask, urging everyone not to worry too much. The masked rider stared ahead anxiously, intense sweat drops showing his tension. His wide, focused eyes backlit by his mask showed a fierce resolve. A bold slash cut through the air as a giant insect prepared to attack fiercely. A voice nervously asked if a huge, grotesque insect was supposed to be a locust. The masked rider expressed obvious disgust and revulsion at the sight of the giant insect. The rider reasoned that these huge insects couldn't be 7th tier, as normally sizes that big didn't match that tier. The grotesque insect opened its claw mandibles as it lunged forward aggressively. The insect was violently thrown back with a powerful strike, while a voice questioned if the creatures had filled out registration forms for dimensional beings. A text box revealed that Lancelot had earlier explained the situation in detail. A ghostly purple skull outlined a dark magic speech bubble explaining that using sacrifices to gain tiers was originally a method for easier instinctive tier gains by low-intelligence lifeforms. A visual showed goblins receiving high-tier documents, using sacrifices to gain tiers, but turning into goblinized creatures. The narration explained this shortcut for intelligent creatures used primitive dimensional beings as examples to gain tiers. The text clarified that sacrifices were used to jump tiers like primitive beings. A fierce goblin and a dragon were shown, symbolizing dangerous intelligent lifeforms who used this method. The large locust, strong and fearsome from its origins, revealed a life form so powerful it did not require intelligence. The spiked legs of the locust shimmered brightly as it braced for the fight. Blue slashes cut through the air as the group attacked ferociously. Blasts struck the locust's glowing red eyes with fierce force. The pest emitted a pain-filled cry as its legs glowed, struggling against the strike. The armored man questioned what was so tough about the locust, noting that even Yada's H-beam had failed. The masked rider shouted warnings to quickly take Rikiza's spear along. The armored man agreed that the spear should be taken to the fight. The armored man slowly nodded, aware of the danger, as the group prepared for the battle ahead. The armored leader looked on curiously as the forest scene shifted around them. The trees appeared to move slightly in the still air. Branches shifted gently as the man sensed something unusual. Slow but sure, parts of the surrounding forest began to move on their own, unsettling the group. The masked rider exclaimed as Rikiza's spear pierced through an insect with blinding light. The armored man realized the moving object was not a tree. He clarified the vision was a huge leg, bracing for the next move. The rider turned to see where the disturbing sound was coming from as a giant insect neared. The spider-like insect towered as the group gathered, uncertain about what to do next. The masked rider realized how immense the threat was on a continental scale. The masked man acknowledged the insect's massive size and the magnitude of the challenge. Lancelot described the tactic of climbing onto the spider's back to gain an advantage. The armored man asked skeptically what the rider was staring at on the spider's back, learning that climbing there would thwart the spider's attacks. The armored man thought it wise to plan carefully for the upcoming challenge, praising Lancelot as the best. Sound effects punctuated the tense moment as they prepared to execute their plan. The masked rider instructed everyone to climb onto the spider's back for battle. The man with long hair sprinted ahead, urging others to follow swiftly. Each member dashed through debris and dust, gearing for close combat. One of the riders leapt, clutching the spider's fur tightly to gain a solid hold. A giant spider reacted with shock as the group landed atop its back. The rider highlighted how climbing onto the spider's back would hinder its movements and reduce risk. The masked rider noted how hard the spider's shell was, taking time to catch it but leaving it vulnerable after hitting. The spider's surprised face met the rider's gaze as seductive smiles of confidence spread among the team. Preparing carefully, the group acknowledged the spider's large movements that required caution. The spider's huge eyes glistened red as it reacted in pain from several strikes. Sudden powerful blows landed on the spider, visibly shocking it with surprised movements. One of the riders quickly pointed something out urgently as all looked ahead with concern. The group barely managed to dodge a powerful strike from the spider. The man with long hair hurriedly glanced back, sensing incoming danger. A resounding impact hammered the green insect fiercely, signaling a critical moment. The huge red insect bellowed furiously as it charged, leaving the group feeling helpless and desperate. A locust launched itself downward with great force, crashing into a giant spider below. A man in protective gear shouted that the locust was charging, urgently ordering everyone to jump off. A man with long black hair swiftly sprinted away, sweat beading as he reacted quickly to the danger. The locust collided violently with the spider in a thunderous impact that sent dust and debris flying. A tall armored knight helped a crouching man regain his footing amid the swirling dust. The same man silently contemplated the chaotic scene as dust whipped around them. Close on the man's eyes, a bead of sweat slipped down as he noticed something important. Thick dust clouds swirled around the battlefield, partially obscuring the view. The locust, eyes wide and glowing red, bit fiercely into the spider's body, gnawing into the creature with powerful jaws. The spider writhed and snapped its legs in pain as the locust relentlessly chewed on it. Two of the men exchanged looks, one asking in disbelief if the locust had just killed the spider. The man with the gas mask questioned why the locust would attack its ally, then wondered if they were just mindless bugs. The man voiced his confusion again about why the locust would strike its comrade, doubting the bug's intelligence. The locust towered ominously over the wounded spider, who had tiny figures climbing on its back. The man thought that these insects could tell friends from foes, but their intelligence wasn't high enough to truly appreciate allies. He realized that meant they tended to attack first and question later. Determined, the man pointed at the locust, declaring they needed to climb onto its back. He instructed that the dust cloud was blocking the locust's vision, making it the perfect moment to act. Several people leapt off the locust's back, running swiftly through the dust while staying cautious. The armored knight and another man jumped down as the giant locust landed heavily on the ground. The man anxiously searched around, wondering if the locust had noticed them yet. The locust's enormous red eyes scanned the misty battlefield, alert. Its vision shifted rapidly as it tried to locate movement amid the dust clouds. Riders on the locust's back remained tense as the huge creature moved, the dust swirling and obscuring their presence. The locust suddenly sensed something and sharply turned its head towards the riders. The man froze in place, heart pounding at the locust's suspicious glare, aware of the danger. Though unsettled, the man noted that the locust hadn't yet spotted them clutching its back. He allowed himself a short moment to catch his breath amid the chaotic tension. He asked aloud what their next move should be. Reassuringly, another voice suggested waiting for an opportunity, explaining they didn't need to confront the locust directly now. The plan was laid out. Once an opening appeared, they would jump off and target the locust's gate core. Suddenly, a rider noticed something and called out as the locust leaped into the air with tremendous force. The locust launched itself against the spider's massive body once more, stirring dust and debris as both monsters crashed down. Riders fell off wildly, one shouting in pain as he landed hard, clutching his back. The rider worried if climbing onto the locust's back was wise, feeling his body strain heavily from the impact and motion. He reflected that riding on the locust was worse than his first helicopter ride with Yong-soo, feeling sick and worn down. A rider slammed against another with a painful grunt as they struggled to maintain balance on the shaking insect. The clash repeated as one rider was thrown off, gasping in pain. The rider coughed harshly, struggling to breathe through his mask as dizziness crept in. Grimacing, the rider questioned if continuing to ride the locust was truly the right choice under such conditions. He worried that his back might break before they reached the gate core, and that the motion sickness only worsened with time. Suddenly alert, the rider caught movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned sharply, hearing a frightening buzzing ahead, and wondered if it was a helicopter's sound. An enormous wasp-like insect appeared, buzzing furiously as it advanced toward the locust. The rider marveled at the size of the wasp, realizing the upcoming battle would be a formidable challenge. He expressed his awe as the wasp closed in quickly. The rider warned his companion that the wasp would prove a tough opponent. The wasp launched a deadly spear-like stinger from its abdomen at blinding speed toward the locust. Shouted in alarm, the rider watched as debris burst around them from the impact. The armored knight urgently called to his lord as he ran toward him to intervene. The wasp's stinger zoomed across close to the riders' heads, narrowly missing them as they braced for impact. The wasp's attack smashed into the locust's side with fierce force, shaking the creature violently. The camera pulled back as dust billowed around the massive creatures and their riders. The wasp buzzed angrily, battering the locust fiercely as the battle intensified. The riders watched in shock as the fight escalated and debris flew everywhere, questioning what was happening. A man in a white protective suit and gas mask looked down with wide eyes as he realized the locust suddenly launched an attack on the wasp. He wondered if the locust was fighting out of a sense of threat. The man felt hopeful about the sudden fight regardless of its motive. The towering locust prepared to bite down fiercely on the wasp's neck. The locust's sharp mandibles snapped shut on the wasp's neck with brutal force. The wasp struggled violently, flipping in midair, spraying a purple liquid defensively as the locust held firm. The man shouted desperately at the locust to regain control, noting its exposed legs as a weak point and their chance to strike. The wasp writhed, still struggling to regain balance while the locust held on tightly. The man urged the locust to bite and kill the wasp. The man repeated his command with urgency, insisting the locust bite the wasp's neck and end the fight. The locust stared ahead silently, its expression unreadable beneath the protective suit. The locust appeared confused, blinking its large red eyes slowly, struggling to process the commands. The man slammed his fist against his chest in frustration, cursing the locust's low intelligence. He noted how strong and capable the locust was, yet it failed when it needed to act. The man muttered that if only he could control the locust, its power could be fully harnessed. Suddenly startled, the man asked aloud if control over the locust was even possible. A bright, glowing blue magical portal crackled with electricity, swirling with intense energy. The man called out urgently for Yong-soo as the portal shimmered and expanded, signaling a critical moment. Yong-soo answered calmly, acknowledging Jeong-gyeom's call. Jeong-gyeom considered whether it might be possible to control the bugs as well as the locust. Yong-soo looked surprised and caught off guard by the suggestion, asking for clarification. Jeong-gyeom gripped a heavy twisted rope tightly with gloved hands, preparing to engage. He confirmed that the rope was securely connected to the locust's body. Jeong-gyeom noted the wasp appeared worn out and unstable in flight. He said they could hide in subspace if necessary but encouraged Yong-soo to try controlling the wasp. The man steadied himself, bracing for what was to come, telling himself to hold on tight. The man pulled firmly on the rope tied to the locust, readying to steer or control it. He swung the rope taut, using it to guide the locust's movements to maintain control. The locust abruptly turned its head to face the wasp, which was falling awkwardly from above. The wasp dropped down rapidly, hitting the locust with a violent, smashing blow. Close-up of the wasp's destructive descent, emphasizing impact and force. A man with long black hair yelled excitedly, rallying the team as they watched the battle unfold. A glowing orange feather fell gently through the air, a quiet contrast to the chaos. The large moth-like wasp unfurled its wide orange wings, preparing to continue the fight. A man in a white suit made a dynamic movement, readying himself for action amid the battle. The locust's leg slammed down powerfully onto the wasp in a swift strike. The locust crunchingly crushed the wasp beneath its strong limbs. A fierce green praying mantis crashed fiercely toward the locust, swinging at it with deadly intent. The ant-like wasp opened its mandibles wide, preparing to counterattack with a menacing screech. Jeong-gyeom cheered loudly as the locust launched a powerful magical attack, supported by other controlled bugs wielding various energy weapons, to finally finish off the ant. A man reflected that at first he doubted the locust when the heavy H-beam attack had no effect on it, but now he saw it was a masterful predator. He expressed how the locust made their job easier, giving thanks to the powerful creature. The man repeated his gratitude, affirming how much easier their work had become thanks to the locust. The massive locust lay defeated on the ground, its head crushed and melting, as the group watched silently. A dark shadowy figure reflected that among the 7th tier, very few creatures existed that could match this locust's strength. The armored knight spoke to a man in a white suit, acknowledging Yong-soo's crucial role in their success. The shadowy person reported to their lord that all visible bugs had been dealt with effectively. The man in the protective suit instructed everyone to keep close watch over the locust and the area. The man in the hazmat suit quietly turned his head, eyes sharp under the mask, sensing something important. Bright blue magical portals crackled open above the battlefield as the group prepared for what was next. A small creature sneezed loudly, causing others nearby to react with surprise and concern. A question appeared, whether they should close the magical gate now that the locust was defeated. A mysterious hooded figure from the Thunder Team stood cloaked in glowing orange magical flames, issuing a powerful warning. Pain escaped from the small, grotesque creatures as one grimaced loudly, while another emitted a chilling laugh. A figure stepped forward, their boot landing firmly on the ground as two of the small creatures crouched nearby with swirling blue energy crackling behind them. The figure declared grimly that they would act once again. The man with long black hair stood poised, gripping his sword tightly as the electric blue portal crackled wildly behind him. He expressed his gratitude for being allowed to avenge his fallen comrades. Another figure in a protective white suit responded firmly that thanks were not necessary, insisting it was only right that the man finish the fight, and that he would surely repay the kindness shown. The man with long black hair turned his face determined as he declared that it was time to act. The man acknowledged the souls of millions gone unhonored, as the small creatures groaned in pain around him. The man raised his sword high, its blade engulfed in fiery energy as he prepared to unleash his strongest technique. He vowed to show respect as best he could by finishing the battle properly. He descended rapidly toward the ground, surrounded by glowing energy as he closed the distance to the creatures quickly. An explosive blaze erupted as the man landed, energy radiating intensely around him. The blast sent a small creature flying, its eyes wide with shock. The explosion shook the forest, dust and debris kicked into the air. Electric blue light shot upward from the ground near the man as he faced the recovering creatures. The man looked back over his shoulder, eyes sharp and on alert. In the foreground, a suited figure observed with a calm but curious gaze, standing among armored comrades. The suited man noted the clear confidence the swordsman had in his strength. A swirling blue energy pulse hovered near a tree, casting flickering light as the creatures writhed beneath it. The man reflected on how only one gate had vanished and questioned the reason behind it, sensing something unusual. A dark, ominous clawed hand emerged from swirling shadowy energy, reaching forward aggressively. The claw lashed downward toward the small creatures gathered on the ground. The suited observer's eyes widened in shock, his hand raised to his face. He wondered if something had protected the gate's core from destruction. The dark claw swung again forcefully toward a group of creatures that trembled as the purple energy surged. Close up on the grotesque eyes of the creatures filled with fear as the threat drew near. The group shielded the man with the sword as the huge creature lunged in close, its claws slashing fiercely. The swordsman glanced back with cautious surprise as the chaotic battle unfolded around him. The large insect-like monster raised its claw amidst crackling purple energy, preparing to strike again. The insect warned that the Chamber of Commerce would be angered, questioning if they were now in serious trouble, but admitted they had no other choice. The suited figures exchanged concerned looks as one remarked on the nauseating sight of the monstrous insect, guessing it was a seventh-tier creature. The man in the white suit clutched his mask, trying to steady himself against the overwhelming unease. He decided to dispatch attacks from a distance and warned not to approach the mysterious creature since its nature was unknown. A glowing spear, ablaze with energy, was hurled toward the monstrous insect with swift force. The spear struck the creature's tough exterior but strangely bounced off, failing to penetrate. The creature assessed the impact with a grim understanding, concluding it was at least a sixth-tier being. He pondered how he had once caught an opponent of a higher tier and suspected there must be some underlying principle protecting the gate. The suited man looked increasingly uneasy, clutching his mask as his eyes widened in alarm. The observer noted something had just flown past and suggested not worrying, but they needed to find the source of the smell of something delicious. One of the suited figures asked their comrade what they should do next. He reflected internally on his past experience facing someone with a higher tier and wondered how he managed to catch such an opponent, suspecting a hidden principle at work. The suited man's expression grew tense and alarmed. He could only recall attacking relentlessly without giving enemies a moment to breathe. He admitted there was no other option but to use all techniques and bombard the enemy. He decided to keep a safe distance and avoid approaching the unknown creature, warning others to do the same. A brilliant golden spear arced through the air, crackling with golden energy as it was launched toward the creature. A massive energy bombardment struck relentlessly against the giant insect creature, bright sparks and explosions jolting across its dark armored body as it tried to withstand the powerful assault. From a distance, the man in a white suit aimed a glowing blue energy orb directly at the creature, launching a concentrated blast while the bombardment continued, adding more pressure to the towering monster. The giant insect trembled and crackled, electrical surges shimmering along its body as it struggled under the overwhelming assault, its massive form flickering with strain. A cold voice remarked on the nuisance of the ongoing fight, expressing annoyance at the persistent attacks disturbing it. The giant insect glared ominously with its large compound eyes, weary but still formidable, as it questioned whether it should bother clearing the energy blasts that pelted it, noting even movement was a bother and the smaller attackers would soon perish on their own. The insect considered that its opponents would succumb regardless of its actions. It suddenly charged forward, its large mandibles raised aggressively toward the man in white, letting out a terrifying roar. The man braced himself, thinking that their attacks so far weren't strong enough, and he debated internally whether to press the assault, uncertain if more strikes would have any effect. He noted the only advantage they had was that the monster wasn't focused on them yet. A shadowed figure cautioned the armored knight nearby that he need not face the monster directly. The figure explained that destroying the gate core would send the giant creature back to its original dimension, preventing an unnecessary confrontation. The man in white acknowledged the fact calmly, stating they came here precisely to deal with the gate core as the top priority. He explained that destroying the gate core would cause all related calamities, the insects and pollution, to vanish as they were tied to the dimensional gateway. This was similar to past events with other hostile groups being eradicated by shutting down their dimensional source. The figure suggested distracting the monster's attention to create an opening. The armored knight glared with determination, his glowing red eyes piercing the gloom. The man in white stared up at a glowing gate core that shimmered mysteriously, its surface alive with pulsing eyes, bathed in an eerie bluish light. Taking a deep breath, the man voiced curiosity aloud about the gate core's nature, noting its strange and complex form. He muttered that the gate core ignored even powerful holy spear attacks from Rakis, revealing its immense resistance. The man concluded that unless they used something attractive to insects, conventional attacks weren't effective. His attention sharpened with surprise at his own thought about using something insects might be drawn to. Suddenly, a bright blue glowing circular device appeared in front of him, sparking with electrical energy. A close-up of a holographic screen appeared, displaying details: electric insect mosquito repellent, extra-large rare grade, with failed description data, but electric attributes like penetration, shock, and provocation. The man's eyes shifted alertly beneath his gas mask, sensing something. He turned toward the gate core, noticing the strange eyes within its form. Surrounded by a glowing aura, the creature shrank away, eyes wide, as the man approached with the insect repellent device. The man, still watching the gate core, questioned what it was, his voice filled with intrigue. He looked up at the glowing form, admiring its strange beauty and expressing fascination. Sweat dripped down his face as he trembled nervously, overwhelmed by the tension and gravity of the moment. The armored knight approached cautiously, sensing the man's anxiety and concern. A determined instruction rang out, commanding Mordred to aim for the gate core's hand while the creature was distracted. Purple energy shot forward rapidly as an attack was launched towards the massive creature. Mordred's heavy blow struck hard, eliciting a pained grunt from the insectoid monster. The man struggled to keep his composure, sweat and fear visible, worried about their confrontation. The knight prepared for another strike while the man sat frozen in surprise. The man's eyes widened in shock as the knight's sword arced down, prepared to strike. The insect monster growled loudly, lunging forward aggressively with predatory intent. A digital notification appeared, alerting that the dimensional account ownership was transferred, adding a balance and showing the existence of a dimensional account. Another notification confirmed that Dimension Beelzebub had lost business rights to the Beijing area, marking the transition of control. A system message announced that the Beijing area would be restored to Earth's territory. A twisted clawed hand laughed sinisterly as it held the glowing gate core, the creature's gleeful reaction evident. A brilliant burst of glowing magic enveloped the gate core in radiant energy. A swirling magical vortex spiraled upward, engulfing the landscape and the defeated insect creatures, signaling their disappearance and the collapse of the invasion. The man looked on in disbelief as the entire infestation vanished, speaking quietly that it had disappeared. A young man wearing traditional clothes stood amid the bright sunlight, anxiously asking if they had truly defeated the threat. Sunlight poured down on the scene as cheers echoed in celebration of their victory, voices filled with triumphant joy. A system message updated, confirming the defeat of the insects. A narration reflected on the mission dictated as the Chinese gate cleanup that had begun so boldly. The man's legs trembled uncontrollably as he admitted his strength had failed him, his body weakening after the exhausting battle. He recalled the moment when the monstrous insect had lunged at him, holding its breath in helplessness as he was rendered powerless, unable to think to escape by subspace. He realized how close he came to death. A close-up showed the man in a black face mask, sweat dripping as he scanned the area with keen eyes filled with surprise. The narration revealed his astonishment that even a powerful creature feared the multidimensional chamber of commerce. The scene widened to reveal a fallen figure in white with a dark shadow looming nearby. The narration explained how bidding competitions and business rights hinted that the multidimensional chamber of commerce was orchestrating everything. The armored figure stood tall while the man in white crouched on the ground, battered and weary. Internal thoughts questioned the possibility of confronting the Chamber of Commerce, notorious even among monsters. Another voice warned the armored figure, named Bedivere, to stay alert as their lord was clearly exhausted. The man in white slowly turned his back, his posture weary but determined. The narration expressed the need for more and stronger people to face the challenges ahead. The scene shifted indoors, where the well-dressed man faced the long-haired man. The words revealed the importance of people, explaining that the need for strength involved others. The man in traditional robes pointed to the stacks of books on the table, explaining that was why the other man had requested to borrow their martial arts manuals. The long-haired man's face reflected surprise as he admitted the unexpected nature of the situation. The scene showed the man in the jacket standing confidently amid piles of manual books. He revealed how he had compiled all the martial arts manuals into one extremely thick book. The man requested that the martial arts compendium be distributed to the people. The long-haired man smiled and assured him not to worry, promising more copies if needed. The two men stood near a glowing blue portal. The long-haired man expressed regret about the early departure, while the other assured him he would install a portal to visit often. The earlier scene repeated, with the long-haired man pleading for proper thanks, and the other man reaffirming that a portal would allow frequent visits. The conversation continued with an offer of help from the long-haired man, promising that assistance would definitely come if called upon. The man in the jacket asked where the journey would continue next. The narration transitioned to a dark panel with the creature's bloody hand and severed head. A voice declared their destination was Japan. A powerful figure wearing a white hood was shrouded in flames and golden sparks with a glowing emblem below. Bold text warned readers to support the official chapter releases on n-thunderscans.com to keep the site running and protect the team. The bright sun shone in a clear blue sky as a man quietly stated he had just received a call confirming the gate in Beijing had been closed. The empty room bathed in sunlight held a box filled with colorful wrapped candies as someone expressed sympathy, remarking the other must have endured a lot. The empty, sunlit room was quiet except for the soft words of concern repeating the somber sentiment. The candy-filled box rested calmly as a concerned voice reflected once again that the other person had clearly faced much hardship. Inside a softly lit room, a man in a gray and blue uniform asked if the other was hurt anywhere, his voice full of care. The responding man shook his head while sitting across the table. The younger man brought up the name of Operations Chief Yu Song-cheol with a slightly worried expression, sweat glistening on his face. The younger man watched intently as the older soldier sitting across him looked pale with faint dark shadows surrounding him. He asked if the older man didn't look okay. The older soldier with a black eye and tired face nodded with a slight smile while the woman sitting beside him looked calm but curious, asking who the visitor was. The three sat in a bright room, the sunlight pouring and stretched between bookshelves and a flag. The younger man said he had heard much about the woman from the operations chief. The woman smiled warmly, introducing herself as Park Seo-yeon, the Busan regional representative, standing with the soldier nearby. A digital message screen appeared, announcing a declaration of war from Fukuoka against Busan, along with mediation details for a smooth conflict. Another digital panel displayed the war's location and time, victory conditions including elimination of regional representatives, business right acquisition, and revenue provisions for gate portals. The younger man read the notice aloud with disbelief that Fukuoka had declared war against Busan. He then questioned what the whole situation meant, a troubled look on his face. The younger man confirmed the situation he had mentioned earlier about Japan's worsening condition. The older soldier explained that Japan's government collapsed, replaced by a group calling themselves the Ishin Awakening Society who worship beings from other dimensions and their powers. He compared the extremists to traitors from the First Corps, agreeing with the younger man's sharp concern. The older soldier presented a photo of a blue-scaled humanoid fish-like creature holding a spear, explaining this was what a member of the Ishin Awakening Society looked like. The young man stared in shock at the creature's photo, declaring it was not human. The soldier elaborated that most members were such fish-human hybrids, unfamiliar and dangerous. He clarified one crucial difference between the extremists and themselves was that the younger man had stopped the First Corps, but Japan had no one to stop the new threat. The soldier repeated the key difference, highlighting the young man's success against the First Corps while Japan lacked that defense. The soldier described how the extremist group had expanded influence and conquered all of Japan. He explained how this horror started just yesterday. He described how Hideki, the assault commander of the extremists, suddenly appeared in Busan. A man in a bandana, standing with others in a busy town square, asked what kind of monster the creature shown was. Suddenly, the monstrous fish being lunged aggressively with claws and jaws aimed at the bystanders. Close-up showed the monster's gaping maw, fierce and dangerous. The younger man revealed that Hideki appeared suddenly, massacring helpless people without warning. The woman solemnly explained that the extremist group had seized control over Japan and now set sights on other countries. The woman told the younger man that right after Hideki's massacre, the declaration of war was sent. The younger man's face contorted with angry disbelief as he shouted in frustration over the chaotic situation when people should be helping each other to survive. The woman explained the enemies were fish people, but with no concrete info on their size or abilities. The soldier admitted the number of awakened individuals on their side was embarrassingly small. He trailed off thoughtfully, considering the situation. The younger man sat pondering carefully while recalling how the other group allied with beings of other worlds. Dark, ominous images appeared of monstrous creatures shrouded in red light. A large close-up showed an enormous cockroach-like monster glaring down at the younger man. The man thought the Ishin Awakening Society must have seventh-tier individuals and realized this situation was different from the first major threat. He concluded they had to assume the worst and prepare for it in advance. The younger man asked the older soldier if it was possible for him to also support their efforts despite just returning from China. The older soldier suddenly brightened, smiling with renewed energy as he agreed to help. The younger man resolved together they would try to stop the looming threat. The younger man touched his collar, looking tense and uneasy as the older soldier and woman sat quietly opposite him, while the candy box rested unnoticed on the table. The younger man asked seriously how many awakened individuals were currently enlisted at the highest military ranks, his gaze focused and determined. A tall stack of martial arts compendiums descended into place, crackling with intense blue lightning that surrounded it with energy. Two men stood before the glowing stack of compendiums as one hesitantly began to voice disbelief, questioning if this was all there was. The younger man explained the compendium was a collection of martial arts books he had acquired in China, emphasizing their value if the awakened individuals studied them. The older soldier asked if the plan was to distribute the compendiums only to the military's awakened unit, while the younger man clarified the intent was to give them to all awakened who would aid their cause. The older soldier inquired if there were awakened individuals outside their unit, and the younger man confirmed that indeed there were. The younger man began to give an example but stopped mid-sentence, looking thoughtful. He politely asked how the older soldier had been doing recently. The younger man smiled warmly as he greeted the older soldier. The older soldier introduced himself confidently as Mr. Song Hyun-gu. Mr. Song Hyun-gu stood firm with a confident stance as he was introduced. Grinning and scratching his head, the older soldier admitted his sturdy health thanks to his special ability, returning the well wishes to the younger man. The younger man returned the sentiment, crediting his own ability for his well-being while holding the stack of compendiums. The younger man expressed he had a difficult favor to ask, his expression serious. Curious, the older soldier asked what kind of favor it was. The younger man revealed that 6 days ago, in Busan, an event had taken place. As the sun set, he reassured the older soldier not to worry, claiming the task was an easy one for him. Black helicopters lined up silently under the dusky sky as the younger man revealed he had been waiting for the soldier's arrival. The younger man appeared surprised as he asked if the favor was directed at him. A rugged man with a beard held a glowing blue magic stone, explaining how he initially intended to help only when the younger man went to America but reconsidered after recognizing his power. The bearded man admitted he had not fully understood the younger man's ability until now. The younger man inquired how many more magic stones and machines the bearded man had access to. The sun blazed in the sky as the bearded man described the sizable force they had assembled. The younger man paced forward purposefully, reflecting that the soldier didn't know the true extent of his abilities. 2 pairs of polished armored legs in motion, the heavy footsteps echoing in the quiet evening. The younger man walked steadily with determination, his shadow trailing beside him as thoughts raced through his mind. Sweat glistened on his forehead as concern furrowed his brows, relieved that the misunderstanding about his ability was now cleared. A visual summation appeared showing 200 awakened soldiers from the Joint Chiefs of Staff alongside 20 combat-capable awakened, including Mr. Song Hyun-gu. The same image expanded upon to include James, the muscular man ready for battle. A continued depiction of the group, highlighting their formidable alliance and strength. The younger man pondered the fact that martial artists would be occupied with the chaos following the events in Beijing, suggesting contact with them would happen later. 2 sets of military boots stepped decisively on the pavement as the conversation and preparations continued. The younger man abruptly stopped walking, his focused gaze turning sharply. Turning away, he walked with deliberate steps toward the looming structure ahead. The towering compendium stood bathed in the last light of day, electric energy crackling around it. Hands cupped together held several vibrant magical stones, glowing with intensity and emitting faint light. The conversation turned serious as the younger man stated he had already decided where to use the reinforcement stone. Determination in his stare, he declared that increasing their forces was now a desperate necessity. A holographic display rapidly listed the appointments of several knights of Camelot, each designated with reinforcement stones and powerful magic crystals. The sequence continued, revealing Caradoc among the newly appointed knights, the magic stones glowing brightly. Polished armored feet stomped firmly on the ground, symbolizing the arrival and strength of these appointed knights. A lineup of armored knights and mystical figures gathered, a powerful company united by fate and magic. The younger man smiled genuinely, feeling a rare kinship with these allies, likening them to family. One of the armored knights, leader-like and looming, was shown in a dignified stance as the narrative continued. Another armored knight appeared resolute, ready for the battles ahead. The younger man stood confidently, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Holographic text detailed the use of reinforcement stones and 500 magic stones to appoint Lionel, Gawain, and Galahad among Camelot's 12 knights. The text continued with the appointment of Tristan in the same manner, the digital light flickering strongly. The helmeted armored figure poised with a cape fluttering dramatically, glowing with intense power. A final holographic message detailed that all 12 knights had been appointed with great fanfare. The younger man nodded with a relieved and excited smile, expressing how reassuring the news was. In a wide shot, the younger man stood with hands on hips, gazing solemnly while surrounded by supplies and military vehicles. The man with tousled blonde hair and a light beard gazed upward with wide, sparkling eyes. His cheeks were flushed with a gentle blush as delicate flowers and soft light surrounded him, casting a dreamy glow over the scene. A subtle smile parted his lips as he silently admired something, feeling deeply captivated. His expression softened further, eyes shimmering with warmth and affection, his breath slightly parted. The surrounding flowers and soft glimmers of light emphasized the tender moment, highlighting his heartfelt admiration as his gaze remained fixed upwards. The terrifying open maw of the fish hybrid monster revealed rows of sharp teeth ready to attack. The younger man wondered aloud when was the last time he personally used one of the powerful reinforcement stones. A bright sunbeam pierced through a clear blue sky over a sprawling cityscape, marking the scene as Busan. A serious-looking man in military uniform stood by a map, pointing with a stick as he delivered a detailed briefing on their upcoming battle. Inside a room, a group gathered around a table listened intently. Someone explained that, lacking enemy intelligence, their focus was on minimizing damage. The narration described how the father began building a base to defend against enemy assaults. A muscular man wearing a welding mask forged ship modifications, preparing to fight the fishmen on water. The man with the welding mask removed it, looking worried that he might have overwhelmed his father with too much responsibility. The blond man with a beard smiled warmly, his eyes barely creasing as if he was amused despite the words. He spoke of underestimating the blonde a bit too much. Someone explained they sought help from martial artists right before time ran out. He expressed relief that he brought up the subject late. The narrator said that not all martial artists could leave China. Only a few of the strongest, including Eunhyang and Guanryong, came to assist, bringing martial arts manuals to help train the awakened ones. A text box described that these experts helped the awakened fighters with training. The man in the gray and blue jacket turned around and thanked the helpers for their generosity, even if things were settling down. The martial artist explained that their help was the least they could offer, then reminded the man of an important person named Daehyop Jeong-gyeom. One man with long dark hair said he had a favor to ask since the other man left in a hurry the last time. The man with short dark hair glanced in surprise at a sword being handed toward him. The sword was the Eunguang sword, a treasured heirloom of the Jeong-gyeom sect, reinforced with a stone found during monster hunts, granting it decent power. The man was asked if he could duplicate the sword, which made him gasp in shock. The martial artist explained the sword could be shared with those in need. The man hesitated, sweating nervously. He admitted to feeling uneasy about giving away a treasured heirloom so easily. The sword was passed carefully between two hands. The man said he would not enjoy the sword, but would distribute it to those who needed it. A glowing digital screen showed the sword stats, rare grade, wind attribute, with penetration and acceleration options, but lacking a proper description. The same glowing digital statistics for the sword were displayed. The man walked solemnly forward with energy crackling around his combat boots. He announced to Minwoo that he was bringing a gift. Minwoo looked surprised as the man stepped through a glowing blue portal. Exhausted, Minwoo sat on the ground panting with sweat dripping down his face. A dramatic panel with bold white letters indicated the title and artists. Minwoo was startled to hear someone mention needing 1,000 magic stones. The man explained that reaching ability level 10 requires 1,000 magic stones, granting a tier and a dimensional account. Minwoo confessed he was the only one without a tier when hunting bugs and had to retreat. He reflected on how bitter that experience felt. The man wondered if raising ability levels also upgraded tiers. He realized most martial artists, including Eunhyang, were tier 8. The man questioned why number 2 never said anything and was always glued to the message window, constantly asking for more magic stones. The back of a woman appeared as the man wondered if raising her tier in advance caused this. The same scene repeated as he continued thinking about the tier raising. The man thought more about raising tiers and needing 100,000 magic stones just to go from level 5 to 6, wondering how many stones would be needed to reach level 10. He asked how many magic stones his companion Minwoo had gathered, bending forward slightly. Minwoo said he had gathered 314 stones and offered to pay the rest if the other did him a favor. Minwoo raised his hand nervously, signaling to join the battle. He joined the battle alongside the martial artists. It was described that the final day of reckoning had finally come as time passed quickly preparing for the fishmen battle. A crashing wave formed with blue water splashing violently. The waves hit with force, sending water flying around as fishmen appeared. Water pushed ashore, gathering in foamy waves. A towering wave surged forward, crashing down. Ferocious fish-like creatures surged out of the water, jaws open wide with sharp teeth bared. Fishmen with sharp teeth plunged through the spray, rushing forward with savage intent. A warrior called out to the people of Joseon. A fishman leader declared that over 1,000 fishmen were crossing into Busan. He warned the humans their weapons were useless and offered glory if they surrendered. The fishmen waded through the water, shouting that they did not seek bloodshed. The man in the jacket asked if these were bold words. A dark speech bubble warned that such bold words sounded like an invitation to get beaten. Minwoo examined the crowd, startled when asked if he could duplicate the sword. He braced himself against a large building, clenched fists ready. Fishmen rushed forward with brutal intent. The martial artist launched a fierce attack with glowing fiery energy, striking a fishman. The fishman leader showed sharp teeth, declaring he would take care of the situation. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending a spray of energy flying. One armored knight blocked an attack and spat a dark insult, calling his enemies pathetic trash. An armored figure slammed a glowing magical disc tightly in his hand. The armored knight summoned a magical ring of glowing energy around his fist. A group of armored warriors advanced menacingly toward the fishmen. A fishman expressed surprise that the scene did not match Lord Hideki's description. A massive muscular fishman wearing a large hat and terrifying grin appeared. The fishman declared he would demonstrate the overwhelming difference in power. Sharp gnashing teeth were shown in dark close-up. The armored knight wielded a massive axe and told the fishman to get out of the way as the fishman struggled in pain. Fishmen bolted, shouting that they had Lord Hideki and commanded to overwhelm with numbers. The fishmen rushed toward the city in panic and urgency, their numbers overwhelming. The narration repeated the reassuring declaration that they had Lord Hideki and urged to overwhelm with numbers. The martial artist swung his sword fiercely, wielding glowing golden energy. A massive strike landed in a blur of fiery energy. The martial artist struck with a grim expression as flames burned intensely. A fierce punch exploded in red energy as a fighter engaged in brutal combat. The martial artist's punch connected with a blast, the impact resonating powerfully. A fierce kick struck a charging fishman, glowing with golden power. A figure moved quickly, delivering a heavy strike with great force. The fighter landed solidly on the ground, shouting for the others to move. A shark-like monster lunged with glowing blue eyes, proclaiming he would prove strength levels differ even within the same tier. A glowing beam shot forth, smashing a fishman with great force. The beam continued to strike the fishmen, scattering them in all directions. Fishmen looked alarmed as something unusual happened on the shoreline. A terrified fishman stared ahead, speechless. An order came to run immediately as something dangerous loomed. A voice noted there were no visible ships around, and retreat would not be pursued. A fishman fled the scene, shocked and fearful. The man looked out toward the sea, speechless as he saw something unexpected. A slow, concerned breath escaped him as he processed the situation. The narrator thought of how even lizard men had Tier 7s and that Beijing housed Tier 7 insects, questioning the strength of the remaining foes. Four figures plunged rapidly underwater, creating trails of white bubbles and ripples in the deep blue sea. As the figures sank deeper, a blinding light burst across the water, sending bright electric waves rippling through the ocean. A voice reflected on the situation, questioning the nature of the contract that was made. A large, dark ship emerged from a glowing portal high in the sky, descending toward the water below, causing waves to splash violently. The voice dismissed any efforts as futile against the remarkable vessel that James had constructed. The ship was seen plunging down rapidly, sending a cascade of water splashing everywhere as it entered the ocean. A man with black hair asked firmly to be taken to Fukuoka, and the driver acknowledged with a simple agreement. The driver, wearing reflective sunglasses, grasped the steering wheel tightly as he started the journey. He commanded to proceed on the K-North line, as the ship's dragon-shaped figurehead cut through the water with forceful splashes. A massive ship shaped like a dragon slid across the shimmering blue sea, a dazzling light beaming down from the sky as it moved. The man in the PF uniform stood calmly with arms crossed and one hand on his chin, while another figure wearing reflective sunglasses smirked confidently close by. The man quietly reflected on how they had been traveling for 2 hours toward Fukuoka, noting that aside from fleeing fishmen, no monsters had appeared during the quiet, uneventful journey. His intense eyes narrowed with concern as he wondered if he might have been lured into a trap. He shook his head, deciding that such a trap would be too clumsy and obvious. He considered that Lancelot and the knights must be distracted defending their stronghold, except Mordred. He resolved to handle the situation alone. Looking determined, the man thought to himself that whatever happens, he could retreat into subspace if necessary, reassuring himself about the risks. Suddenly, the man reacted sharply to strange, monstrous noises, breaking into a quick run with a serious frown. He declared with confidence that he knew exactly this was a lure operation. A powerful blue energy burst forcefully struck the dragon-shaped ship, sending it crashing into the water. A close-up revealed a glowing blue eye as the creature on the ship reacted violently. The man gasped, startled by the enormous power radiating from the attacker. With a worried look, he voiced relief that if such a creature landed in Busan, it would be wiped out easily. The creature grabbed a fishman with one hand, holding it up as a bargaining chip, promising release if the Busan representative was killed. Glowing blue magical pillars surged through the water, striking the ship and causing waves and splashing. The powerful magic continued crashing down on the ship and water with furious intensity. The creature kicked the landing ramp off the ship with a violent blow, sending splashing water everywhere. The creature roared in pain as the ship struck it, blood splashing as it hissed through clenched teeth. The man watched calmly, acknowledging the attack's power but knowing it was insufficient. He prepared mentally for what would come next. The ship began sinking, and a holographic notification appeared, announcing the transfer of dimensional account ownership with the previous balance shown. Another notification confirmed the new balance, which was significantly larger. The man paused in thought, speechless as he processed the information. He started speaking, asking aloud how he would figure out a way to reach the underground area. His mind considered that maybe a powerful Tier 7 monster would appear soon, but he was ready to face it if needed. He turned, his gaze steady as he declared he was ready for what lay ahead. A voice informed him they had arrived in Fukuoka, taking the man by surprise with how fast the journey had been. Time passed by roughly 10 minutes as the man remained alert and watchful. He reflected in disbelief about crossing the ocean without any incidents, surprised that his expectation of fighting fishmen at sea proved wrong. Grateful yet cautious, he reminded himself to stay alert as they now entered enemy territory, focusing on maintaining vigilance. Standing against a backdrop of tall city buildings, the man looked up to a glowing beam of light shining from above, marking the Fukuoka representative's location. He pondered how the fishmen were more visible in this area and warned that the situation might involve traps or lurking monsters. The man considered this carefully, concluding that although they had their infiltration expert, he still needed to be cautious. The hooded figure declared the command to infiltrate and bring back intelligence, pledging obedience to their lord. The cloaked figure descended a spiral staircase, moving carefully while glowing magical energy surrounded them. Fishmen argued loudly nearby, pointing and gesturing angrily as the cloaked figure moved forward. One fishman yelled in frustration about the situation as the cloaked figure vanished into the shadows. A blue-scaled fishman reported that Hideki had gotten stuck on a large structure, causing anger and disbelief among the others. The largest fishman declared that Fukuoka would not be lost so easily, asserting they would defeat the intruders. The fishman angrily demanded the whereabouts of Hideki and what he was doing. Hideki whimpered nervously, explaining he got stuck on a giant structure. In adjacency, the fishman angrily accused Hideki of being incompetent. A non-human cloaked figure questioned the intruder about who he was and whether he was part of the Yushin Awakening Society. The intruder answered he was not part of Yushin and refused to reveal his identity. The fishman praised the intruder as a rare soul, acknowledging the unique situation. The fishman explained the strategy: not killing the Busan representative doesn't mean defeat, facing Busan head-on is overkill, plan for later instead. He reminded that they're already in Japan. The fishman announced his plan to abolish the regional representative program at his discretion. The fishman stated how Yushin had long taken control of the government and that he didn't know this helped him reach Japan. The fishman promised to imprison the Busan representative underground after killing him. The fishman confirmed he had a plan and vowed to lock the Busan representative up immediately. The nervous fishman sputtered about how the underground was only supposed to hold strong monsters like Madugue, but he was a normal tier 8. Suddenly seized by a grip on his neck, the fishman let out a surprised yelp while caught off guard. Tensing up, the fishman groaned in pain as he was grabbed forcefully. The man made a commanding statement about how long the task might take but promised to see it through. The cloaked figure stood before a glowing cell or magical barrier. A mysterious being in a white cloak floated behind the cell as the cloaked figure stood silently. The cloaked figure called the floating imprisoned being a joke, then clarified it had been a mere analogy. The man expressed surprise that the combat was real and not just a lure operation. He reflected that the chairman who locked up the Fukuoka representative was a fishman, and the commander was the branch chief, a dimensional being, creating an unusual chain of command. He reaffirmed his purpose to handle the Fukuoka representative alone regardless of who was in charge, but admitted one thing still worried him. He considered how to infiltrate an underground facility, knowing he needed to act carefully. A narration box explained how a non-human, non-fishman dimensional being caused the regional representative title floating in the sky to disappear. The man suspected the being might be an exiled mage named Solzen and questioned its power and the purpose of the imprisoned Madugue. The man sighed with frustration as he prepared to solve the mystery of entering the underground. Surprised, the man realized the Fukuoka representative was not in Japan. A set of keys was shown, and the man recognized that he had brought them with him. The man expressed shock and realized he needed those keys for what lay ahead. Carefully, the man inserted a key into a massive padlock, turning it to unlock. Looking up, the man asked why there were so many keys as the cloaked figure held one of many in hand. The man recalled how the Busan representative feared going underground because of a monster called Madugue. It was explained that the Yushin Awakening Society had forced the Busan representative underground to imprison him. The man, surprised by the darkness and situation, reflected that the underground place was surprisingly empty for its nature. Stepping carefully, the man quietly entered the subterranean area. Suddenly, the man heard a crashing noise from above and quickly looked up towards the source. He descended the stairs cautiously, entering an underground section appearing to be a hospital or prison. The man observed the gloomy setting, noting how empty it was surprising for its intended use. The man, growing anxious, frantically wondered where the Fukuoka representative could be. He spotted the cloaked figure moving nearby and called out in surprise. The man asked the cloaked figure about Mordred while cautiously watching him. The cloaked figure pondered the man's questions silently. The cloaked figure looked towards the jail area holding a sword, surrounded by a purple magical aura. The cloaked figure declared that he saved the man and thanked him, expressing uncertainty about the man's identity. The man expressed surprise at the voice he heard while tied up with chains and bandages. Inquiring about the man's well-being, the man noted the other looked weak and asked if he had been tortured. He suggested they should talk since they were both here now, hoping to understand the situation better. The imprisoned man recognized the voice and expressed recognition. He questioned the person, asking if they were part of the Yushin Awakening Society. The man declared that if the other revealed themselves, he would do the same. He recalled ending up like this after fighting the Yushin Awakening Society and concluded that the other was not part of that group. He said he didn't think the other was an enemy and that they needed to help each other. He instructed Mordred to free the imprisoned person. Mordred formally accepted the command to release the prisoner. A young man with messy black hair pulled a white blindfold over his eyes while speaking softly. He introduced himself as Sato Daichi and insisted he was just a civilian. His movements were gentle but purposeful as he adjusted the blindfold around his head. After removing the blindfold, Sato Daichi revealed his face with a small, calm smile. He mentioned that Yeshin calls him Madugue as he lightly tugged at the collar of his wrinkled shirt, still relaxed despite the atmosphere. The young man's eyes widened with surprise and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he hesitantly repeated the mysterious name, Madugue. The figure in white, holding a torn blindfold, stood confidently before the young man and another shadowy figure cloaked in purple robes, letting out a sharp sound. The man in white asked the young man if he had knowledge of the Madugue, tipping his head slightly as the young man showed a subtle startle. The young man shook his head slowly, sweat forming on his brow, admitting that he had only heard rumors about the Madugue, recalling it as a feared powerful monster among the fishmen. The man in white confirmed the Madugue was a fearsome Tier 7 monster and explained that what the fishmen truly feared was the searing heat the Madugue emitted, which acted as their natural enemy. The young man warily asked if the heat was the ability of a man named Sato Daichi, his voice measured yet curious. The young man thought silently, observing Sato Daichi, who appeared entirely normal, betraying no hint of the terrifying power he harbored. The man in white quietly but firmly denied that becoming the Madugue was his true ability. Suddenly, the man in white lifted his shirt, revealing jagged, fiery red scars spreading across his bare chest, causing the young man to gasp in shock. While raising his shirt, the man in white calmly explained that his real ability was to seal the Madugue's power inside his own body. The young man repeated in disbelief the word sealing while staring at the scars still glowing with a faint heat. Swirling magical flames surged around the cloaked figure, swinging into a magical portal whose inner light shimmered eerily. The system notified that the sealer's ability allows sealing a target inside the body, but only one seal can be active at a time, and there are effects depending on the sealed target. The man in white revealed the formidable drawback: the bigger the Madugue's fiery seal, the greater the recoil on his body, causing loss of strength and dizziness, and sometimes even fainting. The man in white sat cross-legged as he casually ate pizza, explaining he discovered more details only after sealing the Madugue. He said the Madugue's power equaled its size's might, assuring Jeong-gyeom it was stronger than any Tier 7 monster they'd faced. A fiery Madugue towered in monstrous form, engulfed in blazing flames, erupting destruction, as a voice reflected on desperate efforts to resist it. Narration detailed that only the man's sealing ability could halt the Madugue's unstoppable rampage. Flashback showed the government's knowledge and cooperation with awakened ones to plan sealing the Madugue. The man lamented the risk of this feat, how he was captured, unable to die, surviving only on nutrients, his body a prison to the fearsome power. Suddenly, a shocked man coughed violently, clutching his bloody chest as a monstrous claw pierced through. It was revealed that government forces had mistakenly sided with the Yeshin Awakening Society, realizing too late their true intent. Narration explained how the Yeshin group recruited untransformed humans, masking their true purpose. Bloodied fishmen and humans fled, while the Yeshin Awakening Society massacred awakened ones once the Madugue was sealed. The reason behind this was likely to wipe out all awakened who refused their allegiance. The man recounted how he had resisted, only to be kidnapped and bound in his sealed state, instrumental in ongoing plans. He expressed gratitude for the rescue while steadfastly explaining what must be done next. The young man shrugged off thanks, saying he only did what was necessary, and asked what their next plan would be. The man in white replied contemplatively, first lowering his head before looking up sharply. He showed signs of fatigue but remained focused despite the lingering side effects of sealing. Arriving with urgency, a man wearing sunglasses sprinted to meet the group. The man in white warned to not be too surprised when new people arrived, hinting at repeated occurrences. The young man asked if there were limits or costs to unsealing and resealing the Madugue's power. His face darkened as he seriously asked if that was everything to know, glancing sharply. The young man's eyes widened in shock, a hint of dread as the situation deepened. A wide cityscape bathed in sunlight showed the calm before the chaos. The fisherman looked up, hearing an ominous sound, curiosity and fear mixing in his wide eyes. Violent destruction ripped through a tall building, with rubble and shockwaves erupting amidst fierce explosions. Explosions rocked the city as massive destruction unfolded, sending debris flying wildly. The building blazed brightly with fiery orange cracks, releasing waves of heat and power. A fiery explosion engulfed monstrous soldiers, blasting them away violently, their shapes lost in the inferno. Destruction continued as tall buildings collapsed, shaking the city with explosive force. Everywhere flames and puffs of smoke filled the air as the massive fiery monster roared intensely, spreading flames all around. The massive beast slammed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth, smashing apart the streets. The beast's blazing red eye glared fiercely as it unleashed a fiery attack, engulfing adversaries. The monster slammed the ground, sending shockwaves rippling out amidst a fiery storm of destruction. The fiery beast roared with rage, its blazing presence terrorizing all who saw it. The young man's voice cracked sharply in agony, a sound of desperate struggle. The young man shouted the name Madugue in alarm as monsters fled in panic behind him. A massive fiery foot crashed down, crushing the ground, sparking fear in its wake. The young man returned to his senses, wary and alert. Two fishmen gasped in horror, clutching their throats as smoke rose around them, their faces twisted in agony. The young man bellowed he couldn't breathe, clutching his burning throat while struggling for air. The man sealed the Madugue in a magical portal, surrounded by flickering flames and glowing energy. The system message revealed the death of the Fukuoka representative changed territorial control, symbolizing a hard-won victory. The man confirmed the death of the Fukuoka representative, explaining the consequences in a calm tone. The man told Yongsu not to worry about the recoil of the seal, his confident gaze steady as he took charge. The man's companion responded nervously, stammering affirmatively. The man thought to himself, admiring the young man Jeong-gyeom for his natural willingness to help others without hesitation. Jeong-gyeom looked troubled, reflecting inwardly on his own admiration. The man with the flaming seal appeared serious and pensive as he considered the weight of his power. He quietly thought how it wasn't the strength of the young man, but his attitude and presence he most admired. The man silently reaffirmed the necessity of doing what must be done, steeling himself with determination. The man's foot stomped powerfully onto the ground as he prepared for what came next. The man steadied himself, his sharp eyes showing resolve before firing a powerful blast at his enemies. The man declared that the freedom of his adversaries ended now and commanded the seal to be activated again with fierce authority. The flaming monster charged fiercely, his intense roar shaking the battlefield as he launched an attack. The monster's flaming attack struck with devastating force, sending an explosion and shockwave through the air. The monster's burning gaze locked on its target, eyes glowing bright red with fury. The man unleashed a concentrated blast of energy, striking decisively at the beast amid raging flames. Beneath the burning blaze, the man stood resolutely, flames rising behind him as he prepared for battle. Monstrous beasts writhed and exploded in intense combat, bodies thrown violently through the air. The man struck hard, his fiery fist smashing a monstrous opponent with overwhelming force. He followed up with another devastating punch, the impact stunning his enemy amidst the fiery chaos. The man caught the flaming figure, supporting him carefully as he groaned in pain and fatigue. The man returned to the fight, his flaming fist blazing as he prepared to unleash further attacks. The man winced as pain racked his body from the seal's recoil, sweat dripping down, fighting through the strain. A young man furrowed his brows in confusion, wiping sweat from his temple as he pondered over a strange hierarchy. He thought about how a branch chief from another dimension was giving orders to a chairman, a system that felt off to him. The young man continued to reflect quietly, sweat tracing a line down his face as the oddity of the branch chief commanding the chairman weighed heavily on him. His eyes widened with realization as he stared at a glowing blue interface, muttering to himself that the system seemed very strange indeed, unable to accept the idea. A man wearing sunglasses, sweat beading on his face, nervously addressed Jeong-gyeom, trying to get his attention about something ahead of them. Jeong-gyeom glanced over, confused. In the distance, two imposing monsters stood inside a glimmering hexagonal barrier, surrounded by swirling dust and energy. Someone nearby questioned what those monsters were staring at. A closer view showed the two monsters inside the barrier, a tall, broad blue fishman with fierce eyes and a pale, elderly man in a white suit standing quietly beside him. The man with sunglasses explained that behind those two towering creatures was a normal but foreign-looking building, causing doubt and curiosity. Jeong-gyeom, steady despite the burden of carrying an injured companion, was greeted by someone who appeared to have been expecting him. They acknowledged him, pointing out that this was the Japanese branch of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The man in sunglasses smiled politely, assuring Jeong-gyeom that he would take care of matters while Jeong-gyeom still had business to finish. Jeong-gyeom expressed his thanks quietly. Jeong-gyeom recalled how a sudden Madugue appearance had occurred unexpectedly, and even the Fukuoka representative had died, which had made him suspicious that something was wrong. A figure in a pale suit stood with their back turned, labeled as the Seoul representative, watching over a portal from which Jeong-gyeom and his companions had just emerged. A glowing blue screen appeared, stating that 3,000 magic stones had been invested, offering an opportunity to make up for past failures. The Seoul representative's gloved hand clenched, magic stones shimmering and floating in the air, as he encouraged Jeong-gyeom to prove himself for real this time. Dark clouds swirled behind the Seoul representative, his two monsters erupting into a menacing form with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, urged to show that they were worthy of investment. A heavy stomp echoed as one massive creature roared fiercely, pledging not to disappoint those who had invested in it. The monstrous creature lunged forward, unleashing a terrifying roar, shadows and power radiating wildly as it responded to its master's command. Jeong-gyeom and his companions staggered forward, overwhelmed and exhausted, as one muttered worriedly about what to do next. A hooded figure flickered with emerging embers and mysterious energy, surrounded by a warning about the dangers of piracy and urging readers to support the official site.